Chapter 161, Clearing the Suspicion. Recently, the Mu tribe has been in turmoil, and they have no time to care about us. It is impossible that it was done by the Nan Man. What turmoil? This caught Yu Jia's attention. Lin Gongxuan knew that Yu Jia was more interested in these gossips, so he told her about the turmoil in the Nan Man. It turned out that Li Dan's father, the first-rank Zhonglong Jiang of the Nan Man, actually rebelled. Yu Jia was shocked. He had become a Zhonglong Jiang. So why would he think of rebelling? Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia with a smile. Didn't you kill Li Dan on the battlefield, making the Zhonglong Jiang feel resentful? Yu Jia pouted. Then he should advocate attacking the Great Zhou. Why did he go to trouble the Nan Man king? The general of the Central Army used this as an excuse to ask the king of the Southern Barbarians to send troops to the Great Zhou. But at that time, Mu Shurha had just returned to the Southern Barbarians, and Mu Zhaoling wanted to rest before sending troops. The two men had different political views, so they took this matter to the surface to compete. The king of the Southern Barbarians was a member of the Mu tribe, so of course they favored Mu Zhaoling. The general of the Central Army saw that his son had lost half his life for the Southern Barbarians, and was ridiculed by the world. Then he was killed for fighting the enemy for the Southern Barbarians. But in the end, he ended up with a brave but incompetent fate, which was his own fault. How could he, a father, accept this? In a rage, he led his troops to rebel. Yu Jia suddenly realized that it was no wonder that they had been so honest during this period of time. It turned out that they were just biting each other, and could not take care of themselves. The result is that the power of the general of the Central Army was suppressed. Not only was his property confiscated, but his entire clan was also exterminated. Yu Jia laughed loudly, remembering that the general of the Central Army had said seriously that his family had been a single-line family for 8 generations. Now, all 9 clans were exterminated. At the same time, she became worried. Was all the property of the general of the Central Army confiscated? When Li Dan was kidnapped and the general of the Central Army was blackmailed, he took out 10,000 taels of gold without blinking an eye. How much money would be confiscated from the people's blood and sweat over the years? If the amount of money was huge, the situation of the Great Zhou would be dangerous. If the money of the general of the Central Army was taken by the Nan Man, we would have money to fight the war, and we would be busy again. Lin Gongxuan was speechless. Why are you so pessimistic all day long? Go to war when you have money. Yu Jia stood up to refute. I am thinking of danger in times of peace. Looking far ahead, and predicting danger in advance to prevent being caught off guard when the time comes. Lin Gongxuan did not argue with her, so he did not speak. The atmosphere fell into a strange silence, and both of them were a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Gosheng came back at this time, and Yu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that Lin Gongxuan was getting more and more difficult to get along with. Captain, I asked around, and a small number of soldiers in the camp did have dysentery. What? Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan said in unison. How could this happen? Yu Jia made up her mind, and asked Gosheng to find Chang Haier. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Lin Gongxuan returned to the tent and asked Fang Dashan to check the situation in other camps. Captain, what do you want me to do? Chang Haier looked careless and smiled at Yu Jia. However, Yu Jia was different from usual, with a cold and serious face. Chang Haier, you were going up the mountain a few days ago. What did you want to do? Chang Haier's face was stern and his eyes were a little flustered. Gosheng on the side immediately shouted. What are you hesitating about? Hurry up and say it. Chang Haier shouted dissatisfiedly. Why are you in a hurry? Can't you let me think about it? You? Gosheng was furious. Think about it quickly. Seeing that both of them were staring at him, Chang Haier scratched his head, made up his mind, and started talking. I went to hide the money. Yu Jia was stunned. What money? Chang Haier said unhappily. Of course it's the military pay. Yu Jia glanced at Gosheng, and seeing that he was also puzzled, he asked, why do you want to hide the military pay? Chang Haier sighed. My money was originally in the tent. He glanced at Gosheng. It's too unsafe there, so I moved to the mountains and forests. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by that look? Gosheng jumped up and pointed at Chang Haier's nose. Do you suspect that I stole your money? Chang Haier was also anxious at this time. That's right. You stole my silver last time. Did you see me steal it? Gosheng's eyes were bloodshot. His face was ferocious, and he wanted to hit someone the next moment. Yu Jia stood up and stood between the two of them helplessly. What the hell? Are you two going to fight? It was him. Urju. It was Changhair who slandered me first. Goshing was about to cry. I am short of money. I am used to living a hard life. But I will never do such a shameful thing. Changhair was not willing to be outdone. There are only two of us living in the tent. If my money was lost and not you, who else could it be? Hey, Changhair. How much silver did you lose? When did you lose it? You have to explain these clearly. And is it worth it for you to move the small treasury? Changhair snorted coldly. 100 taels of silver. Lost when you went to Namman. Yu Jia had a guess in her mind. Changhair. Do you remember that we got drunk when we ate spicy rabbit head? Changhair was full of doubts. I remember. I borrowed 100 taels of silver from you at that time. It was winter. And Yu Jia's birthday was coming up. The mountains were closed due to heavy snow. So she couldn't go out to buy birthday gifts. Changhair was also troubled by Gu Wenbin because she wanted to catch rabbits for Yu Jia. Eating rabbit meat? She felt really sorry. So she borrowed 100 taels of silver from Changhair in advance, hoping to buy birthday gifts after the snow melted. Changhair scratched his head. Is that true? Of course I didn't. I was there at the time. You were drunk and promised everything. You ran to the dormitory and gave the 100 taels of silver to Urju. Goshing said confidently. Have you forgotten everything? Changhair thought about it and still felt something was wrong. Urju, have you returned it to me? Why did I find that the silver was missing before you went to Namman? Yu Jia was shocked, since she received 10,000 taels of gold from Liden Ladi, minus the 1,000 taels given to Lin Gongxuan. She still had 9,000 taels of gold, plus the silver note given by Mu Yanjin. She really forgot the small 100 taels of silver. Isn't it just a momentary forgetfulness? Hey, this is all my fault. Blame me. Yu Jia quickly grabbed Changhair's arm. I'll return the money to you later. And you don't have to hide the silver in the forest anymore. The misunderstanding was resolved. And Changhair apologized to Gosheng. But Changhair, you hid the silver in the forest, which is really a different way. Changhair said as a matter of course. I grew up in the forest, so I naturally believe in the forest. Yu Jia breathed a sigh of relief, which cleared Changhair's suspicion. What did a yen mean? And why did she suspect someone was messing up? After checking, Lin Gongxuan also found a few people infected with dysentery, which immediately attracted his attention. Check whether there are any abnormalities in the military rations and the kitchen. Chapter 162. The spearhead points at him. Dysentery lurked in the military camp at some point, and gradually emerged because of the people in Jiaying. Lin Gongxuan summoned the officers of each camp to discuss the matter. I think this disease is also brought by those unsound people, Zhao Qingde of the equipment camp said with disdain on his face. Yu Jia raised his eyebrows and pointed at him, and retorted in a rough voice. What do you mean? Captain Zhao? Who do you mean by unsound people? Zhao Qingde smiled and looked sarcastic. It's just the unsound people who just came. Whoever Captain Lin is thinking of is who. With a bang, Yu Jia stood up and kicked the chair under him away. Zhao Qingde, if you keep acting like a woman, I will beat you to death. Yu Jia would never back down when it came to Jiejun. The camp was already dissatisfied with Jiejun. If Zhao Qingde opened a gap, Yu Jiejun would be like a fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Zhao Qingde was startled by the sudden situation. But if he gave in front of the camp officers, where would his face be? Even though he was a little afraid of Lin Erju's skills, he still stood up with his eyes wide open. Lin Erju, do you think I'm afraid of you? As he said that, he pretended to stand up. Ing Tian beside him quickly pulled him. Okay. Lao Zhao, stop talking. Zhao Qingde was still shouting. Lao Ing, don't pull me. I must teach her a lesson. Ing Tian didn't comment and let him go. Zhao Qingde looked at Ing Tian, who was in a state of calm and lazy, and was a little unbelievable. He couldn't really stand in front of Lin Erju. He was not afraid of pain. Yu Jia rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush to Zhao Qingde. All right. Lin Gongxuan stopped him sternly. Yu Jia took the opportunity to stop. And although Zhao Qingde looked a little reluctant, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He didn't have to be beaten. Ing Tian seemed to see what he was thinking, and whispered in his ear. She can't even beat the captain. Lao Zhao, why do you want to provoke her? Zhao Qingde sat on the chair, not daring to move. Lin Gongxuan glanced at everyone, his face uneasy. Such a difficult thing has happened in the camp. And you didn't notice it. But you are still jumping around here. Doing nothing? The atmosphere in the tent was depressing. And no one dared to answer. Lin Gongxuan was brought up by Li Yanxiao. And no matter how dissatisfied everyone was, they dared not say anything more. Besides, this Lin Gongxuan was not only Li Yanxiao's capable general, but also ruthless, and was definitely not a good person. Zhao Qingde glanced at the serious Yu Jiao with his peripheral vision, thinking that they were indeed the same kind of people. And neither of them was a good person. Old Zheng, is there anything unusual in your kitchen? The kitchen captain Zheng Laoding replied respectfully. Replying to the captain, our kitchen has never stopped cleaning every day. The ingredients that have been handled by the little ones are the freshest. And there are no other discoveries. What about the other camps? Lin Gongxuan's face looked even worse. If there was no problem with the source of dysentery, it would be even more difficult to investigate. Captain, there is nothing wrong with my place. Old Wu also had doubts. This dysentery was too strange. Did anyone go out without permission in each camp? Everyone said no. The reserve camp captain, who had never spoken before, hesitated at this time. He turned his head to look at the different expressions of the captains of each camp, and became even more flustered. A few days ago, a soldier was feeling unwell. He asked the military medical staff to see him, but they couldn't tell him what was wrong. But the soldier's physical condition was getting worse, and his captain had no choice but to find him. He was busy at that time. After Yu Jiaying came, he needed accommodation and equipment, so he had to be busy. He didn't take it seriously and let the captain take care of it. The captain was also careless. He just thought that the soldier was homesick, so he gave him half a day off and let the soldier go out for a walk. As a result, the soldier had not returned at the roll call that day, and the matter was brought to his attention. Captain, a soldier in the reserve camp went to Mengchen a few days ago. Lin Gongxuan looked over with eyes that hinted at a flying knife. What happened? The captain of the reserve camp trembled as he told the story. His back already wet with cold sweat. He just remembered the abnormality of this soldier, who was making all kinds of noises in the camp. And he was not sick after seeing a doctor. And he got better after going out? Even if Huatua came, he would have to kowtow to Ming Cheng. The most important thing is that after this soldier came back, people in Yujia camp started to feel unwell one after another. Lin Gongxuan immediately asked Fang Dashan to bring people to bring the soldier back for questioning. In a short while, Fang Dashan came back to answer. Lin Gongxuan saw that there was no one behind him. Where is he? The cold air released by these two short words chilled Fang Dashan to the bone. The captain of the reserve camp was also chilled. Report to the captain. This soldier committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Yu Jia was in a state of shock and doubt. She glanced at Lin Gongxuan, who was in the storm, and calmed down. This soldier was an important clue. Not only did it point directly to the Yunnan military camp, but it was also closely related to her Yujia camp. Go check the soldier's military registration. Fang Dashan replied, I have already checked. This soldier is from the Jizhou military camp. The eyes of the others swish, and all looked at Yujia. Now Yujia was puzzled. Logically, those who had a grudge against her before were either killed by her or dared not to go against her. If they wanted to go against her, they would have taken action long ago. Why did it take several years to do so? This is also what Lin Gongxuan was puzzled about. I told you. This dysentery came in strange ways, and it was really brought by someone who was not good enough. Zhao Qingde seemed to have regained his position, and he looked at Yu Jia with a little pride. Ying Tian beside him was powerless to hold his forehead, and he couldn't carry him. He couldn't carry him at all. Don't blame the brothers for not helping him. You are the one who rushed to get beaten. Yu Jia didn't want to tangle with Zhao Qingde at this time. She pursed her lips tightly and shook her head in the end. Captain, I don't have any enemies in the Jizhou military camp. Lin Gongxuan nodded. In recent years, Lin Erju's name has been well known, and she has made great achievements in the war. Who dares to provoke her? Fang Dashan, who had just left, came back at this time. Captain, there is a new discovery. He handed the letter in his hand to Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan took the letter and read it, frowning more and more. His hand holding the letter turned pale, and the letter trembled with his movements. Then, he crumpled the letter into a ball and held it in his hand. You go back first. Treat the disease that needs to be treated, and prevent the disease that needs to be prevented. Yu Jia followed the crowd out of the tent. But when he walked to Zhao Qingde, he bowed with both hands. Captain Zhao, I would like to chat with you. Zhao Qingde's alarm bells rang loudly, and he refused immediately. I have something else to do. Yu Jia impatiently pulled his collar and went to the remote place. Suddenly, screams rang out one after another. After hearing them, the camp officers, who had not walked far away, seemed to have gotten used to it and did not stop. Chapter 163. What is the purpose? After everyone left, Lin Gongxuan hammered hard on the table. The wooden table in front of him fell apart, and a cloud of choking dust rose. Fang Dashan silently walked out of the tent door and told the soldiers to go to the military camp to bring back another wooden table. When he turned back to the tent, Lin Gongxuan had already stood up, walked to the chessboard, stood with his hands behind his back, and stared at the chess pieces in front of him. Dashan, you will pass my secret letter to the prince later. Fang Dashan was about to accept the order, but Lin Gongxuan turned his head and looked at him. Remember? You go in person. Fang Dashan understood the importance of this matter, and he could not let him do it. Don't worry, Captain. I will definitely fulfill my mission. Then Lin Gongxuan came to the desk and wrote down everything that happened in the Yunnan military camp and the contents of the letter from the soldier that he had just found. He didn't know what Li Yanxiao would think when he saw the letter, and he didn't dare to think about it. After finishing the letter, although he looked calm, Fang Dashan still saw the clue. Lin Gongxuan blew gently on the letter, wanting the ink to dry quickly. So, after Fang Dashan took the letter, he rushed to the Nantung military camp without stopping. Besides, Li Yanxiao was stunned when he saw Fang Dashan coming. In the past, if there was any movement in the Yunnan military camp, either a pigeon would be sent to deliver the letter, or a soldier would be sent to deliver the letter. Fang Dashan rarely comes here. I pay my respects to your highness. Fang Dashan kneeled on the ground. Get up quickly. Is there something wrong in Yunnan? Li Yanxiao stepped forward. If it wasn't an emergency, Fang Dashan would never be so unkempt in front of him. Fang Dashan stood up and presented the letter in his arms to Li Yanxiao with both hands. Your Highness, this is a secret letter from the captain to you. Li Yanxiao took the letter, and Huang Long brought a basin of water. Fang Dashan sorted out his messy clothes. He didn't dare to waste time on the way, for fear of delaying things. Li Yanxiao unfolded the letter and placed it in the basin. But the more he read the letter, the uglier his face looked. The sudden and huge blow made his body tremble uncontrollably. He stared at the letter with gnashing teeth, wishing to eat the flesh and drink the blood of the people mentioned in the letter. At the end, he even knocked over the basin to the ground, and the water splashed on his sleeves without caring. How unreasonable! Huang Long hurriedly cleaned up the filth on the ground, and Fang Dashan was frightened and knelt on the ground with a thump. Li Yanxiao's chest rose and fell violently, and the resentment in his chest almost burst out. He had no intention of the throne or power, but he still didn't let him go. Lin Gongxuan's letter stated that the soldier from the Jizhou military camp was coerced by the current Jizhou military camp officer to place the source of dysentery in the well of the nearby infantry camp. Since Yujia camp was a separate mess and was closer to the well, the soldiers of Yujia camp reacted first. Then it spread to the infantry camp and other military camps. This Jizhou military camp has always been the prince's territory. The camp officer of the Jizhou military camp ordered the soldiers to secretly harm the Yunnan military camp, and the prince could not escape responsibility. If it is said that the prince directly ordered people to do evil, it is really not worth it. But the prince must follow what the superior likes. It must be that the prince has a grudge against Li Yanxiao, so his subordinates will do this. Thinking of this, Li Yanxiao kicked the basin that Huang Long had just cleaned up to the ground, and Huang Long was so scared that he knelt on the ground immediately. He obviously gave in so much. Why didn't he let him go? At this time, Wang Xiaobo came from outside the tent and saw Fang Dashan and the other man kneeling on the ground. So he also knelt on the ground and said, Your Majesty, there is a letter from the virtuous king. Li Yanxiao shook off the water on his sleeves and turned around. Yanqing? Wang Xiaobo then presented the letter in his hand. Li Yanxiao opened it and took a moment to relax, his face slightly relieved. Li Yanqing was invited by the Pingyuan commandery, and after the meeting, he would come to Nantung for a small gathering. It has been a while since he saw this kid, and Li Yanxiao's depression has been slightly relieved. Li Yanao and the prince are not on good terms, but at least he can feel the brotherhood in Li Yanqing. All of you get up. Fang Dashan stood up tremblingly. Go back and tell Gongxuan that this king knows about this matter. Huang Long led Fang Dashan out of the tent, and he had to rest for a while before returning to the Yunnan military camp. Xiaobo, you lead a team to pick up the virtuous king. Li Yanqing went to the Nantung military camp without any luggage. He only brought a maid to take care of his daily life and a coachman. If others saw him, they would not believe that he was a prince. The carriage was made of simple blue cloth, just like Li Yanqing. Simple and pitiful. Yanqing. Li Yanchao looked at the thin and frail Li Yanqing with a reproachful look. Why did you bring these two people? Li Yanqing put his arm around Li Yanchao and looked him up and down. It's inconvenient to bring too many people, and I can't let that person have any thoughts about me. Li Yanchao certainly knew that person. Who is it? Li Yanqing was very cautious and humble in the capital, just for fear of causing the prince's fear. Seeing Li Yanzhou's gloomy face, Li Yanqing was a little frightened. Third brother. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so ugly? Li Yanchao turned to a gentle voice and said, Nothing. I just thought of some cockroaches, snakes and insects. Li Yanqing's eyes flashed with emotion, and then he looked up with a smile on his face. Third brother. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I got a lot of good wine from the capital. I must get drunk tonight. Ha ha ha. Li Yanchao laughed, and the haze in his heart was swept away. You are so small, and you still want to challenge the third brother? Okay. Today I'll do as you wish. Don't go home until you're drunk. Fang Dashan rode back to the Yunnan military camp at full speed and relayed Li Yanzhao's words to Lin Gongxuan word by word. Lin Gongxuan's eyes turned red and his face turned green, and he was furious. This dysentery is not a big deal, and no matter how well it is prevented and controlled, there will still be casualties every year. For that little power, they have to treat the lives of irrelevant people as a joke. How can he not be angry? When Yu Jia heard that the soldier was coerced by the prince to do bad things, he immediately felt that things were not as simple as he imagined. One link is connected to another, and if there is any accident in the middle, the effect will not be achieved. First of all, what if the captain of the reserve camp does not approve the leave? How did the soldier get the source of dysentery? Besides, why didn't the soldier take the opportunity to run away after putting the source of dysentery into the well? Is he waiting for the truth to be revealed and caught? Why did he leave the suicide note? All these points point to the prince, and the intention is too obvious. Originally, Yu Jia thought that it was normal for the people in Yu Jia's camp to be infected with dysentery when they first arrived at the military camp. But why did they step by step lead to someone wanting to attack the military camp? In a flash, Yu Jia remembered what a yen said that day. A yen was the first person to find out that the dysentery was strange. Apart from the relationship between the two, this was a bit too deliberate. But what was a yan's purpose in doing this? Chapter 164. Is there any connection? This matter cannot be delayed. I wonder if Lin Gongxuan has made any other discoveries. Yu Jia wanted to confirm from a yen whether this matter had anything to do with her. When she arrived at the military medical camp, a yen was busy boiling the medicine soup. There was a wisp of hot steam coming out of the medicine barrel. She stood up and scooped the medicine soup from the iron pot into the medicine barrel. When she turned around, she saw Yu Jia standing at the door, staring at her thoughtfully. Zhu, what are you looking at? Come in. Seeing the hot steam in the tent, a yen hurriedly changed her words. I'd better go out. Yu Jia nodded. I'll wait for you outside the tent. After Ayan finished her work, she wiped her forehead with her sleeve and walked towards Yu Jia. Zhu, what do you want to talk to me about? Yu Jia looked at the girl in front of her. She had a pretty face, and the sweat on her face had not yet dissipated. Her cheeks were also bright red. Ayan, I won't beat around the bush with you. Did you really mean to provoke Li Yanchao to revolt? Ayan paused, then relaxed. I just said it. Why did you listen to it? The soft voice made people feel like spring breeze. Yu Jia's heart softened. She turned her head to look at the soldiers outside the tent, who were either supporting each other or shoulder to shoulder, and calmed down and continued to speak. Does dysentery have anything to do with you? Seeing that Ayan was about to refute, Yu Jia stopped her. Ayan, I will only ask you this once. This is the first time, and the last time. Does dysentery have anything to do with you? Yu Jia's eyes were no longer full of emotion, and her pupils were like dead water, unable to stir up any waves. Ayan's heart was stirred up, and she suddenly felt guilty. But thinking of the miserable appearance of her parents back then, she hardened her heart. Urju, why are you asking me like this? As if you are interrogating a criminal, Ayan said angrily, and smiled. How can I do such a thing? Have you forgotten? Or am I reminding you that there is something fishy about this matter? After Ayan finished speaking, she waited for Yujia's reaction. The two looked at each other, and after a moment, Yujia turned away and laughed dryly. Yes, how could it be you? Yujia's face was full of smiles at this time, but the smile did not reach his eyes. How could you do something that hurt someone's life for your own selfishness? Ayan also laughed. She did not dare to look into Yujia's eyes, and lowered her head to look at her toes. That is to say, how could I do this? I don't know if she was asking Yujia or herself. Looking at each other in silence, Yujia sighed softly. Then you are busy. I will come to see you. I'm leaving. Okay. Come to me when you are free. Ayan looked up and smiled brightly. Yujia came out of the military medical camp and did not return to the infantry camp, but walked towards Lin Gongxuan's tent. But halfway through, she stopped and sat on a half-broken dead tree stump on the side of the road. How should she tell Lin Gongxuan? She suspected that a Yin wanted to intensify the conflict between Li Yanzhao and the prince? If Lin Gongxuan knew about this, how should he deal with a Yin? Yujia shuddered when she thought of the ruthless and cruel look of Lin Gongxuan when he dealt with the deserters. But if she didn't say it, it would be unfair to these people who were infected with dysentery and threatened their lives. Yujia was struggling. She didn't know what to do. It seemed that since she traveled through time, she rarely had such struggles. Most of the time, she was extremely cold to others, knowing that she would leave the barracks in the future. She rarely had feelings for people in the barracks to prevent them from being inseparable in the future. But she has developed feelings for Ayan. She sympathizes with Ayan's life experience. Besides, Ayan's mother is also a time traveler like her, so the feelings are even more special. After today, the two of them have a knot in their hearts. How should they get along in the future? All she can do is to save the lives of people infected with dysentery. If there is no danger, Ayan will not be guilty. Right? She is a human, not a pure and unselfish god. She also has her own selfishness, and cannot save all living beings. Yujia stood up, patted the sawdust on her pants, and made up her mind. As long as she didn't accept her fate, she wouldn't tell Lin Gongxuan about Ayan. As long as she could save Ayan's mistakes, Yujia wouldn't make trouble for her. Ayan was in agony. She didn't want to do this. She didn't want to do this. She didn't want to do this. Although it is said that those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. If she disregards human lives, what is the difference between her and the Jinui who killed her family? But she has done it. She can't go back to the desolate night when she made this torturous decision. All she can do is to burn more of the soup for treating dysentery, and the soup for preventing dysentery to make up for her mistake. Since the source of infection was known, the disease did not spread. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and the military medical camp provided soup around the clock, and the disease did not kill the soldiers. Ayan breathed a sigh of relief, and Yujia also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Yujia lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, muttering softly. Gosheng laughed. You should take a good rest. You've been exhausted recently. Although Gosheng didn't get to the point, Yujia still replied, yes, it's time to take a rest. Originally, after returning from Weijiang, considering what happened before leaving Weijiang and Yujia's recent busyness with Yujia's camp, it hadn't seen Li Yuanyuan for a long time. Dysentery was rampant in recent days, and Li Yuanyuan had no time to hide. So naturally, she wouldn't get close to Yujia. But after the dysentery was controlled, Li Yuanyuan started to act like a demon. When Yujia saw Li Yuanyuan waving her handkerchief and walking towards her with a look of disgust, Yujia's head started to hurt. How could she forget that there was such a master? As her head hurt, her face also began to hurt. She licked her back teeth and stared at Schwanger with a sinister look. This girl still owed her a slap. Or rather, the master and servant owed her a slap. Lin Erju. Li Yuanyuan found Lin Erju standing next to the parade ground and called her loudly. Yujia had to walk towards her. I pay my respects to the princess. I wonder what instructions the princess has for coming to this sweaty and dusty parade ground. Schwanger, who was standing by, heard Yujia say this and covered her nose with disgust. Yujia sneered in her heart and pretended to be pretentious. Lin Erju, have you seen merits? Merits. 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 Merits of your mother. Merits. A princess, who has not yet married, is so shameless to be so affectionate to a man who does not know her husband. I have been so busy with military affairs recently that I have not seen the captain. You are lying. I saw you coming out of the captain's tent yesterday. Schwanger on the side rolled her eyes at Yu Jia. Feeling that Li Yuanyuan was full of unkindness, she hurried to explain. That day, it was not only Lin Erju who entered the captain's tent, but also several other people. Yu Jia pulled the corner of her lips. That day, the officers of each camp went to the captain's tent for a meeting. Li Yuanyuan's expression was much relieved now. The meritorious military affairs have also been busy recently. Lin Erju, whether you have something to do or not, don't get close to him. Do you understand what this princess means? Chapter 165, Provoking a Conflict. Yu Jia bowed and said with a smile, I will obey the princess's order and never approach the captain unless there is something wrong. Li Yuanyuan looked at the serval girl in front of her, and her whole body seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze, and she could not see who she was. When she laughed and scolded, I always felt that there was no expression in her eyes, as if they were quenched by ice. Suddenly, Li Yuanyuan was frightened and wanted to escape from Lin Erju. Schwanger, who was beside her, felt that Li Yuanyuan's body was shaking slightly, and she hurriedly supported Li Yuanyuan. Princess, what's wrong with you? Are you a little hot? Li Yuanyuan came to Qingming. She symbolically covered her forehead with a handkerchief. What kind of shabby place is this? How can it be so hot? Yu Jia's lips twitched. Princess, our bitter cold place is not as good as the palace. There is not even a piece of ice. You better be careful. Don't get heat stroke. You are so bold. Are you cursing the princess? Schwanga immediately scolded. You stinky soldier. How can you talk to the golden branches and jade leaves like this? At this time, Li Yuanyuan closed her eyes and leaned on Schwanger, looking listless and exhausted. Yu Jia's face was full of sarcasm, and the murderous look in her eyes could no longer be concealed. Schwanger's sister taught that Lin Erju is a stinky soldier. You? Schwanger looked at Yu Jia's expression and stuttered. How dare you do that? Schwanger continued to speak in a cowardly manner. Why are you looking at me like that? Schwanger, take this princess back. Li Yuanyuan stopped her and said, hurry up. Schwanger didn't care about arguing with Yu Jia, so she carefully supported Li Yuanyuan and walked back slowly. When the two of them completely disappeared in front of Yu Jia spit on the ground. Erju! Yu Jia turned around and saw Go Sheng staring at her with a sinister look on his face. Go Sheng, what's wrong with you? After asking, Yu Jia stopped talking. She naturally thought of the reason. She didn't know what to say, so she walked towards Go Sheng, looking up at the young man with red eyes. Go Sheng was 18 years old this year, but he was only about 2 inches taller than Yu Jia. He was not very strong, but if he lived in the countryside, he would be an honest man. Go Sheng, it's almost done. Don't worry. Go Sheng raised his trembling hand, and Yu Jia grabbed it hurriedly. Go Sheng, Erju, my sister finally came to my dream yesterday, and the first thing she said was, brother, it hurts so much. Yu Jia could feel that Go Sheng was shaking violently when he finished the sentence. Go Sheng, don't do this. Go Sheng has been carrying a heavy burden for more than 10 years. If he doesn't see Li Yuanyuan, he will be fine. But after seeing this devil, his heart was churning, and he was in a trance all day. Yu Jia was afraid that he would have an accident, so he pulled him back to the tent. Under the shade of the tree, the master and the servant stared at the scene in front of them. Fang Dashan didn't dare to move. He really didn't dare to move. He stood behind Lin Gongxuan and didn't dare to move at all. Lin Gongxuan's body was like nailed to the ground since Yu Jia's hand held Go Sheng's hand. He went around in such a big circle and found an outrageous reason to come to the infantry battalion. But he saw such a dazzling scene. The last time he saw Lin Erju and Go Sheng's intimate behavior, he thought Lin Erju was careless and didn't care about details. But now it seems that this is not the case. The distance between the two people was far, so Lin Gongxuan couldn't hear the conversation between the two. But judging from their interaction, Go Sheng must have been wronged, and Lin Erju was comforting him. In the past, when he was angry, he didn't see Lin Erju treat him like this. Isn't he more handsome than Go Sheng? Not more heroic than Go Sheng? Not more agile than Go Sheng? What's so good about this Go Sheng? What makes Lin Erju worthy of rejecting him? A pillar of the country, and turning around to throw himself into his arms? With a swish, he raised the wide sleeves on his arms, and returned to the tent with a gloomy face. Schwanger felt that no matter where she went these days, it seemed like someone was watching her. But when she turned back to investigate, she couldn't find anything unusual. When she was sleeping, she heard something unusual and got up in shock. But she didn't find anything unusual. It was okay once or twice. But if it happened too many times, she would be scolded by Li Yuanyuan. Was it really a hallucination? Or was she too tired recently and too nervous? She became more and more dazed, and slept less and less at night, which led to more and more mistakes during the day. This caused Li Yuanyuan to scold her even more. How could you be so careless? You bitch! If you break this jade bracelet, how many lives can you give to this princess? Schwanger knelt on the ground, and her fingers were crushed by Li Yuanyuan. Princess, I know I was wrong, and I will never dare to do it again. Li Yuanyuan then retracted her foot and took a step back as if she had seen something filthy. How could this princess let you, a bitch, follow me out of the palace? She missed Lianer so much, and her ability was much stronger than this bitch. Li Yuanyuan saw Schwanger lying on the ground, twitching constantly, so she drove her out. Schwanger walked out of the courtyard in a daze, and ran into Yu Jia, who was strolling in the courtyard. Yu Jia saw Schwanger coming out with red eyes, and asked with a worried look on her face, Sister Schwanger, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Yu Jia patted his chest loudly. Tell me. I will seek justice for you even if I risk my life. If it were normal times, Yu Jia would have been squeezed out if she had spoken to Schwanger like this. But today was different from the past. After being scolded by Li Yuanyuan, she felt wronged and empty in her heart. Yu Jia's words were like the sun, illuminating the darkness in her heart and sweeping away her unhappiness. But she still had a stern face. What can I say to you? Even so, her tone had slowed down by who knows how many times. The disgust in Yu Jia's eyes swept away, and then returned to normal. Oh, Sister Schwanger, how can you say that? We can also be sisters. Right? Sister Schwanger, you are so beautiful and serve the princess wholeheartedly. We all discuss in private that if anyone marries a virtuous person like Miss Schwanger, wouldn't it be a great fortune? Schwanger became uncomfortable. You really said that? Her shyness made Yu Jia feel sick. She tried to suppress the discomfort and continued. Really? You are so hardworking. You must be very useful to the princess. Otherwise, why would the princess bring you out alone? Schwanger felt infinite pain in her heart. Li Yuanyuan was a very exclusive person. After Lianer died, she temporarily did not have a capable maid, so she could take the position. But after taking the position, she could not be like Lianer, who could act as Li Yuanyuan's counselor. She could only do odd jobs. Her status sounded good, but in fact, it was not as comfortable as the maids who cleaned the palace. But she could not say these words to Yu Jia, could not mention them to anyone. She could only swallow her anger. Chapter 166. Kill all your clans. Schwanger felt that her mental state was getting worse and worse. She could easily get angry during normal work breaks. This day, Li Yuanyuan asked her to get some hot water. She was in a trance and actually felt angry, looking at the bright and arrogant woman in front of her. Schwanger wanted to cut her face with the fruit knife on the table. It must be very satisfying to see her bloody and hideous. I don't know if her screams would be very beautiful. Thinking of this, she unexpectedly grasped the handle of the knife with her hand. What are you doing? You little bitch? Why don't you hurry up and work? Schwanger woke up as if from a dream and put down the knife tremblingly. Her legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to move even half an inch. Schwanger, are you tired of living? With a slap, Li Yuanyuan slapped Schwanger in the face. Immediately, a slap mark appeared on Schwanger's face. Princess, spare me. Princess, spare me. Schwanger knelt on the ground, drooping her face in despair, looking miserable as if her life was over. Li Yuanyuan grabbed her hair, and Schwanger grimaced in pain. Princess, I won't dare to do it again. Please spare me. Li Yuanyuan looked at Schwanger in her hands, and suddenly felt bored. I thought Lin Gongxuan must not like such a fierce woman like her. When she saw Schwanger's tearful face, she felt annoyed. Get out. She suddenly let go of Schwanger's hair, and Schwanger stumbled and fell to the ground. When she heard Li Yuanyuan telling her to get out, she ran out as if she had heard the sound of nature. Yu Jia looked at Schwanger, who was in a mess and had disheveled hair, under the shade of the tree, and shook her head regretfully. Why didn't you take action? This execution ability is too poor, or the hatred in Schwanger's heart has not been fully aroused. She has to add fuel to Schwanger's fire. The monthly martial arts performance time has arrived, and Yu Jia organized the infantry battalion and the Yu Jia battalion to walk to the designated location. After everyone stood still, Yu Jia gave an order, and everyone sat down cross-legged, well-trained and agile. Yu Jia looked at the soldiers in front of him and felt proud. This martial arts tradition was set by Li Yanxiao, which aims to assess the physical fitness of soldiers and not to slack off in daily practice. In fact, this martial arts performance is equivalent to the assessment of military training results in modern society. The leaders sat on the leadership platform in unison, checking the training results of each square. And the martial arts performance in the Yunnan military camp is to line up and send out some representatives, both performing and visiting. The weather in the early morning was already hot. Yu Jia's face was already peeling from the sun, and Go Sheng brought a black linen mask to Yu Jia. Put it on. Otherwise your face will be sunburned and swollen again. Yu Jia looked at the mask and shook her head to refuse. Everyone is watching. I can't be special. Seeing Yu Jia's insistence, Go Sheng had to give up and stuff the mask into his arms. How are things arranged? Yu Jia asked in a low voice. Don't worry. You'll be waiting for a good show in a while. Yu Jia smiled knowingly, turned her head to look at the high platform in the training ground, and happened to look at Lin Gongxuan across the air. The atmosphere became solemn for a while, and Lin Gongxuan's emotions followed the sight of the two people directly into Yu Jia's heart, making her heart tremble. Yu Jia turned her head quickly and raised her hand to fan the wind. It's really ridiculously hot today. According to traditional practice, the first to appear is the vanguard battalion, and this time is no exception. Yu Jia saw familiar teammates in the square formation, brothers who had fought side by side, and couldn't help laughing. Wu Kuei was the first to appear, wearing a black short training uniform that made him look particularly energetic. His eyes were sharp and his figure was burly, which actually made Yu Jia feel a kind of heroic spirit. Good boy. I haven't seen him for a few days. This guy is in high spirits. This time, the vanguard battalion showed boxing. Wu Kuei still took the lead, leading the square formation to kick or punch, which made Yu Jia's blood burn. Good job. Woohoo! Yu Jia made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted loudly. Suddenly, the atmosphere froze for a moment. Although everyone was joking around in private, no one dared to do such a thing in such an important occasion. Everyone looked at each other and instinctively looked at Lin Gongxuan. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan had no expression on his face and did not stop him, someone spoke up to test him. Good. 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 The brothers of the Pioneer Battalion are the most heroic. Slowly, more and more people shouted loudly and cheered for the Pioneer Battalion. The soldiers of the Pioneer Battalion were more excited, especially Wu Kuei, who was full of excitement. He placed his hands on his chest and pulled them out, revealing his strong upper body. The huge and full muscles were tanned and shiny, and they emitted a dazzling light under Wu Kuei's deliberate demonstration. Wow! Good job. This brother is really strong. This is a capable general under the captain of the vanguard battalion. The atmosphere in the parade ground was once raised to a climax. Yu Jia was stunned by the shock. Wu Kuei relied on his good figure to show off everywhere, and he was really as high profile as always. After the soldiers of the vanguard battalion finished their martial arts performance, they left the field in an orderly manner. Next, it was the turn of the cavalry battalion. However, the space in the parade ground was limited. They did not ride horses, so they were asked to show their spears. However, before the cavalry battalion went on stage, a heart-wrenching help cry rang out from behind the high platform of the parade ground. The crowd was in an uproar, stretching their necks to look behind. Yu Jia quickly organized the infantry battalion and the people in Yu Jia's battalion not to act rashly, and she and Ing Tian hurried to the back. When the two arrived, someone had already arrived here before them. Schwanger was pressed to the ground by two soldiers, with her head down and her expression unclear. Li Yuanyuan was lying next to a yin, covering her arm with her hands and screaming, "This bitch! Kill her for me!" Yu Jia was a little surprised. What happened? Lin Gongxuan glanced at her calmly, and did not answer. But a yin slowly spoke while treating Li Yuanyuan's wound. This maid suddenly went crazy, and stabbed Her Royal Highness the Princess. Ah! Yu Jia shouted. Such a treasonous thing happened. Schwanger heard Yu Jia's voice at this time, and jumped up instantly. The soldiers beside her didn't notice and let her escape. I will kill you. She was going to rush to Li Yuanyuan. At this time, the guards fell from the sky. A flash of light passed, and Schwanger was cut by the neck. She touched her neck with her hands habitually, and her throat made a terrifying ho-ho sound. Her gray-green face showed a dead look, but her eyes were wide open, as if she was telling the injustice of the world. The guard kicked Schwanger, who was not dead yet, to the ground and retreated to Li Yuanyuan's side to check her injuries. Where have you dead slaves gone? Why did you show up at this time? Li Yuanyuan screamed. If you come one step later, this princess will die, and I will see that my father will not punish your 9 clans. Chapter 167 Breakup. The guard trembled and knelt down in the direction of Li Yuanyuan, shouting, Princess, spare me. If Li Yuanyuan had not let a yin bandage her wound at this moment, she would have wanted to kill the guard to relieve her hatred. She had never been so embarrassed before. You don't need to look to know that her clothes are messy now. Her pearl hairpins are crooked and her hair is scattered. What is the difference between her disheveled appearance at this moment and that of a street shrew? It's all because of this Schwaner who made her embarrassed in front of Lin Gongxuan. When she has time, she will definitely break her body into pieces. Princess, I have bandaged you. Tomorrow, I will help you change the medicine. Ian picked up the medicine box and respectfully stepped aside. Li Yuanyuan stood up with difficulty, tripped by the dress under her body, and fell to Lin Gongxuan's position. The panic in her heart was replaced by sweetness. Lin Gongxuan would definitely catch her. Then, she watched Lin Gongxuan turn sideways, and then severe pain came from all parts of her body. Lin Gongxuan. Li Yuanyuan had no desire to live. All the embarrassment in this life was revealed at this moment. After Li Yuanyuan landed, Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia first, only to see that she was holding back a smile and almost broke her composure. Seeing Lin Gongxuan looking at her, she was a little surprised. Did Lin Gongxuan look like a big dog seeking credit? Yu Jia hurriedly shifted her gaze, watching everyone trying to help Li Yuanyuan, but not daring to do so due to gender differences. Ian finally pulled Li Yuanyuan up from the ground with great effort. I don't know if it was an illusion, but everyone felt that Ian couldn't help the princess, causing Li Yuanyuan to toss and turn on the ground for 2 or 3 times. Why are you so clumsy? A female doctor? Even though Li Yuanyuan tried her best to be patient, she couldn't help but say this. Ian was about to let go of Li Yuanyuan and kneel on the ground. It didn't matter if she let go. Li Yuanyuan fell to the ground again. Another round of confusion. After tossing and turning for so long, Li Yuanyuan finally asked Yu Jia to take her to her residence. This gave other people who didn't know what was going on a clue. Isn't this princess interested in Lin Erju? Ying Tian glanced at the expressionless Lin Gongxuan and hurriedly pulled the reserve camp captain with his hand. What are you talking about, old man? Seeing the puzzled look on the reserve camp captain's face, he explained. This Lin Erju is a rootless person, and it's perfect for him to take care of the princess. The reserve camp captain suddenly realized, and then gloated. No matter how powerful he is, he's still a half-cripple? After saying that, he laughed, ha. Are you so idle? Have you practiced in your camp? Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded from behind him. The smile of the reserve battalion lieutenant got stuck in his throat, and he suddenly coughed. He didn't dare to speak again, and turned to look at Ying Tian. Ying Tian had a wicked smile on his face at this moment, and the reserve battalion lieutenant's hands clenched, creaking. Are you plotting against me? Ying Tian chuckled and shrugged his shoulders with a bad taste on his face. Yu Jia and a yin helped Li Yuanyuan to cross the threshold carefully. Then he helped her sit on the chair carefully. Yu Jia picked up the purple clay pot on the table, poured water, and handed the water in one go. Your Highness, please drink some tea to calm your nerves. A yin, who was standing aside, lifted her eyelids and looked at Yu Jia thoughtfully, then suppressed her thoughts. Li Yuanyuan took the teacup and gulped down the water. Pa! The teacup was smashed into pieces by Li Yuanyuan on the ground. What a bitch. You dared to assassinate me. After returning to the capital, I will find my father to kill this bitch and exterminate his entire clan. Yu Jia raised her eyebrows slightly, and the power of the wild in her heart was about to be suppressed when she heard the word bitch. Captain Lin, go and do your work. The soldiers are still in the training ground. If there is chaos again, the captain will punish you again, Ian said, and she winked at Yu Jia. Li Yuanyuan rested her right elbow on the table and supported her head. You all go away. I want to be quiet. They wished for it. And the two of them quickly bowed and left. Since they parted the day before, Yu Jia and a Yin have not seen each other again. And the atmosphere was a little awkward when they walked on the road. A Yin was holding a medicine box, and her fingers were clasping the handles boredly. Zhu, what do you think about this? Yu Jia looked at a Yin with a smile. What do you think? It must be that Li Yuanyuan treated Shuang Er harshly on weekdays. And Shuang Er awakened and resisted. Suddenly, a Yin stopped and looked at Yu Jia seriously. Yu Jia raised his eyebrows, stopped and looked at a Yin. Why don't you leave? Zhu, does this matter have anything to do with you? Yu Jia was frightened, and the cold air suddenly surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Ayan, what do you mean? Ayan smiled bitterly in her heart. She knew that their relationship was no longer the same as before. The two stood in the empty square, and the noisy cheers from the distant parade ground came. Hazy and unrealistic. This is what I found by Shuanger's lips. Ayan took out a finger-wide twig from her sleeve and handed it to Yu Jia. This is what I found by Shuanger's lips after she vomited during her violent struggle. She looked clear. Although this thing is no longer the same as before. If I take it back for old Wu to identify, it must be the drug that makes people confused. Right? Zhu. Ayan sighed lightly. In this era, feudal oppression and imperial power are more important than heaven. Even if Shuanger had 100 courage, how dare she assassinate the princess? Yu Jia sneered and took the herb from a Yan's hand. What? Are you going to report me? No. I just want you to be careful, a Yin said anxiously. Thank you, Miss A Yin. We should not be so close to each other in the future when there are no outsiders present. Lin Zhu is a man, and he may damage your reputation. After saying that, Yu Jia was about to turn around. Zhu, don't do this. A Yin threw down the medicine box and pulled Yu Jia's wrist. I know you care about what happened last time, but what can I do? Yu Jia gently brushed a Yin's hand. I know you are carrying the huge hatred of your family, but aren't the lives of people in my Yujiang also human lives? Yu Jia calmed down. Ayan, we can't work together if we don't share the same ideals. You should take care of yourself in the future. Zhu. Ayan's face was full of tears at this moment. Lin Zhu was related to her mother, and she was one of her few relatives. She didn't want the two of them to break up. Miss Ayan, you should go back. Otherwise Mr. Wu will worry again. Yu Jia turned around resolutely and clenched the herb in her hand. She was heartbroken. But what path was she taking? If Lin Gongxuan really wanted to kill the Lin family in the future, she would stand on the opposite side of Lin Gongxuan. At that time, everyone related to her would be implicated. Ayan's life was already very hard, and she had her own mission to complete. The farther away from her, the better. Chapter 168. Show Loyalty. Yu Jia returned to the parade ground, and the people in Yu Jia's camp were practicing. In the parade ground, except for the voices of the people in Yu Jia's camp, the others were looking at them in shock. Although the people in Yu Jia's camp had different expressions, and they were tall, short, fat and thin, and did not look like well-trained soldiers. Their movements were surprisingly neat. Yu Jia proudly hugged her chest, pulled the corners of her lips, and smiled brightly. She pulled Ying Tian aside. Brother Ying, do you think my people are mighty? Ying Tian immediately took over. Mighty. Really mighty. He looked at Yu Jia's hand on his shoulder with pain. If he said no, he believed that Lin Zhu would have to attack him the next moment. Yu Jia let go of Ying Tian with satisfaction, and walked towards the quartermaster camp to ask Du Davin. Captain Du, do you think the people in our Yu Jia camp are mighty? Du Davin dared not say anything bad in front of this devil, and nodded immediately. Mighty. Captain Lin is very capable, and he has collected such a group of good seedlings. Thank you. Thank you. Yu Jia bowed with satisfaction. After asking each battalion officer one by one, Yu Jia stood in the parade ground, looking at the sweaty Yu Jia camp and shouted, Brothers of the Yu Jia camp, you are the best. I am optimistic about you. Keep up the good work. Yu Jia did not say any ancient words, but used the simplest words to express his most sincere friendship. The soldiers of the infantry battalion were the first to applaud and shout, Yu Jia battalion is the best. Yu Jia battalion is the best. The atmosphere reached a new peak. The people of Yu Jia battalion did not finish the drill until they found that some people were crying. These were all young men. Seeing someone crying, they burst into laughter. Yu Jia frowned and said, "What are you laughing at? Don't you want to cry?" She stood in front of Yu Jia Battalion with her hands on her hips, like an eagle protecting her cubs. The people of Yu Jia Battalion paused for a moment, and then knelt on the ground. "Thank you very much, Captain, for rescuing me. The captain is my second parent." When Yu Jia heard this, her alarm bells went off. "Oh my God! The most taboo thing in the military camp is that one army dominates and makes mistakes based on merit. If everyone in Yu Jia camp obeys Yu Jia, where will Lin Dongxuan be placed? How will he feel?" Yu Jia regretted and wanted to bite off her tongue. If she hadn't started it, they would have been overwhelmed in this stressful atmosphere and said such things. Thinking of this, she quickly knelt on one knee in the direction of Lin Dongxuan and bowed with both hands. "Lin Erju thanks the captain for giving me the opportunity to lead Yu Jia camp. The people in Yu Jia camp will follow the captain's lead." At this time, the people in Yu Jia camp also reacted and shouted in unison, "Follow the captain's lead." Lin Dongxuan's eyes were stern. Fortunately, the woman reacted quickly. Otherwise, he really didn't know what to do with her. Even if he didn't care about the 40 people in Yu Jia camp because of Lin Erju. What about Li Yanzhao? How could Li Yanzhao allow such a situation where one camp dominated and would not obey orders? Besides, he didn't care about this matter at all. Since ancient times, men are superior to women, and no one has ever been able to reverse this principle. The Yu Jia camp should be controlled by oneself at the right time. Get up. Today's drill is very effective. Captain Lin has worked hard these days. Take the people of Yu Jia camp down. Although Lin Dongxuan couldn't hear anything in his tone. If he said that he didn't care about anything, Yu Jia would not believe it. At this moment, she was like a fox with its tail between its legs, and she carefully led everyone to scare the parade ground. Zhao Qingde looked at her cautious face and snorted coldly. "Why aren't you arrogant now?" Seeing that Ying Tian beside him ignored him, he was unhappy. "Old Ying, say something." Ying Tian looked at him coldly. "What do you want me to say? The captain is afraid of Lin Erju? You might as well think about how to calm down the dissatisfaction of the people in the camp." Zhao Qingde was speechless. He has been very busy in recent days. If he is not careful, if the equipment camp does not do well in any aspect, it will cause dissatisfaction among the soldiers. It's difficult to deal with. So just take care of yourself. Yu Jia's heart was not at ease until she returned to the camp. At this time, Lu Kuifeng had already served as the first mate. He looked at Yu Jia, who was full of sorrow, and comforted her. "Captain, don't worry. We just need to be careful next time." Yu Jia shook her head. "I'm afraid it won't be that simple. The prince will know what happened today soon." She hit her head angrily. Her original purpose was to create momentum for Yu Jia, so that other camps would not look down on and bully the people of Yu Jia's camp. She wanted the people of Yu Jia's camp to walk in the Yunnan military camp with dignity, so that they would not have to be timid. But it backfired, and this caused a big disaster. Lu Kuifeng slowly lifted his robe and knelt in front of Yu Jia. "First mate, what are you doing?" Yu Jia went to help Lu Kuifeng, but Lu Kuifeng was stubborn and knelt on the ground honestly. "Captain, what they said in the military training ground today is not empty talk. We are all dying people rescued by the captain. You are our reborn parents. If there is a chance to repay you, no one in Yu Jiaying will hesitate." "Oh, get up quickly." Yu Jia anxiously supported Lu Kuifeng. She was not good at dealing with such occasions. Lu Kuifeng slowly stood up. "What I mean is, Captain, you don't have to worry. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Just let it go." What a good sentence. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Isn't she the general? Now it can only be like this. Just let it go. The soldier who shouted first in the military training ground looked annoyed. "What do you think? What if our lieutenant is suspected by the captain because of this? What is there to be suspected? What can a female lieutenant think? Is she planning to rebel? These are people who have been around the world and have seen the world, and they have long known Yu Jia's identity. That's not certain. If the lieutenant wants to sit in that position, I, old son, will send her to that position even if I die." Old son's face was ferocious, and his face was covered with scars, which looked very scary. "Yes, as long as it is something our lieutenant wants to do, we will let her do it even if we risk our lives." "All right." A middle-aged man about 40 years old stopped everyone. "You are just showing off here. It's good to get this done. If it can't be done, we have to make a foolproof plan. Someone hesitated. Not really. Aren't we just showing our loyalty to the captain? Will this captain be so petty that he wants to give up the captain's power? Be careful what you say and do. And don't cause any more trouble for the captain. Yu Jia didn't know that the people outside were arguing heatedly. She was discussing the affairs of the infantry battalion with Lu Kuifeng. First mate, I have an idea to tell you. I want you to serve as the first mate of the infantry battalion. Lu Kuifeng was flattered and stood up hurriedly. Captain, you are already giving me a favor by being the first mate of Yu Jia's battalion. How can someone like me be the first mate of the infantry battalion? Chapter 169. Li Chan was injured. What? Are you scared? Yu Jia sat on the chair carelessly, crossing her legs. Feeling that this posture lacked some momentum, she began to shake her legs. Still not satisfied, Yu Jia put her legs down. In this case, what would Lin Gongxuan do? Before she could adjust her posture again, Lu Kuifeng spoke again. Captain, we are inferior people. How can we be the first mate again? Lu Kuifeng's eyebrows were deep and beautiful, as if he was talking about the most normal thing in the world. It was like when two people met on weekdays and greeted each other and asked each other if they had eaten. He raised his eyes and saw that Yu Jia's face was full of impatience. So he continued, we know that the lieutenant never likes to talk about class and rank. But isn't that the way the world works? If not, why would Yu Jia dress up as a woman to join the army? When they looked at each other, what was revealed in their eyes was not the deep friendship between lovers, but the heartache. They felt sorry for each other. Yu Jia was speechless. When she first came to the barracks, she also had a hard time. Some people even had to face personal safety threats. If she hadn't been so brave, she would have been torn to pieces by those scumbags. Others said that she was competitive, ambitious, and high profile. But who could understand the pain in her heart? Well, Lu Kuifeng's worries were not unreasonable, and he could only make plans. Yu Jiaying's dazzling sword has not been unsheathed yet. If it blinds their eyes, will they still dare to look down on urine? Then wait until we make a big splash, Yu Jia said with certainty. She believed it would be so. As you command? The world has been too stable recently. Although she knew that the Nanman had no time to care about other things because of the civil war, she always had a sense of crisis in her heart. Before she could dispel this feeling from her heart, Ian came to Yu Jia's tent. Ian came to say goodbye. You are leaving? As soon as Yu Jia said this, she pursed her lips. What should I say? The two looked at each other in silence, stunned for a moment, and Ian laughed. She opened her red lips slightly, with infinite sadness in her eyes. Urju, all good things must come to an end. And besides, I have my mission. Yu Jia clenched her fists. Where are you going? This world is not safe. The ice and snow in Ian's heart melted instantly, gathering into a slightly warm river, gently flowing through her heart. Urju still cares about her. Right? I'm not going far. I was originally a female doctor in the Nantung military camp. This time I'm going back to Nantung. Yu Jia's eyes changed emotions instantly, and her tone unconsciously became cold. What do you want to do? I knew she would react like this. This person. Her world is black and white. Hates evil as an enemy, and believes that evil people will be punished. She is not surprised at all. I have my mission. Ayn murmured to herself. My mission. She raised her right hand and placed it on her chest. Urju, I'm very sad. Suddenly, Yu Jia's heart was deflated. What qualifications did she have to blame Ayan? If it were her, she would have wanted to grind her enemy into a pulp right now. Yu Jia sighed softly. Ayan, I won't stop you. But you can't joke with the lives of innocent people. If there is such a day, Lin Urju, will never let you go. Hearing Yu Jia say this, Ayan felt relieved instead. This is the Lin Urju she knows. Don't worry. I won't do this again. The atmosphere between the two is quite harmonious. Right? Ayan shook her head and laughed. After coming out of the tent, she was going back to her residence to pack her luggage. Li Daxuan has been urging her these days. She has to rush to the Nantung military camp as soon as possible to take action. The last incident seemed light and indifferent, but she knew that there was already an almost unnoticeable trace in Li Yinzhao's heart. What she had to do was to tear this trace apart, making the conflict between the two irreconcilable, so as to achieve the result she wanted. After saying goodbye to Mr. Wu, Ian rushed to the Nantung military camp without stopping. At this time, Li Yanxiao was not in the tent. The soldier in the military medical camp told her that His Royal Highness Li Yanqing, the virtuous king, came to the military camp, and Li Yanxiao took him to the mountains and forests. Yin did not comment and concentrated on packing her things. You are back? Yin heard the voice and turned to see Li Chong. Li Chong? The prince went to the forest. Why didn't you follow? Li Chong limped over. Is it me who is protecting the prince? Or is it the prince who is protecting me? What happened to you? Yin squatted down out of habit to check Li Chang's injuries. Li Chong turned his face away and refused Yin. It's okay. Yin stood up and looked at Li Chong, who was blushing and awkward, and laughed. What happened? Li Chong was really upset. If he had no one to talk to, he would not have come to Yin. Isn't it the last time Fang Dashan sent a letter from Yunnan? It turned out that Fang Dashan was taken to another tent by Huang Long to rest that day. And after a while, Fang Dashan was going to say goodbye. Originally, with his skills, he was more than capable of going back. And Li Yanxiao even asked Li Chong to go out to escort him. If it was an ordinary personal soldier or guard, it would be acceptable. Letting Li Chong go, it means that this trip is more important. Li Chong immediately followed Fang Dashan back. But who knew that an accident really happened halfway? A group of masked men attacked them. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to stand up to Li Chong. But these people in front of them were obviously not ordinary people. How dare you? Who are you? Dare to do evil in the territory of His Royal Highness the King of Qi? No one paid any attention to Li Chong. The masked men looked at each other and took the lead. They were ruthless and decisive. And they were well trained. Li Chong and Fang Dashan did not dare to be careless. They were very alert to deal with him. But they still lost. However, these people were strange. Li Chong was stabbed in the leg. If they continued to attack, they might both die here. But they did not continue to attack. Seeing that Li Chong was injured, they left. Hearing Li Chang's narration, Yan's heart became more and more panicked. As if she was on the fire rack. How could she not know that there was such a plan? Or were they not their people at all? What good would it do them to stab Li Chong? What exactly does Li Dashuan want to do? What's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze? Li Chong waved his hand in front of Yin, looking at her with a worried look, and pouted when he saw her react. Now you can laugh at me as much as you want. Yin laughed, and her heart softened when she saw Li Chong acting like a child. If she was really someone sent by Li Dashuan, then Li Chang's injury was caused by her. Have you changed the dressing on your leg? Can I change it for you? Li Chong looked at her sideways. Why are you so kind? Yin stopped talking, and took the ointment she had prepared before, ready to change it with Li Chong. Suddenly, she paused and looked up at Li Chong. You are injured. So who is following the prince? Seeing Yin suddenly become serious, Li Chong also said seriously, Huang Long and Xiao Bo. Chapter 170 confirmed the opponent. In a flash, she seemed to know the purpose of this group of masked men. Quick! Send someone to find the prince. He may be in danger. Li Chong leaned lazily on the wooden chair. You are quite smart. You thought of the important joints so quickly. What do you mean? Yin put down the ointment in her hand. What exactly does it mean? Ha ha ha. Li Chong laughed. If you, a woman, can think of something, how can our prince not think of it? He did it on purpose. After this explanation, Yin understood and felt relieved. At least no one is in danger. In this way, Erju will not be disappointed in her. Right? Li Yanxiao galloped on his horse, trying to keep a distance from the assassin behind him. He dodged cold arrows shot from time to time from behind. After passing a fork in the road, he suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly. Instantly, there were shouts in the forest. The masked man had not yet woken up from the joy of capturing Li Yanxiao alive, and was caught off guard by this sudden appearance. If you want to live, remove your jaw first. It was past noon when Li Yanxiao returned to the Nantung military camp. Li Yanqing in the tent saw him coming back and rushed to him. Third brother, you are back. Then he pulled Li Yanxiao back and forth to check. Are you injured? Li Yanxiao's eyes were full of doting, and he pulled Li Yanqing to sit down. Who is your third brother? Can these scoundrels hurt me in the slightest? Li Yanqing was obviously relieved after saying this. And then he said with a little reproach, then the third brother can't risk his life. These people are not worth it for the third brother to do so. Li Yanqiao picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. If you don't do this, how can you lure the snake out of the hole? Li Yanqing's face was stern. Who does the third brother think these people are? You are just a child. Why are you asking these questions? Li Yanqiao put the teacup on the table, and it made a sound of dong. You kid. Have fun here for a few days, and the third brother will send someone to send you back to the capital in a few days. Seeing that Li Yanqing was unhappy, he patted Li Yanqing's shoulder. Be good. Don't be angry. Brother will bring you some toys when I go back. Okay. The tone was exactly the same as when he coaxed Li Yanqing when he was a child. Li Yanqing relaxed at this time and said reluctantly, Then brother, you have to prepare some toys carefully. I don't want anything that is not fun. Ha ha ha. Li Yanqiao laughed. I know. Brother is busy. Don't run around. After that, Li Yanqiao strode away. Li Yanqing's eyes were complicated. And then he smiled again. Li Yanqiao came to the prison and looked at Wang Xiaobo beside him. Have you confessed? Your Highness. You're still stubborn. Li Yanqiao's face was filled with anger, and he picked up the branding iron and walked towards one of them. You're not going to say anything? The man in front of him was a young man, expressionless, and didn't even look at him. Li Yanqiao sneered and pressed the red-hot branding iron on his forehead. Ah! The young man screamed and struggled wildly. His neck was tied, and he couldn't get rid of the pain that penetrated his bones even if he struggled. Li Yanqiao glanced at the horrified expressions of the others, and with satisfaction, he withdrew his hand and threw the branding iron into the fire. This is just the beginning. Do any of you want to say anything? Although several people were afraid of Li Yanqiao's methods, no one spoke. The bones are still tough. Huang Long. Do it. I obey your orders. Huang Long became excited and walked towards the few people with a ferocious face. Little bastards. No matter how strong you are, if you encounter our prince's methods, I guarantee that your trip will be worthwhile. Then bursts of screams rang out in the prison. Li Yanqiao looked at the bloody and miserable people in front of him, and snorted coldly. Huang Long. If they don't confess, they will be fed to the wolves. You can't do this. The young man who had just been branded with an iron said weakly. Oh! Tell me. Why can't I do this? Li Yanqiao looked at the young man with interest, and his eyes were full of pressure. Why? The young man seemed to feel that he had made a mistake in his words, so he fell silent again. This completely irritated Li Yanqiao, and the anger emanating from him could overturn the roof of the prison. Take 2 people first. Huang Long commanded 2 soldiers to pull 2 of them to the next room. In a moment, screams and wolf howls were heard. The young man's body was shaking like a sieve. Your Highness, if you torture us all to death, aren't you afraid of retribution? Well, retribution? Li Yanqiao's anger suddenly disappeared without a trace. He had been guarding the border for 10 years and killed countless people on the battlefield. But he had never thought about this retribution. I have fought in battles for so many years and have not suffered any retribution. Tell me what retribution I should suffer. The young man spoke in a hoarse voice. Your Majesty, we have also been killed. Li Yanqiao understood what was going on and suddenly let out the breath he had been holding in his heart. Huang Long. Deal with him. Huang Long was confused. It was over before he had done anything else. Li Yanqiao's steps were weak, and he almost fell down. Wang Xiaobo quickly supported him. Your Majesty, be careful. Li Yanqiao broke free from him. I can do it. He walked out of the prison slowly and walked along the military camp. Soldiers saluted him from time to time on the road, and he responded mechanically. He had guessed it long ago, and asking them to speak was nothing more than to confirm his guess. He never expected that position. Never expected things that did not belong to him. And even his own things could be abandoned. Why? Why did he push step by step? Was it really going to go that far? Li Yanqiao rubbed his swollen temples and returned to the tent step by step. Li Yanqiao had never slept during the day, and now he lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He did not have a good life when he was a child. Although his mother was a noble concubine and his grandfather's family was prominent, there is always a prince above him. The prince had been unkind to him since he was young. Although Li Yanqiao wanted to get close to him, he longed for normal brotherhood, not such intrigues and fights. I still remember that when he was 4 years old, he saw Li Yanqiao holding a snow-white puppy from a distance, with a pink and tender nose, which was very cute. He also wanted to touch the puppy, but Li Yanqiao would not let him. and even told him to leave in a bad tone. As a child, how could he have other thoughts? Although Li Yanqing spoke badly to him, he still wanted to get close. Seeing that Li Yanqiao was really difficult to deal with, Li Yanqing stared at him and said word by word, "Do you really like this puppy?" Li Yanqiao nodded repeatedly. He thought Li Yanqing finally accepted him and was willing to play with him. But the next moment, the puppy fell in a pool of blood. Li Yanqing held a sword in one hand and said with a ferocious face, "If you like it, I will destroy it." From then on, even if he liked an object again, he never showed it again. He was afraid that he would end up like the puppy. Chapter 171, Falling into a Dangerous Situation. A Yen observed the Nantung military camp for a few days and found nothing unusual. Li Yanzhou's life has not changed, at least in her opinion. Not only did she not find anything else, but Li Daxuan sent a secret letter to ask her about the situation. A Yen was puzzled. She admired Li Yanzhou's character, but this did not arouse his rebellious intentions? It seems that the drug was not strong enough. In the past, they always started with the insignificant people around him. For the superiors, they might sacrifice themselves. What if the personal safety of the people Li Yanxiao cared about was threatened? Finally, they got the chance. Li Yuanyuan couldn't stay in the Yunnan military camp any longer and wanted to come to the Nantung military camp. However, Lin Gongxuan and Yu Jia escorted her all the way. Yu Jia rode on Xiaobai and wiped the sweat from her forehead awkwardly. She wore a hood on her head, which could slightly relieve the sun's rays, but the heat seemed to have a life and kept drilling into her. Li Yuanyuan had to stop and relax from time to time. For Yu Jia, this hard work was simply torture. She looked at Lin Gongxuan, who was still as majestic as ever, and pouted. They were both basking in the sun. So why was he so refreshing? Noticing Yu Jia's gaze, Lin Gongxuan turned his head and raised his eyebrows to look at her. "Captain, hee, aren't you hot?" Lin Gongxuan looked ahead expressionlessly. How could he not be hot? Today he was wearing a moon-white robe, wanting to create the image of a graceful and elegant protagonist in a storybook in front of her. In fact, only he knew the pain in his heart. Lin Gongxuan did not say anything, observing the situation from left to right. At this time, Li Yuanyuan wanted to rest again. Yu Jia sighed lightly, and when she heard Lin Gongxuan's order to rest, she got off the horse. "Xiaobai, go eat some grass." Yu Jia patted Xiaobai's mane lightly, and then walked under the shade of the tree. "Lin Erju, come and fan this princess to cool down." Yu Jia just took off her hat and pointed at herself. "Me?" Li Yuanyuan's face was flushed and her body was sticky. Seeing Yu Jia like this, she felt the heat rushing from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. What? Is there another Lin Erju in the team? This time when she left the palace, she brought many guards, but only one maid, and she died. What can she do? You can't ask the guards to fan her with a palm leaf fan. Right? Yu Jia walked over slowly, put the hat in her hand aside, picked up the palm leaf fan, and resignedly fanned beside Li Yuanyuan. Fortunately, they were almost at the Nantung military camp, so they held on. With her current ability, she couldn't do anything to this vicious woman. She swore in her heart, "Don't wait for me to get a chance. If I get promoted one day, I will start with you first. Everything in the world is destined by fate." She was thinking about teaching Li Yuanyuan a lesson, but she didn't know that danger was coming to her. Shua! The sound of arrows breaking through the air came from the forest, and Yu Jia rolled on the ground and rolled to the side. Li Yuanyuan was left standing there in a daze, watching the arrows getting closer and closer to her. "Princess, be careful." A guard used a sword to pick up the arrows and carefully protected her with the sword. Yu Jia pulled out a long knife from his hip and waited for the battle. At this time, there were dots of black-clothed people in the forest. Yes, they were black-clothed people, covered tightly from head to toe. "Why aren't you guys dying of heat?" Yu Jia held the hilt of the knife tightly in his right hand and looked at Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan was still calm and asked loudly, "May I ask what you can do for me?" To be able to stir up trouble between the two military camps in Li Yanzhao's fiefdom. They must be acquaintances. Lin Gongxuan guessed that this group of people was related to the previous dysentery incident. The men in black did not speak. One of them made a gesture, and suddenly a huge stone rolled down from the mountain. This stone, riding on the momentum of a burst of shouting and screaming, was extremely powerful. With a bang, It scattered the guards gathered around Li Yuanyuan. Yu Jia was frightened. Li Yuanyuan could not get into trouble now. Otherwise, she and Lin Gongxuan would be in trouble. She dodged and passed by, and Lin Gongxuan reached Li Yuanyuan's side faster than her. Gongxuan, I'm so scared. Li Yuanyuan took advantage of the situation and grabbed Lin Gongxuan's sleeve. Looking like a little bird, Yu Jia was so angry that her teeth were itching. At a time when life and death were at stake, they still had the heart to talk about love. The black-clothed man attacked them, and Yu Jia waved his long sword to meet the enemy. The hand rose and the sword fell. So comfortable. Not bad. You have improved. Lin Gongxuan on the side cast an approving look. Yu Jia proudly puffed out his chest and swung his sword to cut another one. Of course, the two of them were a perfect match. Needless to say, and they formed a circle around Li Yuanyuan. Lin Gongxuan held a long sword, with heroic spirit flowing, and shouted loudly, "Protect Her Royal Highness the Princess." The soldiers and guards on the side slowly moved towards Li Yuanyuan. For a moment, the black-clad man really didn't get any advantage. Seeing this situation, the leader narrowed his eyes and made a gesture. Lin Gongxuan secretly said that it was not good, but it was too late. At this time, Yu Jia finally understood why they were wearing masks. The black-clad man threw a smoke bomb, and the smoke rose instantly. Yu Jia was choked in tears and snot flowed. She couldn't tell the direction, so she could only rely on her feelings. From time to time, she would encounter black-clad men. Although she could kill the enemy, she was already dizzy. Yu Jia hardened her heart and bit her tongue. But her thoughts were not clear. Her eyes were dark and gray, as if she was in a fog, or as if she saw an acquaintance. The figure in front of her had his back to her, so it was a little unclear. Yu Jia rubbed her wet eyes, trying to see clearly whether the person in front of her was an enemy or a friend. Getting closer and closer. It was a soldier, wearing the uniform of the Jizhou military camp. While Yu Jia was shocked, the soldier turned around and looked at her with a smile on his face. "Brother Erju, I'm Tiadoner." "Tiadoner." Yu Jia's tears fell again. "Tiadoner, why are you here?" "Brother Erju, I miss you so much. So lonely. Can you come and accompany me?" Tiadoner turned around and walked forward, looking back every few steps. "Brother Erju, follow me. Don't leave me alone here. My body hurts so much." Yu Jia's hand holding the knife handle dropped down, and the tip of the knife collided with the mountain road, making a sizzle sound. She followed him for some unknown reason, muttering to herself, "Tai Dan, wait for me. From now on, I will protect you, and no one will dare to hit you anymore." Tai Dan in front stopped and turned to look at her with a smirk. Yu Jia was puzzled. "Tai Dan, why are you looking at me like this?" The smirk on Tiadan's face turned into a ferocious one. "Brother Erju, come here quickly." "Lin Erju, don't move." Yu Jia's ears rang with an anxious voice again, which sounded familiar, but her mind was in a mess, and she didn't know who it was. She still chose to take a step forward, and suddenly her footsteps were empty, and her body lost weight and fell from somewhere unknown. "Lin Erju," the exasperated voice followed. Chapter 172, Falling Off a Cliff to Seek Life. In a trance, Yu Jia couldn't see the surroundings clearly, only knowing that her body was losing weight. What happened? Dizziness, spinning, the sound of the wind whistling in her ears, and she couldn't open her eyes. "Just close your eyes." Suddenly, her waist was shackled by a strong force. She wanted to struggle, but couldn't. In a hurry, she was rushed into the whirlpool again. Yu Jia muttered in her heart at the moment she fainted. Why did she seem to fall into the water? From time to time, her chest was suddenly squeezed hard, and she could even eat soft and wet pastries. What a mess! Yu Jia woke up slowly, and before she could react from the illusion just now, she was shocked by the handsome face enlarged in front of her. Ah! He threw a hook punch and was grabbed by someone. Lin Gongxuan angrily shook her hand off. "You still have the strength to hit me. It seems that you are fine." Yu Jia turned around and looked around, and found that the two were in a mountain stream, next to a raging rapids. "Captain, where are we?" Yu Jia held back the discomfort in her chest and covered her heart with her hand. "Where is Li Yuanyuan? Where is the masked man in black? And where is Tai Dan?" Lin Gongxuan was soaked. His hair was messy, and the hair stuck to his face, weakening his resolute face. He sat beside Yu Jia in embarrassment and breathed a sigh of relief. We fell off the cliff and followed the river to this place. We don't know where we are now. What? Yu Jia pulled at her equally messy hair, looking shocked. What the hell is going on? Why is my brain like paste? Lin Gongxuan glanced at her and snorted coldly. It's all your fault. I saw you jumping off the cliff while I was killing the enemy. Just jump off the cliff. But you insisted on pulling me down with you. If I didn't know, I would think you liked me. Yu Jia rolled up her wet cuffs, which had a few purple marks on them. If she hadn't used a lot of force, how could it be this color? Then did the captain see who pulled my arm? Lin Gongxuan coughed a few times, and a faint anger appeared on his face. Is this the time to talk about this? He calmed down and continued. After you pulled me off the cliff, we followed this river and came here. Yu Jia pulled up her sleeves and thought of the masked man in black. And she was so angry that her teeth itched. It must be that the smoke can make people fall into illusions. I was fooled by them. It's really hateful. I heard that there is a kind of hallucinogen that can make people see the person they want to see the most. You? Lin Gongxuan calmed down and continued. Who did you see at that time? Yu Jia looked up at the still scorching sun and said nothing. Tiadonner was a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't get over. If she hadn't made a move to anger Dongda, would Tiadonner still be alive and well and call her Urju brother now? With endless suffering in his heart. Who could have expected what would happen later? Seeing Yu Jia's painful face, Lin Gongxuan denied what he thought. At first, he thought that Yu Jia saw Go Sheng in the illusion. But Lin Urju in front of him did not look like a lover. Lin Urju. Yu Jia turned and raised her eyebrows to look at Lin Gongxuan. Who did you see? Lin Gongxuan had some expectations in his heart, but was afraid that this expectation would be disappointed. So he pulled his sleeves nervously. Yu Jia smiled bitterly. He is no longer in the world. When Lin Gongxuan heard this, he almost jumped up on the spot, and he clenched his fist to his lips to hide his smile. He must be a very important person to you. The weight he holds in your heart is not comparable to others. Right? The person in Lin Urju's fantasy world was more important than him and Go Sheng. So he felt much more balanced. Yu Jia nodded, watching the rushing water hitting the river bank. Her nose sour and her throat choked. He was a soldier I met when I first entered the Jizhou military camp. Yu Jia's vision blurred. She sniffed and sighed softly. He said he hadn't eaten me for 2 years, so he ate the chicken leg clean. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have eaten the chicken bones. At this point, she laughed again. As a result, the tears in her eyes slid down her cheeks. Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia's ruddy face emitting soft light under the sunlight, her tears crystal clear, and the infinite sadness in her eyes, which made him want to hold her in his arms to comfort her. He suppressed the impulse in his heart and cleared his throat. It's quite funny, Yu Jia continued, because this chicken leg angered the tyrant in the army. I was angry and killed him. She closed her eyes in pain and trembled all over. I killed Tidaner. It was the first time that Lin Gongxuan saw Lin Urju so fragile. At this moment, she seemed like a piece of glass. Beautiful and fragile. Lin Urju. Why do you think so? This kind of thing is inevitable in the army. If you don't toughen up, you will not be able to toughen up again if you soften this time. But, Yu Jia looked at Lin Gongxuan with tears in her eyes. But in that case, Taidan may still have a life. Lin Gongxuan snorted coldly. The tyrant you are talking about is Dongda. Right? That bastard. Do you think he will let you go after getting the upper hand? The cold air in Lin Gongxuan's eyes was so breathtaking that Yu Jia's heart was actually torn open. Really? Captain, are you telling the truth? Yu Jia childishly grabbed Lin Gongxuan's wrist. Captain, Taidan won't blame me now. Right? TSK. Lin Gongxuan pulled Yu Jia's hand away with a smile. You have a fever. Right? As he said that, he exaggeratedly reached out to touch Yu Jia's forehead. It was not a big deal to touch it. But he really had a fever. Lin Gongxuan hurriedly compared his forehead with his own. Sure enough, he had a fever. No wonder Lin Urju's face was so red. Lin Urju, you have a fever. Ah? Yu Jia touched her forehead belatedly. No wonder she felt more and more dizzy. This was a problem. They didn't know where they were. And Yu Jia had a fever. One of them could kill her. Lin Gongxuan quickly carried Yu Jia on his back, ignoring her struggle. Don't move. We have to change into clean clothes and find a doctor for you. Oh! Yu Jia resigned herself to lying on Lin Gongxuan's back. She didn't forget to pick up the knife at hand. She had been holding the knife tightly in her hand since she fell off the cliff. This was the thing she depended on for survival. Who would dare to hurt her with it? Lin Gongxuan didn't know how far he had walked with Yu Jia on his back, and his feet were already covered with blisters. But he didn't care about these things. He just wanted to find a family in this barren forest. God will not let down those who work hard. And finally saw a wisp of smoke in front of him, which means there is a family. Lin Gongxuan quickened his pace and quickly came to the door of this family, freeing his right hand to vigorously slap the somewhat worn door panel. Out of caution, he did not speak rashly. Who is it? Lin Gongxuan heard the sound in the yard, and the alarm bell rang loudly. Uyghurs. Chapter 173. What will be the reward for handing them over to the Nanman army? The Uyghurs have always been on good terms with the Nanmans, and the two men were wearing clothes from the Great Zhou dynasty, so they couldn't be discovered. But it was too late to turn around at this time, and the door in front of them opened from the inside with a creak. The one who opened the door was an elderly woman with a kind look. She looked up and down at the clothes of the two men, and looked at them with some scrutiny. Lin Gongxuan had a flattering look on his face, saying "ah" in his mouth, and turned around to let the old woman look at Yu Jia on his back. Lin Gongxuan could understand the Uyghur language, but he couldn't speak it, so he could only pretend to be dumb. Seeing the old woman's alert face, Lin Gongxuan had to put Yu Jia on the ground. He straightened his embarrassed clothes and bowed. Then she gestured that the two were refugees, fleeing from the disaster. Are you southern barbarians? Lin Gongxuan didn't know why the old woman asked this, but he had no choice but to nod. Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Old woman, who is knocking on the door? The old woman turned her head and shouted into the house. Old man, these are two southern barbarians. Lin Gongxuan's heart was pounding, and he looked up at the old woman. At this time, the old woman had a relieved smile on her face. Although you are wearing the clothes of the Great Zhou, that girl is holding a southern barbarian scimitar. The old woman was a little proud when she said this. She was still quite knowledgeable. Why can't the people of the Zhou use scimitars? The old man came over and was about to drive the two away. The old woman stopped him. If they were from the Zhou, they would hate the Nanman so much. Why would they use the Nanman scimitars? The old man paused, and there was some truth in it. Lin Gongxuan hurriedly struck while the iron was hot, and gestured with his hands that they were Nanman, servants who escaped from a Nanman family. Because they wanted to avoid the pursuit of the master's family, they changed into the clothes of the Zhou. While gesturing like this, Lin Gongxuan was afraid that the two would retreat. So he took off the jade pendant from his waist and handed it to the old woman, and then pointed to Yu Jia on the ground. This time, they could finally enter the door. The old woman led the two into the house and asked them to change into clean clothes. Yu Jia's clothes belonged to the old woman, and although they were a little short, it didn't matter. But Lin Gongxuan was tall, and he looked out of place in the old man's clothes. He pulled the sleeves that only reached his elbows, looking awkward. When Lin Erju woke up and saw himself dressed like this, he wondered how he would laugh at himself. The old woman boiled herbs in the yard, and soon the smell of medicine filled the air. Lin Gongxuan was a little suspicious, and he gestured to ask the old woman if these medicines would work. The old woman wiped the sweat off her face. Don't worry, young man. I will give you a lively sister. Lin Gongxuan looked around, and in this desolate mountain, he could only try his best. Fortunately, this herb really worked. Yu Jia woke up in less than an hour after drinking the medicine. Seeing her looking around the room, Lin Gongxuan winked at her. Yu Jia looked at her clothes, and then at Lin Gongxuan's clothes. She had seen similar styles on the ship where the Nanman fled back to the Zhou. Lin Gongxuan gestured to hold her hand, and Yu Jia understood instantly. The Uyghurs and the Nanman had a great relationship. If the old couple knew that they were from the Zhou, it would be terrible. She didn't know any Uyghur language, so she just pretended to be dumb and said "aba aba." Lin Gongxuan's hand trembled, and Yu Jia's hand also trembled. Yu Jia saw speechless in Lin Gongxuan's eyes. Isn't that what people who pretend to be dumb say? The old lady was relieved to see the two of them being so loving. Your husband has done a lot for you. Lin Gongxuan's ears quickly turned red, and he told the old lady that they were husband and wife. It was because the young master of the mansion took a fancy to Yu Jia and wanted to take her as a concubine that the two of them escaped. As for the fact that both of them were dumb, the old lady did not suspect it. Which wealthy family doesn't have secrets? Mute people are the easiest to keep secrets. The two rested at the old couple's place for an afternoon, ready to leave tomorrow morning. Yu Jia pulled the corner of her lips, looked at Lin Gongxuan, and made plans secretly. If she returns to the grade show, she will definitely pay for Lin Gongxuan to buy a set of suitable clothes. In the evening, the couple had become familiar with each other. The old woman said that her son was 102 miles away and would not come to her house unless there was something important. Yu Jia began to yearn for this kind of pastoral life. When she leaves the military camp, she will also find such a quiet courtyard to concentrate on writing her storybook. Isn't it wonderful? But there is no coincidence in this world. While the couple were having dinner, the old couple's son, who had not visited them for more than a month, knocked on the door today and shouted, "Old man, open the door for me." The old woman was so frightened that her chopsticks fell to the ground. She hurriedly got up and greeted the two. "Child, hide quickly. If that rebellious son sees you, who knows what kind of trouble will happen?" Although the two were impatient, they didn't say much and hid behind the thin door. At this time, the old man trembled and walked out of the door. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a cursing voice. "Old man, get out of here. I asked you to open the door, and you are still so slow. What's the use of you?" The man was burly, and his steps shook the earth. After entering the house, he threw the wild boar in his hand to the ground. "Deal with this wild boar tonight, and I will go out and sell it tomorrow." Yu Jia tried her best to shrink her body. She didn't understand the Uyghur language, but she could hear the bad intentions from the rough voice. The space behind the door was narrow, and Yu Jia huddled in discomfort. She didn't dare to move much, so she had to lock her head under Lin Gongxuan's jaw as much as possible. The hot air from her nose hit Lin Gongxuan's neck again and again, like a kitten scratching him again and again. His Adam's apple rolled, and he didn't even know that someone had started fighting outside. Suddenly, the heat on her neck disappeared, and Yu Jia stood up and ran out. "Stop!" Lin Gongxuan followed closely behind, and saw a burly man grabbing the old woman's hair and fanning her face with his hands. Yu Jia flew over and kicked the man out, taking advantage of his stunned state to kill him. "No!" The old woman spoke miserably. Yu Jia was stunned, and the man stood up. The man looked at Yu Jia with a ferocious face, and then looked at Lin Gongxuan beside the old woman. "Who are you?" Yu Jia secretly said that it was bad, and in a hurry. She spoke. "They are just refugees staying here. Just let them go." The old man was heartbroken, afraid that if he was not satisfied, he would make his son crazy again. "Refugees?" The man grinned. "Who are you kidding? They are servants who escaped from the Nam man. All poor people." The old woman wanted to stop the man, but the man didn't care. "Escaped slaves? How can escaped slaves have such skills? Besides, escaped slaves should be like escaped slaves. In my opinion, these two people are deserters." The greed in the man's eyes was gone in an instant. "I wonder what reward I will get if I hand them over to the Namman military camp." Chapter 174 Return. Lin Gongxuan was full of murderous intent, and he could not stay any longer. The old woman beside him felt the murderous aura. "What do you want to do?" As they could not communicate in the same language, Lin Gongxuan gestured. "We two don't want to cause any trouble. We will leave early tomorrow morning. It won't affect you." Yu Jia could not understand the Uyghur language, but Lin Gongxuan heard clearly what the man said when he beat the old woman. "There are 2 more sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. Who is here? Do you have any silver?" In other words, the man in front of him had already seen the money and wanted to exchange the two for money. Seeing that the truth was exposed, Yu Jia no longer pretended to be dumb and asked Lin Gongxuan, "What happened? Did I act impulsively again?" Yu Jia felt guilty. If she hadn't been worried about the old lady getting hurt and came out from the inner room, would the man have let it go? Lin Gongxuan shook his head. "He saw our bowls and chopsticks when he came in just now. Even if you didn't go out, he would have come." Yu Jia's heart was at peace now, and she didn't make things worse. The old lady tried her best to persuade the man and wanted to go forward to pull him, but the man slapped her to the ground and she screamed. "Old lady, how are you?" The old man staggered and helped the old lady up. The two old people supported each other, breathing heavily, looking at the two men. They were already used to the man's punches and kicks. "You are unworthy of being a son." Yu Jia's hand reached for her waist out of habit, but she had changed her clothes and the knife was not on her. Seeing her action, the man was completely furious. "Do you still want to resist? Don't you even ask about my name?" I advise you to surrender. Otherwise I will teach you a lesson. What did he say? This idiot? Yu Jia was a little anxious. Looking at the man's appearance, she knew that he could not spit out any ivory from his mouth. He said that you two are so good at fighting. You really look like a couple. Lin Gongxuan said this sentence for some reason, and both of them were stunned for a moment. Lin Gongxuan, it's already this late, and you still have the heart to talk about love? Yu Jia was furious and scolded him by name. How dare you call me by my name? Do you know that only brothers and sisters, and husbands, and wives can call each other by their names? Looking at Lin Gongxuan's serious look, Yu Jia was mad. Still coming? Hey. What are you two talking about? The man was very impatient, and the two ignored him. Yu Jia, in the mood of recovering from a serious illness, actually sat on the wooden bench. You go ahead. I'll take a break. Seeing that Yu Jia was really tired, Lin Gongxuan didn't say much, and subdued the man and knocked him out in a few moves. Old man, please help me find a rope. The old woman didn't understand what he meant, but the old man understood his actions. Then he turned and went to the room. After tying the man to the stool, the few people started to eat in this weird atmosphere. The two stopped pretending, and the old couple trembled a little when they thought of their son's words. Old man, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. We will leave early tomorrow morning. Lin Gongxuan took out a ring from his sleeve. Old man, the wound on your face needs to be treated. These are the medical fees. After all, it was because of the arrival of the two that the old couple suffered this misfortune. So naturally they had to express their gratitude. No. The old man evaded. We are used to it. Lin Gongxuan was not shocked. The performance of Fang and the others had already shown it. Yu Jia quietly asked Lin Gongxuan what he meant, and after knowing it, he raised his voice. How can you get used to it? You are often beaten? Seeing the confusion on the faces of the old couple, Yu Jia pushed the back of Lin Gongxuan's hand. You translate quickly. You gesture quickly. Lin Gongxuan felt the warm and soft touch on the back of his hand. Numb, like ants crawling from the back of his hand to his heart. He was eager to move, but suddenly, he felt a little unsatisfied, seeing that he was in a daze again. Yu Jia urged him to hurry up. After Lin Gongxuan finished gesturing, he covered the soft spot with his other hand, as if this way, she could be closer to Lin Erju. The silence of the old couple made Yu Jia sad. Raising a son is a way to prepare for old age, but the son they raised became a threat to their lives. She looked at Lin Gongxuan with a complicated expression, and Lin Gongxuan shook his head at her. That's right. They can't make a decision for the old couple. Lin Gongxuan used 90% of his strength that time. If he wasn't afraid of cutting the man's neck, he could use 100% of his strength. The man didn't wake up until the two set off. After saying goodbye to the old couple, the two set off and walked for about an hour. Sitting under a tree to rest for a while, the two sat on the ground. Both remained silent. Yu Jia pursed her lips and finally made up her mind. Captain, I'm afraid. Lin Gongxuan looked at her, and there was also worry in his eyes, which made Yu Jia feel a little relieved. Captain, you are also worried about the two elders, right? Lin Gongxuan remained silent and did not speak. Yu Jia became cautious at this time. They had walked so far, and they would be strangers in the future. The fate of strangers has a certain destiny, just like the old couple who have been beaten and scolded by their son for a long time. Didn't they think of resisting? No matter. We can't control it. This is their choice. Even so, Yu Jia was still worried. She looked at the forest in front of her with a sad and helpless face, as if this could divert her attention. Then let's go back and take a look, Lin Gongxuan said in a deep voice. His voice was hoarse, as if he had made a great determination. Really? Yu Jia was instantly happy. Captain, do you mean we should go back and see the old man now? Looking at the girl with a smile like a flower, Lin Gongxuan was also greatly infected and smiled softly. Yu Jia pursed her lips and looked at Lin Gongxuan with bright eyes. She felt as if something was taking root in her heart and wanted to break out of the ground. What are you staring at? Suddenly, she was pulled back to reality by the slap on her head. She was discouraged and put her hands on her head to rub it. She was really a person who didn't understand romance. After deciding, the two returned to the forest. However, as soon as the two approached the courtyard, they found an unusual smell. As a soldier, He was extremely sensitive to danger, and this was a life-threatening danger. Sure enough, when the two entered the courtyard, the door closed behind them. At this time, a dozen burly men appeared in the house. One of them was shirtless and covered with scars and laughed. Sure enough, you didn't lie to us. There really is a delicate young lady here. Yu Jia looked at the few people and realized that the young lady was talking about her. No wonder. She was still wearing the clothes of an old woman, and her hair was tied into a low ponytail. No matter how you look at it, she is dressed like a woman. Suddenly, Yu Jia's eyes were filled with coldness. What did you do to the two old people? The man in front of him was a little confused because they still couldn't communicate in the same language. However, Yu Jia didn't need to ask any more questions at this time. The old man's son dragged the bodies of the two people out of the house. The two old people were in disheveled clothes, with irregular scars all over their bodies. It seemed that they had fought hard. Since they could fight against their own son, it means that they finally figured it out. Yu Jia moved his hands and feet, slowly pulled out the knife from his side, and prepared to attack. I was right. I knew they would come back. The old man's son smiled proudly at the few people, and kicked the old woman on the ground again. You old man, I have wanted to end your lives for a long time. Chapter 175, Untie the Knot. Thinking of the old couple who were still talking to the two in the morning, now lying on the ground motionless. Yu Jia's eyes were bloodshot. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she questioned the man in a harsh voice. You killed them? They are your parents who gave birth to you and raised you. How could you do that? After Yu Jia finished speaking, the man opposite remained indifferent. He didn't understand what Yu Jia said, but he knew that her expression was fierce, and he knew that what she said was not good. The leading man became impatient. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and take this young lady back to the village, and it will be considered a job. Then he glanced at the man. After solving the two old people, you could enter the village smoothly. Yu Jia listened to their chattering and had a severe headache. Seeing this, Lin Dongxuan signaled her to take action. Yu Jia took the lead in swinging her knife at the man. I'll use you as a sacrifice first. The man had been active in the mountains for many years, and dodged Yu Jia's long knife with agility. You little bastard. You're quite agile. Yu Jia became serious, swung the long knife in her hand, and chopped at the man again. No matter how agile he was, how could he compare with Yu Jia's well-trained skills? In just 2 moves, the man was chopped on the back, and he screamed in pain. Yu Jia freed up one hand to clean his ears. And by the way, he killed another person, and then took the man's life directly. You're so noisy even in a fight. Then the two of them joined forces and beat everyone to a pulp. The leading man saw that the situation was not right and wanted to retreat. Lin Dongxuan knocked him away with a punch. You want to run? It's too late. A total of 11 people. Not a single one left alive. All killed. Afterwards, Yu Jia and Lin Dongxuan buried the old couple in the forest behind the yard, as a way to collect the bodies of the two. Alas! Yu Jia sighed softly. Lin Dongxuan sneered and crossed his arms. What's the matter? Are you feeling guilty again? Yu Jia raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Captain? Are you thinking that if we hadn't come here to stay overnight, the old man wouldn't have died here? Yu Jia didn't say anything, and it was obvious that Lin Dongxuan had touched her heart. Lin Erju, what's wrong with you? Lin Dongxuan stepped forward and looked down at the pale Lin Erju in front of him. Do you think that others can't live without you? I don't. Yu Jia raised her head and retorted. What does this have to do with that? What does it have to do with her guilt? Lin Erju, without you, the old couple would still die. Lin Dongxuan was not wrong. If the two were not here this time, the old couple would still be killed by their son. Looking at Yu Jia's puzzled face, Lin Dongxuan said in a deep voice. Just now their leader was still blaming the old man's son for not taking action in advance. That is to say, this time their son came back to kill them. Yu Jia looked at the crooked handwriting on the wooden board that served as the tombstone, and said softly with some disbelief, Really? They are really not to blame for this? Lin Dongxuan continued, Look at the scars on their bodies, and you will know that they are ready to resist. So, we are just passers-by. Just like the Tian'er incident. You and I are just passers-by in their lives, and their fate has been written by the god of destiny. So that's it. Yu Jia's heart slowly pulled out a green branch, and there seemed to be some pink buds on it. In a trance, it seemed as if a simple and honest figure was saying goodbye to her. Tidaner grinned with a big white tooth and waved his hand vigorously. Brother Urju. Goodbye. You have to be well. Yujia's vision blurred. You have to be well too. Suddenly, the eyes went black and she fainted. Yujia's fever did not subside. She had been tossing and turning this morning, and her whole heart was on the edge. At this moment, her heart suddenly relaxed and she felt relieved. When Yujia woke up again, the kerosene lamp was already lit in the room. She looked around and knew that the two had returned to the yard. Captain? Captain? There was no sign of Lin Gongxuan in the room. Yujia called him softly, but there was no response. Where did you go? Given Lin Gongxuan's skills, Yujia was not worried about his safety. Yujia rubbed her dizzy head. She was sick like a mountain. She rarely got sick in the military camp before, but this time it was a bit fierce. She opened the quilt and was about to get out of bed, but Lin Gongxuan, who had returned to the room, stopped her. Lie down on the bed and rest for a while. Lin Gongxuan put the coarse porcelain bowl in his hand on the wooden table and slapped it on his body. At this time, Lin Gongxuan had changed his clothes, which were taken from those 10 people. How can you be so particular when you are out? Yujia obediently lay back on the bed. Captain, we have to leave quickly. I'm afraid their accomplices will find us. Lin Gongxuan learned from those people that there was a stronghold nearby. Let's burn their accomplices. They can't see these people, so they will definitely come back to find them. What if they come back to this small courtyard at that time? Lin Gongxuan picked up the coarse porcelain bowl on the table and walked towards Yujia. Don't worry about taking care of your health. I have my own way. What do you have? The other side has a large number of people in power. How can we fight against them with just the two of us? Yujia's eyes were round, and her black and white eyes stared straight at Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw her like this. It seems that if he doesn't say anything, Yujia will not give up. When marching and fighting, we use the deployment of troops. Do you know what kind of formations are there in the formations? Lin Gongxuan handed the medicine bowl in his hand to Yujia. Drink it. It's not hot. Yujia took the bowl and asked in confusion. What does this have to do with marching and fighting? And those formations? Lin Gongxuan rolled his eyes at her unhappily. You are a smart little girl on weekdays. Why is your mind not spinning at this time? Yujia drank a mouthful of the medicine and grimaced because of the bitterness. I have a fever, so of course my mind is not spinning. Not only is it not spinning, but when I fell into the water entered my head and turned it into a paste. The soft and thin voice is completely different from the usual rough voice. Lin Gongxuan's heart softened, and his voice softened unconsciously. Well, then don't go around in circles. I'll set up a formation outside the yard to ensure that they can't get in. Yujia was suddenly choked by the medicine in her mouth, and she coughed violently. Look at you. Why are you so careless? Lin Gongxuan hurriedly wiped the medicine stains on Yujia's lips with his sleeves, and the girl's rosy lips exuded an attractive luster like cherries. Yujia obviously didn't realize that Lin Gongxuan was staring at her lips in a daze. She only felt that Lin Gongxuan's image suddenly became taller in her heart. Captain, do you mean that those people can't get in front of the yard? Isn't this the formation you often see in martial arts movies? Martial arts movies? Yujia realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he changed the subject. Captain, you are so amazing. Taking advantage of the dim light, Yujia looked up at Lin Gongxuan, and then he remembered that the general in front of him was also a general who became famous at a young age. Chapter 176 Quietly Sprouting. Yujia's prediction was correct. Someone came to the yard that night. However, this situation was just as Lin Gongxuan expected. They kept circling around the yard. Yujia felt incredible and dragged his sick body to the gate of the yard to observe the situation of several people. The people in front of him held torches and looked surprised. It's really weird. A sturdy man with a beard shouted at the top of his voice. It's obviously nearby. How can I not find the yard? Another short man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks approached him with a flattering look on his face. Fatty, I say we should go back. I'm afraid there is something strange here. As soon as he finished speaking, the little man was slapped in the face. Fuck you. Say it again. Believe it or not, I will cut you. The fat man looked at the little man fiercely, with a face full of impatience. Fat man, don't be impatient. The little man covered his face with grievance and continued. Isn't it that I am afraid that we will encounter a ghost wall? Ghost wall? Another burly man with tendons took over the conversation. How could we encounter this thing? We haven't done anything to harm the world. Big man. What nonsense are you talking about? We are bandits. How many things have we done to harm the world? The other two people glanced at him. And the big man shut his mouth. Yu-Jia tried his best to hold back his laughter. But he was still willing to let it out. Then we are stuck in a trap. What should we do? Let's get out of here. The little guy slapped the big guy on the shoulder. But he didn't feel satisfied. So he pulled him down and slapped him on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? It's all your bad mouth that caused the trouble. Why would the boss let you come down with us? The big guy screamed in pain, which made Fatty impatient. You two shut up. The big guy and the little guy stopped talking. And Fatty looked at the forest in front of him. Feeling timid. He felt that what the big guy said made sense. But he didn't want to lose face in front of the two. It's getting late today. We can come again tomorrow morning. The other two were so happy that they turned around and left. Yu-Jia looked at the small packages on the three people and fell into deep thought. She turned her head to look at Lin Gongxuan and found that he was also looking at the three people thoughtfully. The old couple didn't have any food in their home. And after today, they were almost out of food. If they got the dry food from the three of them, they would be able to get out of the forest. The two looked at each other and understood each other. Yu-Jia quickly pinched her lips and said, "Stop." The voice was actually an old man's. The three were frightened and asked who it was. The big man even knelt on the ground. Yu-Jia learned this from Lao Ding and Yu Jiaying. Lao Ding is good at ventriloquism. It took her a long time to learn it. If the three of them had carefully distinguished, they would have doubted it. But at the moment, the three of them were frightened by the fear in their hearts and lost their composure. I am the mountain god here. What is your purpose for trespassing here? The fat man and the little man stumbled and knelt on the ground. Cowed out continuously. Grandpa Mountain God, spare us. We are just passing by and did not mean to offend you. Please forgive us. Yu-Jia felt dizzy for a while. And Lin Gongxuan quickly supported her. She continued, since you are just passing by, you can leave your belongings behind. Shouting like this was very exhausting. So Yu-Jia had to make a quick decision. If not, you will leave your lives here to accompany this mountain god. Several people were so scared that they quickly untied their packages and put their hands on the ground. Mountain god, please accept it. Get out. The three of them got up from the ground and ran forward quickly. Finally they left. Yu-Jia was completely relieved and fell into Lin Gongxuan's arms. Lin Erju, what's wrong with you? Yu-Jia frowned. And her stomach felt like a knife was stirring. My stomach hurts. No longer caring about anything else. Lin Gongxuan carried Yu-Jia into the house and put her on the bed. Looking at Yu-Jia, who looked pale, Lin Gongxuan was extremely anxious. What's wrong? Isn't it a headache? Why is your stomach aching again? Yu-Jia didn't know what was wrong. This afternoon, her stomach started to ache slightly. Her heart was tightly gripped. If she got sick again at this time, she would lose her life if she wasn't careful. Her intestines were rolling at this moment, as if someone was hitting her stomach with a heavy hammer. In a flash, Yu-Jia's mind became clear. Why is this feeling so familiar? It's like menstruation in the previous life. Yu-Jia's heart seemed to be loosened, and she breathed a sigh of relief. In this body, she is 17 years old this year. If she didn't have her period in modern times, it would definitely be a problem with her body. But in this era, with lack of food and clothing, and she was training with weights all day, there would definitely be some delay. Captain, I'm fine. Well, you go and rest. Yu-Jia didn't know how to explain this to Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan frowned. You are in this state. How can I still rest? A warm current flowed through the branches in her heart, and the pink buds grew bigger. Yu-Jia couldn't help but grin. Captain, I know why this happened. Why? Lin Gongxuan continued to ask. And now he became impatient. He rarely saw Lin Erju being so fussy and hesitant. It's coming, it's my period. Boom. The heat of lava spread from Lin Gongxuan's face, and he immediately blushed. Ahem. Lin Gongxuan hurriedly stood up. Well, I'll go see what's in the package the three of them left at the door. There must be some food. He glanced at Yu-Jia and said to himself, there must be some food. Then he imitated Yu-Jia's tone. Who's a good person who doesn't prepare some food when he goes out? After saying that, he walked out of the house in embarrassment. Yu-Jia looked at Lin Gongxuan, who was clumsy, bit her lips, and put her hands on her lower abdomen. What a fool! As expected by Yujia, she had her period. It was just the first time, so the amount was a little small. She found some clean cloth in the room, and took apart the old woman's cotton-padded jacket to make a simple menstrual belt. Lin Gongxuan only told her that there was food in the package at night, and then went to the outer room. Yujia lay on the bed, tossing and turning in pain and unable to sleep. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Yujia wiped the cold sweat from her head and spoke weakly. "Captain? Lin Erju. Are you asleep?" Lin Gongxuan coughed again. I found a hot water bottle on the table. Do you want to use it?" Lin Gongxuan remembered that his mother at home sometimes put a hot water bottle on her belly, which should be useful for Lin Erju. "Right." Yujia's lips twitched. In the middle of summer, she found a hot water bottle used in winter on the table. It was really difficult for Lin Gongxuan to find such a reason. "Captain, please put it on the table and I'll get it." Chapter 177. Let's go. Yujia felt much better after having a hot water bottle in the evening. The next morning, although her stomach still hurt a little, she felt much better. "Captain, let's leave as soon as possible." Breakfast was a thin millet porridge with 3 dates floating on it. Lin Gongxuan tore the chicken leg in front of him and handed it to Yujia. "Let's continue our journey in the afternoon." Yujia stared at the chicken leg in her hand in amazement. "Captain, did you go hunting so early in the morning?" Lin Gongxuan rolled his eyes at her unhappily. "If I don't go hunting, do I count on you?" As she said this, Yujia took a big bite of the chicken leg, which was really delicious. "Let's continue our journey in the afternoon. What if they come again? I'll take care of you. You take a good rest." Lin Gongxuan ignored Yujia and lowered his head to drink the porridge. Although this was indeed dangerous, Yujia couldn't help but raise her lips. "Captain, is the formation you set up equally powerful during the day?" Lin Gongxuan nodded. "Can you teach me?" Lin Gongxuan raised his eyes and looked at Yujia impatiently. "Why are you wasting your words? Eat quickly." "Tsk." Yujia rolled her eyes at him and continued to eat. After the two finished their meal, Lin Gongxuan told Yujia to take a good rest, and he was going out for a while. Seeing Lin Gongxuan's impatient face, Yujia lost interest in asking him. In fact, her current physical condition was indeed not suitable for traveling. If the two of them met this group of bandits on the way, they might have to die here. We can only stay the same in the face of change. After Lin Gongxuan went out, he began to check the formation he had set up yesterday. The formation he hastily set up yesterday could only deceive those people at night. If he wanted to stop the people during the day, he needed to strengthen it. He moved the stones and placed them on the side of the road. He looked at the effect and patted the dust on his hands with satisfaction. As long as they didn't meet an expert in formation, there would be no danger. However, he couldn't take it lightly. Lin Gongxuan decided to guard this fork in the road and take action in advance when necessary. Fortunately, there was no movement after a morning. Lin Gongxuan glanced at the sun. It was already noon. He had to go hunt for food. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard a barely perceptible movement. Something was happening. Lin Gongxuan quickly lay on the ground with his ears close to the ground. The more he listened, the heavier his face became. There were many people coming. Lin Gongxuan picked a leaf from the tree, folded it in half, and then put it to his lips and blew it. He learned this formation from a Taoist master during his busy battle with the Nam Man. This master was proficient in music and rhythm formations. He once taught that music and rhythm could assist formations. Unfortunately, time was in a hurry at that time, and Lin Gongxuan only learned a rough pitch. At this time, he could only try his best. The melodious and gentle tune sounded, and everyone became even more confused. Just now, we could still see the path leading to the courtyard. But why did it disappear now? The big man's legs trembled, and he was sweating profusely. "Third boss? Let's go back. This is too weird. Even weirder than yesterday." "Shut up." The third boss scolded him lightly, and turned to look at the forest in front of him. "This is really weird. How could it disappear?" He walked forward a few steps, and met Lin Gongxuan's eyes. "Is it really a ghost wall?" Lin Gongxuan kept moving. His posture was upright. He wanted to buy some rest time for Lin Erju. When my mother had her period at home, my father would let her rest well. During those days, Dad was doing all the housework at home, and he didn't allow them to get close to Mom. He was a man, and he had to protect women at critical moments. Besides, it was the woman he loved. Third boss? Our military advisor knows some Chiman Duinjia. Why don't we ask him to come over? The third boss' eyes lit up, and he turned around and said, Okay. The military advisor is knowledgeable, and must know what's going on. Lin Gongxuan's movements paused for a moment, and then returned to normal. The soldier next to the third boss covered his mouth with horror. He just saw a tall and strong man standing not far away. He disappeared in just a moment. Could it be a ghost? Seeing everyone disappearing in front of him, Lin Gongxuan put down his hands and sat on a stone beside him in exhaustion. He stroked Yu Jia's long sword with his hand. This was the sword Yu Jia gave him for self-defense before he left. Estimating the time for the bandits to leave and come back was enough for the two to leave this place. When Lin Gongxuan returned to the yard, Yu Jia had already prepared lunch. The roast chicken in the morning, plus a few baked pancakes. The pancakes were taken from the 3 people yesterday. Captain, you are back. Wash your hands and eat. Lin Gongxuan was stunned in place. The scene in front of him made him dazed for a moment, as if he had returned home. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan was still in a daze, Yu Jia raised her eyebrows. Captain? Oh! Hurry up and eat, and then get on with your journey. Lin Gongxuan walked to the well and splashed the water in the basin on his face. He had to wake up. There was plenty of time for dinner, and the two chatted casually. Compared with yesterday, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. After dinner, the two packed up and walked out of the yard with their packages. Looking at the yard behind him, Yu Jia was still a little reluctant. Captain, do you think we still have a chance to come back? Before Lin Gongxuan answered, Yu Jia shook his head and muttered to himself. How can we come back again? In fact, these 2 days, which seemed dangerous, were the most comfortable days for Yu Jia since she crossed over. Lin Gongxuan turned his head and looked at Yu Jia, who was reluctant to leave, with his eyes moving slightly. Do you like it here? Yu Jia didn't even think about it. Yeah, I like it a lot. Captain, you know I have liked a pastoral life since I was a child. Yu Jia almost blurted out that she liked to read farming novels. Thinking of this, Yu Jia was happy. I think I like a life of working from sunrise to sunset. I also like to grow some flowers, plants and vegetables, and I feel very relaxed. Lin Gongxuan thought about his childhood life. At that time, he liked to play with Lu Nyang in the fields, while his parents, elder brother and second brother worked in the fields. If he leaves the military camp and takes Lin Erju back to his hometown to have a few children in the future, how happy they will be when the two of them work in the fields and the children play in the fields. How many children should he have? He must have more sons. Lin Gongxuan is strong and healthy. If he doesn't have more sons, the villagers will look down on him. He must have a daughter too. If he has a plump and lovely daughter like Lin Erju, who calls him daddy sweetly, he will give his life for it. Thinking of this, Lin Gongxuan chuckled. Captain, what are you laughing at? Yu Jia looked up at Lin Gongxuan. Why is this man getting weirder and weirder? He always stares blankly and smiles foolishly. Nothing. I was thinking that I might also like the pastoral life you mentioned. Isn't it? Yu Jia was still very happy that someone agreed with her point of view. Chapter 178. Get the news. Your Highness, we didn't find any trace of Lin Due and Lin Erju this time. Li Chong bowed his hands and saw that Li Yanxiao didn't react. He understood and quietly stepped aside. The atmosphere in the tent was like the calm before the storm. Dreary and terrible. Search again. Expand the scope. And find them. Alive or dead. Li Chang's eyelids twitched, and he took the order to go out again. When the tent was quiet, Li Yanxiao pinched his eyebrows and closed his eyes. In recent days, news has been coming in one after another, and he has been hopeful every time. But he is disappointed in the end. Li Yanqing and Li Yuanyuan were sent back to the capital by him yesterday. But there is still no news about Lin Gongxuan and Lin Erju. Gongxuan, where did you go? Ayan was also worried. She didn't expect that this action didn't hurt Li Yuanyuan at all, but hurt Lin Erju. She was in a state of panic these days, and made many mistakes while working. So Xiao Wu asked her to rest. Ayan came to the river, looked at the sparkling river, and felt infinite melancholy in her heart. Maybe Erju was right. She was wrong. Revenge is revenge. How can you involve other people's lives in it? Li Daxuan came to ask about Li Yanjia's situation frequently these 2 days, but she couldn't find out. She didn't have a close relationship with Li Yanxiao, and if she wanted to know any news, she could only get it from Li Chong. Erju, you must be well. Otherwise, I will have a guilty conscience for the rest of my life. Ayan, what are you mumbling about? Ayan hurriedly wiped the tears from her cheeks and turned around. A Cheng. It's you? When Li Chong heard Ayan calling him a Cheng, he shuddered uncomfortably. Their relationship is not that close. Right? Where did you go? Ayan didn't notice Li Chang's awkward look and continued to ask. Oh, I went out to do something. You don't need to ask to know that it's still about Lin Erju and Lin Gongxuan. Ayan nodded. Still no news about Erju? Li Chong remained silent, which was considered as tacitly agreeing with Ayan's question. A Cheng, you've worked hard these days. You must find Erju. Needless to say, Li Chong patted his chest. Erju is my good brother. I will do my best, and will not give up until I find her. But then again, there has been no sign of Erju in the past few days. It is very likely that Erju is still alive. Ayan's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Li Chong was a little proud and straightened his chest. He didn't expect that one day he would be so proud in front of this woman. Erju is such a smart and clever person. How can she surrender? They were thrown off the cliff. There must be other people chasing them. Ayan disagreed with this statement. Ayan knew that the target of this assassination was not the two of them. Li Chong said to himself, the other party wants to cut off the left and right arms of the prince. And it will definitely take a lot of effort. There is no news about Erju at this time, which means that they may still be alive. Seeing Ayan silent and thoughtful, Li Chong felt a little uneasy. I don't know if Ayan listened to these words of mine. Suddenly, Ayan squinted her eyes and smiled. She looked up at Li Chong. Li Chong saw her smile, and his organs all over his body clamored. This woman started again. As expected, Ayan said with a smile. A Cheng has been working hard these days, and has lost weight. I feel sorry for him. Why don't I make you some delicious food to replenish your body? I dare not. Li Chong waved his hands hurriedly. I remember that the prince has something to tell me, so I'll take my leave now. How can Ayan let him go? She immediately stopped him. What are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Then, she grabbed Li Chang's sleeve and walked towards the military medical camp without saying anything. The doctor on the side almost dropped his jaw when he saw this scene. When did Miss Ayan and Li Chong have such a good relationship? That is to say, these two used to fight to the death. How can they be so harmonious? There's something fishy. There must be something fishy. Li Chong was really helpless. He didn't know what to do with such a woman. Ayan seemed to really want to reward Li Chong, and immediately made 4 home-cooked dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, pickled cabbage, shredded chicken with green ear mushrooms, and stir-fried beef cubes. When Li Chong saw these dishes, he immediately threw away the unhappiness in his heart. A Cheng, eat quickly. Li Chong didn't bother to be polite with her. Finding Lin Erju was a job that couldn't be rushed. And no matter how urgent it was, he had to fill his stomach. Right? He ate the food with relish. Not to mention how delicious it was. Ayan poured him sweet and sour plum juice at the right time, and asked casually, how is the prince these days? What do you mean? Li Chong stuffed a mouthful of egg into his mouth and asked her in confusion. Hey, this is not something a little girl like me should worry about. But I am really worried about Erju. After saying this, Li Chong figured out the connection. Lin Gongxuan is the head of a battalion, and Lin Erju is also his right-hand man. Now that both of them have disappeared, who will take over the Yunnan military camp? Li Chong put down his chopsticks and touched his lips casually. The prince has his own arrangements. You don't have to worry about this. After Erju comes back, her soldiers will still be her soldiers. Seeing that Li Chong didn't want to say more, Ayan didn't ask any more questions. This matter can be known by asking around in the camp. What about those thieves? How will the prince deal with them? Li Chong drank a sip of sour plum juice, and his pores opened up, feeling very comfortable. Humph! Just those bastards. Can our prince still let them spin the Dragon Boat Festival? A yen didn't show it on her face, but she was frightened in her heart. I think Li Yanxiao will not let them go. Hey, who are these people? They have been causing trouble for our prince again and again. If you don't know, you would think our prince has stolen their homes. Cough, cough, cough. Li Chong was suddenly choked and started coughing violently. A yen hurriedly took a handkerchief and asked Li Chong to wipe his mouth. Why are you reacting like this? Li Chong finally calmed down and swallowed his saliva. Don't say that again. What's going on? Did our prince really steal the other party's house? Ayan pretended to be confused. And then she looked as if she had suddenly realized something. Could it be that the other party is? Li Chang's face was gloomy, and the annoyance in his eyes was about to burst out. Ayan, be careful with your words. Ayan pursed her lips at the right time to stop talking. But then she looked sad again. What's wrong with the prince? Can he kill innocent people indiscriminately? Li Chang looked at her like this, feeling annoyed. Why did she die like this again? Tears slowly slid down, and big drops of tears fell on the wooden table. Poor Erju. Who did she offend again? It was not easy to be promoted from a soldier. But she died in such an unclear way. Why is her life so miserable? Oh, my aunt? Don't make trouble anymore. Chapter 179. The situation is treacherous. Ayan was still sobbing, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Looking lovable. Of course, this was in the eyes of ordinary people. But in Li Chang's eyes, it was a different look. My aunt? Don't cry. I came to you this time. Won't people poke my spine when I go back? People will think I have offended you again? Ayan turned a deaf ear to her and looked heartbroken. Li Chang couldn't bear to see her like this, so he waved his hand. Forget it. I just said this. Erju and Lin Due will not die in vain. Ayan paused and returned to normal in an instant. She looked at Li Chang with tears in her eyes. That's good. The prince is really a man of justice. Li Chang bit his lip. What justice? He was forced to do it. After getting the news she wanted. Ayan stopped crying and urged Li Chang to eat quickly. After Li Chang left, Ayan prepared a secret letter. She had to inform Li Daxuan that the plan was going smoothly. Li Yinchao did make some moves, but he did not attack the prince directly. But he pointed the spearhead at the Jizhou military camp. The tragic scene of the massacre 4 years ago is still vivid in my mind. The resentment of the 100,000 dead people is really hard to dispel. The military officer in Li Yinchao's camp proposed to the emperor to worship the 100,000 dead souls on the day of the massacre, hoping that they can rest in peace. In this way, the Jizhou military camp massacre incident was once again presented to the emperor. The emperor looked at the memorial in his hand and angrily threw the pen, ink, paper and inkstone on the table to the ground. Hong Deshan, who was standing by, stepped forward to comfort the emperor. Your Majesty, calm down. You must take care of your body. The eunuch on duty quickly picked up the items on the ground one by one. Hong Deshan quietly gave him a look, and the latter understood. Soon, only the master and servant were left in the huge Yongxin palace. Your Majesty, are you still angry about the prince? Li Guoli's face was gloomy. I spent so much effort on him, but he is still a useless person. Your Majesty, the prince is still young. How can he be as brave as you were back then? When Li Guoli mentioned this, his complexion became much better. His thoughts went far away, as if he had really returned to that time of swords and shadows. When Li Yansheng was this age, he had already sat on the throne, but his foundation was unstable, and several ministers in the court colluded with each other, trying to undermine him. Li Wanchen, who was still a princess at the time, worked together with him to defeat those old men one by one, and his power in the court was slowly taken back. When Li Wanchen was mentioned, Li Guoli looked guilty. Xiao Shunzi, for so many years, I have always been sorry for my sister. As the saying goes, accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. Although Hong Deshan grew up with Li Guoli since he was a child, his thoughts were also disrupted by his quick change of topic. Just now, he was talking about the great achievements of the emperor, and now he has turned to the princess. Your Majesty, I believe the princess is willing to make such a sacrifice for you. Li Guoli held the memorial in his hand, looked at the number 100,000 on it, and his heart was filled with anger again. My sister made such a sacrifice to let me sit on the throne firmly. The throne cannot be destroyed by me. He used force on his fingers, wishing he could crush the memorial. It cannot be destroyed by the prince either. With a crash, the memorial flew out of Li Guoli's hand and fell to the ground in a mess. Looking extremely embarrassed, send the Minister of Personnel to the Imperial Study to discuss matters. Hong Deshan quickly knelt down and saluted. Your servant obeys your order. It seems that there will be no peace. The Minister of Personnel went to the palace to meet the Emperor overnight, and soon the news spread throughout the capital. The Minister of Revenue, Ishihara Mamoru, slapped the table and shouted angrily. I knew this person was unreliable. It was because of your nagging in front of me that Mullen was married to him. At the beginning, sure, Mullen had such a big scandal that she had to be carried into the East Palace. And he had to stand on the side of the East Palace. Now, they are all in a passive situation. Ishihara Mamoru's wife is impatient. Seeing him like this, she also got anxious. Why are you yelling at me? What can I? A woman? No. Besides, didn't you nod at that time? Seeing that Mrs. Sure was unreasonable, Ishihara Mamoru was really annoyed and turned around to walk out. Where are you going again? Are you looking for that little bitch again? Ishihara Mamoru turned a deaf ear to him. If he didn't go out, how could he keep facing you? A tigress? The charming concubine when you in his arms had long made him happy. The concubine fed him a few glasses of wine at the right time, and she wanted to tell him all the old things. Li Dashun closed the letter, with a look of confidence on his face. The housekeeper took the letter quickly and placed it in the brazier. Master, is everything going well? The sorrow and boredom that had been lingering in Li Dashun's heart for many days finally disappeared. News came from the capital that the emperor was about to attack the prince. But it doesn't mean anything. The emperor is used to doing this kind of thunder but little action when it comes to the prince. The housekeeper sneered. Master, let the emperor be disgusted again. Li Dashun was puzzled. How disgusting. They have spies in the capital who are specifically looking for information. And there are also assassins. The news that the emperor wants to thoroughly investigate the Jizhou military camp spread. And everyone took the initiative to reduce contact with the prince. But at this critical moment, the prince's East Palace became lively. It turned out that there was a problem in the back house of the Minister of Revenue Ishihara Mamoru. Ishihara Mamoru has been obsessed with beauty in recent days, and has been lingering on the beautiful concubine. His wife is not happy and is jealous. But this concubine is also very important. The concubine was given to the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue by the Liangjiang salt merchant. If he touches this concubine, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of the Liangjiang salt merchant? Slapping the face of the Liangjiang salt merchant is also a slap in the face of the governor of Liangjiang? Ishihara Mamoru tried his best to stop Mrs. Sure from touching the concubine. But Mrs. Sure couldn't swallow this breath. Her daughter is the prince's concubine, and her son-in-law is still the prince's highness? At that moment, she went to the East Palace and found Sure Mullen. Sure Mullen has the same personality as Mrs. Sure, with a bold and fierce personality. Otherwise, she would not have done such a shameless thing in order to marry into the East Palace. Hearing that her mother had been wronged, she couldn't stand it anymore. So she took Madame Sure to the prince crying. The prince was already worried about the Jizhou military camp. And now, he was even more annoyed when he saw a woman making trouble in front of him. Isn't it just a concubine? Just strangle her, mother-in-law. As the mistress of the minister's mansion, it's easy for you to deal with a concubine, isn't it? Madame Sure was overjoyed when she received the prince's order, and she killed the concubine on the spot when she returned to the mansion. When Li Yinshun learned about the concubine's identity, it was too late to stop it, and the news quickly spread to Liangjiang. Seeing that the prince was so disrespectful, the Liangjiang salt merchants became angry and ordered their followers to add fuel to the fire in the Jizhou military camp incident. By the way, they also reported the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Ishihara Mori, because he spit everywhere after entering the palace. Chapter 180. It still smells good. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan had no idea of the butterfly effect caused by their misfortune in the court. At this moment, they were walking in the mountains and forests. Sickness comes and goes, and Yu Jia had to stop and rest from time to time because of fever and menstruation. Captain, why is this forest so big? Aren't there very few people in the Uyghurs? Yu Jia sat down on a flat stone, panting. There are very few people, but this has nothing to do with their territory. The Uyghurs have a vast territory, and most of their territory is forests. There are few people in the forests. The best proof is that the two have walked for such a long time and have not met a family. Alas, it's really just a waste of time. Yu Jia sighed, and then felt an unbearable stomachache. So she curled up. Lin Erju, is it okay for you to lie there like a dead dog? Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia's rosy cheeks and asked her with some concern. Yu Jia rolled her eyes at her. She was concerned. But why did she say such hurtful things? Captain, has anyone told you that what you said is no different from the animal whip? The animal whip is a long whip used to whip animals in cold regions. It has half-inch long barbs, and is generally used on animals with thick fur such as yaks. Lin Gongxuan suddenly choked and instinctively wanted to refute. But he saw Lin Erju lying on the stone in front of him, exhausted, which was very different from his usual lively appearance. He could sense something in his heart. No matter how strong her body was, she was still a woman. A him. Lin Gongxuan didn't know what to say. He was used to being straightforward in the military camp, and he couldn't adapt to the change suddenly. Captain, please stop coughing. I feel sorry for you. Yu Jia's original intention was that Lin Gongxuan always coughed when he was embarrassed, and she felt sorry for his throat that was blamed. To Lin Gongxuan, it was another meaning. Feel sorry for him? Is Lin Erju expressing his feelings to him? The scene of rejecting him last time was still vivid in his mind. Why did his son suddenly express his feelings to him now? He looked at Lin Erju again, only to see that she had closed her eyes. Is this shy? Lin Gongxuan chuckled. It seems that he has conquered this woman. Suddenly, he stopped laughing. No, he can't let Lin Erju get away with it. The last rejection made him so embarrassed. This time he had to get back at it no matter what. Why do you feel sorry for me? After saying this, Lin Gongxuan regretted and wanted to slap himself in the face. Why was he so useless to say this? Yu Jia endured the abdominal pain and opened her eyes, looking at Lin Gongxuan in confusion. Captain, what do you mean? She looked puzzled. Lin Gongxuan was a grown man. Why was he so awkward at this time? No matter how you look at it, why does he look like a wronged young wife? Puff. Yu Jia laughed out loud, which affected her stomach and made her grimace in pain. This was the first time her period came. Not only was it abnormal, but it was so painful that she doubted her life. Luckily, Lin Gongxuan asked her to leave in the afternoon that day. If she had left early in the morning, who knows what she would have suffered? Lin Erju, what are you laughing at? I'm funny? Lin Gongxuan stood up in a rage, his face quickly changing between blue and white. Oh, why are you so angry? Yu Jia quickly sat up. Captain, I didn't laugh at you. Lie down. Lin Gongxuan glared and ordered Yu Jia. Yu Jia did it quickly, which probably angered Lin Gongxuan again. Lin Gongxuan crossed his arms and breathed hard, looking at Yu Jia, who lowered her eyebrows and looked pleasant. And suddenly, he was not so angry anymore. Seeing Lin Gongxuan's face eased, Yu Jia asked him with a smile. Captain, when do you think we can get out of the forest? The girl looked at Lin Gongxuan with her round eyes, and he suddenly felt happy. It was like a bee finally found a favorite flower stamen and wanted to pick it as soon as possible. When it's time to go out. Realizing that his words might be a bit stiff, he quickly added, we can go out by following the river. Yu Jia did not comment. Oh! Seeing Yu Jia's lack of interest, Lin Gongxuan turned and walked into the forest, thinking that her actions might cause Yu Jia to misunderstand. She explained, I'm going to hunt some food. Yu Jia was a little surprised as she watched Lin Gongxuan's figure disappear into the forest. Lin Gongxuan seemed to become more nagging. When Lin Gongxuan came back, Yu Jia fell asleep on her side on a rock. The sun shone through the dense branches on Yu Jia, leaving some mottled light and shadows. The girl smacked her lips, not knowing if she was dreaming. What a good eater, Lin Gongxuan complained. But his hands did not delay at all. The rabbits at this time of year are plump, and one is enough for 2 people to eat. Yu Jia was awakened by the smell. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Gongxuan holding a brown meat ball in his hand not far away, roasting it back and forth on the fire. Captain! Yu Jia wiped his saliva, ignored the stomachache, and quickly squatted next to Lin Gongxuan. Captain, how come your cooking skills are so good? Better than the chef of Yangxianglu. Yangxianglu is a famous restaurant in Mengcheng. Every time he has a day off, Yu Jia will spend a lot of money to consume. Lin Gongxuan didn't even look at Yu Jia, and roasted the rabbit seriously. Captain, you are really a god. Yu Jia swallowed his saliva and continued to speak. I didn't expect that our captain is not only good at both civil and military affairs, but also has first-class cooking skills. Captain, whose girl is so lucky that she must have saved the Milky Way in her previous life to marry you? Lin Gongxuan looked at the greedy Yu Jia with a half-smile. You don't need such good luck. Just make me like you. With a click, Yu Jia's heart suddenly jumped, and she suddenly remembered that the capable man in front of her had confessed to her. The point is, she rejected him? Yu Jia laughed dryly twice. That's right. The captain is right. We will be together for the rest of our lives. And I must make the captain like me. Seeing that Yujia's eyes never left the rabbit in his hand, Lin Gongxian saw that it was almost cooked. So he tore off the rabbit leg and handed it to Yujia. Go eat it over there. Yujia took the rabbit leg and thanked him, not caring about Lin Gongxian's rough voice. Although there was no seasoning, the rabbit meat tasted delicious, with an inexplicable fragrance, 1,000 times stronger than the choking pancake. Yujia ate voraciously, while Lin Gongxian used leaves to collect river water to wet the fire, and then sat beside Yujia. Are you a starving ghost? There are still many? Yujia said incoherently. Captain, you eat too. This rabbit meat is so delicious. She smiled at Lin Gongxian, as if to show him that the rabbit meat was really delicious. What a greedy cat. The voice was low, the tone was doting, and there was a hint of tenderness, which made Lin Gongxian stunned for a moment. Seeing that Yujia had no reaction, he tore off a piece of rabbit meat and stuffed it into his mouth. It was really delicious. Chapter 181. I have a fiancé in the countryside. After eating the rabbit meat, it was almost noon, and the two continued on their way. They followed the river, and the humid air lingered around them, so they didn't seem so hot. But the forest was endless, as if there was no end, which made people feel scared. Captain, the river looks very clear. Captain, there must be fish in this river? Captain, are there jackals, tigers and leopards in this forest? When people are afraid, they are usually very busy. Lin Gongxian understood Yujia's anxiety, and so did he. The Yunnan military camp was leaderless, and it was unknown what arrangements Li Yanxiao would make. And there are the people from Yujiang. Lin Gongxian looked at the dejected figure in front of him and felt a little sorry. This time, it was the best time to control Yujiang. With his understanding of Li Yanxiao, he would definitely take action. What would Lin Erju do at that time? Accept it calmly, or fight back? According to this person's temperament, it must be the latter. Right? This undoubtedly put Lin Gongxian in a dilemma. One is the miner who has been kind to him, and the other is his beloved woman. How should he choose? Seeing that Lin Gongxian was slow to reply, Yujia turned around and saw Lin Gongxian staring at her with a constipated face. Yujia touched her chin and became suspicious. Captain, why are you looking at me like this? Lin Gongxian twitched his lips. That's all. We'll deal with it. There are tigers, leopards, jackals and wolves in the forest. We can't spend the night in the forest. Yujia nodded and had to continue climbing trees, which she had been doing for the past 2 days. Lin Erju, looking at your skills, you often climbed trees when you were a child, right? Yujia was shocked. She scratched her head. Yes, when I was a child. My parents were busy making a living, so I lived with my grandmother in the countryside. She was telling the truth. Her parents were busy when she was a child, and she grew up at her grandmother's house. When she was a child, she followed her friends to climb up and down, playing crazy all day. So happy. You didn't grow up with your parents? Lin Gongxian continued to ask. Do they dislike you because you are a girl? What's the connection? Suddenly, Yujia realized that he was trying to trick her. Ha. Yes, my family has many brothers and sisters, so my parents sent me away. It was a close call. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Otherwise, I really don't know how to cover up this lie. Is it because your grandmother treats you badly that you want to join the army? Again? Yujia slowed down and walked with Lin Gongxian. No. My grandmother passed away, and my parents didn't want me. A weak woman, couldn't survive, so I joined the army. Oh! Lin Gongxian had no expression on his face. Weak woman? How can a weak woman beat Wukui down? How can a weak woman wield a sword and a stick and be so strong? Lin Erju, tell me the truth. What is your purpose in coming to the military camp? Seeing that Lin Gongxian was really hard to fool, Yujia said seriously. Captain, to be honest, I am here to find someone. Seeing Yujia's seriousness, Lin Gongxian believed it a little. Looking for someone? Who? At this time, a childish Lin Gongxian appeared in his mind, and Yujia couldn't help laughing. In an instant, it was like the peach blossoms in March blooming, and the petals gently brushed Lin Gongxian's heart. Itching. Lin Gongxian was stunned for a moment, and then he heard Yujia's clear voice continue. He was my childhood playmate, a little brother next door, who was a bit chauvinistic. Hearing this, the petals disappeared in an instant, And Lin Gongxuan's heart was filled with anger. It turned out to be a childhood sweetheart. Have you found him? For some reason, this sentence came out again. Lin Gongxuan naturally didn't want Lin Erju to find this childhood sweetheart next door boy. Absolutely not. Found it. Yu Jia's smile was bright and cheerful. And suddenly the smile stagnated on her lips. But I can't recognize him. Lin Gongxuan looked unfriendly. Why? Isn't the purpose of your coming here to find him? Why don't you recognize him if you find him? Recognize? Wait. Why do you say recognize? Do you mean that he doesn't recognize you now? Yu Jia complained in her heart. Lin Gongxuan was indeed a smart person. He could hear the deep meaning of her words. Well, because some bad things happened. He doesn't recognize me now. And I haven't made any plans to recognize him. Yu Jia was telling the truth. She didn't know what would happen in the future. And she couldn't put herself in this dangerous situation. Lin Gongxuan felt much better now. There was a misunderstanding between the two of them. It seemed that he still had a chance. In fact, when he first confirmed his feelings, he was also very entangled. There is no personal affection in the army. He can't miss his duty because of love. But how can he control such a thing as emotion? If he could control it, wouldn't he become a god who destroys human desires? He has always been frank in his dealings. Since he has confirmed his feelings, he should face the problem head-on. Fortunately, he has not made any wrong decisions because of Lin Erju. Lin Erju, what are your plans for the future? Seeing that Yu Jia was about to speak without thinking, Lin Gongxuan interrupted her. You need to think carefully, and don't lie to me again. Yu Jia stopped, looked at Lin Gongxuan seriously, and laughed. I plan to leave the barracks in the future and find a quiet place to end my life. It was the same as what he said last time. And Lin Gongxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Erju, I mean, is there such a possibility? Lin Gongxuan was a little incoherent, and he licked his dry lips. Is it possible? You can live in my house. As if afraid of Yu Jia's rejection. You have been neglected by your father and mother since you were a child. My parents are very good, and will definitely not treat you unfairly. Yu Jia raised her eyebrows, and was a little speechless. Do you want to hear what you are saying? Don't be impatient. Listen to me. Lin Gongxuan spoke very quickly. My two brothers are also very good, and will not bully you. Suddenly, he thought of Lu Niang and stopped talking. Seeing that he suddenly stopped talking, Yu Jia was a little puzzled. Captain, please continue. Lin Gongxuan's words were stuck in his throat, and he could no longer speak. Yes, there is also Lu Niang. Since he confirmed his feelings, Lu Niang's figure has never appeared in his mind again. However, not appearing does not mean that this person does not exist. What should Lu Niang do if he marries Lin Erju? When he joined the army, he also repeatedly told Lu Niang to wait for him to come back. Lu Niang is so obedient. She will definitely wait for him. This year Lu Niang is already 17 years old. If she is not married, she will be an old girl in the village. How embarrassed he is. In an instant, he felt that he was no different from the unfaithful man in the storybook. Lin Erju. When he raised his eyes again, his eyes were full of guilt. Yu Jia couldn't help but curl his lips. What's going on? Captain, I'm listening. Please continue. Lin Gongxuan was very entangled. But he couldn't lie to Lin Erju. He must tell the truth. Lin Erju, I have a fiancé in the countryside. Chapter 182 found the old nest. Lin Erju, I have a fiancé in the countryside. Lin Gongxuan stared at Yu Jia's face, afraid of missing any expression on her face. Yu Jia's mind flashed with Lu Niang's rosy and fair face, and she couldn't help but bend her eyebrows. Well, I know. Lin Gongxuan sighed. He had mentioned this to Yu Jia before. Yu Jia was shocked to see his expression, and said with a smile, Hey, Captain, you have a fiancé at home. Why are you sighing? Lin Erju. Lin Gongxuan stood against the light, and the expression on his face seemed to be trance again, making Yu Jia feel that it was not very real. You know what I mean. These 6 words hit Yu Jia's heart again and again, stirring up waves in his heart. He brought the topic back. But Captain, didn't you say that your fiancée is your child bride? Yu Jia felt that his words were a bit stiff, and he quickly tried to make amends. Your child bride has been with you and your family since childhood, and the relationship is extraordinary. How can a small outsider intervene? Suddenly, Yu Jia had a bad taste in his heart, and he didn't know how Lin Gongxuan would react when he knew that she was Lu Niang. Lin Erju, don't worry. I will definitely handle it. Give me some time. Lin Gongxuan was a little anxious. This was considered progress. How much time do you have to think about which of us should be the boss? No! Lin Gongxuan roared. Lin Erju. I've made up my mind. I only want you. You are the principal wife. And the only one. In an instant, the pink buds in Yujia's heart grew wildly, stretching out the light blue coat, revealing the goose yellow stamens. Pink and bright. Very beautiful. Yujia pursed her lips and looked at Lin Gongxuan. There was already more emotion in her eyes. There were more emotions that she herself did not expect. Captain. Lin Gongxuan licked his lips. Suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. Give me some more time. Lun Yang has been in my house for such a long time. I will treat her as my own sister in the future. I will send a letter to my parents when I return to the military camp. And you can punish me if you want. Don't. Yujia suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stopped him. Captain. Don't be too impatient. It is said that a real man stands between heaven and earth. First establishes merit, and then marries and has children. Put aside personal feelings for now. Lin Gongxuan stepped forward, with a rare childish look on his face. So, you promise me? Yujia looked at Lin Gongxuan's anxious face, and felt a little entangled in her heart. Well, it depends on your performance. This sentence is undoubtedly the most beautiful sound of nature for Lin Gongxuan. I'll do whatever you say. Yujia complained in her heart. Ha ha ha. You Lin Gongxuan. How can you still be here today? Such a devil can actually say such a thing. Thinking of Lin Gongxuan's cold and stern appearance when he first entered the military camp, Yujia wanted to press him to the ground and rub him hard. Captain. Yujia was about to speak, but Lin Gongxuan interrupted her. Lin Erju. You don't have to call me captain. Oh. That's fine. You bastard. Because of this bastard. Yujia sensed the unusual meaning of Lin Gongxuan. She looked at the stubborn figure in front of her. And she didn't look angry. Don't be awkward. It's more like shyness. Well, Captain. Yujia wanted to break the silence, but didn't know how to start. Lin Gongxuan looked normal, and had transformed from a young man who had just begun to fall in love to a leader on the battlefield. We have to hurry up. The river is getting calmer, which means the mountains here are also calmer. Since the mountains are calm, there must be a road. Oh! Yujia touched his nose and continued to hurry on his way in boredom. As Lin Gongxuan expected, there was indeed a not-so-obvious narrow path ahead. Captain. Look! There is a road here. Lin Gongxuan put his index finger between his lips. Since there is a road, there may be people. Yujia immediately became alert, and her hand instantly touched the long knife at her waist. That's right. In this deserted place, if someone passes by, it cannot be ruled out that it is those bandits. The two looked at each other, nodded, and walked forward quietly. Only half a minute later, they heard a noisy sound. The two of them were very alert and slowly approached. Lin Erju. Are you okay? Yujia narrowed her eyes and looked behind the thorns, as if there was a flood and beast there. Captain. I have endless energy now, and I can kill a cow without any problem. Lin Gongxuan chuckled. Then let's see what's going on in front of us. Afterwards, Yujia drew out his long knife that could cut through iron like mud, cut through the thorns, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. If there hadn't been a large group of people gathered in the open space, Yujia would have really thought this was an ordinary village. The houses here are all built in a uniform style, built with green or red rocks. Very harmonious. But none of these scenes are as shocking as the actions of these people. In the middle of the open space, there were people dressed like ordinary people, wearing coarse linen clothes, straw hats and straw sandals. The people kneeling in the middle were dressed gorgeously, and there were also some young women. Yujia also saw familiar faces among the people around him. It turned out to be the fat man outside the yard that night. Captain, it seems that we really found the bandits' lair. In Yujia's cognition, bandits are people who are forced to seek a living. They rob the rich and help the poor, punish evil and encourage good. But they are not as cruel as the people in front of them. These bandits watched the women flirting with each other, and even got physical. Those gorgeously dressed men were tied up and shouted. But what's the use of being strong at this time? Boss, this time it's a big fat sheep. We can enjoy it tonight. Yujia saw a middle-aged man in his early 40s, with a big belly in the crowd, and raised his hand to stop the movement. Take off the clothes of these men. Lock up the women, and enjoy it tonight. Brothers? Yu Jia felt a chill in her heart. She didn't expect this boss to be so filthy when she saw him with a kind face. Captain, I can't hold back the 2-meter-long sword in my hand. Although she said so, Yu Jia didn't act rashly. Her military career in the past few years has made her calm down. The other side has many people, and if the two of them break in alone, they will fall into the hands of the thieves in a few rounds. We have to think about this matter carefully. Yu Jia was not surprised when Lin Gongxuan said this. Then the two of them went around to the back of the village, hid in a corner, and prepared what they needed. At this time, the sun was setting, and the village had already started to get busy. Hurry up. Hurry up. Cook the meat and serve it up. What are you doing? Hurry up and move the wine from the wine cellar. Today, the boss ordered that we should not return until we are drunk. Lin Gongxuan set his sights on the jars of wine. And at the same time, Yu Jia also noticed his intention. Chapter 183 Speed Up. Humph. Every time you kill the fat sheep, you only let us drink the soup and have to work. Sooner or later, Grandpa will deal with you. A hunchback little man held a rope in his hand and muttered as he walked. He received a notice to tie another rope to those fat sheep in case of any situation. The hunchback was busy complaining and didn't notice the shadow following behind him. The house was just around the corner. The hunchback squeezed the rope in his hand, and it made a squeaking sound. Suddenly, pain came from his neck, and before he could make a sound, he fell into a coma. Yu Jia touched his palm. This job is not something that ordinary people can do. My hand hurts too much. She and Lin Gongxuan divided the work. Yu Jia was responsible for saving people, and Lin Gongxuan was responsible for making trouble for the bandits. Yu Jia leaned down and pulled the hunchback's feet to the dark place, took out the rope and tied him up tightly. I don't know what evil you have done. God has the virtue of loving life. I will spare your life for the time being. It depends on your luck. After cleaning up, Yu Jia crouched down and went around the pile of stones to observe the situation. There were 2 burly men guarding in front of the house, which was naturally no problem for Jia. However, there was a patrol team patrolling not far away, and Yu Jia muttered in her heart. This bandit is quite disciplined and knows how to patrol. The most troublesome thing is this patrol team, and we have to divert their attention. Let's make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Yu Jia quickly stood out from behind the pile of rocks and shouted, Grandpa is here. Come and catch Grandpa. Her shout attracted everyone's attention, and then she ran away. There's an outsider. Chase. The commotion caused by Yu Jia also relieved the pressure on Lin Gongxuan. He was making preparations in the wine cellar, and suddenly heard someone shouting, and he knew that Lin Erju had already started to act. The wine cellar was busy moving wine, and was a little stunned when he heard the commotion outside. Nothing will happen. Right? One of them put down the wine jar in his hand, scratched his belly and said, Let's go take a look and come back. Otherwise the boss will scold us for being lazy again. The 2 of them walked out. Lin Gongxuan came out from the corner, unplugged the wine jars on the ground one by one, and poured in the pre-cooked medicinal soup. These medicinal soups were made of datura and chumakai, which he and Lin Erju had spent a lot of effort to find. The boiled medicine has a paralyzing effect. Time was urgent, so the 2 did not find too much. But the effect of this medicine could temporarily restrict their behavior. Soon, the 2 who went out came in. No one is coming. It must be the person guarding the young lady who wants to take advantage of her first and made a noise. Let's ignore them. There are more than a dozen jars of wine waiting for us brothers to move. The other person shut up and went back to work. Yu Jia got rid of the patrol and returned to the house. The 2 people guarding the house suddenly became nervous and prepared to call for help. Scream. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. When they got closer, they saw that Yu Jia was a woman, so they relaxed their vigilance. One of them smiled evilly and spit on the ground. What can a woman do? I say, sister, you are better than me. Before he finished speaking, he lay down first. The boy next to him saw this scene and fell to the ground in fear. Yu Jia raised his hand holding the knife and posed. This posture should be able to scare people. Right? Help! Help! The boy's hands and feet were weak, and he was crawling on the ground. Mumbling, Yu Jia impatiently stabbed him with a knife, turned and walked towards the door, and stabbed again, and the iron lock on the door fell. Yu Jia pushed the door open, and the house was in a mess. Men, women, old and young were crowded together. with the same fear on their faces. Yu Jia did not untie these people immediately. I am here to save you. But you have to be obedient. Everyone looked at each other and nodded impatiently. After taking care of the hostages, Yu Jia was going to help Lin Gongxuan. The celebration banquet here had begun, and everyone was toasting and drinking. Lin Gongxuan hid on the beam, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. After all, it was an emergency. The medicine soup was not prepared enough, and there were too many wine jars, so it did not work as expected. Yu Jia was also very anxious in the dark corner. The wine was already finished, and the bandit leader ordered people to get more wine. Yu Jia knew the reason. Since the medicine did not work, let's help them. Yu Jia was looking for Lin Gongxuan, but where he looked, besides these hateful bandits, where was Lin Gongxuan? No matter what, Yu Jia rushed to the courtyard and shouted, "Grandson thieves! Grandpa is here! Come and catch me!" The atmosphere in the hall was stagnant for a moment, and then someone shouted, "There are outsiders!" Yu Jia turned around and ran, running with all her might as she ran in the military camp. As she ran, she looked behind her and saw a large army following behind her. "Run! Run! You bastards! You will suffer later!" The bandit leader sneered at the noise in the yard. "Busy, lead the people to the yard to hide. I don't believe she knows everything about this." Lin Gongxuan, who was on the beam, felt depressed. They really didn't know this place. But now that most people went out to chase Yu Jia, he would capture the leader first. Then he performed Qigong and landed lightly on the ground. The bandit leader stood up from his chair calmly, with a fierce light in his eyes. Heh, there's another accomplice. Because of the alertness of a martial artist, Lin Gongxuan's heart was alarmed and his hair stood on end. "Are you a deserter?" The bandit boss was instantly furious. "Who do you say is a deserter?" Lin Gongxuan chuckled. "It turns out that he is a deserter. No wonder this place is so familiar. Patrol, class, mountain rules. Everywhere imitates the military camp. This is the junction of the three realms of the show. Uyghur and Nam Man. The bandits have different accents. And Lin Gongxuan really can't tell where this soldier is from, since everyone is from the army. Let's follow the rules of the camp and fight one-on-one." The bandit boss sneered. "Now I have the upper hand. Why should I fight you one-on-one?" Lin Gongxuan raised his eyebrows. He was not fooled. Then he started fighting. The two men first fought naked. Both sides were shocked. The bandits did not expect Lin Gongxuan to be so skilled. Lin Gongxuan did not expect this deserter to be so skilled. If he had a pure heart, Lin Gongxuan would really like to take him in. The two punched and kicked several times back and forth, and the bandits in the hall could not intervene at all. Yu Jia was really lost. She looked at the fork in the village and was in trouble. The pursuers behind were close at hand. Yu Jia made up her mind and ran to the left, but she could not hear the noise behind her when she ran. Yu Jia was overjoyed. It seemed that the medicine was taking effect. These soups were diluted, and the effect was minimal. Yu Jia was also trying to save the dying horse. After strenuous exercise, the blood flowed quickly. The soups flowed quickly to the limbs and bones with the blood, which accelerated the onset of the effect. Chapter 184. Catch the leader first. Yu Jia came to the bandits and checked their physical condition. They were not unconscious and were still shouting. This was like being drunk, with a numb body and not much control. "We must fight quickly. Otherwise the effect of the drug will soon wear off." Yu Jia called the hostages hiding in the surroundings, and they tied up these little thieves in a hurry. "Lady, what should we do with these people?" One of the handsome young men asked her respectfully. "Lock them in the room first. Remember, don't be soft on them. If they escape, they will retaliate against you." Yu Jia thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "When we capture their leader, we will report to the police." The man nodded. "Just follow the lady's orders." After explaining what happened here, Yu Jia wanted to go to the hall, but she didn't know the way. "Well, who knows the way?" "Lady, I know you. Come with me." A petite woman walked out from the busy crowd, graceful and charming. "Okay, we have to go there as soon as possible." Yu Jia followed the woman and rushed to the hall. But something was wrong as she walked. Finally, there was a hollow pit in front of them. In the night, there was a chilling atmosphere around. "Is this the front hall you mentioned?" Yu Jia's hand touched the long knife, and her face was cold. The woman turned around and smiled softly. "Why did you come here?" Yu Jia looked at the woman carefully, and saw that she was dressed neatly, which was obviously different from those haggard and embarrassed hostages. Immediately, she felt annoyed. She was born in the army, but she was pecked by an eagle. Whose hostage could be treated like this? It was her fault for being too impatient. Tell me, what do you want to do? The woman laughed again, and Yu Jia was impatient. Laugh, laugh, laugh. You only know how to laugh. And those who don't know would think you are lucky. Lady, I advise you to save some energy. Don't you feel your limbs are sore and heavy? And you can't use your strength? Yu Jia felt a chill in her heart. She took a deep breath quietly. And there was indeed a blockage. What did you do to Grandpa? The woman put away her smile. I just put some drugs on you. Why? I want to save you. Why did you do this? Yu Jia looked distressed, and quietly exerted force on her hands, trying to break free from this restraining force. Why did you save us? The woman looked determined. It would be better if they all died. Perhaps she felt that Yu Jia was doomed this time. So the woman actually told her experience. Yu Jia slowly exerted her strength, without showing it on her face, and even acted like a qualified listener. I was originally their illegitimate daughter, but they don't treat me as a human being. When there is someone in the family who needs to be flattered, they let me flatter. Oh, it's quite miserable. Yu Jia sighed and shook his head in one breath. After coming here, the boss made me feel that I am a person, not a gorgeous object that anyone can use. The woman seemed to be in a frenzy and laughed loudly. Here, I found myself again. But you destroyed it. Do you think I should hate you? Click. With a sound, Yu Jia felt a force in his body being rushed away. Yu Jia's face turned cold, and he slowly drew out the long knife. I sympathize with your experience, but this is not a reason for you to harm innocent people. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and you need to find the one who is responsible for your revenge. And it's not me. Besides, a large number of those people have never hurt you. Right? They don't even know who you are. The long knife in Yu Jia's hand glowed coldly, as if urging the owner to let it have its fun. The woman saw Yu Jia's movements and was a little confused. I told you. Don't move. Suddenly, she pulled out a short dagger from her bosom. I'll send you off first. Yu Jia rolled her eyes at her. Do you know why you lost? Villains die because they talk too much. After she finished speaking, she walked towards the woman. Why can you leave? Impossible. The woman shook her head frantically, holding the dagger in both hands and pointing it at Yu Jia. Don't come over. Otherwise I will kill you. Yu Jia raised the knife in her hand. Don't make a noise. Suddenly, the woman dropped the dagger and knelt down to Yu Jia. Yu Jia's movements froze. What are you doing? Lady, please let me go. I will never dare to do it again. Although Yu Jia was shocked by the sudden situation for a moment, it was only a moment for her. Do you think I look like a saint? The woman fell to the ground without even a scream. Yu Jia turned around and ran away without wiping the long knife. She had been here for too long, and didn't know what was going on with Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, trying to suppress the churning in his stomach. The other party was not much better. The bandit leader was already injured, and his shoulder was slashed. At this time, he felt his body getting more and more numb. And suddenly, he cast his eyes on the empty wine jar. Seeing his action, Lin Gongxuan understood that the medicine must have taken effect. He had to cut the Gordian knot quickly. There were more than a dozen corpses on the ground around him that restricted his movements. Despicable. You actually put drugs in the wine? The bandit leader's thoughts turned quickly. He wanted to find a chance to survive. But except for the two people fighting, the rest of the people were led out of the yard by Yu Jia. Don't look. They won't be back for a while. Lin Gongxuan raised the long knife in his hand and chopped at the bandit boss. Although he was anesthetized, the bandit boss still managed to dodge, with another wound on his body. Wait! The bandit boss curled up on the ground, gasping for breath. Brave man, what do you want? He swallowed hard. I have gold and silver here. Just take it. Just spare my life. Spare my life. Dream on. Yu Jia staggered over. She first glanced at Lin Gongxuan, and then set her eyes on the bandit boss. You have done so many evil things. How can I forgive you so easily? You? The bandit boss was angry. But now was not the time to be violent. Lady, the money here will allow you to live without worries for the rest of your life. Think about it. Isn't life all about having fun? Yujia touched his chin, thinking, you're right. Seeing that Yujia's attitude had softened, the bandit boss continued to work hard. I will give you all the money I have earned from robbing in the past few years. Isn't the world a place for you to roam? Yujia put down her hand and pinched her palm secretly. Then tell me, where are all the money hidden? The bandit boss chuckled and said, Lady, wait for you to let me go. I will tell you naturally. Suddenly, the long knife in Yujia's hand slashed across his body. Then you can talk slowly. My long knife has plenty of patience. Spare me. Spare me. Lady. Spare me. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Chapter 185 Poisoning. Yujia's face was full of impatience. Hurry up and tell me. Lin Gongxuan saw Yujia's discomfort. He stepped forward and looked at her, full of worry. Lin Erju. Yujia thought he didn't want the two of them to trade, so she put her index finger on her lips, signaling him to keep quiet. In the back mountain, there is a secret passage under the floor of my house. And in the study outside? Anything else? Yujia looked at his face carefully, fearing that she would miss a trace of information. No more. No more. I dare not deceive the heroine again. Then, Yujia raised his knife, and the bandit boss' eyes were round, with a look of disbelief. Even if you die, I can still get the money. Yujia put the long knife into the scabbard, turned around, and saw Lin Gongxuan staring at her thoughtfully. What's the matter? Are you scared by me? Yujia shrugged. It doesn't matter. You see, I am such a person. Such a cold-blooded and ruthless person. If you regret it, it's not too late. She felt infinitely desolate in her heart. She came to this strange world and just found this little bit of warmth. She didn't taste it well, but she was going to lose it? It doesn't matter. Anyway, she is lonely in this world. Lin Erju, you are injured. Huh? Yujia turned her head to look at Lin Gongxuan in surprise, only to see that Lin Gongxuan looked at Yujia up and down as if he didn't hear her words. He raised his hand and took Yujia's hand, gently spreading her palm. Yujia also looked at her palm, which was already blurred, and blood soaked her rough palm. How did you get hurt? This was because she pinched it with her fingernails to keep her body clear. Lin Gongxuan looked distressed. Lin Erju, why are you so reckless? It seemed that this was a word of concern for her. Right? In the army, everyone knew that she was a workaholic. They only cared about how high she flew, but no one cared about whether she was tired. Captain, are you concerned about me? Yes, Lin Gongxuan said without thinking, without raising his head. He carefully wiped Yujia's palm with his sleeve, mumbling, You are a woman. How can you not take care of yourself like this? Your body is a little stiff. What happened? He looked at Yujia and found that she was already in tears. Lin Erju, what's wrong with you? Yujia grinned. It turned out that he knew. He knew everything. Then I don't have to work so hard. I still have a wound on my thigh. As soon as she said this, she could feel that her voice was soft. She knew that she was acting like a spoiled child. Lin Gongxuan's forehead twitched. You woman! What can I do? If you are poisoned like that, you can't just pinch your palm to relieve it. Captain, I'm so tired. After saying this, she fainted with relief. If you can't tell what poison she has been poisoned with, I will kill you. Ha ha ha. Yujia almost laughed out loud. What's the difference between this and the domineering CO novel she read in modern times? If you can't cure her, I want your whole family to be buried with her. Yujia wanted to laugh again, but the next moment she couldn't laugh. She found that she couldn't move. Yujia suddenly opened her eyes, and Lin Gongxuan said in surprise, Lin Erju, are you awake? How do you feel? Does the wound still hurt? Looking at Lin Gongxuan's concerned face, Yujia's heart was filled with warmth. I'm fine. Lin Gongxuan's brows were twisted into a knot. How can it be okay? Said a middle-aged man with an 8-character mustache. Well, lady, do you feel your whole body is stiff and you can't use any strength? After saying that, the man with a mustache looked at Lin Gongxuan tremblingly. Oh, it's a little bit, Yujia said casually. How can it be a little bit? Lin Gongxuan was furious. If Yujia hadn't been lying on the bed, he might have jumped up in anger. You are infected with the 5 elements powder. If you can't find an antidote within 12 hours, you will be paralyzed in bed for the rest of your life. This is not the end. Lin Gongxiu had raised his voice. Your head will gradually turn into wood. And you will become a complete idiot. So serious. Yu Jia was very calm. Then I'll leave the matter of the antidote to the captain. Lin Gongxiu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the little mustache with a bad look. I'll only say this once. If the antidote is not found before noon today, I'll be the first to take action against you. The little mustache trembled and bowed. I'll do it right away. Then he ran away, as if there was a flood and beasts behind him. Yu Jia was a little amused. Captain, don't get too angry. The boat will straighten itself out when it reaches the bridgehead. What do you mean straighten it out? If these bastards don't show them some color, they won't know who is the father in this Black Wind village. It turns out that this mountain village is called Black Wind Village. But why does this name sound so familiar? Yu Jia seemed to have heard it somewhere before. But her mind was a mess, and she couldn't think anymore. Now she was really scared. Captain, are the consequences of being poisoned by the 5 elements powder true? Lin Gongxiu became impatient. Are you scared now? Captain, if I can't think, how can I come up with those ideas of leading troops in battle? Lin urge you. Lin Gongxiu suddenly kicked a wooden stool beside him away, and a clanging sound scared Yu Jia. Lin Gongxiu's face flushed, and he said sternly, What time is it? And you are still thinking about these things? Compared to these, I hope you are alive. Just hope you live well. Lin Gongxiu understands Yu Jia. If she is to lie in bed for a lifetime, it is better to give her a quick death. Yu Jia looked at him with a smile. Hey, Captain, don't worry. There must be a way. Since the woman can poison me, it means that there must be an antidote in this village. Don't worry. Everything is up to man. Let it go. Lin Gongxiu suddenly became like a deflated ball, muttering, Everything is up to man. Everything is up to man. He looked at Yu Jia seriously. Lin urge you. Don't worry. I will definitely find the antidote. I want you to stand in this world intact, and join hands with me to appreciate this beautiful country in the future. Yu Jia's eyes lit up with stars. So domineering. But she liked it so much. But why is this sentence a bit difficult to understand? Captain, shouldn't this be what the emperor said? Lin Gongxiu's body froze, and he said with disdain, What are you still fussing about at this time? You can listen to it or not. He. Yu Jia laughed. Don't say this when you return to the barracks. Otherwise, people will think you have the intention of rebellion. Lin Gongxiu glared at her unhappily, and suddenly became awkward again. Lin urge you. I found that adding the word small in front of an object makes it look particularly artistic. Such as small potatoes, small strawberries. And you are such a little cutie. Yu Jia was puzzled. Why did this happen? So she said without thinking, Oh, you are such a little idiot. Chapter 186 What kind of man can be so doting on his wife? If the world's most unromantic people can be ranked, Yu Jia would be the first. Since she said that, Lin Gongxiu has ignored her for an hour. Yu Jia felt her mouth was a little numb, and she was talking nonsense. Captain, are you thirsty? Do you want to drink some water? Lin Gongxiu's face was livid. He slowly stood up, picked up the teapot on the wooden table, poured a cup of tea and walked to the bed. Captain, what are you doing? Yu Jia was puzzled. Aren't you thirsty? Lin Gongxiu said unhappily. Ah, I'm not thirsty. It's just, I'm bored and want to talk to you. Lin Gongxiu's fingers tightly grasped the teacup, and his face visibly improved. What do you want to say? He picked up the teacup and drank the tea. What is the situation in the village now? Lin Gongxiu sat on the wooden block next to him. Fortunately, the hostages have not been evacuated yet. I will take the people in the village to report to the authorities when I find the antidote. Why not go now? Let the hostages testify and make a quick decision. Yu Jia was a little puzzled. Such procrastination was not like Lin Gongxiu's usual style of being swift and decisive. Moreover, if he was delayed, there might be complications. How can we find the antidote if we send him to prison? Lin Gongxiu placed the teacup on the document beside him, lifted his robe, and crossed his legs. What does it have to do with me whether they are punished or not? Besides, we have rescued the hostages, which is enough. Suddenly, he stared at Yu Jia. If I knew that I would put you in this dangerous situation this time, I would never do anything. Yu Jia felt sweet in her heart, but it was still a bit wrong. Captain, don't say that. What about these hostages? Yu Jia felt that she could no longer make any expression on her face. So she continued. They are people. Living people. And we can't just stand by and watch. Well, just think that I like to meddle in other people's business. Yu Jia said this with sincerity. She could never do it when she watched so many people being killed, and so many young women being persecuted. Lin Gongxuan's eyes widened, and he wanted to get mad again. But suddenly a joyful shout came from outside. Master! Master! I found it! I found it! The little mustache was full of joy. And if he hadn't seen Lin Gongxuan's gloomy face, he would have jumped up on the spot. He stopped talking and looked at Lin Gongxuan hesitantly. What are you looking at? Have you found the antidote? The little mustache smiled embarrassedly and took out a lake green porcelain bottle from his arms. Master! I found the antidote! Lin Gongxuan stood up suddenly, took the porcelain bottle in his hand, opened the bottle stopper, and poured out 2 pills. Looking at the dark brown pills lying in his palm, Lin Gongxuan's eyes were full of scrutiny. Are you sure it's the antidote for the 5 elements powder? The mustache man was frightened by his eyes and knelt on the ground. It's true. When I was with the boss, I saw him use it often. Lin Gongxuan didn't waste words. He lifted the mustache man's collar, stuffed the 2 pills into his mouth, and manually helped him breathe. Seeing that the mustache man was not panicked, Lin Gongxuan said calmly, If there's a problem with the antidote, I will let your entire village be buried with you. If Yu Jia hadn't been unable to make expressions on her face, she would have looked constipated at this moment. Master, try it. Even if there is a problem with the antidote, she has to try it. Her body can't wait any longer. Lin Gongxuan stuffed the antidote into Yu Jia's mouth and helped her breathe. Yu Jia rolled her eyes and almost choked. Captain, can we drink some water? This antidote is a bit choking. Before Lin Gongxuan made a move, the mustache man beside him poured a glass of water. Sir, the water is here. Lin Gongxuan sat on the bed and helped Yu Jia up, and handed the teacup to her lips. Without saying a word, he just gushed. Yu Jia finally reacted, lying on the bed, hesitating for a while, and still said, Captain, don't worry. Lin Erju, am blessed with a great life, and I have good luck. What can this mere 5 elements powder do to me? Lin Gongxuan's mind was in a mess, and he had no clue. He was anxious, but he couldn't show it. However, he could not sit still and walked around the room with his hands behind his back. This antidote must work. It must work. Yu Jia listened to his mumbling inside. She also hoped that the antidote would work. Luckily, at midnight, Yu Jia felt that her limbs gradually regained feeling. Captain, I seem to be able to move. Lin Gongxuan walked over in 2 steps, with a look of joy on his face. Really? Yu Jia could laugh now, grinning. Well, thank you, Captain, for saving my life. Lin Gongxuan saved her several times. Then I will pledge my love to you in the future. Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia with a smile, his hair falling from the back of his head, fluttering with his movements. Yu Jia was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. Why? You hesitated? Lin Gongxuan looked slightly angry, as if he felt that Yu Jia was playing tricks on him again. Captain, has anyone told you that you are very beautiful? Shua. Instantly, Lin Gongxuan's face turned red like blood, and he was a little at a loss. However, if he didn't say anything, he felt that Yu Jia had the upper hand. Yes, I am handsome and beautiful. Elegant and romantic, suave. Who doesn't know? Who doesn't know? After Lin Gongxuan finished speaking, he looked at Yu Jia again with a guilty conscience. Yu Jia looked at Lin Gongxuan gently. Captain, I know. Yu Jia knew that Lin Gongxuan was good to her. But when she thought of the family extermination tragedy, her eyes dimmed. What's wrong? Lin Gongxuan noticed that Yu Jia was different. What's wrong with you? Yu Jia closed her eyes, and her mind was filled with the deaths of the Lin family. She had been living so comfortably recently that she had forgotten about this. When she opened her eyes again, Yu Jia's eyes were clear. Captain, take your time. Let me take my time. At least let her find out the truth of the family extermination tragedy. The air was filled with a deathly silence, and the sound of cicadas could be heard occasionally. Lin Erju, you go back on your words and don't keep your promises. Yu Jia looked at Lin Gongxuan, whose face was red and his neck was thick, and her heart was trembling, fearing that if she wasn't careful, Lin Gongxuan would be destroyed in advance. Captain, you are very good, but I still have things to do. Yu Jia tried her best to comfort her. Captain, wait until I have finished my work, and then we can talk about it. After finding out the truth, her mission will be over. And at that time, the right to use this body will truly belong to her. What else do you want to do? Find your childhood sweetheart? Lin Gongxuan was angry. Hasn't he found it? Yu Jia couldn't explain too much to him. She pursed her lips, looking helpless. Seeing her like this, Lin Gongxuan was like a deflated ball. I won't force you. I'll give you time. Lin Gongxuan sat back in his seat with a deep face. And he was complaining in his heart. Little guy. This doesn't fascinate you? Which man can spoil his wife so much? Chapter 187 The Proud Peacock. After all, some time was wasted. Although Yu Jia took the antidote, she still felt a little stiff when she got out of bed the next morning. However, Yu Jia was satisfied. She was full of joy. Lifted the hem of her skirt and turned it back and forth. It works. It works. She opened the door. The sun had risen, and the heat was coming. But Yu Jia did not feel disgusted. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and felt the beauty of the world. The cicadas chirping, the breeze, the subtle conversation. Everything was so comfortable. Lin Erju, what are you doing sticking your head out of the door? Lin Gongxuan stood in the yard and looked at Yu Jia with a puzzled look on his face. It was so hot that people who didn't know would think she had a serious illness. Yu Jia said with a smile, Captain, you are here. Ding ding ding. Yu Jia ran to Lin Gongxuan and looked up at him. Captain, I am fine. My body is not stiff anymore. I can talk and laugh. Well, that's good. Lin Gongxuan laughed unconsciously. His heart and eyes were full of Yu Jia's shadow. The two smiled at each other. Silver threads crackling around them exploded, and brilliant sparks rose. Ahem. Lin Gongxuan frowned. Who was so ignorant? He turned to look at the person who came, and found that it was a nobleman in brocade robes, whom he did not know. Yu Jia greeted him in a deep voice. You haven't left yet? It turned out that this person was the one who helped Yu Jia last night. He bowed and said, Lady, you can call me Ji Feng. Ji Feng walked to a place 3 or 4 steps away from the two people and stopped. Didn't the benefactor say that these bandits would be sent to the police today? Yu Jia slapped her eyebrows. She had forgotten about this. It seems that the power of the 5 elements powder should not be underestimated. Lin Gongxuan glanced at Yu Jia and said, You go to the front yard first. We will be back soon. Ji Feng looked up at the two people and then lowered his eyes. Just follow the benefactor's orders. After Ji Feng left, Yu Jia looked stern. Women have a natural alertness to danger. Captain, this person is not simple. If those women were abducted, it would be understandable. But this elegant young man is in this remote place, without any guards to protect him. Which is strange no matter how you look at it. Lin Gongxuan chuckled. You are so capable. It makes me look incompetent. Ah ha ha ha. Yu Jia laughed dryly. How could it be? The captain is wise and smart. I guess he must have seen that there is something wrong with this person a long time ago. Really not. Lin Gongxuan was secretly annoyed. As the commander of a battalion, he had been thinking about Yu Jia for the past 2 days. But he ignored these details. However, he would not admit it in front of Yu Jia. Ahem. Then according to the captain, how should these people be dealt with? Lin Gongxuan thought for a moment. We should not stay here for long. We took action because we felt sorry for the hostages. If they are willing to let us and the women go, I don't care what they do. Yu Jia nodded. She thought so too. This is the territory of the Uyghurs. Even if they leave, if the bandits return to their old ways, they will be out of reach. Since she cannot control what will happen in the future, she might as well live well now. Lin Erju, shall we negotiate with them? Yu Jia did not comment. I will just follow the captain's orders. A tall and a short figure walked out of the yard, and the flowing sleeves of their clothes raised a breeze. They walked into the village, and saw the hostages who were so depressed yesterday now standing behind Ji Feng in a well-trained manner. Ji Feng still had a smile on his face like the warm spring sun, and saluted from a distance. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan also returned the courtesy, which made Ji Feng stun for a moment, and then reacted, shook his head and laughed. It seems that the benefactor still knows. Mr. Ji Feng, my wife and I came here only because we saw these girls were pitiful and took action. Lin Gongxuan continued, we have no other requests, and we hope that Mr. Ji Feng can help us. Ha ha ha. Jin Feng laughed. It's still easiest to talk to smart people. He looked at the dozen women squatting in the open space with disdain, and pulled the corners of his lips. Since the benefactor only wants these women, Jin Feng can only help them. After this, both sides breathed a sigh of relief. Master, we can't let them go. The old man behind Jin Feng was a little worried. I'm afraid we'll just let the tiger go back to the mountain. Jin Feng shook his head and scolded. Didn't you hear what the benefactor said? They just want to take the women away. And they don't ask for anything else. Yu Jia knew that this was for them to hear. She felt a pain in her heart. And she hadn't had time to find the money left by the bandit boss. But these things are still not worth mentioning compared to life. Master Jin Feng is very generous. I'll leave the aftermath to you. Yu Jia looked up at the black mass of bandits behind him. I'm afraid Jin Feng won't send them to the police. Don't worry, lady. I will live up to your expectations and deal with these people properly. As he spoke, he looked at the bandits with poison in his eyes, as if they were wasting air if they lived one more moment. Since everyone has reached an agreement, let's start the action. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan led a dozen girls to the foot of the mountain stronghold. Halfway through, Yu Jia turned around and looked at the mountain stronghold. He saw a plaque with the 4 characters Black Wind Stronghold falling to the ground. The village, which had been washed away by all the glitz, finally returned to its original appearance. Yu Jia and the other 2 had to hurry on their way, so the dozen women couldn't follow them. She regretted again that she hadn't found money earlier. At this moment, she was penniless and couldn't afford to give money to these girls. Sisters, let's separate now. In the future, be good. The 10 women with strong personalities knelt down to Yu Jia, and the others followed suit. Thank you for your rescue. Lady, can you spare my life? I will give you a large reward after I go home. Yu Jia glanced at Lin Gongxuan. If this gentleman wasn't around, she might have left him. No, people who travel the world, seeing injustice on the road, draw their swords to help. How can they be measured by those vulgar things? Yu Jia asked everyone to stand up. Let's say goodbye. She couldn't say any more gorgeous words. And Lin Gongxuan stood by and didn't say anything, as if nothing had happened. She was really a little nervous. Fortunately, these women were probably eager to get out of this wolf's den. After saying goodbye to Yu Jia and the others, they hurriedly left together. Yu Jia looked at the figures of the people going away, and she clapped her hands and said with a full sense of accomplishment, Captain, we have done good things again without leaving a name. Lin Gongxuan threw away his sleeves and walked towards the river, and Yu Jia hurriedly followed. Captain, please say something. We have done good things. Why are you still so cold? Lin Gongxuan said coldly, what is there to say? I have done less good things? TSK? Yu Jia sneered. What a proud peacock. Chapter 188, Failed to Place People. The 2 found the river and went north along the river. Soon they saw the border. At this time, the border guards were not so strict, and only a few soldiers were checking the road. They might be checking some road permits, documents and the like. The 2 did not have these things, but it was not difficult for them. At night, 2 figures passed by quickly, startling the cicadas. De Zhou and Hui, who stood on the mountain. As long as the 2 climbed over the mountain in front of them, they could return to De Zhou. Captain, you said that after the mountain? How far are we from the Yunnan military camp? Yu Jia looked at the dark mountaintops and couldn't stop worrying. If they passed the mountain and went astray, how long would it take them to reach their destination? In the mountains, everything depends on human power. If they are a little off, it will take them a while to walk. No problem. Lin Gongxuan looked at the familiar hilltop in front of him and was not worried. After passing this hilltop, we will reach the foot of Sankyo Mountain, and then we will be able to find the sentinels of the Yunnan military camp. Yu Jia sighed softly. She didn't expect them to go around in such a big circle. Originally, they fell off the cliff in Nantung, but after passing the hilltop, they arrived in Yunnan. But she still felt lucky. It was better to go home directly. The 2 found a place on the hilltop at night and started a fire. The temperature in the mountains dropped sharply at night, and a cold wind blew. Yu Jia tightened her clothes. She found this set of clothes in Haifeng's Hai. She was originally dressed in women's clothes, but it was inconvenient to travel, so she found a set of men's clothes to wear. Captain, I don't know what changes will happen in the Yunnan military camp in the few days we are away. After Yu Jia finished speaking, she looked at the shadowy firelight, and Lin Gongxuan's face was not very clear. The firelight hit his left face, and he looked a little gloomy. Lin Gongxuan really couldn't say what would happen in the Yunnan military camp. The two discussed this issue before. The Yunnan military camp has always lacked a general. I don't know if the court will send someone to take office again this time. He was a subordinate of Li Yanxiao. Although it was not openly stated, the Yunnan military camp was still under the control of Li Yanxiao. If the prince and Li Yanxiao fell out at this time, the prince's first priority would be to take the power of the Yunnan military camp into his pocket. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it, Lin Gongxuan said coldly, and Yu Jia curled her lips. In fact, Li Yanxiang really had his eyes on the Yunnan military camp. The court was in chaos, and the generals under Li Yanxiao united as a front to impeach Li Yanqing's men. After so much back and forth, the two finally came to the surface. Li Yanxiao was not afraid of those wearing shoes. He didn't care about the position. If he angered the emperor, the worst thing would be to return to his fiefdom in Bashu. But Li Yanxiang was different. He wanted both power and position. The checks and balances of various forces constrained him. For a time, he was actually at a disadvantage. In the morning court that day, in addition to the officials in Bashu who talked about the Jizhou military camp, Lian Jian also echoed them. Li Yanqing dared not speak out, and he took the lead. Father, I am indeed biased in this matter, but this matter cannot be blamed entirely on the officials. The Jizhou military camp is located in the northern desert, and those Tatars are cunning by nature. Who knew they would actually kill all the people? According to my son, every failure is a lesson, so it is better to be well defended. If Li Yanqing is a civil official, he only knows how to do superficial work. If Li Yanxiao were to handle it, he would definitely lead the army to drive the Tatar out of the northern desert for 20 miles. Li Guoli raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Defense? The result of defense is to kill 100,000 people? Why retreat when there was already a trend of victory? Li Yanqing was shocked. He didn't expect that the emperor had investigated the matter to such a level. For a moment, cold sweat ran down his forehead. He didn't care about these things and knelt on the ground quickly. Father, this son really doesn't know. It must be that Zhang Changxian had selfish motives that led to the defeat in this battle. After hearing what Li Yanxiang said, the prince party looked at each other in bewilderment. Is the prince trying to pass the buck? Or is he trying to pass the buck to a dead person? They are serious princelings, and they don't shy away from doing things on weekdays. But the prince's words at this time made them back off. If there is trouble again in the future, will the prince throw dirty water on them? Let's not talk about the prince's ability and whether he can ascend to the throne. If it is good for him, it's fine. If it fails, they will be the first to be implicated. Seeing that everyone in the hall has their own thoughts, Li Guoli snorted coldly. Zhang Changxian has selfish intentions, and you can't escape the blame. As your subordinate, since he has selfish intentions for a long time, why didn't you notice it? This back and forth actually confirmed that Zhang Changxian had ulterior motives. Li Yanxiang was overjoyed. His father still loved him. It was my son's failure to supervise strictly. Don't worry, father. I will strengthen the management of my subordinates in the future. This also stabilized the military spirit of the prince's party, who were wavering. No matter what, the emperor still valued the prince. A disaster was just exposed without any pain. Li Yanqing did not expect it to be so smooth. Crashed. The vase in the room broke with a sound and shattered on the ground. Good Li Yanxiang. I don't believe you will continue to be so smooth. Lin Gongxuan was right. The court had already learned about his disappearance and sent a general to take office. But this general had fought on the battlefield for decades and had already retired to his hometown. He did not want to get involved in this dispute. He was robbed and killed on his way to take office. So he returned to the capital and cried, Your Majesty, if you want my life, just say it directly. Why bother to go back and forth? Li Guoli was helpless. He knew that Bashu was a desolate place, but he did not expect the bandits to be so rampant. Looking at the old guy with tears in his eyes, he felt a little bit reluctant. If he could not send a veteran who had been on the battlefield for a long time, he could only send a rookie. He carefully selected the sons of prominent families with military merits and backgrounds. This time it would be foolproof. Unexpectedly, an accident happened before they even reached Bashu. When they reached the border of Weijiang River, the local governor gave them a warm reception. After learning a little about the cultural characteristics of Bashu, they actually scared the children of the noble families back to the capital. Li Guoli was furious. But because of the reputation of those noble families, he couldn't really question them. For a time, the children of the noble families in the capital who were born in the 5th generation were afraid of being sent out. It was really a death before the mission was accomplished. Li Guoli fell ill in anger. The matter of sending people to the Yunnan military camp was left unresolved. Li Yinshao did not express his opinion when he received the news. Everything was within his expectations. If you want to place spies in his territory, you have to ask him if he agrees. If the emperor insists on doing so, then he can only take extraordinary measures. Chapter 189 Return to the camp. There is no shortage of food in the mountains and forests in summer, so the task of finding food naturally fell on Lin Gongxuan. Yu Jiala was relaxed, lying on the grass and waiting for food leisurely. Her first menstruation was abnormal, and she only had it for 3 days before it stopped. Thinking of the heart-wrenching pain during menstruation, at this time, she simply felt that the world was too beautiful. Looking at the busy Lin Gongxuan, Yu Jia felt even happier. Captain, look at you. You are so capable. And the meat you grill is better than mine. Lin Gongxuan didn't even look at her, and continued with his actions. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yu Jia didn't get angry. So she continued. Alas, when a man is too capable, a woman will appear incompetent. Actually, I still like to be an incompetent woman. Oh, really? Then when we return to the barracks, you can return to the guards. Yu Jia stood up and walked quickly to Lin Gongxuan's side. Don't worry, Captain. If I return to the guards, you will lose a powerful general. Right? Yu Jia squatted beside Lin Gongxuan with a smile, staring at the roast chicken in his hand. Didn't you say you wanted to be an incompetent woman? Lin Gongxuan smiled. I'll fulfill your wish. No. 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 I suddenly feel that being a capable woman is also good. Yu Jia swallowed her saliva. It's my blessing to be with the captain. But I'm used to being free, so I'm not suitable for the guards. Lin Gongxuan didn't comment and took the roasted chicken off the wooden rack. He thought about it again and finally said it. Lin Erju, what do you think of Gosheng? Gosheng? Yu Jia looked puzzled. Why did the captain suddenly become interested in Gosheng? The honest and simple face of Gosheng appeared in her mind. Don't say it. I really miss Gosheng. I don't know how worried he and Changhair will be about me after I get into trouble. It would have been better if he didn't say this. But as soon as he said this, Lin Gongxuan suddenly exuded a sense of oppression. He stood up and shouted. Lin Erju, you always say you miss a man. Do you know what is called courtesy, righteousness, integrity and shame? Yu Jia was confused and quickly caught the roast chicken that Lin Gongxuan had let go. My dear Captain, don't let go. Looking at Lin Gongxuan's angry face, Yu Jia really didn't know what he said wrong again. Captain, how could I not know courtesy, righteousness, integrity and shame? Go Sheng and Chang Hai are my brothers who have shared life and death with me, and they also know my identity. I have been out for so long. I miss them, and they miss me. Isn't this normal between brothers? Brother? Your usual behavior doesn't seem like a brother's. Lin Gongxuan was a little angry, and his voice rose unconsciously. Can brothers hold hands with each other? Can brothers put their arms around each other's shoulders? Yu Jia's face was full of black question marks. Ah, isn't it? This kind of situation can be seen everywhere in the military camp. Isn't Lin Gongxuan a little exaggerated? Captain, have you never shaken hands with Brother Fong? Have you never put your arms around your brothers, who are on good terms? Lin Gongxuan pursed his lips and thought about it carefully. This kind of situation is really common. But when he thought of the two peoples getting along, he was still angry. Lin Erju, you are a woman. How can you be confused with them? Captain, Yu Jia said firmly, when I joined the military camp, I put these children's private affairs aside. I just treat them as my brothers. And I don't have any other thoughts in my heart. That's all. If Lin Gongxuan continues to make trouble, Yu Jia doesn't want to indulge him anymore. Seeing Yu Jia's serious words and serious expression, Lin Gongxuan calmed down. Don't do this again in the future. Lin Gongxuan stopped when he saw that he was ahead. But his slightly trembling hands betrayed him. He didn't look so calm. Lin Gongxuan sat down next to Yu Jia again, and suddenly took the roast chicken from her hand. He tore off the chicken leg and handed it to Yu Jia. then tore off a chicken wing and ate it slowly. He complained in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't anger Lin Erju. If she ignored him, wouldn't it be hard to coax her back? As for what Lin Erju said about brotherhood, he just believed her for the time being. If he saw her say or do something wrong again in the future, he would not care if Lin Erju was angry or not. He would have to teach her a lesson. Lin Gongxuan tried his best to comfort himself, and did not notice that Yu Jia's eyes were getting deeper and deeper. Lin Gongxuan's attack this time was thunder and rain. He was angry, but only for a while. Yu Jia thought his behavior was weird, but did not break the silence at this time. The two finished the roast chicken in silence and started to hurry. The mountain looks small, but you run your legs off. It took Yu Jia and the others a day to reach the foot of the mountain near dark. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, they heard someone ask in a stern voice, "Who is it?" The two smiled at each other, and saw relief in each other's eyes. Lin Gongxuan. The other party seemed to be unconvinced, and walked out of the bushes, and suddenly opened his eyes wide when he saw Lin Gongxuan and the other two. "Captain, I meet you." "Captain." The patrolling soldier actually knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. "Captain, you are okay." "It's great." Yu Jia was moved, and hurried to help the soldier up. "Why are you crying?" "Captain, isn't he fine?" The soldier wiped his tears in embarrassment, looked at Yu Jia, and then looked at Lin Gongxuan as if he couldn't believe it. "Captain, Captain Lin, it's great that you are alive." Lin Gongxuan asked directly, without bothering to greet each other. "Is everything okay in the camp?" Reply to the commander. "The prince is here. Everything is normal in the camp. Li Yanxiao is here." Yu Jia's heart stomped, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. She didn't say anything at the moment. Lin Gongxuan seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. "Lin Erju, don't think too much. Go back to the camp." Yu Jia's heart seemed to be stuffed with a big ball of cotton wool, choking and unable to breathe. When the two returned to the Yunnan military camp, the whole camp was boiling. Yu Jia didn't know that she was so popular. Not only did those who worked with her come to ask about her well-being, but even Zhao Qingda came to join in the fun. "Oh, Lin Erju, I didn't expect you to be so lucky that you can come back alive." Although he said so, his tone was not good. But Zhao Qingda's face was obviously full of life. Yu Jia's heart moved slightly, and he bowed with both hands. "This is still troublesome for Captain Zhao. I will bother Captain Zhao again in the future." Seeing Yu Jia's behavior, Zhao Qingda was obviously stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Yu Jia to be so easy to talk to at this time. After all, the two had fought and quarreled, and he couldn't bring himself to be glad that Lin Erju didn't die. He snorted coldly at the moment, which was considered a response. After seeing Yu Jia, Chang Haya cried and cursed the thief's ancestors for 18 generations. Go Sheng's face didn't fluctuate much, but with tears in his eyes, he silently prepared a thin mattress for Yu Jia to rest at night. Chapter 190, Meeting the Superior. The military camp was like a busy market, and it was bustling until the hour of high. Go Sheng brought hot water and put it on the ground. "Captain, come and soak your feet quickly. You have been walking for so long. Come and relax." Yu Jia responded and sat down on the bed, and Chang Hire followed him to the bed. "Captain, you don't know how hard our lives have been since the prince came these days." The hot water in the basin flowed from the soles of the feet along the veins to the limbs and bones, and Yu Jia sighed comfortably. "Did the prince make things difficult for you?" Yu Jia looked unhappy, staring at the basin, not knowing what he was thinking. "It's more than making things difficult. It's simply picking on you." Chang Hare drooped his face, indignantly recounting the injustices of these days. "Since the prince came to the Yunnan military camp, we have been cautious and humble, but he is still not satisfied. One moment he said our military discipline was lax, and the next moment he said our infantry skills were not good enough. Captain, think about it. How many cowards are there in your army? Except for the fact that our infantry battalion skills are not as good as the vanguard battalion. Which other battalion dares to challenge us?" The more he talked, the angrier he became. Chang Hare danced with his hands and gestured, wishing he could stand on the martial arts stage and kill everyone. "Wang Chang Hare, lower your voice. Are you afraid that our captain will be bored?" Go Sheng impatiently stopped Chang Hire, who pursed his lips and looked at Yu Jia with a guilty conscience. Yu Jia raised his head and looked at the two of them with a smile. "It's okay. I just came back, and I must understand our situation. Both of them had goosebumps on their bodies. They could see that although Yu Jia was smiling, the smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. Yu Jia's fingers turned white, and she clenched the corner of her clothes hard. Li Yanzhao wanted to use her as a knife. What military discipline! What body skills! All are excuses. This Li Yanzhao is also a murderer, knowing what she cares about, and stabbing her with a knife. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan just came back today, and they are far away from Li Yanzhao's tent. So they will go to pay homage to Li Yanzhao early tomorrow morning. Yu Jia raised her foot, and Go Sheng immediately understood and wanted to wipe Yu Jia's feet directly. Go Sheng, how many times have I told you not to wipe my feet? I'll do it myself. As a modern person, she couldn't stand this kind of treatment. Go Sheng was a little embarrassed and handed the footcloth to Yu Jia. Captain, you have a good rest. You have to go to the prince's tent early tomorrow morning. Yu Jia absent-mindedly said him. As a response, Yu Jia lay on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. There was still a tough battle to fight tomorrow, so she had to rest well today. The more she wanted to fall asleep as soon as possible, the more counterproductive it was. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep at all. Yu Jia opened her eyes and looked at the dark area above her head. From time to time, patrols patrolled outside the tent, and any slight movement could attract her attention. Thinking of the unknown future of Yu Jiaying, Yu Jia felt a little sad. These people had just come out of prison, and they could only live in a corner with her. Before they could play the role, would they change their master? Yu Jia didn't know what Li Yanzhao did in the court. If she knew it in advance, she would definitely be shocked by his methods. It was not easy to fall asleep, and Go Sheng's voice came from outside the tent. Captain! Captain! Are you awake? Yu Jia suddenly opened her eyes and threw the thin blanket aside irritably. Awake! Her voice was hoarse and a little lazy. Go Sheng understood, opened the door of the tent, and entered with a basin of water. Captain! Come and wash up. Yu Jia got out of bed and went to the basin, brushed her teeth roughly with some coarse salt on her hands. After finishing the cleaning, Yu Jia asked Go Sheng to find a set of tight clothes to wear. Go Sheng, am I heroic? Go Sheng nodded. Very heroic. Then am I imposing? Yu Jia asked again. Is I imposing? Go Sheng looked at Yu Jia with a complicated expression. Captain, don't be too stressed. Yu Jia did not say anything. Her eyes were blank. If Li Yanzhao came hard, how should she deal with it? Captain, please have your meal. No. Yu Jia waved her hand and walked out of the tent. At this time, Xiao Bai was waiting outside the tent and saw Yu Jia running over happily. Yu Jia laughed. Good Xiao Bai. You haven't forgotten me yet. Xiao Bai clung to Yu Jia affectionately. Breathing heavily, Yu Jia enjoyed this moment of warmth. Well, let's go. Follow me to fight. She jumped on the horse, and the man and the horse galloped away. Yu Jia came when Lin Gongxuan was eating. I'm here to see the captain. The captain has a good appetite. Lin Gongxuan glanced at her expressionlessly. Have you eaten? Let's eat together. Okay. Yu Jia sat down opposite Lin Gongxuan in a carefree manner. Fang Dashan was very considerate and brought another meal to Yu Jia. Captain Lin, please have it. Yu Jia smiled at him as a greeting. The food in front of him was delicious, but Yu Jia found it tasteless. Captain, do you think the prince has been finding fault with me these days? Is he very dissatisfied with me? Yu Jia did not beat around the bush with Lin Gongxuan. The dark circles under Lin Gongxuan's eyes showed that he did not sleep well yesterday. Lin Erju, the thunder and rain are all the emperor's grace. Lin Gongxuan was a little worried. He had heard about the situation of the infantry battalion and even the Yu Jia battalion. We have to accept it. Yu Jia drank a mouthful of rice porridge. I am not against it, but I don't understand it. Let's not talk about the infantry battalion. As the death squad of the vanguard battalion, is it unacceptable for the Yu Jia battalion to be the death squad? Lin Erju, the prince's order is here. This is the imperial edict. Lin Gongxuan put down his chopsticks, with some reluctance in his eyes. Yu Jia felt sad. Even Lin Gongxuan couldn't do anything, so there was really no way. Yu Jia bit a big mouthful of steamed bread, and his cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Then the captain will arrange everything. After the two finished breakfast, they rode to Li Yanzhao's tent. The two saluted Li Yanzhao, but they didn't expect Ian to be here. Ian looked at Yu Jia excitedly, as if she had thousands of words to say. Yu Jia was relieved and smiled at her. indicating that she was fine. Li Yanzhao saw Lin Gongxuan and immediately came over to give him a hug. At this time, there was no distinction between subordinates and subordinates. What was there was the friendship of young people supporting each other. The friendship that was lost and regained. Gongxuan, good boy. You will be blessed after surviving a disaster. Li Yanzhao patted Lin Gongxuan's shoulder inside. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. Li Yanzhao seemed to have just seen Yu Jia. Lin Erju is so lucky that he can escape death. What? What is this? Talking to Lin Gongxuan means that you will be blessed after surviving a disaster. And talking to her means that you have escaped death. This is too different. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. Li Yanzhao walked slowly towards the desk. And Ian carefully supported him. Is Your Majesty ill? Lin Gongxuan followed and stepped forward to support Li Yanzhao. Ian evacuated from Li Yanzhao and stood beside Yu Jia. Oh, it's an old problem. When it's about to rain, this injured leg hurts all the time. Chapter 191. Leave it to you. Li Yanzhao sat on the chair with difficulty. And after adjusting his posture, he began to release his pressure. The other people in the tent felt it. Yin glanced at Yu Jia's face and bowed to leave. This is about to begin. Gongxuan, the king has conducted a trial in the Yunnan military camp these days. But the result is not satisfactory. Lin Gongxuan immediately knelt on one knee, bowed his hands and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. The boss knelt down. And Yu Jia had to kneel down as well. Suddenly, the cold and hard pain whistled towards his knees. What do you mean by forgiveness or not? Stand up and answer. Yu Jia did not mention Yu Jia in his words. Yu Jia stood up with a cold face following Lin Gongxuan. Li Yanzhao's eyes suddenly turned cold, staring straight at Yu Jia. Lin Erju, I know that your captain values you, but you can't be arrogant because of your favor. Yu Jia was neither humble nor arrogant. Her back was straight, and she argued with reason. May I ask Your Majesty, how can I be arrogant because of your favor? Lin Erju, how can you talk like that? This is not an infantry battalion. How can you be so stupid? Lin Gongxuan's forehead jumped. This Lin Erju can't make him worry for a moment. Yu Jia looked up at Li Yanzhao. I don't have any rebellious intentions. I am stupid. I don't understand where Your Majesty's words come from. I hope Your Majesty will show me. Li Yanzhao snorted coldly and rushed towards Yu Jia with a chill. Your camp's military discipline is lax. And you actually went up the mountain without orders. The wild animals in the mountains are the most plump at this time of year. And soldiers often go hunting together. Although it is forbidden to go into the mountains, they also turn a blind eye to this situation in private. Li Yanzhao used this excuse to put pressure on others. Although it was a bit far-fetched, it was reasonable. It is true that I did not rule strictly. Seeing Yu Jia give in, Li Yanzhao's face improved a lot. Your infantry is not just a little bit worse. It is simply unbearable to look at. Yu Jia suppressed her anger in her heart. She didn't understand why Li Yanzhao used such an excuse to attack. As a prince and general, it seems a bit petty to be so fussy. Of course, if we compare our infantry battalion with the vanguard battalion, it's simply not good enough. I will definitely learn from the vanguard battalion when I go back, and put what I have learned into practice when I come back. Li Yanzhao's face lightened up a little, glanced at Lin Gongxuan, and continued, This infantry battalion is okay. It was brought up by me personally. It's just that the people in this Yu Jia camp are just a bunch of rabble. Not only do they make the military camp a mess, they also have no respect for military law and refuse to obey discipline. In my opinion, they should be expelled from the military camp. No! Yu Jia was shocked and angry. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. And Yu Jia took a deep breath and continued. Your Highness, I stressed this when I was trying to win over these people. They are the vanguards of the vanguard camp. And they are there to explore the way and lead the charge. Yu Jia was very anxious. And his words were sonorous and powerful. That is to say, their lives are worthless. And they exist to reduce the casualties of the vanguard camp. Yu Jia bowed and took a step forward. It costs so much to train soldiers in the vanguard camp. If they die on the battlefield, how worthless is that? If these people can replace them to die, why not? After the words fell, there was a dead silence in the tent. After a long time, Yu Jia's arms were sore. And then he heard Li Yanzhao's cold words. Lin Erju, what do you think of the military camp? Have you been to a house before? Yu Jia put down her hand and looked at Li Yanzhao. Li Yinchao had no expression on his face, and even his eyes were filled with murderous intent. If you, a woman, were not useful to the military camp, I would have punished you for deceiving the emperor long ago. Yu Jia knelt on the ground with a plop. Thank you, your majesty, for not killing me. Lin Erju is willing to go through fire and water for your majesty. The military camp is my home, and Lin Erju's life belongs to the military camp. Li Yinchao had to give Lin Gongxuan face after all. Get up. I won't pursue your identity. Yu Jia then trembled and got up from the ground. In the hot summer of June, her back was soaked with cold sweat. Gongxuan, in your opinion, should the Yujia camp belong to Lin Erju? Lin Gongxuan thought for a moment and then spoke. Your Majesty, what Lin Erju said does make sense. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Gongxuan's forehead was hit by a heavy object. Yu Jia screamed. Captain! Li Yinchao smashed the pen holder on Lin Gongxuan's head, and was really confused by the love affair. Lin Gongxuan said calmly, Your Majesty, don't worry. Let me analyze it. Then, regardless of Li Yinchao's pressure, he continued, training a vanguard camp of soldiers is extraordinary. It consumes more than twice the manpower, energy, and even money than ordinary soldiers. The vanguard camp does a lot of hard work. Every time they go to the battlefield, they put their heads on their belts. Every time they hold the belief that they will die, they strive for the advantage for the soldiers in the rear. Your Highness, if there is a way to reduce the casualties of the vanguard camp, I will be the first to agree. Besides, the people in Yujia's camp are all people who deserve to die. So why not do it? Although Yu Jia knew that Lin Gongxuan said these words in favor of her, she still felt uncomfortable. They are all people who deserve to die. Every word hit Yu Jia's heart, and her heart seemed to be full of holes. She looked at Li Yinchao with a thoughtful look on his face, and her heart moved slightly. If she is the superior, wouldn't these problems be solved? At this moment, the idea of wanting to be promoted reached its peak. Li Yinchao seemed to be shaken by this statement. He shook his head and laughed softly. You kid. Well, there are only about 40 people, so I'll leave it to you. Li Yinchao's eyes were full of warnings. I don't think these 40 people can get out of my palm. Since Gongxuan intends to let the people of Yujia camp take the lead for the vanguard camp, then these 40 people will be under your control. Lin Gongxuan bowed his hands to accept the order, and Yujia felt mixed emotions. When the two came out of Li Yinchao's tent, the air was already hot. Seeing Yu Jia didn't say a word, Lin Gongxuan sighed. What's wrong? Are you angry? Yu Jia was dejected. No. How dare I be angry? I don't even have the qualifications to be angry. How could I be angry? How could this aggrieved look and tone of voice not be considered as acting like a spoiled child? Lin Gongxuan felt sweet in his heart, and just thinking about it, he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Okay, don't be angry. What will your subordinates think of you like this? I thought I bullied you. Yu Jia muttered softly. Isn't it just bullying me? The people in Yujia's camp are going to be handed over to Lin Gongxuan for disposal. Isn't this snatching people from her? Then how about handing Yujia's camp over to you? What? Yu Jia looked incredulous. The captain wants to hand Yujia's camp over to me. Didn't the prince say? Chapter 192 The War Begins. Didn't the prince say that he would hand over the people in Yujia's camp to you for disposal? Lin Gongxuan smiled indulgently. With his understanding of Li Yinchao, he was relieved to say these words. My disposal is to hand them over to you. Yu Jia bit her lip, with spring in her eyes. Captain, have I ever told you that you are the best person in the world? Lin Gongxuan was full of joy. No one has ever said that I am a good person. You are the first person to say so. Yu Jia laughed. In Lin Erju's heart, you are the best person. But how could such a good person kill the whole family of the Lin family? The doubts in her heart burst out, and Yu Jia looked at Lin Gongxuan firmly. Captain, tell me, if a person gets promoted, what reason can make him kill his family? What? Lin Gongxuan was enjoying Lin Erju's praise, and didn't know why she asked this question. That is, maybe after this person got promoted, he didn't want others to laugh at him for having a low-status family. So he killed his whole family. Yu Jia wanted to make this possible clearer, and after she finished speaking, she stared at Lin Gongxuan, looking at Yu Jia's nervous little face. Lin Gongxuan's face flashed with teasing. Lin Erju, are you having a fever again? Why do you despise your own background? Why kill the whole family? Besides, After the promotion, shouldn't the family enjoy the good life with you? Yu Jia's throat was sour, and the tragic situation at that time flashed through his mind again. Do you really think so? It is almost half a year before the extermination of the whole family. And Lin Gongxuan's idea is not to exterminate the whole family. What happened in the meantime that made Lin Gongxuan so cruel? Or, the Lin family was not killed by Lin Gongxuan at all. As soon as this thought came out, Yu Jia felt cold behind him. Who could Lin Gongxuan offend? There were only two people who could mobilize the Jinhui. Could it be that Li Yinsheng and Li Yinchao were at odds, and Lin Gongxuan was in trouble? But why did these people tell the Lin family that Lin Gongxuan ordered them to be killed? Yu Jia's mind was in a mess with many doubts. Lin Erju, what are you thinking about? Yu Jia's expression was wonderful, but there was no joy. Are you not happy that Yu Jia's camp is handed over to you? Happy. Happy. I'm very happy, Yu Jia said with a smile. Captain, come to our infantry camp today. I will cook for you to welcome you. Huh? Welcome me? Lin Gongxuan was amused. Why welcome me again? Yu Jia suddenly felt that he had said something wrong. He. Just find a reason. Then celebrate our escape and return home safely. This was more like it. Lin Gongxuan also accepted it with pleasure. In the evening, Yu Jia prepared some home-cooked dishes and asked Chang Haier to take out his treasured wine to entertain Lin Gongxuan. Captain, I'll pour you some wine. The soft and fragrant wine poured out from the crystal-clear wine pot, filling the room with fragrance. Captain, I don't know how to thank you. You saved me. And you also protected me. I can't repay you. I'll drink first. Yu Jia raised the wine glass and took a sip. The spicy wine flowed down her throat to her dantian, stimulating her to smack her lips. Slow down. No one will grab it from you. Lin Gongxuan picked up the wine glass and sipped it. You should be more low-key in the future. Fortunately, no one in the camp reported you. If someone had tried to make things difficult for you, this time wouldn't have been so smooth. Yu Jia nodded. She agreed with Lin Gongxuan's point of view. But is she acting high profile? It's just that she's a little introverted. So it's not that high profile. Captain, the weather is really abnormally hot and dry. It looks like it's really going to rain in the next few days. In summer, there are many rainy days in Bashu, and the humidity invades the body, and the soldiers will get eczema again. Well, Mr. Wu has enough experience in this situation. You don't have to worry. That's good. Yu Jia is relieved. The Nanman is also worried. The border between the Nanman and the Great Zhou is also hot and humid, which is a disaster for them at this time. They believe in witch doctors and the moon goddess. Once someone is sick, they will be sent to the moon goddess temple for witch doctors to treat. However, the effect of this treatment is minimal, and very few people can survive. However, it still does not reduce the weight of witch doctors in their hearts. If someone survives, they will thank the witch doctors for their excellent medical skills and their dedication to saving the world. If someone does not survive, they will thank the witch doctors after they die. It must be because they have done something bad that the witch doctors cannot save their lives. Mu Shirha looked at the drizzling rain outside the window and couldn't help but worry. How are the soldiers in the army? Aben looked respectful. Sir, it's not optimistic. Have you called a witch doctor? Aben hesitated. Sir, don't worry about the military affairs. Mu Shirha didn't say anything, touching his right leg with a fierce look. Sir, just take good care of your injuries. As for the military camp, let the master worry about it. Aben felt sorry for Mu Shirha. He came over and helped Mu Shirha sit on the chair. The last time he was captured, Mu Shirha was seriously injured. Especially his right leg was fractured, and the situation was very serious. As a prisoner, he was not qualified to call a doctor, and the Yunnan military camp was their mortal enemy, and they wished he would die quickly. With such a delay, the best time for treatment was missed. When he returned to Nanman, the witch doctor told him that his bones and flesh had grown strong, and there was no way to save him. Mu Shirha was captured in this battle, which not only damaged the reputation of Nanman, but also left him disabled. He was immediately dismissed by the Nanman king. At first, Mu Xiaoling and Mu Shirha's subordinates all stood up for him. How could he be dismissed just because he had no merits? Mu Shirha's heart was not stirred. It was not that he was arrogant. The Nanman king wanted to expand the territory, but no one in the country could take on this important task. Just wait and see. There will always be a day when Mu Shirha will come out again. At that time, those who look down on him and those who envy him will all kneel down beside him and respect him. Taking advantage of this gap, the new person supported by the leader of the southern barbarian kingdom actually wanted to attack the great Zhou. Mu Shirha laughed, his eyes cold. Isn't this going to die? He has worked with the great Zhou for so many years, and he must be careful every time he goes out. What's more, it's a new recruit with no record of any battles. This battle will definitely fail. Yu Jia followed the soldiers to train in the rain. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. In the gray rain curtain, it was hard to see clearly. Dong dong dong. The bell rang, and the enemy was coming. Yu Jia quickly gathered the soldiers and got ready. She was annoyed. Mu Shirha was still beaten lightly, and he came to cause trouble so soon. This time, Lin Gongxuan ordered the people of Yu Jia's camp to take the lead and find out the situation of the enemy first. As the boss of Yu Jia's camp, he naturally had to lead them to the battle. Chapter 193, Promotion Again. Due to the urgency of the situation, Yu Jia had no time to make any pre-war speeches. She asked Go Sheng to gather the soldiers of Yu Jia's camp. Looking at the neat and orderly brothers, Yu Jia felt a sense of pride in her heart. Brothers, we raise soldiers for 1,000 days, but deploy them for a moment. Whether the name of Yu Jia's camp is famous or not depends on this charge. She didn't know how to say polite words, nor did she want to say more. Let's go! Yu Jia, Go Sheng, Chang Haya and 43 people from Yu Jia's camp ran out of the military camp in the heavy rain. The rain soaked their armor, and the cold wind blew, making people tremble all over. However, their hearts were warm, and their excitement was beyond words. With the sound of horses clattering, everyone came to the front of the enemy army. Am I seeing right? So many people are coming? Mu Shirha always said that the Great Zhou army camp is full of talents. But I don't think it's that good. That's right. The leader is thin and small. I don't know if he can take my blow. The leader is a Yabo, from the second largest family of Nanman. This man is 1.9 meters tall, burly and fierce, with a typical Nanman figure. At this time, he sat on the warhorse and listened to the discussion of his subordinates with a proud face. This time he was able to pull Mu Shirha down. But it took a lot of effort. This is just the beginning. According to the family's plan, Mu Shirha will be pulled down first, and Mu Zhaoling will be the next one. By then, their family will be the first family in the South Barbarians. As for the king, as long as they have the strength, they are also qualified to be the king. Thinking about the future, he has foreseen a life of luxury and debauchery with beautiful women everywhere after he wins the throne. Ha ha ha! Aibo laughed up to the sky, suddenly drew out his scimitar and pointed it at the team in front. Brothers, if you kill one enemy, you will be rewarded with platinum. If you kill 5 enemies, you will be awarded a minor marquee. And if you kill 10 enemies, you will be awarded a major marquee. Ugh! Everyone shouted excitedly, as if those rewards were within reach. However, soon, they suffered a beating from the society, and Lin Erju's name frightened them. Seeing the team in front getting closer and closer, Yu Jia drew his sword and shouted, "Set up the formation." Shua! In a flash, 2 teams rushed out from behind her, joining the camp behind her in an orderly manner. The Nanman army was dumbfounded. Why did they go in circles on horseback? What shocked them was still to come. The people in Yu Jia camp kept changing their formations and attacked them. They were like a tornado, sweeping in forcefully. The Nanman vanguard camp was caught off guard. Ivy looked panicked and quickly commanded the soldiers to fight. It was too late to attack at this time. A squad of 10 people in Yu Jia camp, holding stones, knocked them out. Mu Shirha had seen the power of stones and had a plan to deal with it. But these people were fighting Yu Jia for the first time, and they had no idea what this thing was. Yu Jia originally thought that Mu Shirha was leading the team to declare war, but who would have thought that it was a stranger? This was easy to deal with, as these stone-throwing stones were originally placed under the bellies of the war horses for emergency use, and they were just right for use. Yu Jia quickly hacked at the enemy, looking up at the gray sky, and the big raindrops were still falling, which was really a blessing from heaven. Her strategy has always been to fight quickly and decisively, but this time, she changed her mind. First, to highlight the role of Yu Jiaying, and second, to vent her anger. It was just a pity that the old guy Mu Shirha didn't come, but these young men were not bad either. Soon, more than 40 people in Yu Jiaying were able to defeat the enemy with fewer people, and nearly 500 enemies. The enemy general was killed by Yu Jia, and the rest of the soldiers were in a panic and fled. Chang Haier wiped the blood off his face and asked Yu Jia beside him, "Captain, do you want to chase them?" Yu Jia sneered, "Don't chase the desperate enemy, and they will die if they go back." When she issued the order, it was obvious that the soldiers in Yu Jia's camp were still not satisfied. "Why are you in a hurry? There will be plenty of opportunities for you to enjoy it in the future." At this time, the sun suddenly tore through the dark clouds, revealing a ray of light, and the rainstorm stopped at this moment. "Great! It seems that God is celebrating for us." Yu Jia felt very happy in his heart, raised his hand and said, "Return to the camp." When the soldiers of Yu Jia camp returned to the camp, many people were already waiting in line in the camp. They had learned from the scouts that Yu Jia camp had won a great victory. At this moment, they seemed to be returning home in glory, riding their horses with great pride. If Yu Jia had not told them to keep a low profile in advance, I'm afraid their nostrils would have been soaring to the sky. Yu Jia saw Li Yanzhao and Lin Gongxuan standing on the high platform of the parade ground from a distance. Li Yanzhao's expression was hazy and unclear, while Lin Gongxuan was talking and laughing. Looking very pleased, Yu Jia dismounted, led the people of Yu Jia camp to the front of the parade ground, and knelt down to salute. "My humble Lin Erju pays homage to the prince." Yu Jia camp actually had 43 people leaving the camp and 43 returning to the camp. "Good, good, good," Li Yanzhao shouted 3 times, and then laughed. "Fun, fun. So far, there are only a few battles that can be escaped without losing a single soldier. And now this legend has finally appeared in his Yunnan military camp. Lin Erju, you commanded this battle well, and made great contributions. I will pass you a promotion certificate, and promote you to Guidue." Yu Jia suddenly raised his head, and looked at Li Yanzhao, who seemed to be emitting golden light. "Guidue, second only to Lin Gongxuan's Zhichengdue, is the second in command of Yunnan military camp." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Yanzhao is also a person who cherishes talents. He was suspicious of Jiadua a few days ago. This time, Yu Jia made meritorious service, so he promoted Yu Jia without saying anything, which made Yu Jia feel good about him. In the evening, Yu Jia's camp held a celebration banquet. This time, Yu Jia took out 100 taels of silver for Chang Haier to buy some wine and meat. Chang Haier looked at the 100 taels of silver in his hand, and widened his eyes in shock. "Captain! Bah! Bah! Captain! When did you pluck hair?" In his impression, Yu Jia has always been a poor man, and he would like to break a tael of silver into 2 halves to spend. This is the first time he is so generous. Yu Jia waved his hand indifferently. "What's the matter? Follow me and work hard, and I will make sure you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the future." Even so, Yu Jia still felt a pang of pain. Her money had been spent elsewhere, so she could only save as much as possible. If she hadn't been so happy about her sudden promotion, she wouldn't have wanted to spend the 100 taels of silver. Chang Haier worked very quickly, and soon bought more than 10 jars of yellow wine from Mengcheng. Yu Jia saw that her gums hurt. He also bought some yellow beef from Mengcheng, which went well with the food from the kitchen. When Lin Gongxuan arrived at Yu Jia's camp, everyone had almost finished drinking. The 10 or so jars of wine were almost empty, but the people in Yu Jia's camp were still clamoring for more wine. Suddenly, Lin Gongxuan felt that the atmosphere of the underworld was rising in the camp. No wonder. Most of the people in Yu Jia's camp came from the underworld. How could there be no underworld atmosphere? It seemed that they were really happy. And even Lu Kuifeng, who usually didn't drink a drop of alcohol, was thrown to the ground, and kept muttering "not drunk" in his mouth. Chapter 194 How Come I Don't Know You? Yu Jia's eyes were clear, and she took a sip of what she didn't know was a teacup or a wine glass. Seeing Lin Gongxuan coming, she pouted in dissatisfaction. "Captain, why are you here now? I left some wine for you. Don't let them find out." As soon as she opened her mouth, Lin Gongxuan knew that she was drunk. As soon as Yu Jia finished speaking, she struggled to get up and get wine for Lin Gongxuan. But Lin Gongxuan stopped her. "Sit down and rest for a while." Lin Gongxuan pulled Yu Jia to sit down. Speaking of which, the weather was strange. The weather in June was like a child's face, changing at any time. It was still raining heavily in the morning, but in the evening, the sky was full of stars, which was very beautiful. Yu Jia looked at Lin Gongxuan with drunken eyes. Hee, laughing. "Captain, How was my performance today? She pulled Lin Gongshuan's sleeve and acted like a 3-year-old child. You are great. And everyone in Yujia's camp is great. Hee. Yujia was happy, dancing with joy. Today, you asked Chang Haier to go to Mengcheng to buy wine and food? Yujia nodded. You too. You already have so much money. Why are you still so stingy? Lin Gongshuan chuckled. Is it really because the temperament of a rich man is not up to par? Yujia put away her smile and waved her hand solemnly. What's the matter? She turned her head to look at the fallen soldiers on the ground and said with relief, My money is useful. It's life-saving money. What's the matter? Lin Gongshuan continued to ask. He felt that Yujia had many secrets. Lin Erju. Is there anything else I don't know? Yujia smiled foolishly again. Huan. Is there anything else I don't know? It seems that she is really drunk. Even the word I came out. Lin Gongshuan looked around. Fortunately no one heard it. Otherwise, she would be in big trouble. Captain! Yujia suddenly grabbed Lin Gongshuan's collar, and the distance between the two suddenly closed. Lin Gongshuan's heart was beating wildly. But the culprit in front of him did not react. Yujia stared at Lin Gongshuan and said with a smile, Captain, I have many secrets. My name is not Lin Erju. Lin Gongshuan tried to suppress the ecstasy in his heart and said calmly, Then what is your name? Yujia. Ergo you. A single person and two Jia. Lin Gongshuan was completely speechless. She was still so arrogant. And he thought Lin Erju was keeping a low profile. Yujia. Where did Yujia's camp come from? Anyone with a discerning eye would know. We must not let people know Lin Erju's real name. Otherwise it will cause another bloody storm. I know. Are there any other secrets? Yujia started laughing again when Lin Gongshuan asked. I've seen the captain's appearance when he was a child. What? Lin Gongshuan pulled Yujia's hand off and looked at her seriously. This girl is really familiar. Who are you? How did you see his appearance when he was a child? Yujia looked at Lin Gongshuan as if he was a fool. Lin bastard. You really forgot about me. Lin Gongshuan's mind was in a mess. He didn't know when he had offended a beautiful girl. He was naughty when he was a child. But he led boys. When did he ever deal with girls? Could it be that one of his friend's sisters had had some contact with him? In the storybooks, there are often plots where the friend's sisters fall in love with the hero, but he had no impression of Lin Erju. What are the names of your brothers? Yujia scratched his head and really thought about it. I don't have a brother. My mother only has me as her daughter. This is strange. He doesn't know a girl named Yujia. Besides, there is no one with a different surname within a few miles of their Lingjia village. The more anxious Lin Gongshuan is, the happier Yujia is. And she keeps laughing. The person on the ground, how long will I pretend? The ground is a little wet and a little cold. Seeing that he could not get anything out of him, Lin Gongshuan finally sighed. Forget it. There is no need to rush at this moment. Let's wait until Lin Erju sobers up. The next morning, Yujia's head looked like she had been hit, and her head was splitting. Ouch! She sat up, covering her head, and Go Sheng responded and walked into the tent. Captain, do you have a headache? Drink some water first. Captain? Yujia sipped the water and repeated it. Go Sheng smiled happily. Captain, have you forgotten? Yesterday, the prince promoted you to captain. Yujia's silent heart jumped again, and she naturally remembered it. Drinking water could not stop her lips from rising. I know. Keep a low profile. Otherwise people will think we are people who like to show off. Go Sheng pursed his lips and smiled. I was wrong. I will be more careful next time and not talk about the promotion of the captain. Yujia couldn't hold it anymore. All right. When did you learn to be a chatterbox like Chang Haier? What bad things did the captain say about me? Chang Haier lifted the door curtain with a look of dissatisfaction and walked in with food in his hand. Captain, I heard everything. You said I was a chatterbox. Yujia got out of bed, came to the basin, and rolled up his sleeves. Oh, am I not praising you? Go Sheng is calm and steady, and you are smart and courageous. I am so lucky to know you two talents. He. Chang Haier laughed. Captain, you didn't look like this when your superior brought you back yesterday. With a splash, the water in the basin spilled out. Yujia looked at Chang Haier in disbelief. What did you say? Superior? Chang Haier thought she was struggling with the title, so he became serious. Yes, You were promoted to the rank of Gui Captain. And I call you Captain. Of course, I call Captain Lin the superior. Yujia's focus was not on this. She asked tremblingly. Yesterday, my superior brought me back? Chang Haier heard the key point now. He glanced at Go Sheng and cautiously said nothing. Go Sheng sighed. Yesterday, the superiors did carried you back. This is a big problem. Yu Jia likes to make up stories after drinking too much. If he said something he shouldn't say, how can he make up for it? I didn't say anything nonsense? Chang Haier and Go Sheng looked at each other, not daring to speak at all. In the tent, they saw Yu Jia holding Lin Gongxuan's collar with a loving look. What they said specifically? You can figure it out by thinking. It's nothing more than some bitter words. But how dare they say these words in front of Yu Jia? Seeing the silence of the two, Yu Jia's heart finally died. She patted her mouth. This broken mouth. Can't you just eat? Why do you have to talk nonsense? Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and turned to ask the two people. Didn't the other see it? Now the two people dared not speak anymore. After Lin Gongxuan carried Yu Jia into the tent, everyone in Yu Jia's camp stood up from the ground. How could they look drunk? Chapter 195. Making fun of others. They pretended to be drunk just to give Yu Jia face. It's over. It's over. The dead heart was thrown on the ground and rubbed repeatedly. And then thrown into the sewer. Oh my god! Yu Jia wanted to cry, but had no tears. After finally finishing her meal, she went to the camp to check. This is great. The heart thrown into the sewer was picked up again. And coarse salt was added and rubbed repeatedly. Yu Jia looked at everyone expressionlessly. Old son, you don't have to make faces anymore. Do you believe that I will transfer you to the kitchen and let you have fun? Old son immediately put away his expression and ran seriously. Wherever Yu Jia went, she saw nothing unusual. But after she left, she heard unbridled laughter. How could a man endure this? Laugh, laugh, laugh. You only know how to laugh. Why don't you think about why the Namman didn't launch an offensive after we won that day? Now everyone stopped laughing. And this situation was also puzzling to them. Generally speaking, the vanguard camp takes the lead to investigate the opponent's strength. Regardless of the strength, they will always send out more troops. If the Great Zhou has a large number of people, then the Namman will send more people. If there are fewer people, then they will send fewer people accordingly. But this time, it is unheard of that they never come back. Humph. They are really honest. Yu Jia called Lu Kuifeng and asked him what he thought about this matter. Lu Kuifeng thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Captain, I guess it might be caused by the civil strife in Nammen some time ago. Yu Jia did not deny it. For example, Mu Shurha's absence this time revealed abnormality everywhere. There was a civil strife in their country a while ago, and Mu Shurha was withdrawn again. I always feel that they are not weak in national strength. They are holding back a big move. Lu Kuifeng did not deny it. He came to the map and pointed at Mengcheng. As the saying goes, there is no city without a camp. If they attack a city, Mengcheng must be the first choice. This time, the two only guessed part of it. It was not that they were holding back a big move, nor was it because of the civil strife in the Zhonglong general before, but simply because of the civil strife in the Nanman military camp. They were preparing for war in full swing. But the southern barbarians were like mice. They came once and never dared to attack again. Mu Shurha knew that the war was a failure, which was expected. He drank the medicine in his hand, patted his injured leg and said, Old friend, show some courage. Maybe you will be busy soon. A Bin, who was standing by, heard this and took up the conversation quickly. Your Excellency is right. A Yaba was killed in front of the battle. But his family was honest. Let's see if they dare to be blindly arrogant in the future. Mu Shurha laughed softly. If they want the military power in my hands, just give it to them. As for whether they can use it or not, that depends on their ability. After the rainstorm, there was a moment of comfort. But the good times didn't last long. When the sun came out, it was still burning and painful. I felt restless in my heart and couldn't suppress it anymore. Captain, please sit under the shade of the tree. I'll give you some plums to cool you down. After Chang Haier finished speaking, he wanted to go to the forest. Come back. Yu Jia wiped the sweat with her hands and took a deep breath. After finally calming down, she continued, Chang Haier, be careful these days, and don't let anyone catch you. Chang Haier understood instantly. Others said that Lin Erju was arrogant and domineering. But only those who were close to her knew her temper. She was only arrogant and domineering in military affairs. And she was cautious in other places, fearing that she would get herself into trouble. If the people around her get into trouble again after this sudden promotion, won't it cause more trouble for her? Captain, I understand. Although he said so, Chang Haier still felt sorry for her. Seeing Yu Jia getting up to join the training team again, Chang Hai hurriedly stopped him. Captain, forget it. Your health is more important. Besides, Yu Jia frowned. Besides what? If you have something to say, say it quickly. If you have something to say, fart quickly. Are you still a man if you hesitate? Chang Haier looked around and lowered his voice. Besides, you are a woman. Women are naturally weak. It doesn't matter if you don't work so hard. There is nothing wrong with saying that women are naturally weak. But Yu Jia disagrees. Chang Haier, remember? Women can hold up half the sky. That's why I can be a captain. After saying that, he went straight to the team and practiced swordsmanship seriously. Chang Haier hung his head and complained bitterly. The captain has personally participated in the training. Why can't he, a personal soldier, follow the training? Since joining the army, Chang Haier has followed Yu Jia, and his abilities have really improved by leaps and bounds. Whose captain can follow the little soldier to train? He followed closely. His voice was so miserable. Of course it's my family. After hearing this, Yu Jia suddenly felt funny. She followed the little soldier to train, not to gain a good reputation for fame. Yu Jia knows her strengths and weaknesses. She is good at boxing and kicking, but the others are her weaknesses. These weaknesses may not seem as important as boxing and kicking, but if she is not careful, she can lose her life on the battlefield. What she needs to do is to minimize these risks. In this way, she can survive the battlefield in one piece. A yin passed by Yu Jia's camp and saw Yu Jia sweating profusely. After a little thought, she called a soldier next to her. Brother, please give this to the captain and tell him that it is an ointment that can protect the face from sunburn. The soldier stared at the round box in his hand with some curiosity. Miss A. Yin, this box is quite unique. Why don't you give it to her in person? Ian chuckled. The atmosphere between her and Lin Erju was subtle. It was better not to meet. When the soldier handed the round box to Yu Jia, it was already dinner time. She looked at the exquisite box in her hand with mixed feelings. This should be equivalent to modern sunscreen. Ian was thoughtful. In fact, there was not much conflict between the two. It was just that Yu Jia got into a dead end at that time. Now that Lin Gongxuan's extermination of the family has a little clue, it can be said that it is out of trust in Lin Gongxuan. If it was not done by Lin Gongxuan, then she would not be in danger, and it would not harm others. Yu Jia was very entangled in her heart. Before she could finish her entanglement, something happened to Li Yanzhao. Someone actually poisoned his food. How could this be possible? Yu Jia was near Li Yanzhao's tent. When she hurried over, Lin Gongxuan, Wu Lao and others were there. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Who do you think was responsible for this? A few days ago, the Nanman army launched a sneak attack. And now the poisoning incident has occurred. No matter how you look at it, how can the Nanman be suspected? Li Chang told the story of what happened. When Yu Jia heard that it was Gosheng who found something wrong with the food, she was puzzled. Suddenly, she cast her eyes on Gosheng. He looked calm. Nothing different. But because of the understanding of the people around him, Yu Jia still saw some clues. Gosheng would habitually use his index finger to pick his thumb when he was nervous. Chapter 196. Dissociate from the relationship. Yu Jia stood calmly beside Gosheng, looking at him meaningfully. Gosheng lowered his head and looked at the ground. It was obvious that the poison was from Gosheng. The reason was that he hated Li Yuanyuan. Gosheng hated Li Yuanyuan. But she was in the capital, and Gosheng could not reach her. So he took out his dissatisfaction on Li Yanzhao. As for why Gosheng could not do it, you have to ask him. Lin Erju, thanks to the careless overturning of the food by the soldier beside you. Li Yanzhao's eyes were deep, and Yu Jia always felt trembling in his heart. If not, this king might be in danger of his life. Yu Jia bowed and said, I dare not. The prince is kind, and did not pursue Gosheng's mischief. As for accidentally seeing through the tricks of the Nanman, it was the prince's blessing to the world. God bless the prince. When Lin Gongxuan heard Yu Jia say seeing through the tricks of the Nam man, he suddenly turned his head to look at her. His brows were slightly twisted, and he fell into deep thought. Yu Jia was unaware that the other two superiors had become suspicious. She was determined to remove the suspicion of Go Sheng. Lin Erju, why are your soldiers near my tent? Li Yinzhi's eyes gradually became colder, and he narrowed his eyes at Yu Jia. Hi. Yu Jia pretended to be relaxed and said, I came to find you. I was nearby, and Go Sheng followed me here. Look, I just went to the toilet and Go Sheng left. If he hadn't done a great job this time, I would have punished him for leaving without permission. Li Yinzhi's eyes scanned Yu Jia and Go Sheng back and forth. And to Yu Jia, it was like an X-ray. He was nervous, as if someone had caught him. Then you can't pursue it any further. He saved me, and you still want to punish him. Aren't you afraid that your subordinates will turn against you when you go back? Li Yinzhao looked calm, without any undercurrents. Now, Yu Jia was relieved. Then do as the prince says. The rest of the people left the tent, and Li Yinzhao ordered Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan to sit down. There was no Gui Dui in the camp before, and Lin Gongxuan was in charge of all matters of the camp. This time Yu Jia was promoted, and the powers had to be redistributed. After all, this was about decentralization. And Li Yinzhao asked Lin Gongxuan's opinion first. Gongxuan, which camps do you think Lin Erju is suitable for? Lin Gongxuan straightened his chest and said with pride, Lin Erju is suitable for battlefield-related matters. In other words, Yu Jia no longer had to manage those reserve camps, kitchens, and equipment camps. This was exactly what Yu Jia wanted. And she sat there waiting for the next words. In your opinion, which camps should be assigned to her? Lin Gongxuan knew Yu Jia's principles. She didn't care about quantity, only quality. Then give her the cavalry camp. After saying that, he looked at Yu Jia with a smile on his face, which made her blush. Li Yinzhao was a little speechless. Once a man is involved in love affairs, all his intelligence and courage will be thrown out of the window. The two of them exchanged glances under his nose, which was really a bit disgusting. Ahem. Li Yinzhao coughed twice and said seriously, Then Lin Erju will take over the cavalry battalion from today. Yu Jia stood up and saluted. I obey your command. This couldn't be better. This cavalry battalion is closer to Yu Jia's tent, which is convenient for management. Besides, the strength of the cavalry battalion is extraordinary, coupled with the thriving infantry battalion and the brave and combative Yu Jia battalion. Yu Jia is in the limelight. Ing Tian came to report to Yu Jia. I have met the captain. Yu Jia chuckled. Captain Ing is so polite. Ing Tian looked respectful and did not dare to respond. Captain is now my direct superior. I dare not be rash. The two who used to call each other brothers were now clearly divided into different classes. Yu Jia did not comment. It was just a greeting. Since Ing Tian was so tactful, she did not say anything else. After all, in her management concept, superiors and subordinates are superiors and subordinates, and no other feelings can be mixed in. Even the closest people, Go Sheng and Chang Hai, had to change their names. Captain, do you want to inspect the cavalry battalion? Yu Jia looked at Ing Tian's expression, which suddenly became serious. It was really a bit intimidating. Okay. Yu Jia stood up and walked out of the tent, and Ing Tian followed quickly. This time, Yu Jia reformed the cavalry camp again, and no one refuted her. The soldiers of the cavalry camp were arranged neatly, from brigade to fire. Yu Jia didn't know how to say polite words. She coughed and shouted loudly. I guess brothers should know something about me. She didn't hide what the soldier said about her in private. I am the sissy and rootless person. For a while, the team looked at each other, and Ing Tian also looked at her sideways. Isn't this too harsh on herself? Yu Jia didn't seem to notice anything wrong with this. Some of these people came from the Jizhou military camp, and some were promoted from the vanguard camp, and they knew her details very well. But I dare say that when it comes to leading troops to fight, I, Lin Erju, am definitely not the kind of person who is afraid of death. Yu Jia's eyes were firm, and her voice was sonorous and powerful. Gathered together, we are a ball of fire. Scattered, we are stars in the sky. Should we burn those southern barbarians to death? Yes. For a while, the crowd was indignant, and the shout shook the sky. Yu Jia looked at the whole scene and saw Aching with tears in his eyes, which moved her deeply. The southern barbarians killed my brothers and insulted my sisters. We will never reconcile with them. No reconciliation. Then, Yu Jia nodded to Ingtian, who understood and organized the soldiers to leave. Lu Kuifeng was not with her today, so Yu Jia did not waste time. She still had something important to do. Captain Ing, I have to go back to the camp. To the infantry camp. Ingtian bowed. I respectfully send you off. Captain. Yu Jia scratched her head anxiously. She was greeting Ingtian normally, not asking him to send her off. Forget it. After being promoted, her temperament must also keep up. Otherwise, wouldn't she be laughed at? After dealing with today's trivial matters, Yu Jia returned to her tent. As expected, Go Sheng was in the tent. He looked calm, as if he had expected Yu Jia's intention. Captain, I know I was wrong. Go Sheng knelt down and looked at the ground. Yu Jia took a long time to speak. Go Sheng, King Qi is different from Liu Anyuan. He is an indispensable general in the Great Zhou. Yu Jia was heartbroken and helpless. She understood the pain in Go Sheng's heart. She wanted to kill that woman. But how could he hurt innocent people? Go Sheng buried his head even lower, wishing he could crawl into the crack of the ground. Captain, I will never dare to do that again. Go Sheng was a nobody. If he relied on himself, it would be difficult for him to have contact with such a person in his life. There would be no chance for revenge. Suddenly, sadness came from the heart, and mist enveloped him. Urju, I really don't know what to do. He is a minister of the righteous, and I also know how important he is to the Great Zhou. But I can't help it. I really can't help it. When I saw him, I remembered the miserable state of my sister at that time. I wanted to rush up and kill him like crazy. Chapter 197, The Charming Side. But after I did it, I regretted it. I was really tormented. Go Sheng raised his head and looked at Yu Jia with tears in his eyes. Zhu, what do you think I should do? Yu Jia walked forward, knelt on the ground and hugged Go Sheng. Go Sheng, I understand your feelings. We have our own grievances and debts, and we can't bring harm to others. Yu Jia's nose was sour and tears fell. I can't let you go astray. If Go Sheng attacked Li Yanzhao, he would definitely die. Go Sheng, I want you to live well. Only when you live can there be hope. Go Sheng finally burst into tears. His voice was shrill and very painful. Changhair heard the sound outside the tent and stopped. He looked at the tray in his hand. On it was Yu Jia's favorite steamed dish. He knew it was not suitable for him to go in at this time, so he waited outside the tent. After a long time, Go Sheng's condition improved. His eyes were red, and he looked at Yu Jia, who also had red eyes, and said firmly, Urju, don't worry. I will never act so impulsively again. Yu Jia nodded. As long as you don't seek revenge on him, I will keep you safe in the barracks. What about me? Changhair walked in with a dissatisfied look on his face. Captain is so biased. We are all brothers who entered the camp together. Why do you only say this to Go Sheng? As if he didn't notice Go Sheng's embarrassment, Changhair glanced at him. Go Sheng, you are really scheming. You cried so hard just to get the captain to protect you. Isn't it embarrassing? Go Sheng wiped his tears with his sleeve and sniffed his nose. How could I? Yu Jia wiped her tears and laughed. Dealing with Changhair is comfortable. He speaks humorously and can make her happy. He has a very high emotional intelligence and can always ease such embarrassing situations. What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't cry, I will keep you safe. After hearing Yu Jia's words, Changhair became happy. Captain, you are so kind. Come and eat. Looking at the green steamed vegetables in the coarse porcelain bowl with some white foam on it, Yu Jia smiled happily. Oh, this food is getting more and more to my taste. She immediately sat on the wooden stool, picked up the chopsticks and started to eat. How can it be as good as the captain's cooking? Changhair touched his chin, looking longing. The spicy mouth-eye and spicy hot pot made by the captain. What else is it if not divine delicacies? Well, I'll make it for you when I'm free. Yu Jia sobbed and agreed to the meal. Really? Changhair shook Go Sheng beside him exaggeratedly. Go Sheng, did you hear that? The captain said he would make delicious food for us. Go Sheng was shaken so hard that he was confused. I heard it. I heard it. Don't shake it. Ha ha ha. Changhair let go of Go Sheng and approached Yu Jia. Can I apply for some rice wine? Yu Jia looked up coldly. I think you look like rice wine. Yu Jia usually does not allow soldiers to drink excessively except for special occasions such as celebration banquets. Wine is a good thing that can disinfect and relieve fatigue, but it is also a bad thing that can arouse the unbearable desires in the heart. Thinking of drinking, Yu Jia thought of the last time Lin Gongxuan carried her back to the camp. This kind of thing must not happen again. Otherwise, where would she put her face? Yu Jia quickly picked up the steamed dishes in the bowl, drank a big mouthful of rice soup, and stood up while wiping her mouth. Captain, where are you going? Chang Haier shouted behind her. Yu Jia walked out of the tent without looking back. I'll go to Yu Jia camp to take a look. Last time in the Uyghurs, she used her poor ventriloquism to deceive those low-intelligence bandits. This time she had to improve her business. After going to Yu Jia camp, she not only improved her ventriloquism business, but also learned some disguise. Captain, as a general who commands the 3 armies, how can you not know these martial arts? Old Sun on the side winked. He was afraid to say it clearly, and was afraid that Yu Jia would not understand. Why? I command the 3 armies. What does this have to do with these martial arts? Old Sun had a look of risking his life. Captain, let's speak frankly. In our martial arts world, women have always paid attention to their appearance. You have to learn the use of these rouge and powder before you can put them into practice. Yu Jia sneered at this statement and put down the powder in her hand. What's the use of learning these? You can't let me dress up for others on the battlefield. Right? Or, when others attack, I shout that I can dress up or disguise myself. And they won't kill me. Thinking of this, she laughed to herself. Old Sun was disappointed with his failure. Captain, what are you thinking? Who is like you? Talking about war, battlefield, or killing people all the time? Then what should I talk about? Yu Jia was puzzled. I was a soldier. What should I talk about? Farming? Business? Ah! Old Sun sighed. Captain, you are a woman. The word was once again stuck in his heart. Do you know? Women dress up to please themselves. Aren't you afraid that our boss will be snatched away by that coquettish bitch? What nonsense are you talking about? Yu Jia was a little angry. What does it have to do with me if he is snatched away by someone? I don't care. Even so, Old Sun still saw the clue from her face. Old Sun laughed, looking cunning. What a hypocritical woman. Even if our superiors have the fortitude to not be attracted by those vulgar women, the captain doesn't want them to see our charming side? Yu Jia frowned when she heard this. She looked at the rouge and powder in front of her and fell into deep thought. It seemed that Lin Gongxuan had given her rouge and powder. Did Lin Gongxuan really want to see her put on makeup? Old Sun saw that there was a chance, so he continued to work hard. Captain, think about it. If you learn such a skill, you can dress up as a woman to disrupt the enemy's sight, which can also be regarded as a contribution to the army. This reason is a bit far-fetched, but it doesn't prevent it from getting into Yu Jia's mind. Then learn it? Yu Jia asked Old Sun. Ha ha ha. Captain, let's learn it. All day long, Yu Jia followed Lao Sun in Yu Jia's camp to learn makeup techniques. This technique is not a leap forward, but it is quite effective. When she returned to the tent at night, she remembered Lao Sun's words. Don't you want your superiors to see your charming side? Yeah. Women dress up to please themselves, and Yu Jia was eager to do it. But how could she wear heavy makeup in the military camp? If other soldiers saw this, they would laugh their heads off. In the middle of the night, she rummaged through boxes and cabinets, trying to find the rouge and powder that Lin Gongxuan had given her. But she even searched the chamber pot, but couldn't find it. Where is it? Yu Jia knelt on the ground and looked under the bed. Still not. Captain, what are you looking for? As soon as Go Sheng entered the tent, he saw Yu Jia sticking her butt out and mumbling under the bed. Suddenly, she remembered that after she rejected Lin Gongxuan, she returned the rouge and powder to Lin Gongxuan. Chapter 198, Dress Up. Yu Jia was discouraged, and she stood up with the help of the bed. Go Sheng, how can I get back the things I rejected? What? Go Sheng was puzzled. Captain, who do you want to get back what? Yu Jia was dejected. How could she open her mouth? She was too embarrassed to ask Lin Gongxuan again. Was he going to ask her to spend money again? Yu Jia looked up to the sky and howled. Why am I so miserable? Go Sheng asked her the reason again, but she kept silent. It was not because she wanted to hide it, but because she felt she was incompetent. How could she refuse the things that a man spent money to give her? Even if she didn't use it at the time, she couldn't return it. Besides, she also gave Lin Gongxuan 1,000 taels of gold. She felt like blood was dripping from her heart. She touched her chest and gasped for breath. She didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, Yu Jia followed the soldiers to training as usual. But this time, she went to the infantry battalion. The soldiers in the infantry battalion saw Yu Jia coming. And they were used to it. Captain! I greet the captain! Greetings to the captain! Yu Jia responded happily one by one. Although she was promoted, she still had to go to the grassroots from time to time. She had to understand the voices of the grassroots people. But at this time, she ran into Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan was discussing something with Tian and didn't notice Yu Jia. Yu Jia's heart was beating like a thump, as if she was going to defect. She was eager to make a move, or else she would try again. Seeing Tian walking away, Yu Jia slowly came to Lin Gongxuan's side. I've met the captain. I wonder what important matter the captain and Tian are discussing. Lin Gongxuan chuckled and said meaningfully, it's about military affairs. Tian will report to you later. But why are you hanging around here? You usually have to follow the training. Yu Jia raised her eyebrows and looked at the sweaty soldiers from a distance. I want to be lazy sometimes, she said slowly while kicking the stones on the ground boredly. Captain, do you still have the rouge and powder you gave me last time? Lin Gongxuan's eyes moved slightly. Yes. Why are you asking this? Hey. Nothing. I just want to go to Mingcheng. Yu Jia looked expressionless. But in fact she was very nervous. I was afraid of being recognized. So I wanted to disguise myself. It happened that I learned the art of disguise at Yu Jia's camp. And I wanted to test it by the way. Lin Gongxuan understood. Why are you going to Mingcheng? I haven't been to Mingcheng for a long time. And I want to go for a walk. Yu Jia stared at Lin Gongxuan. Captain, do you want me to go with you to the camp to get it? No need. Lin Gongxuan turned and left. I'll have someone send it to you. Yu Jia thought. Yes. If she took it and someone saw it, it would be bad. Luckily, Lin Gongxuan did not ask anything else and returned the rouge and powder to her. It was her day off. And Yu Jia packed up her things early in the morning and went to Lin Gongxuan's tent. Captain, I want to buy some pens, ink, paper and inkstone. Yu Jia said seriously. You know, my handwriting is not good. I write a lot after my promotion. And it's not presentable. I want to practice calligraphy. Then, Yu Jia was afraid that Lin Gongxuan would not believe it. So he added, Captain's handwriting is very neat. And I want to learn from you. Knowing that Yu Jia was talking nonsense seriously, Lin Gongxuan couldn't help but feel happy. Oh, my handwriting is neat. So it's just neat. Yu Jia couldn't respond to this. She tried hard to think of how to praise Lin Gongxuan in her mind. No. The captain's beard is strong and his writing is vigorous. Just like the fierce sword blade, which makes me admire him. Lin Gongxuan waved his hand to stop her as she became more and more outrageous. I'll go with you. The two of them rode their war horses to Mingcheng. Halfway through the journey, they found a great shaded place. So Yu Jia asked to stop. Captain, please wait for me for a while. I'll dress up. Lin Gongxuan didn't doubt it. Go! At this time, Lin Gongxuan didn't realize the seriousness of the matter until he saw Yu Jia's hesitant face. Lin Gongxuan's mouth twitched, making Yu Jia even more nervous. Captain, do I look not good looking? Lin Gongxuan tried hard to suppress his urge to curse, looked at her, and finally spoke after thinking for a while. Have you looked in the mirror? Do you think I look good? Yu Jia didn't know what Lin Gongxuan meant. I did. It's not that I can't see the problem. Don't I want you to take a look? Lin Gongxuan's palms were sweating, and even beads of sweat were oozing out of his forehead. Lin urged you. With your horrible appearance, let alone the soldiers in the camp. Even Go Sheng and Chong Hire may not recognize you. Yu Jia still understood what was good and bad. And she looked at herself in the mirror again. Isn't it the skin as white as cream? The lips as red as white teeth? The woman in the mirror even made a playful smile, which made Lin Gongxuan feel even more creepy. Who taught you to dress like this? I will punish you by military law when I return. Yu Jia put down the mirror unhappily. I know. It's ugly. Death before success. Looking at Yu Jia hanging her head with an unwilling look on her face, the disgust in Lin Gongxuan's heart disappeared immediately. It's not that ugly. It's just that the face is a little pale. The lips are a little red. The eyebrows are a little rough. The blush is a little red. That's all. How can a gentleman endure this? I'll wash it right away. Yu Jia was so ashamed that she wanted to cry. She felt very wronged. She spent so much effort on her makeup. But it turned out to be so ugly. In fact, it's not Yu Jia's fault. In modern times, she often deals with men. Which of their girlfriends doesn't wear heavy makeup? The makeup in this era is also very heavy. Yu Jia was really not used to it at first. I think it's time to adapt to the local customs. No matter how uncomfortable Yu Jia is, she is used to it now. However, she was a little heavy today and made a fool of herself. Suddenly, she was full of fighting spirit. Captain, wait, I'll dress up again. Lin Gongxuan didn't stop her, but was looking forward to it. Yu Jia used modern makeup concepts and tried to make her makeup as light as possible. Except for mascara, a product of modern technology. She did not miss any of the other steps. Looking at the bright woman in the mirror, Yu Jia still became nervous. She walked out from behind the bushes step by step, lowering her head and not daring to look at Lin Gongxuan. Lin Erju, what are you doing like a woman? Look up. Yu Jia was speechless for a while. He was really a super straight man. She looked up at Lin Gongxuan in a huff. Captain, how is my subordinate dressed this time? Lin Gongxuan did not reply, but just looked at Yu Jia infatuatedly. Although the woman in front of him was dressed roughly, it was still difficult to hide her brilliance. Her eyebrows were not deliberately thickened, and I don't know what was painted on her eyelids, making her two round eyes sparkle. There was a light layer of gouache on her face, and the girl's unique rosy redness did not need to be modified with blush. The cherry mouth was rosy and shiny, and Lin Gongxuan's Adam's apple moved slightly, as if thinking about something. Chapter 199 Absurd Dream. Captain, do you look good? Yu Jia lifted her bangs uncomfortably. This makeup would be as good as boiled water now. Looks good. Yu Jia was a little surprised and a little sweet. Captain, you are not trying to make us happy. Are you? Lin Gongxuan put away the distracting thoughts in his mind and said softly, how could I be that kind of person? Although the words were a little awkward, there was nothing wrong with it. Yu Jia put away her rouge and powder and turned to change her clothes. What Lao Sun said was right. Women dress up to please themselves. She could feel the look in Lin Gongxuan's eyes when he looked at her. That was the look a man gave a woman. Lin Gongxuan's eyes fell on Yu Jia, making her restless and sweet. The clothes on Yu Jia were her only female clothes. The grass-green undershirt was covered with a blue gauze dress, which made Yu Jia look thin and strong. Yes, strong. Although Yu Jia's figure was thin, she had developed muscles after years of exercise. Captain, we have wasted a lot of time. Let's hurry up. Lin Gongxuan looked away uncomfortably. Let's go! The two of them hurried on again. But this time Lin Gongxuan deliberately slowed down. Yu Jia did not doubt him, and slowed down as well. Lin Erju, is what you said last time true? What? Yu Jia was puzzled. She had said so many things. How could he remember every word? Lin Gongxuan's hair moved in the wind, his eyes full of scrutiny. You said your real name is Yu Jia, and you have seen me when I was a child. Oh my god! If Yu Jia hadn't been holding the reins at this moment, she would have slapped herself in the face. Why is she so careless and saying everything? What? Captain, you heard the fork. How could your subordinates have seen you when you were a child? Lin Erju. No. Yu Jia. It's meaningless to deny it now. Lin Gongxuan's men pulled the reins hard and stopped. Tell me, why did you see me when you were a child? Who are you? Yu Jia bit her lip and stopped. She looked at the green grass in the distance and considered her words. Captain, I don't know how to tell you. Lin Gongxuan sat on his horse leisurely, a little lazy, with a smile on his lips. Don't worry. Take your time. We have plenty of time. Yu Jia complained bitterly. She thought she had calculated Lin Gongxuan, but she didn't expect this kid to be so cunning and wait for her here. Well, Captain, do you believe in ghosts and supernatural powers? Oh, tell me about it. Then he said, you didn't see me in your dream when you were a child? Yu Jia couldn't say directly that she was Lun Yang, so Lin Gongxuan had to be mentally prepared. She wanted to gradually make Lin Gongxuan accept her statement. Captain, I did have a dream. An absurd and tragic dream. I dreamed that you got promoted. And after the promotion, I killed all your family members. Yu Jia closed her eyes, as if she could still hear the whistling cold wind at night. Ha ha! Lin Gongxuan looked up to the sky and howled. Lin Erju. What are you thinking about? You said I got promoted? That's for sure. But you said I killed my whole family? That's absolutely impossible. Lin Gongxuan's face was full of disbelief. At first, he sneered at Yujia's fantasy. But seeing Yujia's serious expression, he became serious. Are you telling the truth? Suddenly, I remembered what Yujia said before. You asked me this question before. Too? Yujia remained silent, then nodded. The childhood sweetheart you're talking about is me? Yujia didn't nod this time. She didn't want to reveal her identity yet. Captain, what I said is true. Lin Erju. Lin Gongxuan seemed to have returned to the time when they first met. Yujia saw him as a black-faced devil. And he saw Yujia as a stubborn donkey. Lin Gongxuan. No. Lin Naden. Swear to heaven that I have never had the intention to kill my family. I never did before. And I never will. Seeing that Yujia was still serious. Are you still not satisfied? Lin Erju. You just had an absurd dream. Why are you so serious about it? Yujia shook her head. She knew it was not a dream. Captain, think about who you have offended. Is there anyone using your name to do bad things? Lin Gongxuan was a little impatient. Lin Erju. Are you having a fever? Yujia was a little uneasy. She didn't expect Lin Gongxuan to suddenly attack her today. Seeing Yujia's pale face and a little absent-minded, Lin Gongxuan didn't ask any more. Okay. Don't think about it. Let's go! Lin Gongxuan was a little annoyed. It was obviously him who questioned her. But judging from the current situation, he was in the wrong and asked questions that shouldn't be asked. Lin Gongxuan snorted unconsciously. When facing Lin Erju, he always had to be at a disadvantage. Besides, the woman in front of him had many tricks. And she might be fooling him again. What dream? It was obviously just because she read too many storybooks. The two came to Mengcheng with their own thoughts. And the scene in front of them was as lively as ever. Hey, Captain, don't they feel hot? Going shopping in such a hot day is really asking for trouble. Aren't we the same? It was indeed Lin Gongxuan. As soon as he spoke, the two fell silent. Yujia looked at Xiaobai under him and was a little speechless. The two went directly to the bookstore. It was called a bookstore, but it did a lot of business. Not only books are sold here, but also calligraphy and paintings, brushes, ink, paper and inkstone. There is a letter writer at the entrance of the front hall. If there is no business at the time, he will be busy answering customers' questions. This boss is really a business savvy. He makes all the money. Lin Gongxuan led Yujia straight to the counter. The clerk guarding the counter was a man in his 30s. What would you like to order? Sir? He pointed to the samples on the counter with a smile. This is the Hui ink that just arrived. And these brushes are made of top-quality wolf hair. Lin Gongxuan picked up a brush and looked at it carefully. Give me 2 brushes. An inkstone. And another dozen pieces of rice paper. Okay. The waiter immediately went to prepare with a smile on his face. Although Yujia didn't understand the value of these things, he knew from the waiter's performance that it would cost a lot of money. Captain, these things are too expensive, aren't they? Yujia pulled Lin Gongxuan's sleeve and said, I just learned to write. It's a bit of a waste to use such good things. What's a waste? Lin Gongxuan was about to pay. If I use it, I have to use the best. I'm not unable to pay. But, no buts. Lin Gongxuan was a little impatient. If you keep talking, I'll let you pay for it yourself. Yujia quickly put down Lin Gongxuan's sleeve and shut up. The waiter quickly brought the things Lin Gongxuan needed. His face was flushed, and there were sweat stains on his forehead and neck. Sir, a total of 5 taels of silver. Good guy. This little thing can be equivalent to her monthly salary. Chapter 200. Then I'll call you a coward. Now that she's been promoted, I wonder how much her salary has increased. Yujia looked at the clerk busying around, and felt a little sorry for him. So she stopped talking. Lin Gongxuan took the package and handed it to Yujia. Here. It's for you. Captain. How embarrassing. Lin Gongxuan was about to go out, and turned around when he heard this. Yujia's alarm bells rang, and he hurriedly said, Since the captain is giving it to me, I will be disrespectful to refuse it. Lin Gongxuan looked like he had expected it, and felt a little helpless. Catch up. Yujia clenched the small package in her hand, and hurriedly caught up. Her most beautiful side was revealed in front of Lin Gongxuan. The pens, ink, paper and inkstone were all bought. It was time to go back to the camp. Captain, shall we go back? Lin Gongxuan said as he walked. There is no rush. Come with me to a place. Yu Jia stopped talking. She could not influence what Lin Gongxuan decided. The tall and straight figure was walking in front with big strides. Yu Jia tried hard to catch up with him. She could not help but complain in her heart. It was great that he was tall. He bullied her short legs. Lin Gongxuan saw her carrying a small package and following him closely. And he could not help but laugh. Lin Erju, why do you look like a bullied young wife? After these words came out, both of them were stunned. Then, they looked aside at the same time. And it was Yu Jia who broke the silence. It's all your fault. You walked too fast. Yu Jia felt a little wronged. But she didn't know where this grievance came from. She cursed herself for being useless in her heart. She thought she was a female general, who was vigorous and resolute on the battlefield. At this time, she was acting like a petty person. She even acted like a spoiled child with a man. Thinking of this, she felt a chill in her heart. And her voice unconsciously became low. Captain, please walk slower. My legs are short and I can't keep up with you. Lin Gongxuan came to Yu Jia in 2 steps and said meaningfully, Stay away from me. Why don't you just tell me? If you can't catch up with me, I'll come back to find you. Yu Jia trembled all over. This was the best thing Lin Gongxuan had ever said to her. No wonder they say that men and women in love have 0 IQ. Although the two were not really together. This did not prevent the 2 hearts from getting closer. Yu Jia's heart seemed to be gently brushed by a feather. A little itchy. And a little unstoppable. Look at what you said. Captain, you are the superior. How can you turn around and accommodate your subordinates? Yu Jia stared at her shoes. In order to match her women's clothes today, she wore a pair of silver satin embroidered shoes with 2 mandarin ducks embroidered on them. Lin Erju, you are not in the camp at the moment. It's just you and me. You don't have to call me captain. Ah? Yu Jia looked up with doubtful eyes. If not calling you captain, then what? Lin Naden or Lin Gongxuan? Then he said to himself, no. Lin Gongxuan is not okay. How can I call you the same name as His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi? Then I'll call you Lin Naden? Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia with gritted teeth. His fingers clenched and squeaked. He said word by word. Lin Erju, I think you did it on purpose. What's the matter with that? Yu Jia couldn't help laughing. And pretended to be calm. Why? Captain, don't you like me calling you that? Naden brother? In an instant, the two seemed to have returned to Linjia village when they were young. Wait for me. Bastard brother. Bastard brother. This little bird is so pretty. Bastard brother. You are so good to Lun Yang. Lun Yang will marry you when she grows up. Lin Gongxuan's heart was surging. He naturally thought of Lun Yang. But his thoughts were different from Yu Jia's. He had to solve Lun Yang's problem as soon as possible. Otherwise this woman in front of him would not be easy to mess with. Call her whatever you want. As long as you are happy. Yu Jia finally couldn't help it at this time. It would be great to get privileges from Lin Gongxuan. Will she be able to walk sideways in the military camp in the future? Then, she quickly shook her head to deny this idea. She didn't want to rely on men to make others look up to her. What she wanted was to conquer everyone with her strength. So that they would be convinced when they mentioned the 3 words Lin Erju. Let the enemy hear the 3 words Lin Erju, and be terrified. In private, I will call you brother bastard. This is the name between us. And no one knows. Yu Jia looked up at Lin Gongxuan. Of course. You can call me Yu Jia in private. Hearing the name Yu Jia again, Lin Gongxuan was still a little confused. Seeing Yu Jia walking forward, Lin Gongxuan gave up the idea of asking again. Yu Jia. Yu Jia. This name is nice. Of course. His name can only be called by Yu Jia himself. And others must not let them know. Yu Jia didn't expect that this was their nickname. In the future, Lin Gongxuan will change his name to Lin Juan. She doesn't want to call you by your nickname. It's better to call him by his nickname. Lin Gongxuan quickly followed Yu Jia and showed her the way. I'll take you to eat delicious food. The woman was greedy. Although Yu Jia was like a man on weekdays, her essence was the same. Lin Gongxuan took Yu Jia to a remote alley and stopped in front of a dilapidated wooden door. It's here. Yu Jia looked at the door and the dilapidated courtyard wall. It didn't look like a place to eat. Damn it. Did we come to the wrong place? Can we eat here? Lin Gongxuan tried to adapt to the word coward and nodded. Don't look at this place as shabby. Their dishes are excellent. At this time, Lin Gongxuan was knocking on the door, and Yu Jia stood beside him obediently. She wanted to see what kind of dishes could make Lin Gongxuan praise. Soon, the door was opened, and in front of him was an old man, probably in his 70s. Seeing him like this, Yu Jia knew that today's meal must be right. The old man saw Lin Gongxuan's face full of respect. You are here? Still the same? Lin Gongxuan nodded, and Yu Jia followed him in. It seems that Lin Gongxuan comes here often. Yu Jia suddenly regretted it a little. If she had known that Lin Gongxuan was such a spendthrift, she would not give him the 1,000 taels of gold. Bad boy. Do you come here often? Lin Gongxuan said him softly as a response. The two were led by the old man to a remote house. The furnishings in the courtyard were no different from those seen outside, except that the facilities were not good. But the sanitary environment was first-class, clean and tidy. After Yu Jia and the others sat down, she picked up the coarse porcelain bowl in front of her. Although it looked a bit old, it was washed clean. She was about to pick up the teapot, but the old man hurriedly stopped her. Wait a minute, girl. The old man will serve you. No. 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 I can do it myself. Uncle Feng, you go and do your work. No need to greet us. Seeing Lin Gongxuan speak, the old man stopped moving, bowed and saluted, and then went out. Bad boy. How do you know this Uncle Feng? Chapter 201, Rescue. Lin Gongxuan's thoughts went back to the past, and after a moment, he told the story of how the two met. 5 years ago, Lin Gongxuan, who was still a captain, followed Li Yanxiao to win a great victory in the Battle of Bincheng and passed by a village called Lonely Widow Village at that time. At that time, he didn't know why Lonely Widow Village came from. After the victory, the soldiers were excited and could not hide their excitement. It was the coldest time of the year. If they went further, there would be no village in front and no shop behind, which would be even more difficult. At that time, Li Yanxiao ordered to set up camp at the entrance of the village. The kitchen army still cooked, but the water source became a problem. The person in charge of the kitchen went to ask Li Yanxiao for instructions, and he also had some concerns. There was really no other way, so he asked the kitchen to go to the village to fetch some water. But we must follow one principle: not to disturb the people, and not to burden the people. The people in the kitchen responded and went into the village. However, the further they went, the more strange it felt. There were mostly lonely elderly people in this village, and there were also some children left. There was no young man or young woman. This was strange. It stands to reason that the court is stable now, and conscription is not too strict. Where did these young laborers go? Although they had doubts in their hearts, they still did not ask. After finding the well and fetching water, they returned. At that time, they did not report this strange incident. They just set up camp here and did not want to cause trouble. It was cold and gloomy at night, with a howling north wind and no stars in the sky. When they were about to go to bed, the people in the kitchen talked about this phenomenon. This discussion was not a big deal, but Lin Gongxuan, who happened to go to the toilet, heard it. At this time, Lin Gongxuan was a passionate young man. He felt that something was wrong and wanted to go into the village to find out. During the day, the people in the kitchen went to fetch water, which had already alarmed the people in the village. When Lin Gongxuan entered the village that night, he saw someone guarding it. Old man, we are soldiers from the Yunnan military camp, and we are staying at the entrance of the village for one night. It's just that the water for cooking tonight has run out, and we want to get more. Please help us. Old man, maybe it's because of the weather. The old man's face is gloomy, and his tone is unfriendly. Since the general wants to get water, there is no reason for us to stop him. It's just that the road is slippery in the dark, so let the old man get it for you. The more the old man said this, the more doubts Lin Gongxuan had in his heart. Now we are not even allowed to enter the village? Lin Gongxuan was young and energetic, and his face turned cold. Old man, you don't want us to enter the village. Is there any secret in this village? The old man didn't say anything, and several relatively younger elderly people behind him stood behind him. Their intention was very clear. They just didn't want Lin Gongxuan to enter the village, since it doesn't work in the open. Let's do it in secret. Lin Gongxuan immediately returned to the tent, and after the hour of high, he sneaked into the village with Fang Dashan. As soon as he entered, he found something wrong. First of all, even if there are few people in the village, there must be poultry. But the village seemed to be dead silent. without any sound of chickens crowing or dogs barking. After walking around, they didn't see anyone until they came to the northeast corner of the village. In a village that had been abandoned for many years, a faint whimpering sound came. Barking, barking. The voice of a young man with a bad voice came, and was suddenly stopped by another old voice. Okay, keep your voice down. There are soldiers outside the village. Don't cause trouble. The young man seemed a little afraid and stopped talking. This was the only young man that Lin Gongxuan and Fan Dashan saw. Lin Gongxuan gestured to Fan Dashan and jumped to the beam. But the beam was too old to withstand such a large body. Lin Gongxuan's feet softened, and he fell from the roof along with the broken bricks. Not only did he scare the people in the house, but even Fan Dashan, who was waiting outside the door, was stunned. Lin Gongxuan struggled to climb out of the ruins, and met the old man he had seen during the day. What a coincidence. Old man, are you also watching the moon? Lin Gongxuan finally stood still, and the followers behind the old man rushed over. His eyes suddenly changed, and he put away his carefree look, and started fighting with several people. These scattered soldiers and vagrants were no match for Lin Gongxuan. Before Fan Dashan could make a move, several people over 50 years old lay on the ground and disappeared. Fan Dashan was a little embarrassed. The team is just good at fighting. The old man saw that Lin Gongxuan was not only good at fighting, but also had support. So he wanted to rush out. Fan Dashan was quick and grabbed his collar and threw him to the ground. Immediately, the old man lay on the ground motionless. Want to run? It's too late. Lin Gongxuan walked quickly to the sack and released the person in the sack. It was Uncle Feng now. At that time, Uncle Feng looked even older than now, and looked at Lin Gongxuan with a bruised face. Thank you for saving my life. Lin Gongxuan helped him up. What is going on? What are you doing here? Uncle Feng cried bitterly, telling about the sadness of these years. It turned out that this village was not like this before. 30 years ago, it was a famous big village within a radius of 10 miles. But since the new village chief, the old man who was thrown to the ground by Fan Dashan, took over, the people in this village began their hellish life. Whoever has a good field, the village chief will take it. Whoever has a high harvest, he will be given more filial piety. Finally, it became that whoever married a beautiful bride had to spend a night at his house. His behavior was simply outrageous. Gradually, some people moved away one after another. Some old, weak, sick and disabled people who had nowhere to go were left to live here. But the village chief still did not stop, which was a greedy business. He even started the business of human trafficking. Buying and selling you defenseless old people? Uncle Feng nodded and continued. Selling the elderly? Earning less? Can let them beg? Selling children earns more. And there are more ways. Lin Gongxuan jumped up and kicked the village chief hard. If Fan Dashan hadn't stopped him, he would have killed him. Lin Gongxuan gradually calmed down. I guess the local officials have been in cahoots with him for a long time. Right? He was right. As long as the money was enough, they would not turn a blind eye, but close all their eyes. There was really no way to call the sky or the earth. Lin Gongxuan immediately asked Fan Dashan to report to Li Yanxiao and explain the situation in the village. Li Yanxiao acted quickly and sent Li Chang to hand over the village chief and his accomplices to higher-level officials the next day. Even though Li Yanxiao did not hold an official position at the time, he was a prince, and the higher-level officials did not have the background of Hai Gangicheng, so they had to obey. The matter went very smoothly. For a time, Li Yanxiao's name spread throughout Bincheng. After that, Feng Shu, who had no children, followed Lin Gongxuan to Bashu and settled down in Mengcheng. Yu Jia sighed after hearing this. I didn't expect a small village chief to be so bold. Chapter 202. Get twice the result with half the effort. Humph. It's all because he spoiled me. Lin Gongxuan snorted coldly and poured tea for Yu Jia. Spoiled? Who spoiled me? The villagers spoiled me? The government spoiled me? Isn't it because he did evil in his heart? Yu Jia didn't comment and picked up the teacup to drink. Uncle Feng's movements were very fast, and he served the food in a stream. Red oil leg slices, salt and pepper shrimp, spring vegetable braised pork, crispy peach kernels. Yu Jia was dazzled and drooling. After waiting for them to finish serving the dishes, Yu Jia couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks. Coward. Eat quickly. Eat while it's hot. She held the chopsticks and waited for Lin Gongxuan to start. Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia, who was impatient. And he didn't waste any more time. So he picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. Seeing Lin Gongxuan start eating, Yu Jia was delighted and picked up the fish in front of him. The moment he took a bite, Yu Jia wanted to bite off his tongue. The fish was tender and fragrant, and melted in the mouth. And there was no need to chew it. Damn! This fish is so delicious. Yu Jia didn't know how to describe this taste, and shouted that it was delicious. This is like the description of beautiful scenery by cultured people and rough people. Cultured people, the mountains are undulating, and the sunset is like a veil with shadows draped over the body. Rough people, damn! It's beautiful. A series of delicious voices came from the room. After eating and drinking, Yu Jia collapsed on the chair and touched his stomach. This is so delicious. Why didn't you invite Uncle Feng to the barracks? Lin Gongxuan picked up the teacup and used the lid to skim off the foam. It's not that I haven't thought about it. I've also told Uncle Feng about it. After all, Lin Gongxuan was a little worried about letting him stay here. But Uncle Feng is used to being quiet. He can't stand seeing so many people in the barracks. Yu Jia thought about it and agreed. Being in the 80s for so long, there are some psychological shadows. Suddenly contacting so many people, it's inevitable that the heart will be repelled. Alas, such delicious food can only be eaten when there is time. What a pity! Yu Jia secretly made up his mind to invite Gosheng the next time he came. Since she didn't have time to learn, she had to let Gosheng learn and cook for her. It was beautiful to think about it. Yu Jia smiled unconsciously. After finishing the work and eating, the two of them set off on their journey. Before leaving, Yu Jia washed off her makeup, changed her clothes, and felt a lot of emotions in her heart. It was really not easy for a woman to do this day. Uncle Feng saw that Yu Jia liked the food here very much. So he made more and asked Yu Jia to pack it up and take it back. Halfway through the journey, Yu Jia suddenly remembered something. Captain, are those waiters arranged by you? Lin Gongxuan shook his head. It's not worth arranging. Those are all poor people. That's right. How can a person who is only careless in his heart spare extra thoughts to take care of others? However, for Uncle Feng, Lin Gongxuan has done a good job. Those poor people must have been rescued by Lin Gongxuan. It is a good choice for them to take care of each other and keep each other warm. Lin Gongxuan and Yu Jia have the same idea on this point. Yu Jia thought of this and slapped Xiaobai on the face. Xiaobai, have fun and run. The two young men ran away one after the other. Yu Jia returned to the tent with the pen, ink, paper and inkstone and handed them to Gosheng. What is this? Gosheng carefully opened the package and saw the contents. His hands trembled. Captain, these things are expensive. Right? Yu Jia sat at the desk, writing something on the paper. When she heard Gosheng asking her, she said casually, it's very expensive. Find a suitable opportunity to sell it and make a profit. Gosheng was speechless for a while and put the package in the box. This is something given to you by your superiors. How can you sell it? Yu Jia blew the ink stains. I'm not used to these things. I can't leave them there to gather dust. Wouldn't it be great to use them to make money? The words on the paper had dried, so Yu Jia folded it up. Wait for a pigeon to deliver the letter. Seeing that Gosheng was still puzzled, Yu Jia walked up and nodded his head. Do you think that this is a token of love given to me by my superiors? And I have to keep it well? Gosheng nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yu Jia rolled her eyes at him. You? Do I look like such a love-brained person? Captain, what is love-brained? Gosheng was even more confused. He had never even heard of what Yu Jia said. Love-brained means that there is no room for anything except lover in the heart. Suddenly, Gosheng shook his head like a rattle. How can the captain be such a person? In his heart, Yu Jia's 10 points of energy were used for military affairs. Yu Jia sighed. If a man is reliable, a sow will climb a tree. Although she was attracted to Lin Gongxuan, she would never be so obsessed. Okay. Stop being stubborn. Put these things away quickly. And don't open the package. I'm going out to find customers now. After Yu Jia left, Gosheng dared to mutter. What is a client? Yu Jia came to Jin Pungan's tent. Lin Erju pays respect to the military advisor. Yu Jia saluted with a smile. The military advisor has become more majestic after not seeing him for many days. Jin Pungan responded happily. The captain is also getting stronger. What brings you here? Ouch! Yu Jia shouted exaggeratedly. The military advisor is embarrassing me. How dare I act rashly in front of the military advisor? Yu Jia sat opposite the military advisor. Why? Captain. Play 2 games? Jin Pengyan pushed the bowl of chess pieces in front of Yu Jia. You use the black pieces. Yu Jia nodded. For a chess player like her, she could lose no matter what pieces she used. In a short while, all of Yu Jia's pieces were eaten by Jin Pengyan. Seeing that Jin Pengyan was in a good mood, Yu Jia struck while the iron was hot. Oh! The military advisor is really amazing. Not only is he good at chess, but he is also very knowledgeable. This makes Erju admire him. Admire him, Yu Jia shouted. And his words of praise never stopped, which made Jin Pengyan feel very comfortable. Captain, that's not true. Thank you very much. Ah, Yu Jia continued. Military advisor, don't be modest. Who doesn't know your knowledge in the Yunnan military camp? Even a soldier who wants to change his name has to come to you. Am I exaggerating? Jin Pengyan couldn't stop smiling. He knew that Lin Erju had come to ask for something, but he couldn't stop being happy, especially when he praised his knowledge. It wasn't that he was arrogant. In this military camp, if he dared to rank second, no one would dare to claim first place. It's just that your weapons are not worthy of you. Oh, I'd like to hear more about it. Jin Pengyan was puzzled. Military advisor also knows that we are always marching and fighting. If we want to do our work well, we must first sharpen our tools. Yu Jia was thirsty and took a sip from the teacup. Erju has seen your brush. Ink, paper and inkstone. It's really not worthy of you. If you use that wolf hairbrush, rice paper and hui inkstone, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 203. Is it to disturb the view? This made Jin Pengyan mutter in his heart. Every time Lin Erju came, he had to ask him for something. What happened today? Could it be that he saw how much he took care of Lin Erju before and wanted to reward him? Thinking of this, Jin Pengyan's face became more proud, and he wanted to let Lin Erju take out the things right now. What the captain said is true, but I am old, and it is not as easy as you young people to ride into the city on horseback and drink cold water. My old bones can't stand such tossing. Yu Jia laughed a few times and made a decision in his heart. Military advisor, if you want to buy something, you can find me. Military advisor usually takes good care of Erju. If I can't meet your request, I'm not worthy of being a man. Jin Pengyan waved his hands quickly. This was a bit exaggerated. How could it be so high? Captain, you are too kind. I can't buy many things on weekdays. Military advisor, don't worry. Erju will deliver what you want at noon. But, Yu Jia hesitated, with an unclear emotion in her eyes. You know, I was just promoted to captain, and the military salary has not been paid yet. I'm short of money. Jin Pengyan figured it out now. Is he here to earn errands? Is this Lin Erju that bad? Oh, I won't make it difficult for the captain. If you go shopping, I will definitely pay for it. Yu Jia was overjoyed. The military advisor is generous. Not only does he know how to greet people, but he is also very strong. Oh, who can have a military advisor who is knowledgeable, has good character, and is rich? Yu Jia put his hands together. It turns out to be us. How lucky we are to have such a perfect military advisor. Jin Pengyan's mouth twitched, and he turned around to find silver and money, so that Yu Jia would not see his expression. Although Lin Erju is not a good person, he is quite sweet. Never mind. This stingy person, sooner or later, he will make her pluck the feathers back. Jin Pengyan put the silver ingot on the chessboard. I will have to trouble the captain to make a trip. The silver ingot in front of him is 5 taels of silver. And Yu Jia can't just do a resale. Military advisor, this silver can buy a wolf hair brush and an ink stone. Don't you want the rice paper? What? Jin Pengyan was shocked. He thought he was generous enough. But this girl has such a big appetite? Isn't this enough? Yu Jia shook her head slowly. Military advisor, think about it. The most important thing has been bought. And the rice paper is still missing? Rice paper? Jin Pengyan was murmuring in his heart. He couldn't get such good paper when writing letters on weekdays. Just when he was about to refuse, he saw Yu Jia's eyes full of stars. Military advisor is so knowledgeable. If he uses that crude paper, it will be cheap enough. I guess the military advisor wouldn't use that kind of paper. Would he? Never mind. Just spend some more money. Who told her to speak so nicely? Jin Pengyan considered the price of the rice paper, and took out another 2 taels of silver. Today I really spent a lot of money. Yu Jia put the 7 taels of silver into his sleeves and bowed with both hands. The military advisor is really far-sighted. Urge you won't bother the military advisor anymore. After saying that, he said goodbye and left. Jin Peng'an stroked his beard, with a look of inquiry. What's wrong with this girl today? Yu Jia was having a seizure, and the hot weather couldn't suppress her excitement. Is this considered purchasing on behalf of others? Successful? She walked back to the tent with a cheerful pace. You look so happy. Did the training today go very smoothly? It was Lin Gongxuan. Yu Jia hurriedly bowed. Captain. Lin Gongxuan waved his hand. Yeah. Where did you go just now? Lin Gongxuan had just asked about the training, and then asked where she was going. It was obvious that he went to the training ground to find her in advance. Oh. I went to Yu Jia's camp, and came back to the toilet. Yu Jia's lies came out of her mouth very smoothly. I wonder what the captain wants. Lin Gongxuan didn't actually have any instructions. He just wanted to come and see. See Yu Jia? Have you used the pen? Yu Jia's heart clicked. Use? Not yet. How can I use something that the captain gave me so easily? I put it away. Just want to play with it from time to time. Yu Jia felt nauseous when she said this. If it weren't for Lin Gongxuan's presence, she would have rubbed her arms. Lin Gongxuan glanced at her with a smile in his eyes. What are you playing with? I bought it for you to use. Yu Jia shook her head. No. What if it breaks? I can't bear to part with it. What do you mean by that? Lin Gongxuan glared. What if it breaks? I'll buy you another one if it breaks. Oh. So domineering. Yu Jia likes it so much. But no matter how much you like it, you can't just leave it there without making money. Right? Yu Jia smiled. Captain, you must be thirsty. Sit down and have some water. No. Lin Gongxuan refused. I'm going to the cavalry camp to check the situation. Did Yingtian report to you? The scouts of the cavalry camp found that the southern barbarians in the southeast were moving. The scouts of the cavalry camp are different from those of the infantry camp. They are mainly responsible for the situation of the distant enemy. No. Yu Jia frowned. Was Yingtian delayed by something, or was he dissatisfied with her? Otherwise, he would not report directly to Lin Gongxuan without her. Reporting to a higher level is a taboo. Don't think too much. Lin Gongxuan seemed to see Yu Jia's unhappiness, and comforted her. Today I went to the cavalry camp, and asked Yingtian by the way. I guess Yingtian hasn't had time to report to you yet. Is the captain here? Speak of the devil. And here comes the devil. Yingtian's voice rang out from outside the tent. The captain is in the tent. And the superior is also here. Changhe responded to Yingtian. Yingtian seemed stunned for a moment, and his tone became more anxious. Oh, thank you. Then he raised his voice again. Captain, Yingtian wants to see you. Yu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Come in. Yingtian was sweating when he entered the tent. Meet the superior. Then he said to Yu Jia. Captain, I have something to report to you. What is it? Yu Jia saw that he was serious, so he became serious. Today, the scouts of the cavalry camp went to the border and found something unusual there. Yingtian is a relatively stable person, and any unusual movement that he notices must not be ignored. What kind of unusual movement? Yu Jia stepped forward, frowning slightly. Reporting to the captain. The scouts found many more vagrants at the border. Vagrants? Yu Jia thought for a moment. Suppressed his uneasiness. If there is civil unrest in the Nam'an, it is understandable that there are vagrants. What do you think? Sir? Yu Jia looked at Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan had already listened to Yingtian's analysis. Recently, there have been conflicts among various forces in the Nam'an army. But this has little to do with vagrants. And there are no natural disasters or man-made disasters in the Nam'an territory. That means something is fishy. But they are not real vagrants. What is their purpose in pretending to be vagrants? Yu Jia smacked his lips. Could it be that the soldiers pretended to be vagrants to disturb our sight? Chapter 204 We meet again. Yu Jia's words made sense. If they disrupted their sight, they would have a chance of success if they attacked by surprise. Suddenly, Yu Jia's eyes became fierce. Superior, the previous mode of our Yunnan military camp was to defend but not attack. Right? Lin Gongxuan turned to look at Yu Jia. Tell me what you think. Yingtian had guessed it. His face was full of excitement, but he did not speak. Yu Jia saw that the two men were looking at her in unison. And even Ing Tian was still full of earnestness. She suddenly smiled. Why are you so nervous? We are soldiers. Soldiers with blood. Don't you want to? Yu Jia raised his voice. Yes. You guessed right. I want to take the initiative. At this moment, Yu Jia looked like the Buddha statue in the temple in Ing Tian's eyes. Shining but not dazzling. Captain, he shouted and looked at Lin Gongxuan. Sir, what do you think? What do you think? Lin Gongxuan nodded and affirmed Yu Jia's opinion. And Ing Tian screamed. Sir, do you mean we can take the initiative to attack? Lin Gongxuan's subsequent words were like cold water poured on Ing Tian, chilling his heart. I agree with Lin Erzhi's point of view. But I have to ask the prince. We must not act rashly. The spark in Ing Tian's heart was instantly extinguished. And he looked at Yu Jia listlessly. Captain, we can't fight again. Yu Jia laughed. Why are you panicking? Didn't the superior say they would ask the prince for instructions? Maybe the prince will agree. Even so, the three people present knew that there was little hope. Sure enough, after Lin Gongxuan reported the discovery of the cavalry camp to Li Yanxiao, Li Yanxiao only asked them to keep an eye on these vagrants. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan was still unsatisfied, Li Yanxiao asked, Why? Do you have other ideas? Prince, let me tell you a possibility. Is it possible for us to take the initiative to attack? After Lin Gongxuan finished speaking, he retreated to one side. He knew it was definitely impossible. Li Yanxiao sighed softly. Gongxuan, you also know the situation of Dezhou. The Great Zhou has a vast territory, bordering the northern desert to the north, the southern barbarians to the south, Persia to the west, and the Uyghurs to the east. In terms of land area, the Great Zhou ranks first. However, no matter how vast the territory is, the people's livelihood and economy are far from satisfactory. Before Li Guoli came to power, the country was in turmoil, and the various princes and vassal kings fought all year round, and they had long been a golden and jade exterior with rotten inside. The southern barbarians had developed trade and economic exchanges with various countries, so they had an economic advantage first. They had a large population and a small land area. This was also the reason why they often caused unrest in the Great Zhou. The northern desert royal court made a living by animal husbandry. Although they had no fixed place to live, their livestock could be traded with various countries. Especially the war horses of the northern desert are world famous. The land and water support the people. The investment is small, but the harvest is rich. Not to mention Persia. Their water trade is developed, and all kinds of strange things emerge in an endless stream. Although it is also a small country, its economic strength should not be underestimated. However, they are a vassal state of the Great Zhou and do not pose much threat. The Uyghurs have been in civil strife for many years and are dependent on the southern barbarians. With this analysis, the Great Zhou is really in danger. After years of recuperation, it still has not returned to its original peak. They have spent a lot of energy in these years just defending and not attacking. So how can they take the initiative to send troops? Lin Gongxuan conveyed Li Yanxiao's reply to Yu Jia, who was very angry. But she was helpless. She was not a superior, so she did not understand the difficulties of the superior. She could only accept the facts. Yu Jia arranged Ing Tian to keep a close eye on the border and report any unusual movements at any time. In this way, Yu Jia had no time to deal with Jin Pingdan. She directly asked Go Sheng to deliver the package to Jin Pingdan. Now, Jin Pingdan saw through Yu Jia's intentions. Looking at the pens, inkstones, paper and inkstone in the package, Jin Pingdan shook his head and laughed. What a clever girl. You set your sights on me. That being said, he still liked these things. Ask yourself, which scholar does not like the four treasures of the study? Which writer of storybooks doesn't like to read storybooks? Yu Jia was lying in bed, holding a storybook in her hand and reading it with great interest. Sometimes she glared, sometimes she sighed, and at the worst, she even shed tears along with the characters in the storybook. Captain, please don't read it. It's easy to get blurry eyes when reading at night. Go Sheng moved the oil lamp to Yu Jia's side. Yu Jia was just reading with great interest. How could she give up? Oh, right away. Right away. Even so, she still held the book tightly. Go Sheng nodded repeatedly, and suddenly remembered something. So he said to Yu Jia, Captain, why didn't we see Chang Haier today? Yu Jia didn't even raise her eyes. Maybe he ran to some tent to chat with someone. Go Sheng thought about it carefully and shook his head again. No. Chang Hair would definitely return to the tent at this time in the past. He hasn't come back yet. Nothing will happen. Right? This caught Yujia's attention. In the past, Chang Hair liked to sneak into the mountains and forests. But now the border is in turmoil. It would be bad if something happened. When was the last time you saw Chang Hair today? Gosheng recalled the scene of the two in the tent. He said today that he was going up the mountain to pick some sour fruits, which were delicious, and wanted you to taste them. It's bad. Yujia threw down the book and sat up. Notify the 1st Brigade of the Infantry Battalion and ask them to go to the mountain to find someone. Seeing Yujia's nervous expression, Gosheng couldn't hold back any longer. I'll go now, he muttered as he walked. I told you not to go. But you insisted on going. You just ran around all day and caused trouble for the captain. Yujia was also very worried, hoping that Chang Hair was okay. When Chang Hair woke up, he found himself in a strange room. He touched his sore neck and looked around. The room was very warmly decorated, with all kinds of antiques everywhere. But there was a hint of weirdness in this exquisiteness, as if it was a woman's boudoir. Chang Hair picked up the white beads on the vase and accidentally knocked the vase to the ground. Oh my god! The vase broke and fell to the ground. This vase is expensive. Right? Whose is it? You won't ask me to pay for it. Right? There were footsteps outside the room, and it sounded like many people were coming. Chang Hair muttered while looking for a hiding place. It's over. It's over. It's over. What should I do? Before he found a hiding place, the door was open from the outside. Are you awake? A familiar low voice sounded, and Chang Hair was stunned in place, with goosebumps all over his body. Does your neck hurt? They were too heavy. Chang Hair turned his head stiffly to look at the person who came, and had to shout out the nightmare-like name. Mu Shurha. The person who came was Mu Shurha, with a smile on his face and his eyes staring at Chang Hair. It's me. We meet again. Chapter 205 in the South Barbarians. Chang Hair's footsteps unconsciously retreated. What's going on? This morning, after Yujia went out, he quietly went to the forest. Recently, Yujia has been training soldiers under the scorching sun, which is very hard. He wants to pick some sour fruits for her to refresh. When he first arrived at the forest, he went to the sour fruit forest with ease. But before he made a move, he felt a dull pain in his neck, and his eyes went dark and he fainted. Mu Shurha, why did you kidnap me here? While speaking, Chang Hair observed the room again. Although there are many rare treasures, these things are not common in Dezhou. Did he come to the Nanman territory? Chang Hair panicked for a moment, and he was immediately confused. Why did you kidnap you? Mu Shurha staggered and sat down on a nearby wooden chair. How long have we not seen each other since the last time? He looked thoughtful, as if he was really thinking about the time in between. Chang Hair felt a chill in his heart. I don't care how long it has been since we last met. Grandpa doesn't want to see you. Chang Hair was full of energy. I advise you to let Grandpa go quickly. If our captain knew that you kidnapped me, he would definitely not let you go. Oh! Mu Shurha was interested. You are talking about 80. Oh! No. Her name is Lin Erju. That woman? Woman? Chang Hair was furious. What's wrong with the woman? Didn't she beat you up? Mu Shurha's face darkened. Chang Hair, you still speak without any taboos? Learn the language of the great Zhou dynasty. What are you talking about? Chang Hair looked disgusted and turned his eyes to pay attention to the situation outside the window. Just now, there were many footsteps outside the house, and it was clear that many people had come. Although he only saw Mu Shurha now, he knew that they were Mu Shurha's guards. The room must have been surrounded by people. Chang Hair suddenly remembered what Yujia said to them. If you are captured, first stabilize it, and then find an opportunity to escape. Chang Hair's expression eased. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he had no choice but to do this in order to escape. Is this Nanman? Seeing Chang Hair's attitude eased, Mu Shurha's heart softened. Yes. Chang Hair greeted Mu Shurha's ancestors and the Nanman Mu tribe in his heart. Why did you bring me to Nanman? Mu Shurha rubbed his right leg with his hand. I was injured and the master gave up my power. I was very upset. So I thought of you. Chang Hair endured the nausea and ignored the lingering tenderness in Mu Shurha's eyes. Really? Mu Shurha chuckled. You are so naive. My men have been watching you for days, but you didn't notice it. Chong Hire was so angry that his teeth itched. He had only thought about finding food for Yu Jia these days. Who would have noticed someone? Besides, that was the territory of the Great Show. Who would have thought that the Namman people would actually enter? You are really... Chong Hire tried to suppress his anger and took a deep breath. When will you let me go? Mu Shirha stood up after hearing this. Wouldn't it be better to stay in Namman? Wouldn't it be better to stay with me? You did all the odd jobs in the Great Show. You don't have to work so hard here. Isn't it better? Fuck your grandma's legs. Chong Hire couldn't help but swear. What's wrong with you? Ener? I asked Brother Urju for this odd job. Brother Urju is so good to us. How can I feel tired? Chong Hire was furious. Let me go quickly. I want to go back to the Zhou. The strong shout attracted the guards outside the house to look sideways. You really can't go back. Mu Shirha's face turned cold. I said, I will never let you go again. You black-hearted pervert. Chong Hire changed his palm into a fist and attacked Mu Shirha. But before he reached Mu Shirha grabbed his fist. Chong Hire pulled out his fist with all his strength. But the opponent didn't move at all. It's not Mu Shirha's fault that he used force. It's just that Chong Hire was too weak. A 16-year-old boy. He hasn't grown in height. And he hasn't gained any flesh on his body. Yu Jia often sighed and yelled that she envied Chong Hire's body shape that didn't gain weight no matter how much he ate. Chong Hire. 3 years have passed. And you still haven't improved? Chong Hire's face was ferocious. And he spit on Mu Shirha's face. You haven't improved. And your whole family hasn't improved. But he was not as skilled as the other person. And no matter how much he shouted, he couldn't get the upper hand. Mu Shirha twisted Chong Hire's arms behind his back. Stop making trouble. Get ready to eat. Feeling the breath above his head, Chong Hire got goosebumps all over his body. Let me go first. Mu Shirha let Chong Hire go as he said, clapping his hands. And the maids outside the door came in with food trays. Chong Hire moved the marks that Mu Shirha had just scratched. And felt a little regretful. He obviously wanted to listen to Yu Jia and pretend to surrender. But why couldn't he help it? Looking at the various exquisite dishes on the plate, Chong Hire had no appetite. How could this be as delicious as the steaming hot meals of the Great Show? Seeing that Chong Hire had no interest in this, Mu Shirha stepped forward. Not to your taste? Chong Hire kept silent and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Drag the cook out and chop him up. As soon as the voice fell, the maids knelt on the ground. Chong Hire was shocked. What did you say? Mu Shirha's face was calm. The cook's food doesn't suit your taste. Why keep him? He narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. If these servants can't serve you well, they will also be dragged out and chopped. No one begged for mercy. And the maids lay on the ground trembling. Are you crazy? You are a complete lunatic. Chong Hire was anxious and angry. I am from the Great Show. You insist on making me eat these meats that look uncooked. I am definitely not used to it. He thought about the tone of Yu Jia's words in his mind. This is a different eating habit. What does it have to do with the cook? The atmosphere became heavy. Mu Shirha stared at Chong Hire's face, which seemed to Chong Hire like a sharp blade slicing him. What should you do? Chong Hire suppressed his thoughts. You hire a cook from the Zhou, so that I can get used to it. Here, he could not say that if he was released back to the Zhou, he would get used to it. Mu Shirha actually nodded. Aben, go find someone. The food on the table was cleared away, and Chong Hire had been dealing with Mu Shirha for so long that he was already hungry. He felt indescribable. Lin Erju should not come to Namman to save him. Right? I don't think so. Now she is a captain. How could she come to save him for a little soldier like him? Yu Jia searched the forest, but there was still no news the next morning. Report? A soldier knelt on the ground with a cloth bag. Captain, I found this. Chapter 206. What a money grubber. Yu Jia looked up and saw that this was the cloth bag that Chong Hire often used to carry food. Where did you find it? The soldier trembled. Sour fruit forest. Yu Jia stepped forward and took the cloth bag in her hand. This was Chong Hire's stuff. For sure. She reached into the bag and found a few red fruits inside. Yu Jia twisted the fruits in her hand and asked in a deep voice. How far is the sour fruit forest from the camp? 20 miles from the camp and 5 miles from the Namman border. The soldier answered again, and Yu Jia fell into deep thought. Could it be that Chong Hire was captured by the Namman soldiers? In recent days, the border of Namman has been turbulent. So this possibility is not impossible. You go down. The soldier stood up and left the tent as if he had been pardoned. Gosheng. What do you think? Gosheng looked annoyed. Captain. It's all my fault that I didn't take good care of him. So I let Changhair go into the forest. Yu Jia waved her hand, turned around, and put the bag on the table. How can I blame you? Changhair has always had the habit of sneaking into the forest, and everyone has gotten used to it. Besides, nothing has happened for such a long time. If you have to blame someone, you can only blame her for not disciplining him properly. If Changhair is abducted by Nanman, I'm afraid he will be in danger. Yu Jia analyzed quietly, and seemed to have concluded that Changhair was abducted by the southern barbarians. But Captain, this is our Great Zhou territory, and there are scouts on the border. How could someone take Changhair away quietly? Yu Jia looked at Gosheng with admiration. Good guy. Gosheng. Your analysis is really on point. Gosheng was embarrassed for a moment. I just analyzed it according to the facts. Yu Jia continued, you are right. If we have strict guards on the border, it will be difficult for them to enter the forest. But what if it is someone with excellent skills? Come quietly, and then leave quietly with Changhair. Who would be so idle as to kidnap a soldier? Captain, if they make any move, they will attack you. How could they kidnap Changhair? If Yu Jia praised Gosheng for his progress today, he really made her look at him differently. Who in the Nanman territory has free time and excellent skills? Yu Jia had already made up her mind. She couldn't wait to have breakfast, so she drove Xiaobai to Lin Gongxuan's tent. When mentioning Changhair, Yu Jia didn't show it very obviously. Sir, there have been turmoil on the border in recent days, and I have a bold idea. Lin Gongxuan naturally knew what Yu Jia was thinking. You want to go to Nanman? Yu Jia bowed. Sir, you are wise. I want to go and explore the truth. Li Yinchao was in charge of the Yunnan military camp, so she had no worries. As for the training of the cavalry camp, infantry camp, and Yujia camp, she had already handed it over to the captains to arrange. In addition to wanting to save Changhair, she had another important thing to do. That is, she was short of money recently, and she wanted to ask Mu Yinjin for funding. Since it is to explore the strength of the Nanman, I will go with you. Yu Jia was uneasy. Isn't this a good idea? How could she move freely if Lin Gongxuan went? Why? Do you have other ideas? Lin Gongxuan said coldly. No. No. How could I have other ideas? Yu Jia quickly denied. It is my honor to work with the superiors. Forget it. This journey is destined to be unsuccessful. Lin Gongxuan asked Yu Jia to go back to the tent to prepare for the departure, and he turned to Jin Pendon to explain the situation. At this time, Jin Pendon was copying the calligraphy of the Song Dynasty calligrapher. Seeing Lin Gongxuan coming, he greeted him and continued to write. Military advisor. You are in a good mood. Why are you copying calligraphy today? He walked closer to the case and saw that the brush in Jin Pendon's hand was so familiar. Not only the brush is familiar, but the inkstone and the rice paper are all familiar. Military advisor. May I ask where did you get this brush? Jin Pendon was still a little depressed when he asked this question. Of course I bought it. I spent a high price on it. Lin Gongxuan had a vague guess in his heart, but he still asked with hope. May I ask where did the military advisor buy it? Jin Pendon put down the brush in his hand and looked at Lin Gongxuan seriously. Why? Are you also interested in these things? In recent days, he has not seen Lin Gongxuan practicing calligraphy again. Lin Gongxuan suppressed his depression and said, if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. With such a superior 4 treasures of the study, practicing calligraphy will be twice as effective with half the effort. Sure enough. There is something fishy. Even the words are the same. I bought it from Lin Erju. If you are interested, you can ask her if she has any more. Lin Gongxuan's face gradually darkened as his thoughts were confirmed. Jin Pendon was an experienced man after all. Seeing the moody Lin Gongxuan, he understood immediately. This top-grade product is not something you gave to Lin Erju, right? As it concerns a man's face. Lin Gongxuan did not admit it. No. Why would I buy such an expensive thing and give it to that bumpkin? It's a waste of heaven's gift. Having said that, Jin Pendon saw through everything, and he knew the matter clearly. Lin Erju, you cheated me, and I will give it back to you. Oh my! What kind of windfall did Lin Erju make to be able to afford these 4 treasures of the study? Seeing Lin Gongxuan exuding anger, Jean Pinon felt very happy. Originally, I was reluctant to use such expensive items, but Lin Erju insisted that a good horse should be matched with a good saddle and insisted on selling it to me. She is now a captain. How can I refuse her face? I gritted my teeth and paid 7 taels of silver to buy this pen, ink, paper and inkstone. 7 taels of silver. Lin Erju made 2 taels of silver in the middle. Lin Gongxuan gritted his teeth in anger. This Lin Erju is really a real money grubber. He didn't even bother to think of a reason and walked out of the tent. Jean Pinon stroked his beard, his face full of pride. You were the first to be unkind. Don't blame me for being unjust. But he didn't expect that it was thanks to Lin Erju that he could make up his mind to use such a good pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Lin Gongxuan strode forward, and the soldiers beside him saw his devilish appearance and didn't dare to salute him, for fear that he would be used as a punching bag if he was not careful. Lin Erju, with so much money, how can you still be so obsessed with money? Lin Gongxuan became more and more angry as he thought about it. This dead girl actually dared to sell the things he gave her? Is she going to trample on his kindness? How could she act like this? But he thought about it again, and his steps slowed down. Although Lin Erju was obsessed with money, he was not a person without measure. Did she encounter some difficulties and spend all the money before? So she thought about making money? Thinking of this, Lin Gongxuan stopped where he was. I felt a little distressed for Jia. Chapter 207 Who Will Marry a Woman? Arriving in front of Yujia's tent, Lin Gongxuan adjusted his thoughts and coughed. This was the secret code between the two. Soon, Yujia's crisp voice rang out in the tent. Captain, you are here. The voice was cheerful, joyful and clear. But in Lin Gongxuan's opinion, Yujia was just forcing a smile. He opened the tent and walked in slowly. Yujia was packing clothes for the trip to Nanman, which was even hotter than Bashu. And she also brought some short clothes. Lin Erju. You? Lin Gongxuan hesitated a little. He was afraid that if he made it clear, Yujia would feel embarrassed. After all, in his heart, Yujia is the kind of person who cares about face. Seeing Lin Gongxuan hesitating, Yujia thought that their southern barbarian journey would be ruined. Captain, tell me, I can bear any result. Ah? Lin Gongxuan was stunned for a moment. He thought Yujia knew that she sold the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone to Jean Pinon. Actually, you can tell me if you have any difficulties. Yujia was a little puzzled. Isn't the difficulty to go to the South Barbarian to check the situation and save Chang Hire by the way? Does it really cost money to find Mu Yin? She always felt that the two of them were talking nonsense. Yujia's principle is that you can't keep things in your heart, and you have to talk about it on the spot. Captain, what are you talking about? Lin Gongxuan also let it go. He looked at Yujia with tenderness in his eyes, like the cool breeze in the mountains. I know you sold the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone to the military advisor. Yujia was horrified and frantically looked for excuses. Captain, please listen to my explanation. What should I do? According to Lin Gongxuan's temper, if she sold the things he gave her, she would be skinned alive. You don't have to say it. I understand. Lin Gongxuan's expression remained the same, even more gentle than before. What do you understand? Yujia saw that Lin Gongxuan didn't look like he was going to lose his temper. So she asked carefully, Are you in trouble? Why don't you tell me? Yujia finally came to her senses. The corners of her lips curled up, and she radiated a dazzling light. This light made Lin Gongxuan intoxicated. I still have money here. Just take it. Since Lin Gongxuan had spoken, Yujia naturally accepted it with pleasure. Captain, how embarrassing is this? Yujia bit her lips lightly, her face full of shock. It's okay. I'll go back and ask Dashin to send it to you. After Lin Gongxuan finished speaking, he left in a panic. Yujia suddenly felt a little guilty. This child was too honest. It was a bit unbearable to lie to him. Lin Gongxuan moved quickly. Yujia was packing her belongings when Fang Dashin came. Captain, this is what the master asked me to give you. Fang Dashin held a small black wooden box in his hand, which was printed with complex golden patterns and looked very unique. Brother Fang, thank you for making this trip. Fang Dashin bowed and said, Captain is right. This is what I should do. Yujia was a little uncomfortable. Brother Fang, there is no one else here. You don't have to do this. Fong Dashan was relieved. But he didn't dare to call Yu Jia a brother anymore. Captain, I heard that Chang Hai is missing. Please be careful. Fong Dashan knew the friendship between Yu Jia, Go Sheng and Chang Hai, and was afraid that she would be sad. So he comforted her. Yu Jia sighed, put down the wooden box, and sat down at the wooden table. She asked Fong Dashan to sit down and started to analyze. There was no fighting at the place where Chang Hai disappeared, which means that Chang Hai was suddenly attacked. The soldiers searched the forest and found no trace of Chang Hai. So murder was ruled out. There is only one possibility left. What possibility? Fong Dashan asked hurriedly. Yu Jia turned her head to look at Fong Dashan, her eyes flickering with emotion. Nanman may want to threaten me with this. This was a reason Yu Jia thought of temporarily. If she didn't say this, she, the captain of the 1st Battalion, would not have to run to Nanman for a soldier. Seeing Fong Dashan didn't say anything, Yu Jia took a sip of water and continued the topic. Think about it. You can think that I, Lin Erju, am a man who values friendship and loyalty, let alone a mortal enemy. After all, knowing yourself and knowing the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Now Fong Dashan completely believed Yu Jia's words. What the captain said is true. It seems that this southern barbarian is really insidious and cunning, and will do anything to achieve his goals. Yu Jia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Fong Dashan believed what she said, she was not exaggerating. In less than half a day, this statement would spread throughout the entire Yunnan military camp. If the soldiers in the Yunnan military camp didn't know this news, it would mean that Fong Dashan didn't work hard enough. Brother Fong, would you like to stay for a quick meal? Fong Dashan then remembered that he still had to prepare food for Lin Gongxuan. No, I have to go back to the camp to prepare food for the captain. He stood up and saluted. The captain is a picky person and insisted that I prepare food for him personally. I said there are outstanding soldiers in the kitchen, but the captain asked me to prepare it. Yu Jia's mouth twitched. What's wrong? Is he still playing the palace intrigue in front of her? On weekdays, she doesn't seem to have any signs of competing for favor. Right. In fact, Yu Jia misunderstood Fong Dashan's meaning. His original intention was that the captain valued him more, and if the two of them became a couple in the future, he would let Yu Jia look at him more favorably. After Fong Dashan left, Yu Jia began to grumble. Go Sheng came over with the notebook that Yu Jia usually read. Captain, what are you thinking about? Looking at Go Sheng's virtuous appearance, Yu Jia's heart moved. Go Sheng, if I find a husband in the future, I mean if, how will you treat him? Will you compete for favor? Yu Jia was very curious. How to treat him? Go Sheng put the notebooks on Yu Jia's desk one by one and answered seriously. It depends on how he treats the captain. If he treats the captain wholeheartedly, then I will naturally treat him well. Then, Go Sheng looked sinister. If he is unfaithful to the captain, I will send him off even if I risk my life. Suddenly, Yu Jia's nose was sore, and she almost cried. When she read the storybook before, she sneered at the polygamy in it. Unexpectedly, Go Sheng actually remembered her principle. One couple for life. In Yu Jia's view, Go Sheng is like her mother's family. Others only worry about how high she stands. Go Sheng only cares about whether she is tired. Go Sheng, you are too good to me. Go Sheng laughed honestly. If a brother doesn't treat his sister well, who else can he treat well? Yu Jia held back her tears. What about your wife? You treat me well. What if your wife is jealous? Go Sheng didn't seem to have thought about this question, and his face turned red instantly. Who will marry a wife? Ha ha ha. Yu Jia looked at Go Sheng's embarrassed look and laughed heartily, and the haze in her heart was swept away. Go Sheng, I will be responsible for helping you marry a wife in the future. So don't worry. Chapter 208, What is the cost of sacrificing one's own self? The next morning, Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan rushed to the border, and Yu Jia used the disguise technique she had just learned. Although her makeup was not very good, the disguise was quite good. Also, Yu Jia disguised herself as a man in his 30s, which was naturally easier to dress up than a woman with heavy makeup. Yu Jia's stature was considered outstanding among women, but if she was placed among tall and straight men, she would still be a little undersized. In this case, she simply disguised herself as a hunchback, so that no one could see the flaws. Hunchback, beard, and even a hideous scar on her face, winding from the eyebrows to the nose. Captain, how is it? Is your subordinate fierce enough? Yu Jia was a little proud, showing off his achievements. Lin Gongxuan looked helpless. In the storybook, the hero and heroine went out together. Shouldn't they pretend to be a couple? He wore his favorite clothes today. But he never thought that Yu Jia would dress up as a man. Fierce enough. Not only fierce, but also full of aura, with a look of stranger staying away. Seeing that Yu Jia was still flattering, Lin Gongxuan reminded her. Hurry up and get to the border before dark. If they couldn't get to the border, they would have to spend the night in the mountains and forests. Yu Jia restrained her expression, whipped her horse and galloped away. Brother, you have to catch up. Lin Gongxuan looked lazy and smiled. Then let you run for a while. Then he rushed to catch up. Fortunately, the two of them hurried and finally arrived at the border before dark. The Nanman border was a mixed crowd. In addition to the people of the Great Zhou, there were people from other countries. Yu Jia followed Lin Gongxuan with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. Whispering continued wherever they passed. Why is there such a thing following the tall and heroic young man in front? That's right. It's not an exaggeration to say that the man behind is the slave of the young man in front. But he calls me brother. If Yu Jia hadn't thought that it was better to have less trouble than more when she was out, she would have gone up to argue with these chatterboxes. To Lin Gongxuan, he was called little brother. To her, he was called this thing. Although her appearance was a bit vulgar and ugly, she wouldn't be so unpopular. Right? She didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. The chopsticks in Yu Jia's mouth were about to be bitten off, and Lin Gongxuan hurriedly stopped her. Hurry up and eat. Don't make trouble. Yu Jia shoveled the rice in the bowl angrily. No matter where you are, it's an era of looking at faces. When the people around the restaurant looked at the two again, Yu Jia glared back fiercely. And finally they could be quiet for a while. The two asked for a room, and Lin Gongxuan still slept on the floor at night. Yu Jia lay on the bed with a clear conscience, sighing as she thought about what had just happened. What? Do you regret it? In the quiet night, Lin Gongxuan's deep voice came, and Yu Jia's heart skipped a beat. What do you regret? You could have been a woman again. TSK. Yu Jia sneered at this. I don't want to be a woman again. In this era, women are treated with even greater malice. This time, she is not going out for fun, so it is more convenient to dress as a man. However, Yu Jia's words aroused Lin Gongxuan's curiosity. Why? You don't want to be a woman? How should Yu Jia answer? She thought for a moment. It's not that I don't want to. It depends on the occasion. Now let's focus on the important things. Yu Jia. Lin Gongxuan felt a little distressed. When have you ever lived for yourself? Yu Jia laughed as if she heard a joke. When have you ever lived for yourself? Haven't I always lived for myself? To realize her ideals and ambitions. Although it was a little hard. She has been persisting and working hard. Damn. I'm a very selfish person. Yu Jia never thought that she was a Guanyin Bodhisattva who saved all living beings. She even didn't hesitate to get rid of those who hindered her progress for the sake of her career. Lin Gongxuan didn't think so. This woman was always so strong that it made people feel distressed. Let's not talk about this. Are we going to Nanman directly tomorrow? This is what Yu Jia thought in her heart. But she had to ask the leader. Well, Guanyin and Wen Dai have been prepared in advance. After passing the border inspection, we can enter the city directly. But you have to be careful when entering the city. If the inspection is discovered, it will cause big trouble. Yu Jia nodded and found that it was pitch black and Lin Gongxuan couldn't see his movements. So he said, You are still thoughtful. The next morning, Yu Jia carefully checked her dress and found nothing unusual. So she went downstairs with Lin Gongxuan to eat. In view of Yu Jia's still ferocious look, the others did not dare to talk about it. After they left, there was a lot of discussion in the inn. I heard that the two of them slept in the same room yesterday. Really? This is really a waste of natural resources. The people who were talking were all Nanman people. Nanman people like male homosexuality. And it was not surprising for them to live in the same place. Even the upper class of Nanman could marry men as concubines. So only the nobles who pretended to be cultured were qualified to have male homosexuality. Yu Jia did not hear the discussion in the inn. If she had heard it, she would have taught them a lesson with a long knife in her hand. Yu Jia did not know that this custom of Nanman was. Lin Gongxuan knew about it, but he didn't care what others thought of him. Lin Gongxuan knew that Yu Jia liked to read storybooks, and he would accept anyone who came. So he popularized the knowledge of Nanman to her. What? Fuck. Yu Jia couldn't help but swear. Bastard. Are you telling the truth? Are you kidding me? Why didn't she find out when she came to Namen last time? Suddenly, she had a bad premonition. According to her analysis, Mu Shurha kidnapped Chang Haier to threaten her. What if it wasn't? Chang Haier had contact with Mu Shurha before. What if this bastard Mu Shurha didn't want to threaten her? Then his original intention was for Chang Haier. It was terrifying to think about it. It was so hot in summer, but Yu Jia could not feel any heat on her body. Damn it. Let's hurry up. I want to find Chang Haier as soon as possible. Lin Gongxuan glanced at Yu Jia and found that she was pale and shaky on the horse. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Yu Jia suppressed the chill in her heart and said slowly. We have to find Chang Haier as soon as possible. Mu Shurha is cunning. If Chang Haier is tortured, it will be bad. Lin Gongxuan understood what Yu Jia meant. As Yu Jia's personal guard, Chang Haier naturally knew her very well. If she fell into the hands of thieves, it would definitely be a hidden danger. When necessary, Chang Haier can't stay. Lin Gongxuan's figure paused. Are you willing to do that? Yu Jia looked up. The mountains and forests in front of her were lush and green. The sun was shining down, and the beauty made her reluctant to look away. Captain, for the people of Dezhou to live and work in peace and contentment. What is the sacrifice of the self? Chapter 209 Entering the capital. Lin Gongxuan stopped talking. He knew Yu Jia. She must feel bad for saying that. Chang Haier is like a family member to her. You can't be so absolute. Didn't Chang Haier reveal anything when he was captured last time? We have to trust him. Yu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to sacrifice Chang Haier until the last moment. Based on her understanding of Chang Haier, although he was usually slick and unruly, he was still quite reliable at the critical moment. After getting in touch with the leader, Yu Jia felt much more relieved. Then let's set off quickly. Time is life. Lin Gongxuan agreed with her point of view. Let's go! The two rushed towards the north gate of Namen. The north gate is the only way out of Namen, and the inspection must be very strict. But if you go to other gates, the journey is long and it will take time. Chang Haier can't wait so long. And Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan can't wait so long either. They still decided to enter the city from the north gate. The identity check was indeed stricter than at the border. Fortunately, Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan were prepared. When they entered the city, it was already noon. The two found a smaller inn to stay in. As soon as they entered the room, Yu Jia wanted to go out. Let's make plans after dinner. Lin Gongxuan stopped him. But Yu Jia couldn't wait any longer. I can't wait any longer. Thinking that Chang Haier might suffer in a dark, damp place full of rats and ants, she couldn't wait any longer. Seeing that Yu Jia was determined to do it, Lin Gongxuan stopped her. Listen to me. Eat first, and I'll go with you after dinner. Yu Jia had no choice but to give up. Yu Jia was not used to eating the southern barbarian food, and she was absent-minded and had no time to care about anything else. After finally eating some food, Lin Gongxuan saw that Yu Jia really had no appetite. So he stopped forcing her. Coward. Let's split up into two groups. You go to find out the truth about the southern barbarian capital, and I'll go to find out about Chang Haier. Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia, trying to see other emotions in her eyes. Yu Jia continued to speak frankly, facing Lin Gongxuan's gaze. We really can't delay. Yu Jia was telling the truth. When the two set out from the border, they found that there were more and more vagrants. The situation became more and more tense. You have to be careful, and don't be impulsive. Yu Jia nodded. Don't worry. Our safety must be put first. If something happens to us, then let's not talk about other things. After the two parted from the inn, Yu Jia went straight to the palace to find Mu Yinjin. However, the palace was heavily guarded, and Yu Jia really had no idea where to start. At this moment, she found someone outside the palace gate asking to see her. But he also handed something to the guard. So strict? You have to hand in a badge to enter the palace? Yu Jia has been staying in the military camp all the time, and knows nothing about anything other than military affairs. The man's hand is not a badge, but a visiting card. If you want to visit the other party, you need to hand in a visiting card. You can enter the palace only after the other party agrees. Mu Yinjin's father is the king of Nan Manqin. So of course, there are many rules. Yu Jia hung her head dejectedly. Where can she get that badge? At this moment, she was wondering. Mu Yinjin is usually lively and active. Why doesn't she leave the palace? Mu Yinjin is also very depressed in the palace. Since she was kidnapped by the lecher named Jean last time, her father and mother have banned her from leaving. She ran away, went on a hunger strike, and hanged herself. She really used all her skills, but her father would not give in. Mu Yin really knew what her parents were thinking, but that couldn't keep her under house arrest. Is the only way to protect flowers from being destroyed to prohibit them from blooming? She quarreled with her parents more than once. Can she be blamed? It was all caused by those cheap men. To be honest, that experience was quite exciting. She had never thought that a woman could resist a man like this. Although her sister looked embarrassed at the time, her every move was ruthless. She was so heroic that she had never seen before. She also wanted to be that kind of woman. I can walk the world with a sword and ask all the injustices in the world. Mu Yinjin told her parents about her idea. Although they were opposed, they still agreed to her wishes. They did not let her go to the world, but arranged a boxing master to teach her in the palace. This made Mu Yinjin feel very upset. If my sister was here, what would she do? It must not be this embarrassed. Right? Mu Yinjin didn't know that the omnipotent sister in her heart was squatting in the corner of her house, fumbling her fingers. Yu Jia really couldn't think of any tricks to get close to the palace. Does she really have to wait until night to go back to ask Lin Gongxuan for help? If Lin Gongxuan knew about this, he would definitely laugh at her again. Yu Jia didn't want Lin Gongxuan to know her whereabouts. Just when she was at a loss, she found the little maid next to Mu Yinjin. Yu Jia couldn't squat any longer. She stood up and ran to the little maid. Miss, wait for me. I'm Lin Erju. The little maid who was walking quickly heard the 3 words Lin Erju and stopped, looking in the direction of the voice in surprise. Yu Jia ran towards the little maid at a running speed. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, the little maid screamed, "Come on! Fight for me!" The guards at the gate of the palace surrounded Yu Jia. Oh my god! Yu Jia's scalp was numb. If the palace was alarmed at this time, it would be even more difficult to act at night. Miss, I am Lin Erju. Please look carefully. Yu Jia touched her face and suddenly felt the beard on her face. She suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the little maid didn't recognize her. Yu Jia was still dressed like a hunchback. She quickly tore off the beard on her face and wiped the toner on her face vigorously. Miss, please look carefully. I am in disguise. I am really Lin Erju. The little maid poked her head out from behind the guard and stared at Yu Jia's face carefully. Suddenly, a terrifying light emanated from her eyes. This is my benefactor. She pushed the guard away. Get out of the way. This is the benefactor. The benefactor of the young lady. Suddenly, the little maid burst into tears, which made Yu Jia stunned. Why is she crying again? And crying so fast? Faster than professional actors. Don't cry. Can you take me to find your young lady? The little maid wiped her tears in embarrassment and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Benefactor. You don't know? Our young lady has been miserable recently. Yu Jia was shocked. What's going on? Someone bullied her? The little maid led Yu Jia into the palace and talked about Mu Yinjin's experience in the palace these days. Originally, Yu Jia didn't think Mu Yinjin was so miserable. All thanks to the atmosphere created by this little maid. Oh, it's really miserable. It's so miserable. Yu Jia sighed. This is the girl from a rich family. She wants to run away instead of living a good life of wealth. But then again, if it were her, she would feel the same way. I would rather die than be without freedom. Chapter 210. Poor and only has money left. When the little maid took Yu Jia to see Mu Yinjin, there was another chaos. Sister, am I dreaming? Mu Yinjin really twisted her face and cried pain. Yu Jia laughed dumbly, watching Mu Yinjin crying and laughing around her, with a face full of doting. Sister, why did you come to see me at this time? I miss you so much. After saying that, Mu Yinjin hugged Yu Jia's arm and acted coquettishly. Oh, how old are you? Why are you still like a child? Yu Jia touched Mu Yinjin's head and sat down on the chair. Mu Yinjin squatted down beside her and put her head on Yu Jia's legs. Sister, I've been very upset recently. My father and mother won't let me go out. Whenever I go out, I have to bring a lot of followers. I feel. Mu Yinjin couldn't describe the feeling. Sister, I feel like I can't breathe. Your father and mother are doing this for your own good. They're afraid that you'll encounter the same danger as last time. Yu Jia sighed softly. She missed her parents a little. But I can't live like this forever. Can I? Mu Yinjin looked up and looked at Yu Jia with burning eyes, with a little starlight in her eyes. Sister, I want to go out and try my luck. Also, sister, I've been wondering what you would do if you encountered such a situation. What would Yu Jia do? She shook her head. Jinjin, we are from two different worlds. Yu Jia's hoarse voice echoed in the room. You are the peony carefully nurtured by the rich family, with petals blooming, elegant and noble, and a bright future. What about me? She seemed to be mocking herself. I am the weeds that can be seen everywhere on the roadside, and anyone can step on me. But what can I do? The only thing I can do is to dig my roots deeper and deeper, so that I can firmly grasp the land. When the flood comes, my greatest hope is to escape the disaster. Yu Jia spoke slowly, and his words were easy to understand. Mu Yinjin stopped talking after listening. Seeing Mu Yinjin fall into silence, Yu Jia felt a little bit sorry. Perhaps such a simple child does not understand her state of mind. Really, people spend their whole lives pursuing things they cannot get. Ordinary people pursue wealth and glory, and are even willing to be trapped in that world for their whole lives. In this way, they are also happy. Some people are in high positions, enjoying wealth and glory, but they are pursuing illusory freedom. You say, no matter what choice you make, there will be regrets. Mu Yinjin stared at the birds on the window frame with dull eyes. The two birds are affectionate and express their emotions to the fullest. Suddenly, a maid broke in, startling them and flapping their wings, flying towards the branch. If they are free, they are only free within a certain range. This is just like Mu Yinjin. She is free in the palace, because she is protected by the wings of her father, the king, and her mother. Sister, I seem to understand a little. She looked up at Yu Jia, and her eyes gradually regained their brilliance. Sister, I seem to really understand. Yu Jia was a little surprised, but in fact, she was just talking without any pain in her waist. The main point is to make the best of it. Since Mu Yinjin can't change her identity, she has to change her state of mind. Jinjin, this time, sister has another favor that needs your help. After Mu Yinjin thought it over, she became the lively and cheerful little girl again. Sister, you can talk about it. Your business is my business. I will take care of it. She patted her chest. That's good. Yu Jia believed that Mu Yinjin could do it. Jinjin, to be honest, I came here to save people this time. Save people? Who? Mu Yinjin raised her eyebrows and asked. Yu Jia sighed lightly, let Mu Yinjin sit on the stool, and told her about Chang Hire, and Mu Shurha's thoughts on Chang Hire. That's what happened. Mu Yinjin was thinking. Sister, if I'm not mistaken, he was also the one who was saved last time. Yu Jia was both amused and confused. It's him. Mu Yinjin pretended to be deep. This is troublesome. Yu Jia's image was that she was fearless, and at this moment, Yu Jia had a bad feeling in her heart. What do you mean? Sister, you don't know. Mu Yinjin paused for a moment and continued. Mu Shurha's current status is very important. It turned out that after Abel was defeated last time, the leader of the Nanman Kingdom finally realized the importance of Mu Shurha. He re-employed Mu Shurha. But Mu Shurha declined on the grounds that he needed to recover from his injuries, and that his injuries would damage the dignity of the master. The Nanman master knew that he was concerned about Abel taking over from him, so he promoted him. The promotion was a promotion, but Mu Shurha accepted it silently, and did not take up his post in the army. A large number of rewards flowed from the Nanman Palace to Mu Shurha's mansion. People in the court were used to being quick to act. Seeing that the king valued Mu Shurha so much, they began to curry favor with him. Among them were people from the Qinhuang team. Sister, this Mu Shurha is a favorite of the king, and my father may have to avoid him. She also heard this from her brother. There are no children in the Wang family who are ignorant of the world. In politics, they are always more sensitive than others. After listening, Yu Jia nodded in agreement. You are right. This Mu Shurha is indeed different now. But don't be afraid. Sister, if we can't do it openly, then we can do it secretly. Yu Jia, what does Jinjin mean? Mu Yinjin was very proud. My brother is surrounded by people with good skills. I will go to my brother and ask him to give me some people. We will take Shanghai back. Yu Jia took back the words she had just praised Mu Yinjin. She was really an ignorant child who did whatever he wanted. No. We need to think about it carefully. We have to discuss this matter with Ling Gongxuan. We can't act rashly. If we are not careful and alert the enemy, It will be difficult to rescue Shanghai. Mu Yinjin knew Yujia's difficulties, and had to give up. Then we can only make another plan. This matter has some clues. And Yu Jia remembered another important thing she came to Nanman for. She was a little surprised, and finally mustered up the courage. But before she could say it, she was interrupted by Mu Yinjin. Sister, what difficulties have you encountered? Don't be embarrassed to speak. Just say it. Mu Yinjin patted her chest again. We can't help with anything else. But we have money. You have a very good saying in Dezhou. Money can make the devil push the mill. As long as the money is in place. What difficulties can't be solved? Yu Jia's lips twitched. Except for Mu Shihe's matter. Speaking of shame, I'm really embarrassed to ask you this. Yu Jia's tone. This expression. What else does Mu Yinjin not understand? Sister, at least give me some problems. I'm so poor now that I only have money. Chapter 211 Seeking Help. Hearing Mu Yinjin say this, Yu Jia was really excited. She couldn't suppress the surge in her heart, and pulled Mu Yinjin with both hands. Jinjin, thank you on behalf of my poor sisters. She was about to kneel down to Mu Yinjin. Yu Jia was dismissive of this when she first came to the feudal era of Dezhou. But at this moment, she had no other way to express her gratitude. Sister, what are you doing? Mu Yinjin supported Yu Jia in a panic. Aren't you embarrassing me? You are my lifesaver. Without you, I would have died long ago. Yu Jia stood up with tears in her eyes. Jinjin, I don't know how to express my feelings now. Ouch. Mu Yinjin gently shook Yu Jia's arm. Sister, just ask. I have plenty of money. Besides, what you are doing is a big deal. If I tell my mother, she will definitely support you with all her strength. Yu Jia didn't expect the Nanmandao to help her. Jinjin, I feel relieved with your words. Mu Yinjin pulled Yu Jia to sit on the stool. I will send you to the border when you leave. No need. I came here with others. We must be careful when we leave. Yu Jia didn't want to trouble Mu Yinjin anymore. What are you talking about? Sister, if you leave by yourself, how much money can you take? I have to send you off, so I can take more gold. My goodness. Now Yu Jia had no reason to refuse. She wanted money. A lot of money. Then Jinjin, I'll trouble you. Mu Yinjin waved her hand carelessly. The money is easy to talk about. But the matter of finding people can't be rushed. The little girl touched her chin, with a profound look on her face. Sister, where are you going to live first? Yu Jia told Mu Yinjin the address. Mu Yinjin frowned. How can you live in such a dirty place? In the evening, I will ask the housekeeper to move your luggage to the palace. Don't. Yu Jia stopped him. Jinjin, now is a critical period. We can't alert the enemy. There are many people in the palace. And no matter how careful you are, you can't guarantee that no one will know. What if Mu Shihe knows the news about the two and hides Shanghai? Where can they find him? Thinking of this, Yu Jia sighed. I don't know what Mu Shihe is thinking. But he just wants to kidnap Shanghai. Mu Yinjin was full of disdain. Of course, he has the ability to do that. She said this quickly. And after she finished speaking, she found that the atmosphere was a little bit dull. Sister, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Yu Jia was a little shaky. I don't know why Mu Shihe kidnapped Shanghai. Of course she knew why Mu Shihe kidnapped Shanghai. She just sighed a little. Hi. Mu Yinjin was relieved. Sister, this is a common phenomenon in our Nanman. She didn't say that there were actually a few male actors in the palace who used their beauty to serve people. Mother knew about it, and she was used to it. Wait for the news. I will notify you after I have discussed with my brother. Yu Jia dressed up again and went out of the back door of the palace. Although Mu Yinjin wanted to help, it was indeed complicated to implement it. Although Mu Yinjin's father's surname was Mu, he was not from the same lineage as Mu Zhaoling. The Mu tribe was divided into two factions 100 years ago, and the two factions had always been at odds in the court. But if other tribes wanted to bully them, they would take the initiative to unite and face the outside world. Mu Zhaoling and King Qin were not as hostile as the other people in the two factions, but they were just the most familiar strangers after all. If King Qin suddenly showed goodwill, that would be a real trick. Mu Tinghui was really troubled after listening to Mu Yinjin's request. Jinjin, you also know that we have always been at odds with Mu Zhaoling's faction. If we act rashly, it will only make people feel that something is wrong. Mu Yinjin pouted and put her hands on her hips. I don't care. Brother. I don't care. She pulled Mu Tinghue's arm again. Sister is my lifesaver. Even if she wants my life now, I will give it to her. Mu Tinghui frowned. He had met Lin Erju last time, and he thought that this person was quite cunning. If she was using this as a pretext to repay a favor, Mu Yinjin, who was so kind-hearted, might be used by her. Seeing Mu Tinghui hesitate, Mu Yinjin had to use extraordinary means. Brother, don't you like your sister anymore? You actually want your sister to fall into this difficult situation. Mu Yinjin started to make a fuss, and the big and small things came up one by one. When we were young, we went out to play together, and were caught by our father. I took the initiative to take responsibility. If not, you would have been beaten by your father. As he spoke, Mu Yinjin saw that Mu Tinghui looked helpless, so he simply sat on the ground. Brother, if you don't help me, then just don't acknowledge me as your sister. Mu Tinghui rubbed his dizzy head. What are you talking about? I'm considering it. Aren't I? So brother agreed? Mu Yinjin stood up from the ground with a start. I knew brother was the best for Xinjin. I say consider. Mu Yinjin waved her hand. Since brother agreed, Xinjin will wait for good news from brother. After saying that, she jumped away without caring about Mu Tinghui's reaction. Mu Tinghui was stunned. Is he really going to be an enemy of Mu Xiaoling? They have been living in peace for many years. Is he really going to break the balance? Mu Yinjin left Mu Tinghui's courtyard and went to find the princess. At this moment, the princess was fiddling with the peony in the pot. It's strange. Why can't I keep this peony alive? She spent a lot of money to buy the peony from the Great Zhou. When it was first planted, it was lush and green, and it was lovable. But after a long time, it will show signs of decline and slowly wither and turn yellow. This repeated several times. Her patience was almost exhausted. Why is mother worried? Mu Yinjin saw the princess's sad face from a distance. Seeing that it was Mu Yinjin, the princess straightened up. Xinjin, you mud monkey. How can you bear to come to mother's place? Mu Yinjin rarely comes here recently. She is in a bad mood because of the confinement. Mother doesn't want to see Xinjin. So Xinjin is gone? Mu Yinjin turned around, and the princess's teasing voice sounded behind her. Oh, my daughter has grown up, and she can't say anything. Mu Yinjin turned back slowly. Mother! She pouted and stamped her feet in one go, showing the attitude of a little girl. The princess laughed out loud. She took the wet towel handed over by the maid and wiped her hands slowly. I wonder what the baby wants to see mother today. Mu Yinjin became serious. Nothing can be hidden from mother's eyes. She walked slowly towards the princess. Mother, I have something I don't understand. What else does our little princess Xinjin have to understand? Seeing that the princess was still teasing her, Mu Yinjin glared and put her hands on her hips. If mother continues to be so weird, Xinjin will never come again. Chapter 212. Here we go again. Okay. Mother will not tease you anymore. Tell me, what do you want to talk to mother about? The princess handed the towel in her hand to the maid, and she came to the pavilion and sat down. Mu Yinjin followed her to the pavilion and sat beside her. Mother, do you think there are really such people in the world? For some women in the fireworks, they actually went to such lengths? Fireworks? The princess was confused. What's wrong with fireworks? Seeing that she had put the wrong emphasis, Mu Yinjin corrected it. Do you still remember the sister who saved my life in Dezhou? She saved many women in the fireworks in Dezhou and taught them how to gain a foothold in the world. She is the most special woman I have ever seen. You mean the woman last time? The princess was a little bit unbelievable. The woman with round eyes and a little thin was obviously a smart person. How could a smart person do such a thankless thing? Although the Nanman people were more open-minded than the Great Zhou, the idea of male superiority and female inferiority still prevailed. Did she say why she did this? Mu Yin really seemed to understand, and she tried to recall Yu Jia's expression. She said that a woman's chastity is never reflected under her skirt, and if there were other ways to live, how could they do such a thing? The princess didn't know what to think for a moment. It was the first time she heard such remarks. Chastity is never reflected under the skirt. She was brought up strictly since childhood, and her faith was severely impacted. Mu Yinjin saw that the princess was thinking about something, so she continued. Sister has no money. I gave her some money last time, and she spent it on these women. This time, I want to give sister more. Mu Yinjin looked at the princess with some hope, and said nothing more. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Mu Yinjin just opened her mouth and the princess knew what she was going to do. You want mother to help her? Mu Yinjin smiled and hugged the princess's neck. Mother, why are you so kind? If sister knew, she would cry again. The princess pulled down Mu Yinjin's arm with disgust, and then scratched her nose helplessly and dotingly. You are so unruly. Although she was shocked by Yujia's remarks, she didn't completely believe Yujia. She was willing to help, just for Mu Yinjin's sake. Mother, why do you think my sister is so powerful? She seems to have many differences from ordinary people. Mu Yinjin nestled in the princess's arms. Mother, she said I am a peony flower, which should be raised in a pot. She said I am a weed, born to grow on the ground. The princess listened to this, and set her eyes on the peony pot not far away. But I feel she is much braver and more resolute than me. Is it because she has endured more hardships? Suddenly, the princess's thoughts became clear, and she suddenly realized. She raised her voice, and asked the maid to prepare. Plant the peonies in the pot in the garden. Mu Yinjin in her arms didn't understand. And the maid next to her didn't understand even more. Does the princess mean to plant the peonies in that garden? Will you be uncomfortable with such precious flowers and plants? The princess shook her head, and combed the broken hair on Mu Yinjin's forehead. It was Jinjin who reminded me not to go too far. Mu Yinjin was confused. What did I say? The princess smiled but didn't say anything. It was time to lift Mu Yinjin's house arrest. When Yujia returned to the inn, Lin Gongxuan had already returned. Damn. Did you get anything today? Yujia sat at the table, gulping down cold tea. Lin Gongxuan sipped the tea slowly, as if he was pointing to something. Something unusual. He talked about Mu Shihe's recent situation, which was exactly the same as what Mu Yinjin said. Yujia nodded in understanding, as if he was hearing it for the first time. By the way, did you get anything here? Lin Gongxuan put down the teacup and asked casually. I haven't made any progress here either. Yujia would not reveal any news about Mu Yinjin unless he was absolutely sure that Chang Haier could be rescued. Why don't you ask for help from that little girl? Yujia's tea got stuck in her throat, and she almost choked. Cough. 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 Yujia's face turned red, and her neck thickened from coughing. She finally stopped and said weakly, It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. Lin Gongxuan did not comment. Of course, he knew the purpose of Yujia's trip. After all, Lin Gongxuan knew that she took out so many banknotes from the palace last time. Some time ago, in order to earn 2 more taels of silver, she could sell the pens, ink, paper and inkstone he gave her to Jean Pendon. What else could she not do? During this operation, Lin Gongxuan turned a blind eye to her whereabouts and did not expose her. He had been waiting for Yujia to bring it up with him. But at this point, Yujia still kept silent about it. How could he not get angry, seeing that she couldn't hide it? Yujia told him about her whereabouts in the palace. Jinjin said that if her brother was willing to help, she would send us a message. Yujia was also very nervous about this. After all, from Mu Yinjin's point of view, this matter was a little difficult to carry out. Not to mention Prince Qin and Mu Tingwei. Lin Gongxuan agreed with Yujia's point of view. So it's better to rely on yourself than to ask for help. Yujia's eyes moved, and his eyes widened. What do you mean? Breaking into the Mu mansion at night? This Mu mansion naturally refers to Mu Shihe's mansion. Lin Gongxuan nodded. Hurry up and eat. Take a nap after dinner. And act at night. Yujia's heart was surging. After dinner, she lay on the bed, but did not fall asleep. She lay on the bed tossing and turning, sighing. Stop sighing. Go to bed. Lin Gongxuan's mellow voice sounded outside the gauze curtain. But I can't sleep. Yujia simply sat up, hugged her knees with her hands, and put her head on her knees. I don't know what kind of torture Chang Haier has suffered. This was said in a popular and somewhat explicit way, and Yujia regretted it after she said it. Lin Gongxuan also sat up at this time, staring at the bright moonlight outside the window. Yujia, we have tried our best. Yes, they have tried their best. As the commander of the Great Zhou, it must be a great honor for him to come from a distance of hundreds of miles to rescue Chang Haier. This time, Lin Gongxuan was willing to come for Yujia's sake. He really didn't want Yujia to take risks again. If Chang Haier has an accident, you must not take the responsibility on yourself. However, Yujia's heart was not relaxed. But if he gets into trouble, it's my responsibility. Chang Haier wanted to pick sour fruits for me. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have fallen into the hands of thieves. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Although Lin Gongxuan's tone was full of impatience, his face was distressed. Chang Haier volunteered to go to the forest, and he has been targeted by Mu Shirha. If he doesn't go up the mountain to pick sour fruits, Mu Shirha will also find ways to lure Chang Haier out. Chapter 213. What a dog. Don't blame yourself. You don't have such an important position in other people's hearts. Yu Jia was silent for a moment, then spoke faintly. What about me in your heart? Do I not have such an important position in your heart? Lin Gongxuan was shocked, his voice trembling. What? Ahem. Why did you drag me into this? Shua. Yu Jia pulled open the gauze curtain, and her little face became even brighter under the moonlight. Where do I stand in your heart? The moonlight sneaked out from the window lattice and hit the two of them, which was a bit ambiguous. Lin Gongxuan tried to control his violently beating heart and swallowed his saliva. About this position, he pointed at his heart, as if he could only hear his own voice. You are in this position of my heart. Yu Jia pretended to be arrogant. Oh, in the middle. Lin Gongxuan suddenly laughed, no longer nervous. Yes, in the middle. No, my heart is all about you. No one else can squeeze in. Seeing Lin Gongxuan like this, Yu Jia also laughed. Then I am all about you here. Tightly fitted. No one else can get in. The two stared at each other, and the room was filled with pink bubbles. Dreamy and unrealistic. It's dry. Be careful with candles. The night watchman rang the watch, and the two looked stern. It's time so soon? Let's get up. Yu Jia opened the gauze curtain, got out of bed and put on shoes. Lin Gongxuan picked up the bedding on the floor and put it on the bed. After the two finished, they left the room carefully. The air was a little humid at night, and the wind blew on their bodies. Lin Gongxuan took Yu Jia and flew over the eaves. Yu Jia suddenly remembered the cartoon she watched in her previous life and laughed. Lin Gongxuan pulled the corner of his lips. So happy? Yu Jia lowered his voice. Bastard. Have you ever heard of the naked man? What do you mean? Who? What is the naked man? Lin Gongxuan was very confused. He didn't know how many weird ideas Yu Jia had in her head. There is a place where there is a man who doesn't like to wear clothes. He is called the naked man. Yu Jia lied. If lovers see the naked man, they will definitely get married in the future. According to what you said, we really have to go to this place to find this naked man. Lin Gongxuan was serious, and Yu Jia chuckled. Lin bastard. Why do you believe everything I say? Of course I believe everything. I believe everything you say. Lin Gongxuan tightened his arms around Yu Jia's waist. Oh, except for the absurd dream of killing my whole family after I get promoted. After saying this, Yu Jia fell silent. The wind continued to whistle in his ears, and the two were unusually silent, until they came to the corner of Mu Shirha's house. How do we get in? The guards of the rich families were in groups of servants, not to mention Mu Shirha, a diplomatic official. I'll go in first. You keep watch outside. Lin Gongxuan whispered to Yu Jia, and Yu Jia nodded. Be careful in everything. Yeah. Lin Gongxuan took a breath and jumped over the wall in one go. Yu Jia's heart was in a knot. It's okay. It's okay. Lin Gongxuan's skills are amazing. Only second to mine. And he will definitely come back safely. Lin Gongxuan, whose skills were only inferior to Yu Jia, successfully reached the corner of the wall. In just a moment, a patrol passed by. Lin Gongxuan flashed behind the rockery and held his breath. He did not flash back until the few people walked away. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, there was another movement from behind. Another patrol passed by. This Mu Shirha was really cautious. The defense in the mansion was so strict, which just showed that there was something strange here. Lin Gongxuan relied on his many years of military career to avoid the patrol and came to the backyard. But this place was silent and empty. He was surprised when he saw two little maids coming from the pavilion. I heard that he is on hunger strike again. Who said he wasn't? He has only been here for a few days, and he has been making trouble several times. Their tone was full of contempt. Speaking of which, our master is also very obedient to him. But he is so ungrateful. If it were anyone else, who wouldn't be grateful and try their best to serve the master? He is good. He is always making trouble. Lin Gongxuan didn't dare to make a decision, and had to further determine whether this person was Chang Haier. The two little maids didn't notice that they were being eavesdropped and continued to walk forward. A trick that anyone with a discerning eye can see. But our master fell for it. And now he is trying to fool people. He is just a male actor who uses his beauty to please men. He is from the great Zhou dynasty. How can he think that he is a chaste and brave husband? Yes, he is so shameless to our master and curses us all day long. It's not that our master likes him. After hearing these words, Lin Gongxuan concluded that this person must be Chang Haier. Who can be as close as Chang Haier? Lin Gongxuan followed the two maids carefully. The further they walked, the more cautious they spoke. Stop talking. If the master hears us gossiping, he will kill us. It seems that this is where Chang Haier is imprisoned. With a clang, the sound of porcelain breaking rang out in the room. I won't eat it. Is this food for human consumption? It turned out that what was broken was not porcelain, but bowls and plates. This sound was clearly Chang Haier's voice. Lin Gongxuan crouched and hid behind the stone pier. He didn't dare to get too close to the room for fear of being noticed. Come on. Serve more food. Mu Shihe's light voice sounded from inside the room. As if he was used to it, Chang Haier jumped up and cursed. Mu Shihe, you pervert, dirty mind, forcing good women into prostitution. Mu Shihe raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at Chang Haier, and calmly took over the conversation. You keep saying the same thing all day long. Aren't you tired of it? Chang Haier put her hands on her hips, looking like a shrew. I'm scolding you. You have the ability to complain. But why don't you have the ability to let Grandpa go? Chang Haier shouted loudly, and suddenly felt a little exhausted. So he sat on the stool, but his momentum remained undiminished. Mu Shihe, I really dug up your family's ancestral grave in my last life, and let you torture me like this in this life. I don't know what sin I have committed. The weather was hot, and there were many ice cubes in the house to relieve the heat. But Chang Haier still felt hot, especially after a lot of actions. He was already sweating profusely, sweating like rain. Seeing this, Mu Shihe asked the servant to go to the ice cellar to fetch more ice cubes. The maids came in one after another with the newly prepared meals. They were all dishes from the great Zhou dynasty. But Chang Haier had no appetite. Eat something, please. Mu Shihe's voice was soft, like a pitiful big dog. Mu Shihe, have never begged anyone like this. Stop. Are you going to say that I am the first person who made you humble like this? Chang Haier interrupted him impatiently. Chapter 214, Why can't we catch them all at once? Mu Shihe didn't deny it. You are really the first one. Chang Haier couldn't hide her disgust anymore, and turned away from him. Mu Shihe didn't get angry, and when the maid put all the food on the table, he stood up and walked towards Chang Haier. Eat something. You must be hungry after making trouble all day. You need to eat enough to have the strength to continue making trouble. Chang Haier felt a chill when he heard it, and Lin Gongxuan almost vomited his dinner. This Mu Shihe is quite fancy, and he has learned another trick. But this trick doesn't work on Yu Jia, because that damn girl is as close to food as her parents. Without his warning, Yu Jia rushed over. Mu Shihe, can you stay away from me? Chang Haier stood up and threw a plate of cold beef at Mu Shihe. Mu Shihe dodged and comforted the angry Chang Haier. Sit down and talk. Eat as much as you can. If you think it's not tasty, just chop off the cooks and replace them with new ones. Chang Haier was furious. Mu Shihe, who seemed calm, threatened him with the cooks again. However, he was at the mercy of others. Although he was angry, he had no other choice. He could only sit down and eat. Lin Gongxuan could no longer hear any noise from the house, so he fled. When they left the courtyard, it was just as thrilling. It wasn't until Lin Gongxuan appeared in front of Yu Jia that they breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Jia was sweating profusely. Did something happen? Why did you take so long? She couldn't help but worry. Lin Gongxuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's not suitable to stay here for long. Let's go back to the inn first. The two hurried back to the inn, and after settling down, Lin Gongxuan spoke. Chang Haier is in Mu Shihe's house. Really? Upon hearing the news, Yu Jia's first reaction was that Chang Haier was still alive. Then, she reacted, her fingers tugging at her sleeves awkwardly. Well, is it really like that? Although he didn't make it clear, Lin Gongxuan still understood what Yu Jia meant. Chang Haier is very resistant. Not to mention Chang Haier's resistance, Yu Jia also doesn't like it. It's not that he doesn't like this hobby, but he doesn't like Mu Shihe's disrespect for Chang Haier. He wanted to forcibly abduct someone according to his own wishes. Did he ask the person's opinion? It's fine if he didn't ask. Doesn't Mu Shurha consider the actual situation? Nanman and Dezhou are mortal enemies. How many Dezhou compatriots has Mu Shurha killed? He didn't consider Chan Hai's feelings. There is a national hatred and family feud between the two of them. How could they indulge in love? Isn't this just like falling in love with the devil during the anti-Japanese war? Thinking of this, Yu Jia shouted exaggeratedly. I really broke a taboo. Why do I think of such a disgusting thing? Lin Gongxuan thought she hated homosexuality and nodded in agreement. It's really disgusting. Yu Jia didn't respond. I will go to the palace tomorrow. It has been confirmed that Chang Hai is in the Mu mansion. We have to act quickly. She didn't know if the palace would help. In a daze, someone knocked on the door. Sir? Yu Jia muttered sleepily. Who is this? It's so early in the morning. Are you polite? The two fell asleep near dawn. And finally fell asleep when this damn guy knocked on the door again. Yu Jia was too lazy to pay attention to him, and pulled the quilt over his head irritably. Lin Gongxuan suddenly became clear-headed. There was no waiter knocking on the door at this time a few days ago. So he quickly went to open the door. The person who came was a boy in his teens. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Lin Gongxuan. And then he reacted. He said in the hot Dezhou official language, Our princess wants you to go over. Lin Gongxuan was overjoyed. Although the boy didn't say. He nodded and closed the door. Then put away the bedding and called Yu Jia softly. Yu Jia. Get up. I'm willing to help. Ah. Yu Jia's angry voice came. Who is it? What can I help you with? Lin Gongxuan looked helpless. Women are so fickle. Yesterday, I was worried that people would not help me. So I was restless and couldn't sleep. Now I am not in a hurry. Lin Gongxuan was about to tease Yu Jia. But suddenly, he saw her head out of the gauze curtain. Bastard. Are you really willing to help? Yu Jia's eyebrows were curved and shining. And Lin Gongxuan's heart suddenly burst into brilliant fireworks. Yeah. Yu Jia dodged and got off the bed barefoot. I have to dress up well today. And I can't let people be unhappy. This people is naturally Mu Tinghui. Lin Gongxuan put the quilt in his hand on the bed, and watched Yu Jia frantically looking for clothes. Wait a minute. Since they are willing to help, they must know our details. Besides, didn't you meet Mu Tinghui before you went to the palace? Yu Jia had only met Mu Tinghui once. And she met him in a panic. So how could she remember his image? It's always right to dress up carefully, and not give people a chance to talk about it. I don't want to dress up well to make people feel bright. If people see us dressed up, they will have a better impression of us. Right? Yu Jia felt a little awkward after saying this. How does this look like a blind date? Oh! Yu Jia randomly picked out a random thought. What are you thinking about? Saving Chang Hai is the most important thing. Lin Gongxuan saw Yu Jia so flustered. And he was still clearing Go Sheng of the matter in Li Yinzhao's tent last time. Thinking of this, he was really jealous. If something happens to me in the future, will you be so concerned? Yu Jia rolled her eyes at him in her busy schedule. What are you thinking about? Old man? She put on her shoes in a bad mood. Saving Chang Hai is the most important thing. Yu Jia lowered her head and looked at her boots. Complaining in her heart. Men really affect her speed of action. Especially men with love brains. After packing up everything at the speed of light, the two rushed to the palace. This time, Yu Jia and the others did not dress up specially. Yu Jia was still dressed as a man, but a young man. The two were in a hurry to get on the road, and did not realize that someone had already discovered their whereabouts. My lord, I saw the figures of Lin Gongxuan and Lin Erzhu at the gate of the palace. A been reported to Mu Shurha. Oh! Mu Shurha teased the bird in the cage slowly. Sure enough, the ghost is still there. This Chang Hai is really a hot commodity. Since someone is looking for death, don't blame him for being cruel. Wait for them to come out of the palace and teach them a lesson first. After all, they are Chang Hai's comrades in arms. If Chang Hai knows that he is not kind to them, he will probably write it down in his little notebook again. My lord, just teach them a lesson? Abin was puzzled. These two people were trapped in a jar. Why couldn't they be caught in one fell swoop? Chapter 215, this time is not a big deal. Mu Shurha laughed. But the smile did not reach his eyes. The bird in the cage cried miserably. And Avin looked up at it. He saw that the bird's back was already wet. Take it slow. Let them know who is the most powerful of the southern barbarians now. Avin was sweating profusely. Your Excellency is right. Also, after teaching them a lesson, We have to make them disappear unexpectedly. Do you understand what I mean? Mushirha emphasized the word accidentally, and continued to feed the bird. You are obviously a canary. Why do you always want to go out of the cage? Isn't it good to stay in this golden birdcage? You are so naughty. The bird dared not move anymore, and trembled under Mushirha's big palm. After entering the palace, Yu Jia and the others came directly to the backyard. She thought that only Mu Tingwei was here. But who knew that Prince Qin and the princess were there? When the few people met, there was another round of greetings. Mu Yinjin took Yu Jia's arm and sat down affectionately. Sister, you don't have to be restrained. My father, mother, concubine and brother are all very good people. Having said that, Yu Jia did not dare to act rashly and still sat respectfully. A woman's sixth sense told her that only Mu Yinjin was sincere to her. As for the others, I'm afraid they wanted to find out the purpose of the two coming here. As expected, the king of Qin went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. Jinjin has already told me what you two want. He looked at Mu Yinjin lovingly, and Mu Yinjin grinned proudly. Jinjin is my beloved daughter, and I will satisfy her request. Lin Gongxuan also felt that it was not kind. The king of Qin only mentioned Mu Yinjin's request. It was not the request of Mu Yinjin's benefactor. It was also understandable that the enemy general came to his door and asked for help to deal with his own general. Although this general of his own country did not get along with him, it was nonsense to ask him to take action. Thank you, King Qin. Thank you, Princess. Lin Gongxuan continued in a deep voice. We didn't come here to cause any trouble. We just want to bring back the soldier who was kidnapped by Mushirha. This soldier is my brother who has been through thick and thin with me. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan mentioned the soldier, King Qin was full of disdain. And Yu Jia quickly added, Humph. Just another guy who uses his beauty to please others. Mu Tingwei on the side sneered. Yu Jia clenched her fists and tried to suppress the urge to go forward and hit him. You are joking, Prince. He is just an ordinary soldier. Seemingly noticing Yu Jia's stiffness, Mu Yen was really worried. Sister, you? She turned to glare at Mu Tingwei. Brother, how can you talk like that? That man is just an ordinary soldier, who was kidnapped by Mushirha. Mu Tingwei was scolded by Mu Yinjin, and put away his arrogant and contemptuous expression. The princess, who had never spoken, stopped him softly. Hey, Jinjin, you are a girl. How can you be so reckless? How was Mu Yinjin reckless? Isn't it because she spoke for Yu Jia? Yu Jia was very unhappy, but had to continue to endure it for Chang Hire. She pulled a stiff smile and bowed her hands respectfully. I wonder what the prince and princess think. She didn't want to delay any longer. I can't say I have a good opinion. I can only help you build a bridge so that you can get close to Mushirha. Father! Mu Yinjin stood up suddenly. Father, what are you talking about? She walked quickly to the side of King Qin. Looking puzzled. Didn't you say you wanted to help? King Qin was calm as usual. Father, you are helping. If you don't want to help, when can they see Mushirha? Mu Yinjin turned to look at Yu Jia anxiously. You? Why can't you just rescue him? Seeing Yu Jia's indifferent face, Mu Yinjin shook King Qin's arm. Father, why can't you rescue him? King Qin raised his hand and touched Mu Yinjin's hair. Really? Father is a southern barbarian, and he has done his best to help rescue the people of Dezhou. If they weren't your lifesavers, they would have been beheaded the moment they entered the palace. Ha ha ha. Yu Jia suddenly laughed, attracting the attention of several people. This is how the Nanman prince treats them. It is estimated that when he first came to the palace, Prince Qin also made a great determination not to kill Yu Jia. Thank you for your help. Your Majesty. Yu Jia stood up and saluted respectfully. Your Majesty rescued me today. I will never forget it. Mu Yinjin looked at Yu Jia, then at Prince Qin. Anxiously, tears welled up in her eyes. Sister, it's not like that. Father clearly said. What? Jinjin, you shouldn't be so naive. Mu Tingwei looked at the two of them with a bad look. The palace is willing to help this time, and it has already exhausted your life-saving grace. How can you still have so many requests? Yu Jia knew that this was said to her. She pulled a bitter smile on her lips. Don't worry, my lord. If this can be accomplished, I will never come to see the princess again. Sister, Mu Yinjin looked at Yu Jia with tears in her eyes. Without your help, there would be no Jinjin now. As long as I'm alive, I don't see who dares to treat you like this. Mu Yinjin wiped her tears stubbornly. And she had a snot. Father! Mother! What is your attitude today? Are you going to treat Jinjin's lifesaver like this? Yu Jia couldn't bear it. After going through that, she could still be innocent. Jinjin! Yu Jia took Mu Yinjin's hand and said seriously. You are a southern barbarian. And I am a great show. Won't it be difficult for us to meet in the future? You must remember that the country is our position. Mu Yinjin understood. But she didn't want to understand and wanted to fight for it. But was interrupted by Yu Jia. I am embarrassed to trouble you so much. Sister also wants to thank you for teaching me everything you know. Yu Jia said and blinked mischievously. And Mu Yinjin pouted. At this moment, she truly experienced what it meant to be helpless. Sister. I'm sorry. Silly. What are you saying sorry for? You've already paid me back. Yu Jia sighed softly. The money Mu Yinjin gave her could save many lives. In the end, she still got the advantage. Seeing that the grudge between the two was about to be written off, King Qin raised his lips with satisfaction. Jinjin, your benefactor has said so. So don't bother anymore. He turned his head to look at Lin Gongxuan. I will arrange for you to meet with Mu Shirha later. Lin Gongxuan was respectful. Thank you, Your Highness. This matter was settled. And Yu Jia and the others were ready to leave. Miss, please stay. Yu Jia was a little surprised, not knowing what the princess was up to. She had been humiliated today. So why was she still not satisfied? Lin Gongxuan saw her unhappiness and reminded her. Go. We don't need this one today. Chapter 216 released the anger. Yu Jia nodded, signaling Lin Gongxuan to wait for her for a while. She returned to the pavilion. I wonder what advice the princess has for me. The princess heard the restraint in Yu Jia's voice, and she smiled indifferently. Mother. Mu Yinjin beside her was a little worried. She was afraid that the princess would say something to Yu Jia again. What are you panicking about? The princess patted Mu Yinjin unhappily. Your name is Lin Erju, right? Replying to the princess. It is. Yu Jia straightened her spine. Neither humble nor arrogant. You are a woman. How could you take such a male name? Yu Jia raised her voice. My family has been poor since I was a child. And the older generation said that it is easier to support a person with a worthless name. Besides, according to the princess, what is the name a girl should have? What is the name a boy should have? Or, what is the thing a girl should do? And what is the thing a boy should do? Yu Jia's tone gradually became stiff, and Mu Yinjin hurriedly dissuaded her. Sister, mother has no ill intentions. Yu Jia raised her sarcasm. No ill intentions are the greatest ill intentions. What a sharp tongue. And what a clever mind. The princess was full of admiration. She had come all the way, and naturally knew how difficult it was for a woman to survive in the world. Miss Erju, you have really told me what you did. Are you willing to let me participate? Yu Jia was almost stunned by this sentence. What does the princess mean? Mu Yinjin explained to him with a smile. Sister, mother is willing to support you. After saying that, she blinked. My goodness. Yu Jia almost couldn't stand. Then she became suspicious. Princess, Lin Erju is from the Great Zhou. What's wrong with being from the Great Zhou? Not all the women you saved are from the Great Zhou. There should be southern barbarians, Persians, Uyghurs, and even the northern desert people. In an instant, Yu Jia's body was surrounded by murderous aura. Although the princess and Mu Yinjin were not martial artists, they still felt it. This shows how strong Yu Jia's murderous aura is. How could the princess know? The princess suppressed her fear. Any dealings are all about profit. This princess has a habit. If I like a deal, I will definitely investigate it. This princess is a businessman. Businessmen value profit. Is there anything wrong with that? Oh! Yu Jia relaxed. Then this deal is really not suitable for the princess. After all, there is no profit to speak of. The princess looked at Yu Jia with scrutiny. You only invest money, and don't ask for anything in return? No return. The voice was sonorous and powerful. They are just miserable women. There is nothing to gain from them. Jinjin, why did you introduce such a thankless business to my mother? The princess complained to Mu Yinjin. Mu Yinjin was a little at a loss. Mother, forget it. Forget it. Who let me have nothing to do, and like to watch the fun? The princess waved her hand. Miss Erju, you must always remember what I said today. I voted for this business. Mother, I knew you were the best. Mu Yinjin hugged the princess excitedly and kissed her. Seeing that Yujia was still stunned, she ran to Yujia happily. Sister, are you happy and stupid? My mother said she is willing to sponsor you. Yujia looked at the bored princess in disbelief. Princess, why did you change your mind? The princess brushed off the non-existent dust on her sleeves, her voice a little cold. I am a woman. My daughter is a woman. Doing this is to accumulate virtue for my descendants. Yujia put away all the sharpness on her body at this moment, and bowed to the princess seriously. Princess, I will definitely do it. You will live a long life, and your descendants will also be blessed for a long time. The princess did not comment. Miss Urju, don't blame the prince. You know it too. We have different positions. Yujia chuckled twice. Princess, we understand. Lin Gongxuan paced back and forth in the pavilion in the garden. Yujia had been gone for such a long time. Could she have encountered any danger? He scratched his head and felt uneasy. He looked up and saw Yujia smiling and walking briskly from the depths of the courtyard. Yujia. Lin Gongxuan walked up to him. You look so happy. Did you pick up money? Yujia did not refute him. Contrary to her usual behavior. You are right. You really did pick up money. She did not tell Lin Gongxuan about rescuing the woman, and she did not plan to tell him now, seeing that Yujia had no intention of continuing to talk. Lin Gongxuan stopped asking. Let's go back and prepare for the meeting with Mu Shurha. Yujia's face turned cold. Last time, it was because of the hostage Li Dan that Chang Hire was successfully exchanged. This time, the two of them no longer had any bargaining chips in their hands, and they would definitely have to go through a lot of trouble. However, before the two of them had discussed the countermeasures, they met people with bad intentions on the street. To say why they were bad intentions, these people surrounded them when they saw them. Yujia did not bring a long knife with him today, and he regretted it a little. Who are you? How dare you block your grandfather's way? The other party did not speak and started to fight directly. Lin Gongxuan took the lead in grabbing the long knife from his opponent and waved it in the crowd. These people relied on their numbers and fought a round-robin battle. It is also difficult to encounter such a situation during the march and battle. Yujia observed the situation around her. There were no people coming in and out of the streets. It seemed that the other party was prepared and sent the people away in advance. Her hands were very fast, and she knocked one down with one punch. The identities of these people were not difficult to guess. Although the palace disliked her, it would not harm their lives. Then there was only one possibility left, and it was most likely that the old boy Mu Shurha did it. Thinking of this, Yujia's fists became faster again. The ghost is still there. Shameless. What are you mumbling? Hurry up and grab the knife. Lin Gongxuan shouted and killed one person with one knife. In his opinion, the lethality of fists will never be comparable to that of swords, spears, swords and halberds. Yujia understood and took the long sword from a small minion. However, the handle of this long sword was stiff and a little prickly. Not as easy to use as her long sword. After the two of them dealt with more than 10 people. More than 10 people came. It was almost noon now, and the sun was scorching on her body. Yujia felt a little weak. She bit her tongue to keep clear, looking at Lin Gongxuan on the side. His hair was messy and his robe was crooked. Not much better. Coward. It seems that we have to have fun today. Yujia looked at the people at the end of the street, thinking about how likely it was to survive this time. After dealing with the wave in front of them, it was already the 5th wave of people. The two stood back to back, looking for a moment of respite. Coward. Yujia tried to catch her breath and wiped the salty liquid on her face. Are you happy today? Lin Gongxuan sneered twice. Happy? Why not? All the anger I suffered in the palace has been released now. Chapter 217 A Rough Man? After an unknown amount of time, Yujia felt that the energy in her body was rapidly draining away. This familiar feeling came again. Yujia wiped her face carelessly, not caring about her image at all. Coward. How are you? Lin Gongxuan raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily. Grandpa can still fight for 300 rounds. Yujia couldn't laugh now. The battle in front of her was a premeditated massacre. The two of them were like trapped beasts, struggling in this predicament. And the person who organized this battle, who knows where he was secretly enjoying himself. Thinking of this, Yujia seemed to be full of strength. And she couldn't fall down. She was a soldier of the great show. If she had to die, she had to die on the battlefield. Not in this unknown alley. Just when Yu Jia was preparing for the final desperate battle, the other side suddenly withdrew its troops. Yu Jia was a little confused. What's going on? She didn't understand what the other side meant. But Lin Gongxuan knew everything. He used the long knife in his hand as a crutch and came to Yu Jia's side. Don't look. Hurry up. The two of them supported each other and walked out of the street in opposite directions. For no other reason. Since the other side knew the details of the two, they could never go back to this inn. Lin Gongxuan told Yu Jia everything that happened yesterday. And now Yu Jia understood why the other side withdrew its troops. Ha ha. Yu Jia sneered. Mu Shirha is really good at calculating. She felt a sense of sympathy for this opponent. If I kill Mu Shirha in the future, I will definitely collect his whole body. The two had no other place to go. And they couldn't go to the palace. So they had to go to the suburbs. Looking at the deserted ruins in front of them, Yu Jia felt resentful. Coward. Do you think we are a little impulsive to come to Nanman? We came to someone else's territory, and still wanted to take people away. Last time, it was because of Li Yanzhao, the Prince of Dazhou, that Nanman restrained himself. This time, the two of them really fought alone. It's all done. Don't regret it. Lin Gongxuan helped Yu Jia sit down on the spot. Although it was a hot summer season, few people came here on weekdays, and it was a bit humid after all. Yu Jia moved her injured leg. Are you injured? Lin Gongxuan shook his head. These little minions won't hurt me. Yu Jia pouted. Just bragging here. The cool breeze in the evening blew, and Yu Jia squinted comfortably. Isn't this too comfortable? She looked up at the dazzling stars in the night sky and felt funny. Coward. Are we two like those stray dogs who were driven to this corner by someone? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Lin Gongxuan retorted dissatisfiedly. Don't you think this scene is particularly suitable for reciting a poem? How come you've made me a stray dog? Lin Gongxuan didn't want to stay any longer. I hate dealing with a rough guy like you. I'm a rough guy? Yu Jia pointed at his nose and asked him. You said I'm a rough guy? Didn't you say it's a good time to recite a poem? I'll give you one to open your eyes. Yu Jia was very excited. How could this stump her as a time traveler? This is a skill that every time traveler must have. Yu Jia found a comfortable position to lean against the wall, thinking about which poem to recite. But at this moment, her brain seemed to be against her, and it was blank. Every time the words came to her lips, they became just a few words. What's going on? There's a ceiling skill? In fact, this can't be blamed on Yu Jia. She has been here for such a long time. Not to mention Tang and song poems. She hasn't even read the book of songs and the Analects. The most she has read are storybooks. And the poems in storybooks are mostly about love. This occasion is definitely not suitable. Finally, Yu Jia admitted defeat and muttered quietly. White moonlight in front of the window. This is a big deal. Even Lin Gongxuan heard something wrong. I haven't heard of white moonlight in front of the window. But I know of moonlight in front of the bed. Yu Jia's old face turned red. And he was sweating. You are used to repeating what others say. Don't you know how to be flexible? Where is the bed here? There is only this collapsed window frame. Lin Gongxuan looked strange. I read in a book that the sky is the quilt and the ground is the bed. Yu Jia threw the dirt on the ground at Lin Gongxuan. Lin bastard. Lin Gongxuan. I didn't expect you to be such a dirty person. Yu Jia exaggeratedly protected his chest with both hands. Are you trying to do something? Humph. Lin Gongxuan sneered. Even if I want to do something, I won't do it to a door panel like you. If Yu Jia was pretending to be angry just now to divert Lin Gongxuan's attention, now he is really angry. I wonder, who would be so good when hearing others say that he is a door panel? Wouldn't she be angry? Besides, it's not like Lin Gongxuan hasn't seen her dressed up as a woman. Having seen her dressed up as a woman, to call her a door panel is somewhat of a deliberate insult to her. Yu Jia is wronging Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan really didn't pay attention to Yu Jia's breasts when she was dressed up as a woman, as he mostly saw Yu Jia dressed up as a man. When she was dressed up as a man, her breasts were indeed more door panels than door panels. Lin Gongxuan, who are you talking about as a door panel? You are the door panel. And your whole family is door panels. Yu Jia realized that she had said this about her whole family, and she felt a little regretful. No, your whole family is good people, and you are the only coward. Ha ha ha. Lin Gongxuan laughed instead. You're right. Our whole family is good people. And I'm such a coward. Under the moonlight, Lin Gongxuan's eyes were so clear that Yu Jia forgot to look away. The two of them just stared at each other, having long forgotten the argument just now, between heaven and earth. Except for the rustling breeze, there was only the unspoken friendship between the two. Suddenly, a chi-chi sound interrupted this lingering and tender affection. Lin Gongxuan's eyes were shining, which gave Yu Jia a bad premonition. Sure enough, Lin Gongxuan spoke. "We have dinner." After saying that, he went to look for the sound. Yu Jia sat there without daring to move. She looked at Lin Gongxuan, who was busy working between the broken walls, and called him weakly. "Bastard. Don't leave." Yu Jia didn't dare to speak again. She had seen the light flickering outside the dark hole beside her. She was afraid of mice. Very afraid. Lin Gongxuan succeeded, and the mouse in his hand squeaked, and the little thing next to Yu Jia disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Yu Jia moved her weak body. "Well, bastard, do you have to eat this mouse?" Lin Gongxuan exerted force, and the mouse in his hand lost consciousness. "How can you have the strength to work if you don't eat?" Yu Jia shook her head secretly. She had forgotten at this time that the man in front of her was the ruthless man who made them eat meat buns in the toilet when they first entered the pioneer camp. What else can't he do? Chapter 218, Attending the Banquet. Yu Jia didn't eat the rat meat, even though she was starving. "Well, it's really delicious. I didn't expect the rats in the wild to be so plump." Lin Gongxuan smacked his lips exaggeratedly, and Yu Jia roared angrily. "Lin bastard. If I hear you eating rats again, get out of here." "How far away?" "As far as you can." Lin Gongxuan was a little stunned. "Is it okay if I don't eat it in front of you? Is it that serious?" Like a tigress, Lin Gongxuan picked up the rat meat in his hand and turned to the broken corners. Yu Jia endured the piercing pain in her legs and glanced at Lin Gongxuan. Then, she began to observe the injury. In addition to the leg that Lin Gongxuan had just shown, there was another injury that he hadn't seen. This location was a bit awkward. At the base of the thigh. She naturally couldn't let Lin Gongxuan know, seeing that Lin Gongxuan had dealt with the mouse in no time. Yu Jia whispered, "Go get me some water. I have to clean the wound." Lin Gongxuan then felt the pain in his abdomen. "Wait. Don't run around. I'll be back soon." There is one advantage of the suburbs. There is a water source. No shortage of water. Lin Gongxuan found a dilapidated well, with a dilapidated wooden barrel next to it. He tried to lift it, and it really worked. But the wooden barrel was old, and it squeaked when he lifted it. Voice. After finally getting half a bucket of water, Lin Gongxuan first used it to clean the wound on his abdomen. His clothes were covered in blood, and he could hardly tell whether it was his own blood or someone else's. The well was located in a dark corner, and the water drawn from it was clear and cold, and it actually relieved the pain when it touched the wound. Lin Gongxuan quickened his movements, and after cleaning the wound, he drew another half bucket of water and walked towards Yu Jia. Yu Jia was surprised to see him carrying a bucket. "Is this the water you found?" Lin Gongxuan was very pleased, and was as proud as a victorious rooster. "Of course. Who else can be so capable besides me?" Yu Jia ignored his arrogance and perfunctorily praised him. "You are awesome. You worked hard." As he was about to get up to get some water, he was slapped to the ground by Lin Gongxuan. The ground was uneven all around, and Yu Jia was slapped hard by Lin Gongxuan, and sat down on the ground. Only Yu Jia knew how sour and refreshing it felt. Lin Gongxuan was still immersed in the joy of being praised. "What are you doing? Sit still. I will clean you." Yu Jia covered his wound and refused sternly. "Captain, please respect yourself." Lin Gongxuan disagreed. "What do you mean by respect yourself? There is no difference between men and women in the eyes of doctors." Seeing Yu Jia's face full of disbelief, Lin Gongxuan added, "This was actually said by old Wu." Yu Jia's eyes widened. "Lin, you bastard. You're looking for death." The two waited in the suburbs until dawn before getting up and preparing to return to the inn. There was a faint light in the sky, and the sound of roosters crowing was heard all around. Roosters are very special creatures, and you may not see them on weekdays. But when it gets light, they will come out from every corner to crow. At this moment, the faint light in the sky gradually became a shadow, illuminating the darkness. This is also the time when people are most likely to relax their vigilance. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan returned to the inn, and there were indeed people waiting there. The two bypassed the eyeliner and came into the house. The house was in a mess, and it was no wonder that it was sent by Mu Shurha. Fortunately, these people only searched their luggage and did not throw it away. Otherwise, the two of them would have been unable to move with the blood on their bodies. The two of them quickly changed their clothes and slipped out of the back door of the inn. It was already dawn. Yu Jia was dressed as a hunchback again, and Lin Gongxuan was not a handsome young man this time. Although he was still wearing white clothes, he looked like an immortal with white hair. Yu Jia said, "If you pick up the whisk, you might be recognized as a hermit." Lin Gongxuan rolled his eyes at her. "Be quiet for a while. Let's go to the palace quickly." Yesterday, the king of Qin told them to wait for news, but they couldn't stay in the inn any longer. Without a fixed contact point, they had to take a risk and come to the palace. The guards had seen Yu Jia dressed like this before. They immediately welcomed the two in. Yu Jia didn't see Mu Yanjun, but saw Mu Tingwei first. Mu Tingwei looked unfriendly. "Father has arranged it. You can meet Mu Shurha tonight." Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan looked at each other. They thought that King Qin was efficient, but they didn't expect it to be so high. Both of them were injured and were not suitable for fighting again. But if they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for them to get close to Mu Shurha. Yu Jia gritted his teeth. "Thank you, Prince." Mu Tingwei was arrogant and ignored Yu Jia, and walked away arrogantly. After Mu Yanjun knew that Yu Jia and the others had come, she hurried to Yu Jia in the evening. "Sister, you are here." Mu Yanjun was very happy. "I heard from my brother that my father has arranged for you to meet Mu Shurha tonight." Yu Jia nodded. "Yes." "Great." Mu Yanjun turned around, and her pearls and jade jingled. "I will go too." "Sister, I will go with you." Yu Jia could not make the decision. There was a tough battle to fight in the evening, and Mu Yanjun would only be a burden if she went. Seeing Yu Jia's embarrassment, Mu Yanjun didn't care. "Sister, don't worry about me. I have plenty of warriors." Yu Jia was speechless. After all, this was someone else's territory. What Yu Jia didn't expect was that the meeting arranged by the king of Qin was actually a banquet. That's right. It was a banquet for a high-ranking official of the southern barbarians to have a child. This was in public, and his identity might be exposed. Even if Mu Shurha came, he might not bring Cha Hire with him. Yu Jia looked at the smiling and kind king of Qin who was greeting someone, and she wanted to rush up and tear his face off. If he didn't want to help, then he didn't help. But at the end, he put the two of them together. What's this? In a blink of an eye, she saw Mu Tingwei staring at her with a gloating look on his face. Now, Yu Jia understood why Mu Tingwei had reacted like that before. It was clear that he didn't take the two seriously. Lin Gongxuan had now returned to his normal appearance as a young man, and was following behind King Qin with a respectful look. He quietly pulled the corner of Yu Jia's clothes, signaling her to calm down. The two were now dressed as King Qin's personal guards, and had to follow King Qin closely. More and more people gathered, and although Yu Jia and the others were not their original appearances, they were still cautious. Mu Shurha arrived at the last moment. The one who gave birth to the child this time was a senior official of the Mu department, so he naturally had to attend. When Yu Jia saw the thin figure behind him, her breathing suddenly became rapid, and her palm tightly grasped the other wrist. Chang Hire. It was Cha Hire. Chang Hire was wearing southern barbarian clothes today, which made him look even more handsome and tall. Chapter 219, Idlers. If it weren't for Chang Hire's serious face, Yu Jia would have thought she had recognized the wrong person. In her impression, Chang Hire has always been a sunny and cheerful boy. How could he have such a gloomy look? Yu Jia looked at Mu Shurha with even more anger. If it weren't for this person, how could Chang Hire fall into such a situation? Mu Shurha felt this piercing gaze, and turned his head to look for it. His eyes fell on the two guards behind King Qin. Although there was nothing wrong with the two men's dress, he still saw the flaws at a glance. He had been dealing with the two for so long, and they were old acquaintances. It is no exaggeration to say that he would remember even if the two of them turned into ashes. Mu Shurha touched his right leg, and in a trance, he still felt a little pain. Suddenly, he laughed. Chang Hire on the side trembled. In the past, when Mu Shurha showed such a smile, he would be unlucky. Chang Hire observed the lively crowd around him anxiously. Who provoked this madman? Mu Shurha really didn't know if he would start fighting on the spot. Chang Hire followed Mu Shurha to look at King Qin, and was stunned in the spot for a moment. Although Yu Jia changed her body shape, clothes, and even her appearance. Chang Haier still recognized her at once. His heart seemed to be a frog jumping in boiling water. And suddenly it exploded. After the surprise, the rest was worry. How could Erzage come to Nanman alone to save him? Besides, he learned from Mu Shurha that Dezhou and Nanman were always ready to go to war. Why would she come to Nanman at this juncture? After the worry, there was humiliation in his chest. Erzage still saw his current appearance. Shame, fear, and confusion surged in his heart. What are you thinking about? Mu Shurha's deep and creepy voice sounded in his ears. Chang Haier shuddered instantly. No, nothing. Mu Shurha chuckled. What's the matter? You also found an old acquaintance? Chang Haier didn't dare to admit it and planned to be vague. But Mu Shurha didn't give him this opportunity. It's good this way. You can say goodbye properly. After all, Lin Erzhu has taken good care of you. For your sake, I will leave her body intact. Chang Haier looked up at Mu Shurha, his eyes as cold as a frozen snowy mountain. Mu Shurha, if you dare to touch her, I will. Before he finished speaking, Mu Shurha interrupted him lightly. So what? Play a little temper again? Cry? Make a scene? And then hang yourself? Mu Shurha's men clamped Chang Haier's shoulders and pressed him to the seat. Chang Haier, you have a place in my heart, so I will let you do whatever you want. But you have to know when to stop. Mu Shurha found that Yu Jia was angry, and Lin Gongxuan quietly pulled her aside. Look, why can she take you away? I treat you like this. She can only watch. Chang Haier trembled all over. He had never been so embarrassed in his life, especially in front of Lin Erzhu. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Mu Shurha, I warn you. If you dare to touch Brother Erzhu, I will fight you to the death. The force that clamped Chang Haier suddenly retreated, and Chang Haier saw that Mu Shurha's face was gloomy, like the scene before the storm. Not good. Chang Haier's heart was about to be pulled up. Your Highness Qin Wang, I saw you the day before yesterday. How are you? Mu Shurha picked up the wine glass and walked towards the king of Qin, and Chang Haier hurriedly followed. Everyone looked sideways, and the hall was silent for a moment. Everyone knew the open and secret struggles among the Mu tribe. They usually wouldn't easily get involved. And Mu Shurha's actions today were no less than the meeting between North Korea and South Korea. Everyone was waiting to see the excitement. Yu Jia's attention was on Chang Haier behind Mu Shurha. As if noticing Yu Jia's gaze, Mu Shurha flashed in front of Chang Haier, blocking Chang Haier with his tall figure. Your Highness the King of Qin, I haven't seen you for 2 days. When did you have 2 more servants around you? Yu Jia complained in his heart. What servants? Didn't you see that they were wearing guards' clothes? As expected, the Prince of Qin looked unhappy. Don't worry about that. Master Mu. When Mu Shurha heard the word Master Mu, his face really changed. The old man knows how to stab Mu Shurha in the heart. The official system of Nanman and Dazhou is fundamentally different. As long as the officials of Dazhou are enthroned, they are officials with real power. It is not the same for Nanman. Not only do they have to be enthroned, but they also have to take office. Mu Shurha was busy making trouble some time ago and did not take office. So, as soon as the Prince of Qin finished speaking, his face looked ugly. That's right. How dare I care about the affairs of His Highness Prince Qin? Mu Shurha raised his glass. I was reckless. I will punish myself with a glass. After saying that, he raised his head and drank the wine. I just want to risk the world to warn His Royal Highness Prince Qin. The servants around him must be checked carefully to prevent those cats and dogs from taking advantage of the loopholes. Seeing that Prince Qin had no expression on his face, Mu Shurha felt very happy, as if all the unhappiness in recent days had been evacuated. I have no other intentions. I'm just afraid that this person with ulterior motives will use Prince Qin to succeed. I heard that the generals of the Great Zhou were not in the military camp, so I ran out to save people. Yu Jia's eyes suddenly changed, and his hand unconsciously stroked the long sword. Ha ha ha. Prince Qin laughed. Whether the generals of the Great Zhou are in the military camp has nothing to do with me. There are generals sent by the Lord to guard the border. We, the idlers, should stop worrying about the future. The King of Qin not only responded to Mu Shurha, but also stabbed him in the heart. The officials who were watching the excitement on the side, those who were unhappy with Mu Shurha, said it was fun. Mu Shurha has been so arrogant in recent days that he doesn't know what his surname is. There must be someone like this to let him know that his surname is still Mu. If there weren't so many people present, Yu Jia could have laughed like a pig. It's more fun to watch others do the same than to do the same. Mu Shurha was jumping around and trying to slander the king of Qin, but was strangled by the king of Qin's words idlers. Who doesn't know that Mu Shurha wants to return to the army? But Mu Shurha is too greedy, and doesn't know how to be content, which leads to his disdain for the conditions offered by the lord of the southern barbarians, and his refusal to take office. Seeing that Mu Shurha was full of anger, and had no way to vent it, his subordinates tried to smooth things over. Your Highness Prince Qin. General Mu. Lord Mu has a son recently. How about we go and toast him? Mu Shurha then looked at the empty wine glass in his hand. Okay. Prince Qin stopped when he saw that things were going well. That's great. The two of them each sent someone to pour wine. Mu Shurha sent Chang Hai, and Prince Qin sent Yu Jia. Yu Jia reacted very quickly, and immediately went to the maid who poured wine. And Chang Hai followed. But the two of them couldn't reminisce about the past, because Mu Shurha and Prince Qin behind them were staring at them. Chapter 220, Divorce. The maid looked at the two people in front of her with some hesitation. She held the wine pot in her hand, and didn't know how to react. She was a servant, and the two people in front of her were also servants. But they were servants of the distinguished guests. Let the servant come! Yu Jia and Chang Hai both refused with their wine glasses. And the scene suddenly became awkward. What are you doing? Why don't you pour the wine? Mu Shurha said impatiently. Chang Hai had no choice but to extend the wine glass. The wine glass was tripod-shaped, much larger than the wine glass of the great Zhou dynasty, and could hold more wine. Yu Jia looked at the crystal-clear wine slowly flowing into the wine glass and slowly spoke. I will save you. Chang Hai shook her head. Girl, this is enough. If you pour more wine, it will spill. The maid looked at the liquid in the wine glass and gave up. Chang Hai held the glass with both hands and walked towards Mu Shurha. It seemed that she didn't notice Yu Jia, who was tense behind her. When Yu Jia presented the wine glass to King Qin, her expression had returned to normal. The reason why Chang Hai gave up leaving here should be the guards, who were on high alert. Yu Jia observed the situation around her. The guards outside the hall seemed to be standing in the distance, doing their duty, but their eyes would glance into the hall from time to time. She was immediately alarmed and had a bad premonition, looking at Mu Shurha and King Qin, who were pushing cups and placing cups in front of her. She was shocked. She looked at Lin Gongxuan beside her uneasily, and it was obvious that Lin Gongxuan had also noticed something unusual. No wonder Chang Hai warned her. The world is bustling with people for profit. And the world is bustling with people for profit. The king of Qin is at odds with Mu Shurha. But what if the two of them reach some kind of agreement in private? If the two of them join forces to get rid of the two, Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan will be in trouble here. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, Yu Jia took a big step and walked towards the women's seat. As a partner, Lin Gongxuan naturally knew what Yu Jia was thinking, so he followed closely. The incident happened suddenly, and it was too late for Mu Shurha to ask the guards to stop them. Yu Jia endured the severe pain in her leg and pulled Mu Yinjin over. The latter asked in a low voice with a surprised look on her face. Sister, what happened? The girl in front of him was innocent and bright, but Yu Jia had to break the silence. Your father wants to kill me! Clatter. The teacup in Mu Yinjin's hand fell to the ground. At this moment, the women's seats were surrounded by guards, and Lin Gongxuan stood in front of Yu Jia and confronted them. The others didn't know what was going on, but seeing the situation in front of them, they were too scared to speak. What's going on? It's so noisy. Suddenly, the princess who was sitting at the top walked over slowly. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and she looked very impatient. Princess, calm down. The one who was speaking was the official's wife who hosted the banquet, and the princess interrupted her. Wait! She walked towards Yu Jia and Mu Yinjin, looked at Yu Jia holding Mu Yinjin's arm, and asked softly, What's going on? Yu Jia's face was dark and complicated, and it seemed that the princess didn't know. However, she couldn't trust the princess easily. After all, the deal between the two had not been concluded. Princess, didn't the prince mention it to you in advance? The princess shook her head, her face full of confusion. No, not to attend the banquet. It seemed that she really didn't know. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan exchanged glances. Lin Gongxuan changed his humble appearance at this moment and said loudly, Since the princess thinks we are here to attend the banquet, then we are here to attend the banquet. It's just... Lin Gongxuan changed the subject. It's just to attend the banquet. Why did you bring so many sword-carrying guards? Lin Gongxuan. Captain Lin. How are you? Mu Shihe's lazy and complacent voice sounded. And the wives of officials in the female seats fled everywhere like a pot of boiling water. Lin Gongxuan's name in Namman is well known to everyone. And they are wives of officials. So they can naturally hear Lin Gongxuan's name from their own family. Lin Gongxuan smiled calmly. General Mu. Oh no. What should I call you now? The title is just an empty name. Captain Lin just needs to remember that my legs are still thanks to you. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Mu Shihe finished speaking, the guards drew their swords and pointed them at the two people. What are you doing? I'm here. And you are not allowed to hurt my sister? No matter how naive and simple she was, Mu Yinjin could sense what was happening. She stretched out her arms and blocked Yu Jia. Father, how could you do such a treacherous thing? The king of Qin looked normal, with unprecedented severity. Jinjin. Don't worry about it. I don't worry about it. Mu Yinjin's nose was sour. My sister is my savior. She came to Namman for help. If it weren't for me, how could she fall into such a dangerous situation? Yu Jia felt a little bit reluctant. Jinjin. Mu Yinjin turned a deaf ear. Father, if you don't want to help, then don't help. Why do you want to hurt them? Hurt them? King Qin looked at his precious daughter questioning himself. And he felt sad. However, compared with the Namman, this is insignificant. Do you know who they are? How many of our soldiers have they killed? How can father let them go so easily? Yu Jia cursed in his heart. What a damn old man. King Qin. This is wrong. Lin Gongxuan took over the conversation. And he signaled Yu Jia with his eyes to stay calm. Aren't you Namman the ones who attacked our great Zhou? Who doesn't want to live peacefully in their own land? When did you not initiate the war? What's wrong with us resisting? Yu Jia became impatient. In someone else's territory. What's the right and wrong? She turned around and clamped the princess in front of her. And whispered, Princess. I'm sorry. Let us go. Otherwise, even if we die, the princess and the princess will be buried with us. Mother. Mu Tingli was furious. Let go of my mother and little sister. They don't know anything. Humph. Yu Jia snorted coldly. If they knew about this in advance, they wouldn't be standing now. I'll say it one last time. Let us go. Prince Qin and Mu Shihe were indifferent. And the princess spoke in a cold tone. What? Are you really going to sacrifice me and Jinjin? Prince Qin was a little flustered. Yenner. Don't worry. You will be fine. The princess snatched the scimitar from Yu Jia's hand, pulled a strand of hair and cut it off. Everyone bear witness. My Yana and he Mu Liaoli will go their separate ways from now on. Everyone was in an uproar. How could the great Ao be separated from the prince? This is unheard of in the South Barbarians. Not to mention in the South Barbarians. Even in this era, it is unheard of. Even Yu Jia admired the princess's decision, which was really an extraordinary decision in this era. Mother. Mu Yinjin hugged the princess and cried, calling her mother all the time, like a wounded little beast, whimpering, seeking comfort from her mother. Chapter 221, Set Up. The princess touched Mu Yinjin's hair. Her expression was resolute and relieved. Jinjin. You did a good job. You did a good job. You let me know Lin Erju, and know that there is another way for women to live. Mu Yinjin cried bitterly. She knew that her mother had a hard time these years. She knew that her mother had a lover, and was able to marry her father because her mother was pregnant with her brother. Yu Jia didn't expect that the direction of things would gradually deviate from the route. How should this play continue? After waiting for Mu Yinjin's emotions to stabilize, a yin let her go. She took a step forward and the guards took a step back. Today, Bineo wants to let them go. Do you have any objection? Ayan's expression was arrogant. The guards in front of her were like ants. They were not worthy of her attention. The guards looked at each other. They did not dare to act rashly without Mu Shihe's words. Princess. What do you mean? Mu Shihe smiled and apologized. Why can't we sit down and talk it out? When did it become your turn to talk to Bineo like this? Ayan's sleeves fluttered. In Yu Jia's eyes, she was the king who looked down on everyone. She was domineering, and would not allow them to say anything. Mu Shihe was speechless. Even if he had an official position, he did not dare to confront Ayan head-on. Ayan was born in a noble family. Although the family's strength has gradually declined in recent years, it should not be underestimated. Besides, Ayan is the southern barbarian royal merchant. Even if the king comes, he has to act according to her mood. Not to mention these minions. Mushy. Mulia Lai. I won't say it again. Her meaning is very clear. Release Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan. Mother. And that pretty boy. Mu Yinjin pointed at Chang Hire behind Mushy and said. Chang Hire wanted to jump up and down. You are the pretty boy. Your whole family is pretty boys. Mushy's expression suddenly changed, and his body instantly leaned towards Chang Hire. His intention was very obvious. Oh, yes. And that boy. If Mu Yinjin hadn't reminded her, she would really forget the purpose of Lin Erju and the others coming here. Princess, be careful. These two are generals of the Great Zhou. Mu Shurha still did not give up. He could not let the duck fly away. Oh! Who can prove it? Ian looked at the crowd. Who can prove that these two are generals of the Great Zhou? Everyone was silent and retreated. Seeing this, Ian turned around with satisfaction. Mu Shurha, do you have anything else to say? Princess, you must be careful. This is not your business. Mu Shurha's eyes were full of pressure. If the business is not done well, the money will be lost. If this person is released, it will be the compatriots of the Nanman who will die. Yu Jia secretly cursed Mu Shurha. This bastard, who wanted to escalate this matter into a war between the two countries. Ah Yin suddenly laughed out loud. You mean you won't release them? Right. Well, I won't pay a penny for the army's expenses in the future. Absolutely not. Mu Shurha's eyes were full of anxiety. That's not what I meant. Please forgive me. Lord. At this point, Yu Jiaka started to murmur. She quietly asked Mu Yinjin. Jinjin, I know your mother is powerful, but I didn't expect her to be so powerful. Did your mother pay for this army? Mu Yinjin raised her voice with pride. It's a bit exaggerated to say that my mother paid for everything. She only paid for 8 or 9 out of 10. Oh my goodness! Everyone present could hear Mu Yinjin's voice, and no one spoke up to refute. Nor did they dare to refute. Yu Jia pulled down Lin Gongxuan's sleeve. If we had known earlier, why would we ask for help from King Qin? The princess can handle it herself. Yu Jia regretted and wanted to slap herself in the face. Why didn't she realize that the princess was a big boss? What kind of fairy identity is this? With money and status. Why would she still be obsessed with the title of princess? Nan Mandao spoke. Mu Shurha didn't dare to act rashly. And King Qin didn't dare to act rashly even more. The crisis was solved just like that. And Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan followed behind a yin and truly experienced what it meant to be a fox borrowing the power of a tiger. A yin brought Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan to another residence, which opened Yu Jia's eyes. If the palace is magnificent, this place is simply a gold cave. Let alone the gold foil on the beams and pillars. That's nothing. The tables, stools, coffee tables, window frames, and door sills are all covered with gold foil. Jinjin, am I dreaming? Yu Jia lay on the door sill and touched the gold foil, with a greedy look on her face. Mu Yinjin laughed out loud. Sister, this is just the beginning? Yu Jia looked up at Mu Yinjin. Her eyes were dull. Don't tell me. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. A laugh came from behind, and Yu Jia quickly stood up from the ground. Princess, thinking of what happened at the banquet, Yu Jia didn't know if it was right to call me that. Don't call me princess from now on. I've cut my hair and left my body. My body and hair were given by my parents. Ayana has made up her mind to part with the past, so she naturally doesn't want to mention it again. But a unilateral divorce, leaving the body doesn't count. Right? For things like the family tree, it has to be removed before it can be considered a real divorce. Right? Ayana, can marry him and be considered a down marriage. How can I be included in their family tree? Yu Jia's lips twitched. Sorry, I disturbed you. Mu Yinjin nestled in Ayana's arms and acted like a spoiled child again. Mother, are you really going to leave father? Ayan's eyes were full of love. I have been thinking about this decision for almost 20 years. What really made her make up her mind was Yu Jia's words. Erju, I have to thank you again. Thank me? Yu Jia was flattered. Thank me for what? This thank. Well, as long as there is a thank. Meaning, there must be a reward. Seeing Yu Jia's shy face, Ayan and Mu Yinjin smiled at each other. As long as people have desires, they are easiest to control. But Ayan didn't want to control Yu Jia. My union with Mu Ali was a mistake. Thinking of this, Ayan's face was full of anger. She had already shown amazing business talent when she was just over 10 years old. Her father valued her very much. When she was 18, he had already handed over the family's lifeline to her. As the head of the family, Ian naturally had to attend social events. And an accident happened during a palace banquet. Somehow, she drank a glass of wine and her consciousness became blurred. When she woke up, she and Mu Liaoli were lying naked on the same bed. Originally, Ian didn't care. It was just a night of love. Even though Mu Liaoli, the prince, pursued her in every way, she was indifferent until a month later, when she found out that she was pregnant. Even if she didn't care, she had to consider the child in her belly. She reluctantly parted with her beloved. And just like that, she committed herself to Mu Liaoli. The more Yu Jia listened, the more she felt something was wrong. She couldn't help but ask, "Well, I have an idea that's not very appropriate. I don't know if I should say it or not. I'll go for it. I have to say it even if I don't want to. Are you being set up?" Chapter 222. How can he be an ordinary person? After Yu Jia finished speaking, he carefully stared at Yan's face. She didn't show any surprise, which means that she had already guessed it before Yu Jia said it. "Ha. What a cunning and mean man," Yu Jia blurted out. And she regretted it the next second. "Well, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it." Yan didn't mind, and she didn't have any feelings for Mu Liaoli. It's just that Mu Yan's expression was very complicated. "Mother, are you really going to leave your father? King Qin really loves Mu Yan, and he really wants to hold her in his mouth for fear that she will melt, and hold her in his palm for fear that she will fall." Mu Yanjin hugged Ayana with tears in her eyes. "Mother, please don't leave father. Otherwise he will be so pitiful alone." Ayana exhaled a breath of foul air and pulled Mu Yanjin away without leaving a trace. "Jinjin, if mother told you that your father cheated mother, what would you do?" Mu Yanjin's eyes were full of doubts. "Father is so good to you. How could he cheat you? Do you suspect that father set you up? Just like what sister said." Then she muttered, "How could it be? Father is such a good person." Mu Yanjin's world was gradually collapsing. What happened today had a huge impact on her. Yu Jia was a little reluctant, and Ayana was even more reluctant. But how can we just brush aside the things in this world with reluctance? Really, what Urju said is indeed the truth. When Ian married Aliali with that huge dowry, his power rose rapidly. For a while, he was the most powerful. However, he did not take advantage of the situation to compete for that position, but focused on assisting his brother. Of course, it was all supported by Ian. If I hadn't married your father, he wouldn't have known to be an idle prince in that corner. Don't say he. Even the position of the master was handed over to others. Yu Jia was so angry that her teeth itched. She hated this kind of Phoenix man's behavior the most in her life. If he had been honest and treated Yan wholeheartedly, that would have been fine. He even played with a male concubine. I don't know how Yan could tolerate this. Now Mu Liaoli's shameless behavior has completely disappointed Yan. "Princess. No. Now that your status has changed, Urju dares to call you Aunt Yin. Aunt Yin? Have you ever thought about teaching this cheap man a lesson?" Yan was disappointed with Mu Liaoli. And it was another thing that almost put the two of them in danger. Yu Jia's vengeful character. How could she miss this opportunity to kick someone when he was down? "Of course I won't let him go." "Mother." When Mu Yanjin heard Yan say that she would not let him go, she looked at her with tears in her eyes. "Child, this is a matter between adults. Don't get involved." Yu Jia almost clapped her hands and cheered. "Fight. Fight." Ayana left in a hurry. Yu Jia comforted Mu Yanjin. "Jinjin, this is a grudge between your father and mother. Let them solve it themselves." Mu Yanjin sobbed. "Sister, what should I do? Pear blossoms in the rain. I feel pity for them." Yu Jia knew that she had no right to feel sorry for Mu Yanjin. My situation was many times worse than hers. Who is crying there? Women are trouble. Yu Jia knew who was coming without looking. After returning from the banquet, Lin Gongxuan and Chang Haier went to change clothes. Although Chang Haier was still wearing southern barbarian clothes, it was much more normal than before. His previous clothes showed his figure, which might be related to his identity. Chang Haier now looked like a normal man. "What are you talking about? You pretty boy?" Mu Yanjin stood up and pointed at Chang Haier with anger and a bit of ferocity. "What did I say? I just told the truth." Chang Haier lazily leaned on the pavilion corridor, looking comfortable, not realizing that he was arguing with someone at the moment. Okay. Okay. Chang higher. Say less. This time we can escape. All thanks to Jinjin. Yu Jia's head was buzzing. She was the worst at mediating a fight. Depend on her? Depend on her crying? Chang higher looked disdainful. Didn't it depend on that wise and brave, rich and wealthy Dao? After he praised a yin, Mu Yan's face really improved a lot, and he was ready to sit down. Unexpectedly, Chang higher changed the subject. Oh, by the way, how could you be in danger? Isn't it because of her father? Little white face. A gigolo. You dared to challenge others. With a pop, the teacup in front of her cracked, and Yu Jia covered her ears in despair. It's over. Mu Yan really raised her voice. You little white face. Who is a little white face? A gigolo? It was like a tongue twister. But everyone present could understand it. Whoever agrees will be the father. Chang higher responded to the move, as if he wanted to release all the humiliation he had suffered recently. You idiot. You spend other people's money, and have a lot of tricks. Mu Yinjin was so angry that he trembled all over and screamed at Chang higher. The incident happened suddenly. Yu Jia did not expect it. And Chang higher did not expect it even more. He was thrown to the ground by Mu Yinjin, and could not move at all. Mu Yinjin was quick and hit Chang higher in the face. Pa pa pa. Yu Jia was so scared. My aunt? What are you doing? Seeing that Chang higher's face was covered with slap marks, Yu Jia hurried to pull Mu Yinjin. Mu Yinjin was really angry, and Yu Jia tried to pull her, but she didn't move at all. Good guy. It seems that the boxing and kicking masters invited these days have really put in a lot of effort. You bitch. Let me up. Let's fight. Chang higher was slapped on the face, but he still shouted, Hey, Chang higher. Just say less. After much persuasion, Yu Jia still pulled Mu Yinjin off Chang higher. In the end, Mu Yinjin kicked Chang high. Ouch. Ouch. Chang higher covered her legs exaggeratedly. Someone hit someone. Someone hit someone. You bitch hit someone. I can't afford it without 100 taels of gold. I think you look like 100 taels of gold. And even if I have 100 taels of gold, I won't give it to you. After all, she was a little girl. She had no experience in quarreling, and she would just follow Chang higher's words. Yu Jia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It looked like two elementary school kids quarreling. Okay. Okay. Stop it. Yu Jia stopped Chang higher and finally calmed Mu Yinjin. Sister, do you think my father and mother will really separate? Yu Jia was speechless, looking at the current situation. It should be. Women are emotional. Ayana would marry Mu Liaoli for the sake of the child. At the same time, women are also rational. When she found out that Mu Liaoli was treacherous and two-faced, she resolutely chose to leave. Yu Jia suddenly admired Ayana a little. How could she be an ordinary person to become a national royal merchant? Chapter 223, Clean Body and Exit? Yu Jia wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, fearing that there would be complications along the way. But no matter how long he waited, Ayin still didn't come back. Is there any danger? Yu Jia looked at the stars in the night sky outside, feeling a little lost. If something happened to Ayin, how good would they be? Don't think too much. Let's get ready, and we'll leave early tomorrow morning. Lin Gongxuan felt a little pain in his abdomen. The injury he suffered yesterday was indeed a muscle injury. Seeing Lin Gongxuan gasping for air, Yu Jia was a little worried. How are you? I'll let Jinjin find a doctor. Lin Gongxuan shook his head. It's okay. We are inconvenienced here. Let's talk about it when we return to the Zhou. Yu Jia stood up and walked outside. No. The wound cannot be delayed. Especially the abdominal one. Lin Gongxuan was powerless to stop it at this moment. So it was worth giving up. Soon, Yu Jia and Mu Yinjin came in a hurry, followed by the fearful and timid doctor with gray beard. The doctor was sweating profusely, and did not dare to neglect it at all. Sir, please take off your clothes, and let me treat you. Lin Gongxuan was not surprised. Presumably Yu Jia had told the doctor about his injury. Mu Yinjin found an excuse to avoid it, and Yu Jia stared at Lin Gongxuan's movements. Lin Gongxuan's hands stopped taking off his clothes. Miss Erju, can you give me a favor? Yu Jia ripped open Lin Gongxuan's already loose clothes. What are you talking about? Suddenly, she stopped talking. Lin Gongxuan's wound was much worse than she thought. The wound was red and swollen, and the surrounding area was already white and festering. No wonder it took a long time to change clothes with Chang Hire today. Lin bastard. Is this what you said it's okay? Do you want the wound to rot on your head before you take it seriously? Lin Gongxuan said nothing. Just gently pulled the corners of his lips and looked at Yu Jia. Laugh. 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 You only know how to laugh. I don't know what's wrong with your head. I don't know why. This head is dizzy and can't think when it sees you. Yu Jia. Doctor, am I part of your play? Ahem. The doctor coughed at the right time. Sir, let me treat you. Lin Gongxuan then obediently showed the wound on his abdomen. As Yu Jia expected, the more the doctor checked Lin Gongxuan's injury, the more he frowned. Sir, your wound has become festered. If it is not treated well, it may leave sequelae. Doctor, just treat it. Lin Gongxuan looked normal and turned to look at Yu Jia. Yu Jia was still angry and felt Lin Gongxuan's gaze, so he turned his back to him. Sir, if you want to remove the abscess from the wound, you need to be patient. It's a piece of cake. Since Lin Gongxuan promised, the doctor took out a sheepskin bag that looked old from the medicine box. He slowly opened the sheepskin bag, and there were all kinds of knives inside. Yu Jia had seen this kind of prop on TV, but it was much more delicate than the one in front of him. The knife in front of him looked rough and scary, perhaps because of his different state of mind. Yu Jia's nervous palms were full of cold sweat. Doctor, please be careful. The doctor did not answer, and concentrated on lighting the fire to disinfect the knife. Yu Jia. I'm fine. I can do it. At the critical moment, Lin Gongxuan did not dare to say that he couldn't do it. Yu Jia's face was full of worry. It looks painful. Young master, please lie down. Lin Gongxuan lay down on the wooden couch obediently, but his eyes were fixed on Yu Jia. He said silently, I'm fine. He closed his mouth before he finished gesturing. Yu Jia saw the clues and thought something happened to him. But who knew it was the doctor who did it? Lin Gongxuan looked at the doctor with gritted teeth. Why didn't you say anything? Young master, you don't know that the more you focus on the wound, the more it will hurt. Lin Gongxuan understood what he meant. But Yu Jia was there. He couldn't lose face. Even though he was in pain, he didn't make a sound. Yu Jia went there to see the joke at first. But when she saw that Lin Gongxuan was in so much pain and didn't cry out, she felt sorry for him. If it hurts, just scream. Lin Gongxuan pursed his lips and shook his head stubbornly. Yu Jia saw that he was still gritting his teeth and persisting, so she wiped his sweat with her sleeve. The process was very long, and it was finally over after about half an hour. The doctor put down the sharp knife in his hand and was very respectful. Sir, you are the only person I have ever seen who is so resilient. Lin Gongxuan was pale and sweaty, but he showed a proud look at all. You are too kind. Doctor? He didn't care what the doctor thought of him. He only cared about Yu Jia's opinion. Seeing Lin Gongxuan asking for praise, Yu Jia couldn't help laughing. She handed the water to Lin Gongxuan. You are really great. Lin Gongxuan smiled happily. No. No. Finally, I can relax and drink water. Until the day dawned. Yu Jia heard some noise. She quietly got up and found that it was a yin who came back. The butler of the palace came back with him. Not only the butler of the palace, but also the guards at the door. Yu Jia was wondering when she saw Chang Hire from the next room, peeking out and hiding in the corner to peek. The wound on his face was not very clear, but he looked energetic. Chang Hire. Chang Hire heard Yu Jia's call, turned around, bared his big white teeth and stretched out his hand to greet him. Brother Erju, why are you here too? Who doesn't like to watch the fun? Yu Jia made a quiet gesture to him. The two continued to watch the action in the mansion, and saw that those familiar maids and servants had all come. Yu Jia even saw the little maid next to Mu Yinjin, who liked to cry. Is this a move of the whole family? What about the gold foil on the beams of the palace? I wonder if these people have torn it off. Yu Jia shook her head. It was really a bargain for that man. I guess those rare treasures in the palace were all from a Yan's hand. Spending money on a man will bring bad luck for the rest of your life. Looking around, Yu Jia didn't see a piece of luggage. Could it be that a yin left all the belongings of the palace to Mu Liali in a fit of anger? What a pity. What a pity. Chang Hire also sighed. I don't know what kind of magic potion this old man gave Aunt Yin, and she was kicked out of the house. Yu Jia heard Chang Hire's mumbling and laughed. Chang Hire. Yu Jia lowered her voice. You kid. Do you know what it means to be kicked out of the house? Chang Hire imitated Yu Jia and lowered his voice. Didn't you tell me all this? Yu Jia said a lot of things. Who still remembers it? Seeing that there was no information worth paying attention to, the two turned around and went back to the room to continue sleeping. The wound on Yu Jia's thigh was not serious, but Lin Gongxuan's injury was very serious. Chapter 224. You suffered. We were supposed to leave Nanman in the morning, but now it's gone. Yu Jia came to Lin Gongxuan's residence early in the morning. How do you feel today? Yu Jia carefully observed Lin Gongxuan's complexion. It hurts. It hurts so much that it pierces my heart and bones when I move. Lin Gongxuan gasped and cried out in exaggerated pain. It hurts? Yu Jia smiled, with a different light flashing in her eyes. Does our captain feel pain now? What did you do earlier? If I hadn't called the doctor, how long would you have endured? Lin Gongxuan knew he was in the wrong, so he naturally wouldn't talk back. Isn't it because I was afraid you'd worry? Who is worried about you? Who will worry about you? Yu Jia had a ferocious look on her face, but she stood up and opened the window. She is always flattering herself. Lin Gongxuan stared at Yu Jia's figure with a smile. She had a slender waist and a unique aura. Her every move touched Lin Gongxuan's heart. The window faced the lake, and there was a pavilion with a misty gauze curtain outside. The morning sun had slowly risen, and people could already feel the hot summer air. The maid in the courtyard was quick-witted and quickly handed over the ice cubes when she saw the window of the room open. The ice cubes were the size of basketballs, and they were surrounded by dazzling light under the refraction of the sun. The maid placed the ice cubes in a specific place in the corner and was about to turn around and leave. Little sister, wait a minute. Yu Jia called the maid with a smile. The maid was about 12 or 13 years old, with baby fat and a mature expression on her immature face. What do you want, young lady? Oh, nothing. Just want to ask, when will this great abbot come back? The maid lowered her eyes. Young lady, please don't blame me. I don't know. After saying that, she stood aside, waiting for Yu Jia's instructions. Yu Jia saw that she couldn't get anything out of her, so she waved her hand and asked her to leave. After the maid left, Lin Gongxuan asked, What's wrong? Yesterday, Lin Gongxuan bandaged his wound and went to bed early. He did not see Yin return home. Thinking of what happened yesterday, Yu Jia was a little annoyed. She sighed for a while before telling her guess. Are you saying that Aunt Yin was kicked out of the house? Lin Gongxuan frowned. Here, the status of the great Ao is very high. How could she be so embarrassed? Who knows? Yu Jia was a little absent-minded. If it were her, she would be the first to get angry. How could she let such a bastard have an easy life? Besides, he started his business with his wife. How could he be so shameless? Sister, are you in the house? At this time, Mu Yinjin's voice sounded outside the room. Oh, I'm here. Jinjin, come in. The moment Mu Yinjin entered the room, Yu Jia saw her eyes swollen like walnuts. Jinjin, what's wrong with you? This little girl is really sentimental. She cried for so long yesterday. It seems that she cried again when she went back. It would have been better if Yu Jia didn't ask. After asking, Mu Yinjin looked at Yu Jia again with tears in her eyes, looking very charming. Sister, mother really doesn't want father anymore. The words are affirmative, which means that the two of them really can't live together. Yu Jia felt lucky for Yin. Silly. How can this be a question of whether or not? It's your father who disappointed your mother and hurt her heart. Yu Jia's soft voice was as refreshing as the spring breeze in March. Isn't this a relief for your mother? But, this time, father made a mistake. Just this time. Didn't it cause a big disaster? Mu Yinjin choked up. Can't mother forgive father this time? Who can explain the things between husband and wife? Maybe the disappointments accumulated in daily life broke out through this incident. Mu Yinjin nodded, not quite understanding, and then shook her head. Sister, do you know how miserable father is? He was driven out of the palace by mother. What? Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan asked in unison. But the tone was obviously much lighter than Mu Yinjin's. Are you serious? Yu Jia's mouth immediately couldn't be suppressed. She was still worried about whether the gold foil had been peeled off yesterday. I didn't expect a Yin to be so decisive, and actually drove Mu Liaoli out of the palace. Sister, Mu Yinjin called Yu Jia in a low voice, with a sad look in her eyes, realizing that she was too excited. Yu Jia said righteously, How can you drive the prince out of the palace? Isn't this a bit too much? That is to say, mother is too cruel. Mu Yinjin's face improved. Speaking of this, she wanted to cry again. Poor brother has no place to live with father. Ha ha ha. Yu Jia thought of Mu Tinghui's hateful face, and her mood suddenly became relaxed. But she still looked regretful. Oh, this prince is really suffering. Princess, the prince has no other courtyard? Speaking of the prince's no private property. Lin Gongxuan didn't believe it. No. My mother is in charge of the palace expenses on weekdays. And my father doesn't care about money. That means he can't even save private money. And he still has the nerve to find an actor. Yu Jia tried hard to suppress her smile. What should we do? Let the prince and the prince live on the streets as beggars? This is a good idea. When the time comes, maybe Yu Jia will be in a good mood and can go to sponsor. They are just a few copper coins. Father went to the palace to find the master. That's right. The two brothers have a deep affection for each other. And the elder brother relies on the younger brother to live a soft life. Now that the younger brother is in trouble, he can't just sit back and watch. After getting this good news, Yu Jia would praise a dog even if she saw one. Seeing Mu Yinjin so depressed, Yu Jia suggested taking her to the pavilion in the lake for a walk. Although there are ice cubes in the house, she has to provide emotional value to others. Yu Jia took Mu Yinjin to the pavilion, and through the pavilion's gauze curtain, she could see a shadowy figure. She was graceful and upright, and she really had the heroic appearance of an immortal. Jinjin. Who is this? It looks so familiar, yet a little strange. Mu Yinjin shook her head. I haven't seen it before. It should be my mother's guest. She walked towards the pavilion first, and Yu Jia followed closely, pulling the gauze curtain with her hands. This particular person is really particular. The pavilion is for cooling off. But there are all these things. It's you? Mu Yinjin screamed, causing Yu Jia to look sideways. This is actually Chang Haier. Yu Jia's mouth opened into an O shape. Chang Haier. What are you doing here? You? She looked Chang Haier up and down, and everything seemed normal. But she couldn't forget the shock she felt from the scene just now. When did Chang Haier become like this? Chang Haier was a little surprised. Brother Erju, why are you making such a fuss? She is so short-sighted that she doesn't recognize me. And you don't recognize me either? Yu Jia was very frightened. No wonder. No wonder. Suddenly, she felt sorry for Chang Haier. Chang Haier, you've suffered. Chapter 225. Why didn't you come to save me earlier? Who are you talking about? You are the one who is short-sighted. Your whole family is short-sighted. Mu Yinjin drew inferences from one example, and was about to teach Chang Haier a lesson. But Chang Haier dodged it. What? Didn't you have enough fun yesterday? Chang Haier said cynically. After hearing what Chang Haier said, Yu Jia noticed the wound on his face. Compared with yesterday, the swelling has subsided, but it is more conspicuous. Chang Haier's face is white, and his face is covered with large and small wounds, which looks a bit hideous. Okay, Jinjin, don't bother with us rough people. Mu Yinjin calmed down and looked at Chang Haier again. Although he was a little unsatisfied, he didn't take the initiative to find fault. In her eyes, Chang Haier has been classified as a male actor in the palace. Chang Haier saw that Mu Yinjin did not move anymore, so he sat lazily on the bench in the pavilion. Chang Haier, have you applied medicine on the wound on your face? Yu Jia walked towards Chang Haier, wanting to observe his injury carefully. Chang Haier turned his face away awkwardly. No problem. Oh, what should I do if I get a scar in the future? Yu Jia was a little anxious. This was not like Chang Haier on weekdays. He cares so much about his face. He usually applies medicine when he is bitten by a mosquito. Why is he so abnormal now? It's better to leave a scar, so that I can be more like a man. Yu Jia suddenly understood Chang Haier's intention, and she tidied Chang Haier's robes uncomfortably. Chang Haier, this is not your fault. You can't treat yourself like this. How can it not be his fault? If he hadn't provoked others, would he have been kidnapped? Mu Yinjin looked disdainful and a little disgusted. What nonsense are you talking about? Chang Haier stood up. His eyes were red, like the evil ghost statues in the temple. You don't know anything. Don't be a gossip here. Otherwise, Mu Yinjin was a little scared, but she couldn't lose face, so she pretended to be calm. Otherwise what? I'm the princess. What can you do to me? As if he had found his home ground, Mu Yinjin said word by word. You are just a pretty boy. What can you do to me in my territory? Chang Hire instantly exuded a fierce aura and attacked Mu Yinjin in a flash. Chang Hire, calm down. Yu Jia grabbed Chang Hire with a grappling hand. Chang Hire, this is not the Yunnan military camp. If something happens, I can't protect you. Chang Hire was blinded by hatred at this time and did not hear Yu Jia's implication. He tried to break free from Yu Jia, but he was not as skilled as her. Yu Jia twisted Chang Hire's arms behind his back and pressed his back with his legs, making him kneel on the ground and unable to move. Chang Hire, you were able to escape thanks to the princess. We were able to escape from that dangerous situation thanks to the great Ao and the princess. Don't be ungrateful. Yu Jia could feel Chang Hire's trembling body. She comforted him softly. Chang Hire, everything is over. Mu Yinjin was so frightened by the scene that she dared not move. She looked at Yu Jia with tears in her eyes. Sister, I didn't mean to say that. How could Yu Jia blame Mu Yinjin? She shook her head gently and comforted Mu Yinjin. Chang Hire closed her eyes in despair, as if the feeling of suffocation, despair, and hardship in her memory came to her heart again. Brother Urju, where were you at that time? Why didn't you come to save me? You know, I wanted to die at that time, but I just couldn't die. Chang Hire's voice was choked with sobs. His arms were clamped by Yu Jia, and he knelt on the ground, and the coldness swept over his body. It was like that unbearable moment. Yu Jia gently let go of Chang Hire and came to him. Chang Hire, I'm sorry. I'm late. Chang Hire's eyes were dull, just staring at Yu Jia. She felt as painful as being stabbed by a knife. When had she ever seen Chang Hire look so depressed? Yu Jia gently touched Chang Hire's wound. Chang Hire, it's all my fault. I didn't take good care of you. I didn't save you in time. A myriad of complex and unbearable emotions rushed out of her chest, and Yu Jia couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Chang Hire, I'm sorry. Yu Jia cried sorry and hugged Chang Hire tightly. Chang Hire just let her hold him without any reaction. The weather in the hot summer changed rapidly. It was cloudless just now, but now it was pouring rain. The water vapor was filled with a hint of coolness, attacking the three people in the pavilion. Mu Yinjin grabbed her clothes with both hands, looking at Yu Jia crying, at a loss, looking at Chang Hire crying silently. She felt a little guilty. Suddenly, Chang Hire picked up Yu Jia and comforted her softly. Brother Urju, how could this be your fault? It was all caused by that person. I was so blinded by greed that I could never blame you. Chang Hire let go of Yu Jia and slapped himself in the face. I really deserve to die. How can I blame you? If it weren't for Brother Urju, wouldn't I still be struggling in that suffocating cage? What are you doing? Yu Jia grabbed Chang Hire's arm. How can you treat yourself like this? I've already said, this is not your fault. You can't put this on yourself. Chang Hire looked at Yu Jia with tears in his eyes and burst into tears. Mu Yinjin was shocked again. Yu Jia was relieved. Just cry it out. This is Chang Hire's character. She felt that something was wrong with Chang Hire since yesterday, although it was his usual behavior. The look in his eyes really made her feel distressed. Mu Shirha, I will break you into pieces to relieve my hatred. After finally calming down, Yu Jia helped Chang Hire wipe the tears from his face. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? It would be fine if he didn't mention food. But when he mentioned food, Chang Hire's mouth shrank again. Brother Urju, are you doing this on purpose? Is this southern barbarian food for human consumption? The food that the old sows in our hometown eat is worse than this. What did you say? Mu Yinjin couldn't bear it anymore. She looked at Chang Hire with gritted teeth. You said that our food is not as good as the old sows in your hometown? What can a man endure? No matter how sad Chang Hire was, how could Mu Yinjin sit back and watch it escalate to this point? Am I wrong? If you have eaten the delicacies of our great show, I guarantee that you can't even eat half a bite of that food. Chang Hire wiped his face angrily, accidentally scratched the wound, and grimaced in pain. It's right. Yu Jia glared at him unhappily. Stop arguing. I'm going to have a headache now. Fortunately, she is not a kindergarten teacher. Otherwise she will not be able to survive? Gout? Chang Hire became worried. Brother Urju, when did you suffer from headache? Yu Jia felt a little disappointed. Just now. Chapter 226, dealing with a few dung beetles. In the evening, Ayan showed up. She just looked very energetic, and her whole body exuded a different brilliance. Mu Yen was really surprised by her transformation. But she didn't know how to describe this feeling. Mother, you seem to have changed. Ayan smiled and said nothing. Just turned her head to look at Yu Jia. Urju, I have arranged the border, and you will set off to return to Dezhou early tomorrow morning. Yu Jia understood. Thank you, Etienne. No matter how noble one's status is, it is not possible to be careless when it comes to the positions of the two countries. Besides, Ayan has done enough. Can't you stay a few more days? Mu Yinjin was reluctant to leave. Silly. The longer Urju stays here, the more dangerous it will be. By then, even I won't be able to protect them. Ayan scratched Mu Yinjin's nose and said to her lovingly. Mu Yinjin pouted and was unhappy. Yu Jia and the others were very happy. Ayan was right. The longer they stay here, the more dangerous it will be. We still have to return to Dezhou as soon as possible, since Ayan has made all the arrangements. Yu Jia will not ask anything else. However, before leaving, Yu Jia has one more thing to do. I learned from Ayan that King Qin and Mu Tingwei are now living in the palace. Every day, Mu Tingwei would go to the palace and make a big fuss before he would stop. Yu Jia seized the opportunity and said that she couldn't bear to leave Naaman and wanted to take another look at the palace. So Yu Jia followed Mu Yinjin to the palace. It happened that Mu Tingwei was making a fuss at the door of the palace. But the palace guards were well trained and didn't buy his tricks at all. Jinjin, is this your brother? Mu Yinjin looked carefully, and it was true. It's my brother. There was a hint of excitement in her voice. After all, the brother and sister hadn't seen each other for a few days, and their affection was there. Brother. Mu Yinjin got off the carriage happily and ran towards Mu Tingwei with her skirt lifted. Jinjin! Mu Tingwei was instantly excited when he saw Mu Yinjin. Now he could enter the palace. But when he saw Yu Jia behind Mu Yinjin, his face instantly fell. Yu Jia licked her back teeth. She was not impatient yet. But this little thing was annoyed. Brother, I haven't seen you for a few days. Is father okay? Mu Tingwei was embarrassed. Not very well. Father is ill, and has been thinking about you. Mu Yinjin's eyes were slightly red, and she looked embarrassed. Brother, go ask mother to change her decision. Yu Jia, who was approaching, was almost shocked when she heard this. This girl is still dreaming. I want to persuade, but mother won't see me. It can be seen that Mu Yinjin is not the only one who is dreaming. Then what should we do? I don't want them to separate. Mu Yinjin pulled Mu Tingwei's sleeve and swung it back and forth. Mu Tingwei also wanted the two to reconcile. In the past, he had his mother as a backing, so he had money and face. Now he is just an empty shell prince, without any real power. He used to be a cool prince, but now, I can't even invite a friend out. It's really like monkeys scattering when the tree falls. Jinjin, take me into the palace. As long as I enter the palace, I will find a way to make my father and mother reconcile. As long as he enters the palace, these snobs can't throw him out. Really? Mu Yinjin's eyes lit up, and the whole person looked radiant. Brother, do you really have a solution? Princess, I'm just reminding you carefully that Aunt Yin is in charge of the palace. Hearing Yu Jia say this, Mu Yan's face really fell. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to interrupt? Yu Jia's face was normal, but his eyes were already filled with murderous intent. I don't have any qualifications, but I can guarantee that you can't deceive the princess. What do you mean by coaxing or not coaxing? Mu Tingwei was exposed and became angry. Very good. He was already angry. Yu Jia's lips curled and softened his tone. My lord, please be patient. I'm also telling the truth, but it's not impossible to enter the palace. Yu Jia changed the subject. But if the prince gets into any danger in this palace, he can't blame our princess. Mu Yinjin was puzzled, and Mu Tingwei was puzzled and disdainful. I am the prince? Who dares to attack me? Yu Jia's words were very clear, but good words can't persuade a damn ghost. Since Mu Tingwei was eager to enter the palace, she would help him. Jinjin, you and your sister haven't seen each other for a few days. You must have a lot to say. Why don't we let the prince enter the palace? Isn't it a joke for the people to stand at the door of the palace? This was exactly what the brother and sister wanted. And Mu Yinjin was full of joy and pulled Mu Tingwei into the palace. The guards at the door could not stop them, so they had to go and tell Yin. After Mu Yinjin and Mu Tingwei entered the palace, Yu Jia followed them in slowly. After a few days of recuperation, The wound on Yujia's leg had almost healed. So it was time to start today. Mu Yinjin took Mu Tingwei into the pavilion, where guests usually rested. Mu Tingwei looked at the familiar scene, and couldn't help but mutter. Jinjin. We grew up here since we were young. And I really can't bear to leave here. Yu Jia followed his gaze to the gold foil beams and jade carvings. If it were her, she would also be reluctant to leave. Mu Yinjin sighed. And the two of them sighed while drinking tea. Until Mu Tingwei couldn't stand it anymore, and got up to go to the toilet. Yu Jia also got up. Okay. It's time to live. Jinjin. I'll go to the guest room to see if there's anything I missed. Mu Yin was really happy to be with her brother. So she didn't doubt him, and nodded randomly. Yu Jia turned around and walked towards the toilet. Although Mu Tingwei was not smart, he was very cautious. This caution was reflected in the fact that he had to follow the guards when he went to the toilet. Yu Jia walked over quickly, raised his knife, and knocked the guards unconscious from behind. Mu Tingwei in the toilet shouted when he heard the guards fall to the ground. What's going on? Yu Jia sneered and kicked the toilet open. Mu Tingwei was seen holding up his pants in panic, trembling and talking. How can you, a shameless woman, enter a man's room? Yu Jia said impatiently, picking her ears. I have even slept in a man's bunk bed. What else can I be afraid of? Seeing that Mu Tingwei was still talking, Yu Jia simply took action. Mu Tingwei was used to being pampered and surrounded by people on weekdays. How could he be Yu Jia's opponent? Yu Jia quickly pressed him to the ground. But she couldn't let him get away with it so easily. She knocked Mu Tingwei unconscious with a knife, and then looked at the toilet next to her with a sinister look. After a long time, Mu Yinjin didn't see Mu Tingwei come back. And even Yu Jia didn't come back. What's the matter? Where did everyone go? She was about to send someone to look for him. And Yu Jia slowly returned to the pavilion. Sister, why did you come back so late? Oh, I went to deal with a few dung beetles. Chapter 227 Uyghurs? After waiting for a long time, Mu Tingwei still did not appear. Mu Yinjin was a little impatient. What happened to my brother? Why did he disappear? Yu Jia knew the answer, but acted suspicious. The prince is busy with trivial matters. Maybe he left in the middle of the journey. Mu Yinjin was relieved now. That's right. My brother has many friends. Maybe he was called away. Yu Jia secretly grinned. She is really a gullible little girl. How can Mu Tingwei leave so easily after finally entering the palace? Here, the person who informed Ayana came back. However, Ayana was busy transferring the business, so she did not show up in person, but asked the housekeeper to come and deal with it. Princess, may I ask where the prince has gone? Mu Yinjin shook her head. I don't know. Maybe my brother left for something? The housekeeper was not as easy to please as Mu Yinjin, so he immediately sent someone to look for him in the palace. Jinjin, I found my things. Let's go back to the villa quickly. If the housekeeper saw anything, she would have a hard time explaining it. Although Mu Yinjin had doubts in her heart, she didn't say much. Then let's go! The two left the palace and got back on the carriage. When they went around the west gate wall of the palace, they saw many people gathered together. Yu Jia curled her lips and solved another big problem. Anyway, she was leaving. And even if Mu Tingwei was angry, he couldn't find her. However, Yu Jia did not expect that the news would spread so quickly. During dinner, she heard the maids beside her whispering, saying that she was covered in shit, was pressed in the toilet, and the stench was overwhelming, etc. Yu Jia almost grinned. However, the meal was not good. Yu Jia really did not expect Mu Tingwei to come to her house so soon. When the two met, they were extremely jealous. Yu Jia was surprised for a moment, and then returned to normal. Mother! It was this bitch who knocked me unconscious. He must have splashed shit all over my child. It made my child lose face. Mu Tingwei scolded Yu Jia with a swollen nose and face, and his winking eyes made him look even more ferocious. It's unfair, Aunt Yen. No matter how bold I am, I dare not do anything to the prince. What's more? Yu Jia's face flushed. What's more? According to what the prince said, the prince must have been ambushed when he was using the toilet. Even if Lin Erju had 100 more courage, I would not dare to go to the men's toilet. Looking at Yu Jia's embarrassed face, Lin Gongchuan and Chang Haier got goosebumps all over their bodies. They knew Yu Jia well, not to mention going to the men's toilet. She even dared to go to the men's bathhouse. You keep saying it's not you. Mother, Do you believe me, or this outsider? Yu Jia really couldn't say. She suddenly regretted her impulsive behavior. What if Ian becomes resentful and stops investing? Aunt Yen, I really didn't throw shit and urine on the prince. You have to believe me. She's done it. She won't regret it. You threw shit and urine on me. Shut up. Ian was filled with anger. Mother. Mu Tingwei was anxious. Mother. Don't you believe me? Yu Jia didn't give her the chance. The prince said I threw shit and urine on you. Can you explain how I did it? How did I throw shit and urine on you? Why didn't you resist? If I had resisted, how come no one knew about it? Mu Tingwei was furious. You knocked me out at that time. How would I know how you did it? Knock me out? Yu Jia laughed. The prince is really a joker. You have so many guards around you. How could I have knocked you out without anyone noticing? You? Who knows what you did? Mu Tingwei was a little furious. Oh, then Lin Erju can't refute it. Anyway, the prince has determined that I did it. I really have no way to defend myself. Yu Jia was sad and aggrieved. She looked up at Mu Tingwei and then at Yin. That must be Lin Erju who did it. Ha ha! Mu Tingwei shouted excitedly. Mother! Did you see that? Lin Erju admitted it. She admitted that it was her fault. Ian looked at Mu Tingwei expressionlessly, and the latter slowly calmed down. In the past, when Ian showed this expression, it was when he was going to be unlucky. What are you shouting about? What are you yelling about? Are you afraid that others don't know that you were splashed with shit and urine? You are the Prince of Qin. How can you be so shameless? Let's stop this matter, and don't mention it again. If I hear anyone talking about this matter, I will sell him out immediately. Mu Tingwei was silent, and no one dared to refute him. Yu Jia made the right bet. The more prominent a person is, the more he cares about his face. Since he was given a face by a yin, Mu Tingwei left in a huff. Do you want to stay here and be scolded? A yin pushed the others away and stared at Yu Jia with a smile. Miss Erju is really good at tricks. Yu Jia calmed down. She knew she couldn't hide it from a yin. She was just a little worried about whether the transaction between the two could go smoothly. No matter how bad Mu Tingwei was, he was still her son. Aunt Yin is really perceptive. Erju admires you. Yu Jia bowed her hands and saluted with a respectful look. Stop kidding me. Ian sighed. I often wonder how my son could become like this. Yu Jia was overjoyed, thinking that Ian would not pursue the matter anymore. Aunt Yin, don't worry. People will grow up. And you have to give your child some time. Right? Lin Erju. I won't interrupt our deal. But in the future, don't come up with any bad ideas. He. Yu Jia didn't expect that this matter would be so easily exposed. Follow Aunt Yan's teachings. The next morning, several people set out on their way home. Mu Yinjin held Yu Jia with tears in her eyes. Sister, can we meet again in the future? Yu Jia was shocked. She didn't want to come to this place again. But she still said, yes, I will. In addition to the luggage that a yin prepared for Yu Jia, Mu Yinjin contributed all her private money. Sister, you must be good in the future and do more for me. Of course Yu Jia was willing. Don't worry, Jinjin. They will definitely thank you. With a Yan's exclusive pass along the way, Yu Jia and the other two walked very smoothly, and even had many preferential treatments. However, the three did not dare to relax for a moment until they arrived at the border of Dezhou. At this time, there were still many vagrants on the border, even more than when they came. What's going on? Who are these people? Chang Haier had never seen these people before, so he asked Yu Jia. These should be Uyghurs. Lin Gongxuan looked at them and said softly, Uyghurs? Chapter 228 Uyghur Rebellion. Why are the Uyghurs here? Yu Jia frowned, somewhat puzzled. Aren't the Uyghurs on good terms with the Nanman? If there are vagrants, why do they come to the border between Dezhou and Nanman? As long as it's not a conspiracy by the Nanman, everything is fine. The three of them quickly entered the border and brought their belongings into the barracks. Although they came back quietly, a small number of people still knew the news. Chang Haier. Chang Haier is back? The people who came were Wang Xiaobo and Huan Long. They were on good terms with Chang Haier on weekdays. After hearing that he was back, they naturally came to visit him. Chang Haier. What's wrong with you? The two looked at Chang Haier in front of them in doubt. The complex emotions in Chang Haier's eyes disappeared in an instant. Don't mention it. I didn't eat well and sleep well in Nanman. I almost lost my human form. He walked forward carelessly and hit the two of them. I haven't seen you for a while, but you are getting stronger. Wang Xiaobo and Huan Long looked at each other. They have been dealing with Nanman with Li Yanzhao for so many years, and they know the situation of Nanman very well. Chang Hai in front of them seems to be calm. But if such a young man with a romantic temperament said that he came back unscathed, they would never believe it. That's right. We have to intensify our training while you're gone. We'll surprise you when we come back. Wang Xiaobo hugged Chang Hai and laughed. Since Chang Hai didn't want to say anything, they didn't ask any more questions. Look at your small body. Come back and get some rest. Huan Long laughed loudly. If you don't tell anyone, who will know that you are from Guangdong? Chang Hai clenched his fingers. Needless to say, I have to get some rest too. I've been craving for it in the dungeon these days. Chang Hai shouted loudly. Our captain gave me a day off. How about I invite you guys to Mengcheng for a drink today? Okay. I'll give you a good meal. That's right. You've drunk so many of our good wines. This time I'm going to make you bleed. The others happily rushed to Mengcheng. And Yu Jia felt relieved. He could deceive Wang Xiaobo, Huan Long, and others, but he couldn't deceive people close to him. Captain, what happened to Chang Hai? Go Sheng's eyes were full of worry, and he was holding Chang Hai's clothes. After Chang Hai came back, he immediately took Chang Hai's clothes and asked him to change. But these clothes no longer fit. It can be seen how much suffering Chang Hai suffered in Nanman. But if it is suffering, he was still alive, and kicking with scars all over his body after he came back last time. Although he was unscathed this time, Chang Hai was in a bad mood. Although he spoke in the same tone, he could still tell that he was different. There was a hint of depression in his cheerful tone, which made Chang Hai's cheerfulness seem deliberate. Go Sheng, don't ask any more questions. And don't mention this in front of Chang Hai. Yu Jia didn't know how to explain this to Go Sheng. After all, it was Chang Hai's private matter. Go Sheng understood, was silent for a moment, and then continued to work. Oh, this Chang Hai took people out to drink, but didn't even call me. I made his bed for him. Go Sheng said it deliberately. So Yu Jia followed suit. That is to say, if I hadn't rescued him, he would be eating those cold and hard foods in Nanman right now. Right? After saying this, Yu Jia exaggeratedly tsk twice. What an ungrateful guy. After complaining about Chang Hai, Yu Jia called Ying Tian. The border vagrants this time turned out to be Uyghurs. Have you heard any news? Ying Tian already knew about this. Captain, there is civil unrest in the Uyghurs, and the people are living in dire straits. They suffered from the war, left their homes, and became homeless. So they came to the border of the Great Zhou. Yu Jia had a headache. If that's the case, then there is a disagreement between the Nanman and the Uyghurs. Just imagine, if the Nanman and the Uyghurs continue to be on good terms, how could these people go to the border of the Great Zhou instead of going far away? Unfortunately, during these days, she was in the Nanman and was so focused on saving Chang Hai that she didn't even get any news about this matter. Which force is responsible for the internal strife in the Uyghurs? Ying Tian knew that Yu Jia was sensitive to this matter and had already found out the whole story. He paused and then told the news. The Uyghur king is over 70 years old this year and has only 2 sons. The eldest son is the prince, but he is incompetent and indulges in wine and women all day long, and has no time for state affairs. The second son is a good person in governing the country and is deeply loved by the people. That is why he is squeezed by the prince. It is a pity that such a good person died at a young age in the northwest. When he died, his son was only 7 years old. The child is innocent. Seeing that the child is young, the prince thought it would be difficult for him to accomplish anything, and his reputation was not good. If the second prince's family were to be exterminated, the people would criticize them. So they let him go. Who would have thought that 10 years later, not only did the emperor not give up the throne to the prince, but the second prince's son actually led troops to rebel. And he fought in the name of restoring order and clearing the court. Isn't this to expose the prince's past? The Uyghur leader was already old, so he took the opportunity to hand over the important task of suppressing the rebels to the prince. The prince has been drained of his body by wine and sex over the years. If you ask him which place has the best wine and meat, and which place has the most beautiful girls, he will tell you everything. How could he fight a war? However, the prince did not refuse. This is a good time to take power. Without adequate preparation, he led an army of 100,000 to attack the rebels. The result is predictable. They returned in defeat. This undoubtedly boosted the morale of the rebels, and they pursued the victory and have now conquered half of the Uyghurs. Moreover, the rebel leader loved the people like his own children. After conquering the city, he reduced taxes and allowed the people to rest and recuperate. And the situation was very good. There are many mountains and forests in the Uyghurs, so I'm afraid there won't be so many people migrating? Yu Jia thought of the situation in the Uyghurs and felt that the matter was not that simple. These migrating people are not the people in the cities conquered by the rebels, but the people under the rule of the old king. Ing Tian expected Yu Jia to say this, so he continued to explain. They have lost confidence in the old king, so they abandoned the city and fled. This makes sense. By the way, the son of the second prince is also a talent. That's not true. Ing Tian seemed to be proud of it. He admired people with meticulous minds the most, and he had long admired this person. Captain, do you know where he rebelled? Ing Tian looked mysterious. You will never guess that he was born a bandit and led his men to establish himself as a king on the mountain. This instantly attracted Yu Jia's attention, and suddenly a handsome and brave figure appeared in his mind. You mean he was born a bandit? Ing Tian was quite proud. Yes. What's his name? It seems to be called something Jin, something King Ji Feng. Not Ji Feng. It's Ji Feng. Chapter 229 Spreading Rumors. Captain, how do you know this man's name? Yu Jia looked far away, thinking of the days in the Uyghurs. If it was really Jin Feng, this man would become a great man. This man was meticulous and very patient. If Yu Jia hadn't noticed it that day, he could have deceived everyone. Yu Jia stood up from the chair. Ing Tian, intensify your training in the next 2 days. If I go smoothly today, we will go to war. After saying that, she hurried out of the tent, leaving Ing Tian scratching his head in confusion. What does this war in the Uyghurs have to do with us? Yu Jia went to find Lin Gongxuan first. When she entered the tent, Jin Pendon was also there. I'm here to meet the superiors and the military advisor. After the greetings, Lin Gongxuan asked Yu Jia to sit down. Urju, I want to thank you very much. The pens, ink, paper and inkstone you sold me are very useful. Yu Jia was speechless. This old man was always talking about things that were not related to him. She carefully observed Lin Gongxuan's expression and found that he was normal. Yu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. It's good for the military advisor to use. If you need it, I'm willing to run errands for the military advisor. She had a bright smile on her face and looked harmless. But Jin Pendon complained bitterly. This pens, ink, paper and inkstone are useful, but they are too expensive. Every time he uses them, his heart bleeds. Lin Gongxuan saw Jin Pendon's embarrassment and changed the subject. Lin Urju, are you here for the Uyghur civil strife? When it comes to business, Yu Jia said seriously, I think the captain knows that the rebel leader is Jin Feng. Lin Gongxuan nodded. It doesn't matter who it is. The important thing is that if there is a war in the southern barbarians, the Uyghurs can't help. According to the two captains, you want to. Jin Pendon was not surprised. If Lin Urju is restless and wants to make trouble all day long, then Lin Gongxuan is the man behind the scenes. Without his support, Lin Urju can be so rampant. Start a war. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan smiled at each other after speaking in unison. Jin Pendon's old face turned red. He finally smelled the sour smell of love. The superiors agreed. The military advisor supported. And Li Yanxiao just needed to nod. At this time, in Li Yanxiao's tent, Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan sat upright waiting for Li Yanxiao to speak. Li Yanxiao hesitated again and again, but still felt that this matter was too reckless. The Uyghur civil war can't help the Nam Man, but this can't be a reason for us to send troops. Yu Jia glanced at Lin Gongxuan and said, Your Majesty, the Uyghurs' inability to help is just one of the reasons. Currently, the Nam Mandao and the King of Qin are experiencing a relationship crisis. As far as I know, the army's food and wages are all funded by Dao. Besides, Mushi hasn't taken office yet. With muscling alone, our chances of winning are half as good. Also, if we can stir up a conflict between the old leader of the Uyghurs and the Nam Man, we can also increase our chances of winning. Oh, how do you say that? Li Yanxiao asked with interest. Yu Jia smiled. It depends on your mouth. She made a double entendre. But Lin Gongxuan understood. Lin Erju means that even if there is no conflict, we have to create some. For example, we can spread rumors among these vagrants that the Namman wants to support Ji Feng to take the throne. Yu Jia smiled. If these vagrants knew that the Namman wanted to support Ji Feng to take the throne, they would naturally be discouraged about their own leader. If this disappointment spreads to the upper-level officials, the upper-level Uyghurs will definitely feel resentment towards the Namman. When both the Namman and the Namman are attacked, won't our chances of winning be greater? Li Yinzhao thought for a moment and laughed deeply. Lin Erju, all is fair in war. And without deception, there is no war. Yu Jia saw Li Yinzhao laughing and laughed too. So, Your Majesty agrees? Li Yinzhao put away his smile and glanced at Lin Gongxuan. Gongxuan, what do you think? Lin Gongxuan bowed and said, Your Majesty, I think this is feasible. That means he agreed. I think he came with Lin Erju to support her. Okay, let's do something big. Li Yinzhao narrowed his eyes. Lin Gongxuan, you are in charge of this matter. And Yu Jiaying will be the vanguard of the vanguard camp. We must teach those southern barbarians a lesson. Yu Jia was uncomfortable for a moment when he heard that Yu Jiaying was going to be the vanguard. And then he relaxed. This was originally their mission. We must let them know who is the grandfather and who is the grandson. Yu Jia raised his fist and said angrily, In an emergency, Lin Gongxuan convened a meeting of senior officers overnight. Yu Jia was responsible for spreading rumors among the vagrants. And after returning, he assembled Yu Jiaying and immediately launched a war against the southern barbarian army at the border. The vanguard camp followed closely behind, killing them by surprise. The cavalry camp and the infantry camp cooperated, and they were overwhelmed. Everyone followed the order in an orderly manner. And Yu Jia called Chang Haier in the evening. Today, Chang Haier went to drink with Wang Xiaobo and Huang Long. And he was not drunk. Since he was not drunk, he had to get busy. Chang Haier, go Sheng. You two go to Lao Sun to disguise yourself. And then go to the vagrants to spread rumors. Just say that the concubines of the Uyghur harem or the prince's lover are in love with the Namman executives or officers. In short, the more bloody the better. The more people talk about it, the better. In this way, they will have a deeper impression. Besides, the rumors were not the same at the beginning as they were at the end. There is no such thing as the most ridiculous. Only more ridiculous. Chang Haier was overjoyed. Captain, you are asking us to be gossipers. He knew that Yu Jia hated talking about them behind their backs. So he teased her. Yu Jia smiled. Yes, I am too restrained with you on weekdays. So I will let you have fun now. Chang Haier naturally accepted the order happily. And Yu Jia was just a little worried about Go Sheng. Go Sheng, what about you? Are you under pressure? Go Sheng shook his head. Don't worry. Captain, we have read all the storybooks during your absence. The bizarre stories in it are not bizarre at all now. Oh my goodness! Yu Jia's face was full of black lines. She didn't expect Go Sheng to be so good at this. It seems that this storybook must be kept secret in the future. Go! Go! Yu Jia waved his hand and sent the two away. Thinking that the efficiency of the two might be a little slow, he found a few people from Yu Jia's camp to go together. These people lived up to expectations. Before dawn, various versions appeared among the vagrants. Have you heard? Our imperial concubine is having an affair with Mu Shurha of the Namman. What? What's going on? Didn't they say that the queen and Mu Zhaoling are having an affair? Oh, it's a mess. Not only is it with the officers, but the Namman Qin Wang also has a story with our Anfei. This is a mess. The vagrants who were originally busy with their livelihoods were lying in the grass, on the rocks, and on the roadside, talking with relish. Not only were they talking enthusiastically, but the Namman soldiers guarding the border were also enjoying it. Chapter 230, Serving Again. The nerves that had been tense for many days seemed to have found an outlet, and were released at this moment. These soldiers guarding the border added fuel to the fire, and processed the news they heard. And the rumor spread to the Namman palace like wings. The Namman king was very annoyed, and decided to investigate the matter thoroughly. For a time, everyone was in danger. When Mu Shurha heard the news, his face turned green. Chang Haier had just been taken away by Lin Erju, and someone here was targeting him again. He knew about the civil strife in the Uyghurs. At first, he had the same idea as the Uyghur king, and did not take these rebels to heart. However, who knew that these people were so powerful that they occupied half of the city, and gradually became a force to be reckoned with. Now these rumors came strangely, forcing him to be cautious. Aubin, go check where these news came from. When Aubin heard it, he just thought it was a joke and didn't take it seriously. Sir, this is just a dirty joke they told. Not worth mentioning. Mu Shurha didn't think so. If it was in normal times, I would naturally not take it to heart. Lin Gongxuan and Lin Erju just went back. And there was news about the Uyghurs here. How could I not think too much? Aubin thought about it. It was true. There is no coincidence in the world. Sir, I heard it from the soldier. It's just a soldier guarding the border. Mu Shurha sneered, his eyes like ice and snow in the coldest days of winter. What a Lin Gongxuan! How dare you set fire to my head? Sir! A hoarse voice sounded outside the house. The superior has been summoned by the king. Aubin's heart was filled with turbulent waves, and he suddenly turned his head to look at Mu Shurha. Mu Xiaoling has been summoned by the king. So how far will Mu Shurha be? Aubin, change my clothes for me. What is coming will come. And this time Mu Shurha will not retreat again. And he will definitely make the great Zhou look bad. At the same time, the Uyghur palace was in chaos. The concubines in the harem dared not speak out. And these rumors came from nowhere. And the king gathered them together. Although the Uyghurs and the southern barbarians were on good terms, and could share trade, there was no such thing as sharing the concubines. You bitches. I gave birth to you and raised you. And I was afraid that I would mistreat you. The Uyghur king was out of breath. And the eunuch beside him stroked his chest to help him breathe. You are so good that you actually climbed over the wall. Is Muzzling so good? Is Mushi so good? How can you miss her so much? For a moment, the women in the hall burst into tears and cried out for injustice. If it were normal times, the Uyghur king would definitely not believe these rumors. Although the Uyghurs were known for their beauties, he would also send beauties to the southern barbarians on weekdays. No one from the two southern barbarians would covet his harem. But at this time, the Uyghurs were in constant war, and he was already angry. So he had no patience to deal with this matter. Cry, cry, cry. Why are you crying? Useless things. He wanted to order these women to be dragged out and chopped. But now was the time to use people. Even women were still people. He squinted his cloudy eyes, thinking of the famous Jizhou massacre in the Zhou kingdom, and made a decision in his heart. Where did the little beast Jifeng fight? The old eunuch on the side quickly replied to the king. We have reached the border town. The Uyghur king's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his eyes swept back and forth among the people. Finally, he made up his mind. Send them to the border town. If that little beast attacks the city again, strip them naked and throw them off the city wall. Upon hearing this news, not only the old eunuch was stunned, but some women fainted on the spot. Seeing that the people around him did not respond, the Uyghur king looked unfriendly. Why? What I said doesn't work. The eunuch immediately came to his senses. I obey your order. He hurried out to pass on the order, and the weight of other parts of his body seemed to be pressed on his legs. His legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. The king was getting more and more stupid, and it seemed that God wanted to destroy the Uyghurs. Yu Jia only learned about this news later, and she was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that her decision would cause so many lives in vain. She had dreams for several nights that someone was asking for her life. Mu Shurha had already walked slowly towards the Namman Hall. With every step, she felt a piercing pain in her legs. The Namman king wanted to embarrass him, so he chose the Qingjing Hall with a very long corridor as the venue for the audience. But when he really saw Mu Shurha in such a state, he felt a little bit sorry. After all, he was injured for Namman. Sixth son, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help General Mu. The eunuch on the side ran to Mu Shurha's side quickly and helped him walk towards the king carefully. Mu Shurha was not polite. After thanking him, he put most of his strength on the eunuch. How could the frail body of the young eunuch bear the tall and mighty figure of Mu Shurha? The two men walked in a somewhat awkward and funny way. If one person can't do it, then send another person. The two young eunuchs supported Mu Shurha on the left and right, and came to the king. Mu Shurha struggled to greet the king, and the king waved his hand. Ah, no need to be polite. Sit down quickly. Mu Shurha thanked the king with a respectful face, and then sat down, stroking his right leg. Ah, is your leg in serious condition? Mu Shurha sighed. After all, it's a fundamental injury. The doctor said that you should rest more. The air in the hall stagnated for a moment. And the king seemed to be thinking, however, it does not delay me from fighting for the Nan Man again. Suddenly, the stagnant air began to flow slowly. The king said with a smile, a hen is the god of war who has descended to earth. The pillar of the country. It would be a pity if he really can't fight. I still remember the scene when you attacked the Uyghurs. You won every battle and were invincible. You are really a minister bestowed by God to my Nan Man. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Mushi continued to salute respectfully, keeping his posture to the lowest. Don't take some rumors these days to heart. I will make my own decision. Mushi was so calm. If he couldn't continue to serve the Nan Man, he might have been in jail by now. Right? I will not take this to heart. My life belongs to Nan Man. If I can be easily hurt by rumors, I will have lived in vain for 25 years in this world. And I will fail the love of the master. Don't worry. My life will die on the battlefield. Okay. Okay. The king of Nan Man said yes repeatedly, stroking his beard and laughing. It seems that he has the heart to fight? Mushura stood firm and looked deep. My master, I am willing to ask for your order to conquer the great Zhou. Yu Jia was fully prepared and led the army to the border. At this time, the vagrants on the border may have received the news in advance and disappeared. You are running pretty fast. Chapter 231, Take the City. It was unknown where these vagrants had fled to, which saved them the trouble. Yu Jia gathered the soldiers of Yu Jia camp and gave a brief speech. Brothers, have fun. Our mission this time is to move the border of the southern barbarians 20 miles south. Everyone shouted excitedly. 20 miles is too cheap for them. It should be at least 200 miles. 200 miles? Then we have to fight the Uyghurs? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. And Yu Jia laughed too. The reason they won last time was that the enemy was a newcomer, and they were caught off guard. The enemy general this time was Mu Zhaoling, who knew both himself and the enemy, so he could only attack them by surprise. Brothers, let's go! For a moment, the iron hooves clanged. The yellow sand filled the air, and even covered the sun. The Nan Man guards at the border only heard the deafening sound of horse hooves, and saw the rolling yellow sand rushing towards them. Be on guard. But it was too late. The Yujia camp was like a gushing flood, and the guards had no power to resist. In less than a moment, the Nan Man border was taken. The vanguard camp followed closely, and began to fight the small reinforcements around the Nan Man border in an orderly manner. This was just an appetizer. The cavalry battalion and the infantry battalion were waiting at the border, and they could cross the border with just one order. Yu Jia cleaned up the battlefield, leaving no trace, and then sent a signal to the horizon. She, with a sound, Lin Gongxuan looked up at the signal. Dashan, notify all camps to enter Nan Man. Then he shouted and rode away first. The cavalry battalion followed closely, and Fang Dashan went to notify the infantry battalion to take action. Clean up the useful supplies. And the rest are the bodies of the enemy and the soldiers of the Great Zhou. In addition, there are a large number of prisoners this time. And Go Sheng asked Yu Jia what to do. Yu Jia has no experience in dealing with prisoners, and she can't kill these people who have surrendered. Thinking of this, Yu Jia has a headache. Let's ignore this matter and leave it to the top. At present, the most urgent task is to attack the city and defend the territory. Now that she has started, she must do it beautifully, without time to rest. Yu Jia led the people of Yu Jia camp to set off. Chang Hire, you wait here for the top leader. Yu Jia did not want Chang Hire to enter Nan Man again, for fear of causing his bad memories. Captain, do you underestimate us? Chang Hire raised his arm. We are small, but we are strong. Yu Jia was speechless when she said this. She raised her arm silently, and the meaning was very obvious. Yu Jia, a woman, had more obvious muscles on her arms than Chang Hire. How could he say that? However, Yu Jia knew what Chang Hire meant. Then let's go and kill them without a single piece of armor left. After crossing the Nan Man border, they arrived at their first city, Jiezi City. Yu Jia led Yu Jiaying, plus Chang Hire and Go Sheng, a total of 43 people, to the front of Jiezi City to observe the appearance of the city. The most obvious difference between the Nan Man city and the Great Zhou is the city wall. The city wall of the Great Zhou is as thick and as high as it can be built. The Nan Man is just the opposite. Their cities are generally very low, and you can even see the heads of people in the city from the outside. Brothers, challenge. At this time, The people in Yujiang shouted in unison. Coward! Come out and die! Yu Jia was not afraid of defeat, because she had the vanguard camp behind her anyway. The Yu Jia camp she led was truly the vanguard among the vanguards. When the enemy army stepped onto the city, they saw that there were more than 40 people, and they immediately started to mock. The intention of underestimating the enemy was evident in his words. Yu Jia sneered. And I will show you how powerful the grandfathers are later. Out of military caution, the generals of the Mustard Seed City came out to fight. But their faces were full of contempt. The Great Zhou only sent so many of you. It's not enough for us to fill our teeth. The general rule of the challenge is that the generals fight one-on-one in close combat. But Yu Jia does not intend to abide by this rule. Yu Jia did not waste words, and directly led his men to rush over. The enemy generals were thrown into disarray when they saw this. You? How can you be so shameless? Why don't you play by the rules? Yu Jia didn't care what rules you had. As long as he could take down the Mustard Seed City, everything would be fine. They were unstoppable, hacking and killing all the way, and quickly entered the city. The city was heavily guarded, but it didn't stop Yu Jia and his men from killing. Before the soldiers of the Mustard Seed City could catch their breath, a large number of well-trained vanguard camps came to kill again. In this battle, a surviving Namen soldier described the scene like this. The people in Yu Jia's camp were like uncivilized savages, hacking and killing after entering the city. The people in the vanguard camp were like polite scholars. But the knives in the hands of these scholars were also very sharp. They were caught off guard this time, and it was too late to ask for reinforcements. In fact, the cavalry battalion and the infantry battalion did not use their strength in this battle. Lin Gongxuan and others reviewed the battle in the Mustard Seed City defense mansion. And Ying Tian complained. Captain, this battle ended too quickly. Before we could have a good time in the battle, they disappeared. The battle that he had been waiting for so hard ended just like that. How could he not regret it? Everyone laughed. And the captain of the infantry battalion, Lu Shizheng, laughed exaggeratedly, and then patted Ying Tian on the shoulder. Old Ying, follow our captain. You have to get used to her rhythm. Lu Shizheng was originally from the vanguard battalion. After Yu Jia came to the infantry battalion as a captain, he promoted him. Now he is the lieutenant of the infantry battalion, and he is also Yu Jia's confidant. Ying Tian grumbled and sighed softly. Okay. There will always be a time when you can be of use. Why are you panicking? Yu Jia comforted him. This is just the beginning, and you will need more efforts in the future. Really? Ying Tian's bright eyes almost made Yu Jia's tongue flicker. Of course it's true. How can such a battle be without the cavalry battalion? Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia's serious nonsense and did not dissuade him. Yu Jia was shining among the many generals, and was undoubtedly the most dazzling one. Thinking back to when Lin Gongxuan first met her, he didn't like her. She is always clever, and not a down-to-earth person. She was like a clown, dangling under his nose. Annoying. If it weren't for her excellent boxing skills, Lin Gongxuan really wouldn't let her enter the vanguard camp. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the crowd brought Lin Gongxuan's thoughts back to reality. He coughed softly. Okay. Let's talk about business. Everyone quieted down. Tomorrow, the reinforcements of the Nanman will arrive, and will definitely attack the city. The infantry battalion must be prepared. The cavalry battalion set up an ambush around the city, and waited for them to take the bait. Ambush? What ambush? Yu Jia was a little surprised. Why didn't she know about an ambush? Chapter 232. He is still a child. Lin Gongxuan did not want to hide this from Yu Jia. Jiezi City is the only city connecting the border and Nanman City. If the reinforcements want to come here, the official road is the only way. Yu Jia understood it. I arranged for the people of the Vanguard Battalion to ambush there. And the people of the Infantry Battalion also need to cooperate. Lin Gongxuan is the full person in charge of this battle. And these are details that Yu Jia did not expect. The superiors are really thoughtful. This will make the Nanmen die or be skinned. Lin Gongxuan laughed. Everyone. There will be a hard battle in the future. For the sake of the Great Zhou, a real man should have the ambition to shake the world. Don't fear life and death. And don't pay attention to trivial matters. Everyone knew what Lin Gongxuan meant. For a moment, morale was high. And they shouted loudly, don't fear life and death. Don't pay attention to trivial matters. When everyone dispersed, Jean Pungan looked at the map, holding his breath. Is the military advisor worried? Jean Pungan pointed to the map on the table. This is the border of the three countries. If the Uyghurs send troops, we will be in danger. Lin Gongxuan looked at the place where Jin Pinyin pointed. This place is called Yekaga, which is more than 20 miles away from Jiezi City, and is close to the official road that the Namman must pass through. Does the military advisor think that the Uyghurs may support the Namman? Jin Pinyin remained silent. Although rumors have spread to the Uyghurs, this level cannot shake the interests of the two countries. Gongxuan, I have a bold idea. Jin Pinyin's eyes were full of brilliance. What do you think if we can win over the Uyghur rebels? Lin Gongxuan remained silent. Ji Feng was a man with deep thoughts, and was insidious and cunning. If it is not handled well, wouldn't it be like shooting oneself in the foot? Maybe it will even lead a wolf into the house. Military advisor. Be cautious. I want to fight a conservative battle this time. Jin Pinyin sighed. He knew the situation of the great Zhou. Li Yanxiao took on a lot of pressure in taking the initiative to fight this time. If there are complications, I am afraid that the pressure in the court will be something Li Yanxiao cannot bear. Then let's walk and see. If the Uyghurs really take action, then we will ask Nantung for reinforcements. Yu Jian naturally didn't know what Lin Gongxuan and Jin Pinyin were planning. She wanted to lead the army to attack the Namman. She was not satisfied with just conquering this small mustard seed city. The cool breeze in the evening gradually blew away the heat of the day. Yu Jia climbed up a crooked tree and lay comfortably on the branch. The stars in the sky became brighter and brighter. Yu Jia counted the stars with interest. People often say that if a person dies, he will become a star to protect the person he wants to protect. Yu Jia thought that if she died, she would definitely become the brightest star in the sky. People can see her as soon as they look up. In this life, fame, wealth, and fortune are not important. What is important is that the heart belongs. It's not the belonging of love, but the belonging of the soul. Yu Jia asked herself, does she belong here? Yes. Right. From the beginning, she wanted to escape all the time. But now she has a sense of belonging. She felt that she was born for the military camp. The life of returning to the fields and taking off the armor in her mind gradually blurred. And there were only the simplest ideas in her heart. I want everyone to live and work in peace and contentment, without war and conflict. Of course, all of this is based on the strength of the country. Thinking of this, Yu Jia felt that she was full of fighting spirit. And if she was asked to go to bullfighting at this moment, she would save it. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound under the tree, and Yu Jia looked down through the dense branches and leaves. It was Changhair. Changhair didn't sleep in the middle of the night and ran out to feed mosquitoes? This puzzled Yu Jia. Changhair leaned against the tree, staring at the night sky in a daze. During the day, he fought desperately with his superiors and had no time to think about other things. But when he was free at night, he felt particularly empty. This reminded him of the days in Namman. That night, the stars were brighter than today. Mu Shirha and Changhair rode together and came to the outside of the forest. Changhair was reluctant to come to this wilderness in the middle of the night. People would think that these two people were sick. Mu Shirha turned over and got off the horse. He paused on the ground for a moment before raising his hand to pick up Changhair. Changhair naturally didn't want to have more contact with him, so he dismounted and walked forward. In front of him was a huge reed marsh, with shadows shining brightly, which made the moonlight look very beautiful. Changhair walked in front, and Mu Shirha followed him with a staggering pace. The evening breeze was a bit refreshing, which finally dispelled some of the depression in Changhair's heart. The older generation often said that if lovers come to this reed marsh and accept the blessing of the moon goddess, they will grow old together. Mu Shirha's low and hoarse voice sounded from behind Changhair, making him tremble uncontrollably. The cool air quickly spread from his feet to his whole body, and his steps stopped. The relief just now dissipated in an instant, leaving only fear. Changhair turned around. In the moonlight, Mu Shirha's smile was light and full of doting. Mu Shirha, are you crazy? Yes, I am crazy. I haven't been this crazy for a long time. Mu Shirha's eyes were smiling, but Changhair felt that he was not really smiling. The last time I was crazy was to kill someone. Changhair. Mu Shirha talked to himself. I was abandoned by my family when I was young, and I survived in the military camp with a breath of air. Survival was also earned by his lifetime and time again. Of course, Mu Shirha felt that this deal was worthwhile. He did not dare to stop for a moment until he was promoted to general and deputy general. After many years of military service, he didn't trust anyone. For so many years, there was only one oven by his side. When he went to bed at night, he would put a dagger under his pillow, fearing that someone would suddenly attack him. After he got promoted and made a fortune, his family members came to him. Mushurha certainly knew their purpose, which was nothing more than profit. If they wanted some money, it would be easy to talk. Over the years, the king had given him countless rewards, and money was just a number in his mind. But they actually wanted Mushurha to return to the family and revive the family's glory. This was simply nonsense in Mushurha's eyes. Talk about money? Why talk to me about feelings? Mushurha's eyes were red with anger. He stared at the so-called parents in front of him. His eyes were red. Father, mother, if I let my son follow me to march and fight, would you be willing? My son was the youngest child born to his parents. They loved him so much that he was not officially named until he was 5 years old. How can this be possible? Mother panicked and looked at the clan leader, shaking her head like a rattle. Why not? Mushurha asked her back. My son is 5 years old this year, and he will be able to go to the battlefield in a few years, the clan leader hurriedly said. He is still a child. Father also responded. Yes, he is still just a child. Mushurha laughed so hard that tears came out. After finally stopping his smile, he showed such a fragile expression for the last time. Father, mother, when I entered the military camp, I was still a child. Chapter 233 Disrupting Vision. I am also a child. Why did you abandon me without hesitation at that time? No one answered him. Over the years, this question has been lingering in my heart. It trapped the young Mushurha back then, and it also trapped the current Mushurha. Why? You can't answer it? Or, because this person is me. It doesn't matter whether it is a child or not. No matter what. They are your biological parents. The clan leader saw Mushurha gradually going crazy, so he deliberately spoke to comfort him. The family has spent a lot of effort to cultivate you. Now that you have become a pillar of the country, you should serve the family. This completely activated the devil in Mushurha's heart. He stood there, as if the cage in his heart had cracked open, and something broke out of the ground. Oh, the clan leader wants me to repay evil with kindness? How can you talk to the clan leader like this? Mushurha's father stopped him rudely. No matter what, he is the clan leader, and I am your father. It is only natural for a son to listen to his father, even if you are powerful. Aren't you still my child? The father's face was hideous, no different from the devil's face in his memory. Mushurha closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had regained his calm. Aben, please let the executioner in. Executioner. It was the name Mushurha gave to his personal soldiers, originally meant to eliminate dissidents for him. But at this moment, in such a situation, why would he ask the executioner for anything? Aben was stunned for a moment, and when he looked at Mushurha, he suddenly understood his intention. I obey your command. Mushurha chuckled, put on the most amiable expression he thought, squatted down, and said to his 5-year-old brother, do you know what heaven is? The young child shook his head and held his finger in his mouth. I don't know. Brother will let you see it today. The people present thought that Mushurha had changed his mind, and just as they were about to go up and say a few more words, they saw Mushurha striding out of the tent. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what Mushurha was thinking. It was not until the executioners, who came in one after another, waved their knives at them, that they understood what heaven was. The thin boy in front of him gave Mushurha a few warmth that he would remember for a lifetime. Chong higher. Is the moonlight beautiful today? No. The boy turned away as if he was angry. Suddenly, Mushurha took a breath and ran towards the reed marsh. In an instant, the reed marsh rose with stars of light. As Mushurha's movements accelerated, more and more lights rose. It turned out to be a firefly. In a moment of daze, Chong Hire was surrounded by these lights. Chong Hire slowly stretched out his hand, trying to catch the light in front of him, his fingertips trembling slightly, and then slowly put it down. These little things are beautiful, but he doesn't like them. Amidst the thousands of bright and colorful fireflies, Mushurha slowly walked over, his chest rising and falling slightly. Do you like it? He asked again. I don't like it. Chong Hire said it firmly. I said, I don't like these flashy things. Back to reality. Chong Hire wrapped his arms around his knees and buried his head in them. The physical pain and the spiritual trauma were all brought to him by Mu Shurha. Woo woo woo. Although Yu Jia on the tree felt distressed, she couldn't comfort him at this moment. Let Changhair enjoy the peace of the moment. The scars in his heart can only be healed slowly by himself. The next morning, the scouts reported that a large number of people were found in the wild vegetable ditch, and their identities could not be determined for the time being. Be on guard. If it is the Nanman reinforcements, this will be troublesome. They did not go to the scheduled ambush site, but someone leaked the news? When this happened, Lin Gongxuan shook his head. If the news leaked, why would they go there? Explore again, and make sure to find out the identity of the other party. Jean Pendon walked back and forth in the tent, feeling anxious. Gongxuan, what if Lin Erju led the troops to attack the city ahead? A sneak attack on the city ahead can divert the attention of these individuals, whether it is the Nanman soldiers or the Uyghur soldiers. At least it can reduce the pressure on the mustard seed city. Lin Gongxuan thought of what Li Yanjiao said when he came here. The kitchen didn't come with them this time, and they only brought the dry food they brought with them. If they succeed in entering the city, they can get supplies. If they fail, they will never come back. Li Yanjiao is gambling, and so is Lin Gongxuan. Wait a little longer. Lin Gongxuan's voice was a little dull. If he attacked the city forward, the casualties would be greatly increased. Jean Pendon sighed. Gongxuan, don't indulge in love affairs. He just thought that Lin Gongxuan felt sorry for Lin Erju. Lin Gongxuan shook his head. Military advisor. Gongxuan is not such a short-sighted person. His eyes were calm. No matter who it is, we must not let them die without absolute certainty. Jean Pendon was angry again. Lin Gongxuan really learned Li Yanjiao's style of marching and fighting. Suddenly, he thought of something and stood up to say goodbye. Since Lin Gongxuan couldn't be persuaded, according to Lin Erju's unconventional personality, he should take the initiative to volunteer. When Jean Pendon found Yu Jia, she was studying the map with a bite of steamed bread in her hand. When he met Yu Jia, Jean Pendon didn't have time to greet her and directly said what he was thinking. Yu Jia looked at the map and thought about the feasibility of what Jean Pendon said. Erju, what are you still hesitating about? If we attract the attention of a large number of reinforcements from the Nanman, the pressure on the mustard seed city will be greatly reduced. Wait until the prince transfers people from the Nantung military camp. Our danger will be solved. Yu Jia laughed and asked Jean Pendon meaningfully. Military advisor, will the prince really transfer people from the Nantung military camp? She stared at Jean Pendon with a sharp gaze. The two knew this very well, and it was impossible. Jean Pendon remained silent. This was asking people to charge into battle, and he still lied to deceive them, which was a bit unkind. However, military advisor, don't worry. Erju will lead the troops to raid the front city. Jean Penghan was delighted. You agree? Yu Jia smiled. Nothing else. Just for the people of Dezhou to live and work in peace. The light radiating from Yu Jia at this moment made Jean Penghan stunned for a moment. He remembered his original intention of joining the army. Erju, your righteousness makes me admire you. Jean Penghan bowed with both hands and saluted Yu Jia. Yu Jia was flattered and hurriedly stood up to help him up. Military advisor. Erju is embarrassed. After the two finished discussing, Yu Jia came to Lin Gongxuan's room to ask for the opportunity. No! Lin Gongxuan refused sternly. Sir, please listen to what I say. Yu Jia comforted Lin Gongxuan. Everyone in our Yu Jia camp is a good fighter. Besides, we don't have to capture the front city this time. We just need to disrupt their site. And this is Yu Jia's strong point. Yu Jia, I don't want you guys to take risks. Ha ha ha. Yu Jia laughed. Chapter 234 Goodbye Ji Feng. Sir, have you ever heard that wealth and honor are sought in danger? I am a person who loves to gamble with my life. If I were to look ahead and behind, afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, I would have died in the Jizhou military camp long ago. Lin Gongxuan sighed helplessly. He knew that he couldn't beat Yu Jia's temper. Well, you take the people from Yu Jia's camp and the vanguard camp with you. Yu Jia shook his head. It's easier to get things done with fewer people. As soon as he said it, after coming out of Lin Gongxuan's room, Yu Jia went to Yu Jia's camp. Then, the 43 people set out on the journey again. But this time, everyone brought dry food for the round trip. Yu Jia rode Xiaobai and rushed towards the front city. This time, it was still a guerrilla war. Yu Jia and others went to provoke and then ran away. At first, the city guards of the front city were cautious and did not chase them out. But this clay man also has a temper. After repeating this several times, the city guards could no longer sit still and sent people to chase. Yu Jia led them to circle back and forth and attack them when they returned. He wanted to jump back and forth on their bottom line. The city guards of the front city were annoyed, so they sent people to report to their Sima General Mu Zhaoling. Speaking of the enemy, Mu Zhaoling was so angry that he immediately sent back 1/3 of the reinforcements sent to support the Mustard Seed City to support the front city. General, in case of fraud, having dealt with Lin Erju for such a long time, Mu Shurho was particularly cautious. What are you afraid of? If the reinforcements are not enough, just ask the king again. After saying this, he regretted it a little. Things are different now. Ayana has cut the budget by half. What a short-sighted woman. She doesn't use so much money on the army. What can she use it for? Mu Zhaoling thought of Ayan's arrogant look and felt a chill in his heart. Ayana, I will deal with you sooner or later. When Yu Jia harassed the front city again, he found that the number of people had increased dramatically. So he prepared to evacuate. Captain, why do we have to withdraw? We haven't had enough fun yet? Old Sun asked in confusion. The minor fights in the past few days were really not a big deal, Yu Jia said in a deep voice. Their reinforcements are here. Besides, we are not evacuating completely. We can do it at irregular intervals. The former city keeper saw Yu Jia and his men leave, thinking that reinforcements had arrived. He was naturally overjoyed to scare them away. See if you still dare to be arrogant? The former city keeper acted cautiously. Besides, he had survived in such a small city for more than 20 years. His patience was absolutely first class. He did not think about getting back at the place when reinforcements arrived and venting his anger. For him, the danger was over. But he was wrong again. Yu Jia used to come here regularly every day to fight guerrilla warfare. After the reinforcements arrived, they came to fight guerrilla warfare at irregular intervals. However, the irregular guerrilla warfare was not led by Yu Jia, but was handed over to Chang Haier. As for Go Sheng, he followed her, since a small part of the reinforcements arrived at Qiansheng, which was closer to the Nanman capital. It would be very fast to reach Jiezi City. Sure enough, a large number of troops appeared at the ambush site. On the battle flag was the eye-catching wood character, Mu Zhaoling. Lin Gongxuan narrowed his eyes. Since I can cripple Mu Shur's leg, I have to cripple your arm. Brothers in distress. This is the right way. The reinforcements drove into the ambush encirclement, and Lin Gongxuan gave an order, and the earth-shaking shouts instantly rang out in the valley. Unexpectedly, the Nanman army did not panic, as if they had predicted it in advance. Lin Gongxuan had some doubts in his heart, but the current situation did not allow him to think too much. The two armies engaged in a fierce fight, and Yu Jia led the soldiers of the infantry battalion to cover the rear at the valley. There was blood everywhere on the mountain, on the ground, on the horse, on the body, and on the face, and Yu Jia's palm was painful. The old injury on her shoulder caused her to feel a piercing pain. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Let the horses come over. Grandpa will send you to heaven." As she spoke, she chopped off another person, and his head rolled down the rocks. Now, she no longer needed to cut off her ears to gain military merit, but only wanted to kill all the increasing reinforcements. Lin Gongxuan rode on his horse, leaning forward with a sword, rushing forward with difficulty. The big flag with the word Mu was always standing in front of him, not too far away. He swung his sword to kill the annoying little soldier in front of him, and when he looked up again, he saw Mu Shurhe riding on his horse, looking at him with a mocking look. Lin Gongxuan got goosebumps all over his body and stood there in a daze. Why would Mu Shurhe come to the battlefield? If Mu Shurhe was here, where did Mu Zhaoling go? Lin Gongxuan instinctively looked for Yu Jia's figure, but Yu Jia didn't care about that. She just felt that the enemy troops were getting more and more. This time Lin Gongxuan brought back all the strong soldiers, and Jin Pendon led the remaining old, weak and sick to defend the Mustard Seed City. Damn it! There was no time to think, so they had to fight hard. The battle was very hard, and the winner was decided by noon. The soldiers of the Great Zhou were struggling to hold on, while the Nanman were just playing with a cat. Give the soldiers of the Great Zhou some breathing time, and then exhaust them. Yu Jia finally understood the feeling of the defenders of the front city. It turned out that her behavior of harassing the front city back and forth was so hateful. You still want to resist? Suddenly, there was a tremor, and Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan smiled at each other. Did Li Yanshao send reinforcements? But soon, they found out that they were wrong. These soldiers were not soldiers of the Great Zhou, nor were they soldiers of the Nam Man. The word Jin was clearly written on the battle flag. It was Jin Feng. It seemed that they had heard about the war between the Great Zhou and the southern barbarians, and wanted to take advantage of it and reap the benefits. Not only Lin Gongxuan and others were panicking, but Mu Shurha also suddenly panicked. After finally winning once, how could there be a sudden change? At this time, a large number of soldiers flashed, and a young man came over. Who else could it be but Jin Feng? Seeing the embarrassed appearance of Yu Jia and the others, Jin Feng still had the same expression as before. My two benefactors, how are you? Yu Jia and the others bowed their hands. How are you? Yu Jia wiped the blood off his face and stepped forward to say, Master Jin Feng, I heard that you are attacking the Uyghurs? She did not say that Jin Feng was a traitor. So you have heard about it? Yes. The situation is very good. Oh, that's great. If you win, can you please go down to have a drink? Yu Jia's words attracted Lin Gongxuan's attention. Although the expression was inappropriate, it was a gesture to Jin Feng. Of course, if Jin Feng wins, you can enter the Uyghurs at will. Jin Feng laughed loudly, with a face full of determination. Yu Jia's mind was full of thoughts. As long as they caught the person in front of them, they would be saved. Then let's thank Master Jin Feng first. When we finish the work in front of us, we will congratulate Master Jin Feng on his ascension to the throne. Jin Feng's smile did not diminish. Then Master, do you need Jin Feng's help? He meant something. Jin Feng thinks you may be a little tired. Chapter 235 Grinning. Is it convenient for Master Jin Feng? Yu Jia said cheerfully, if it is convenient. Can you please help me with this big favor? It is convenient. Of course. Jin Feng turned and looked at Mu Shurha, who had a righteous look on his face. Jin Feng, you want to go against the Nam Man? Jin Feng shrugged, looking helpless. It's not that I want to go against the Nam Man. It's that the benefactor recognized my identity. The people present were a little stunned. They didn't expect Jin Feng to say these words on the table. He who knows the current situation is a hero. Although Mu Shurha scolded Jin Feng as a traitor in his heart, this situation must not be mentioned. Mr. Jin Feng, I am Mu Shurha, the Deputy General of General Sima of Nam Man. If you are here to watch the fun today, I will be very grateful. Mu Shurha emphasized the word Mu, hoping that Jin Feng would take it into consideration. But who is Jin Feng? He is a man who wants to rebel. He doesn't even care about the ruler of the Uyghurs, let alone the generals of other countries. He is still a general who has a close relationship with the ruler of the Uyghurs. Jin Feng is a very casual person, and he makes friends casually. My benefactor is unrestrained by nature, which is more in line with Jin Feng's temperament. I am really sorry. Jin Feng has decided to help you. Mu Shurha clenched the reins in his hand and licked his dry lips. Master Jin Feng wants to be the enemy of Nam Man? Jin Feng did not respond, but called the deputy general to whisper. Mushi's alarm bells rang, and he realized that something was wrong. Retreat. He gritted his teeth and issued an order. If he continued to fight with Jin Feng, he would definitely suffer. Seeing that Nam Man had called off the troops, Yu Jiaqian came to Jin Feng with a breath. She bowed to Jin Feng. Master Jin Feng, Lin Erju owes you a favor. Hey! Jin Feng stretched out his voice and saluted like Yu Jia. That's not the case with benefactors. Jin Feng is repaying your favor. Yu Jia shook her head and laughed. Master Jin Feng is wrong. We both know what happened in Haifeng village. Don't bother me with the word benefactor. Jin Feng stood up without hesitation. I also want to thank Erju, brother. Yu Jia knew that Jin Feng was referring to the matter of clearing his name just now. No. Since ancient times, the throne has always been occupied by the capable. If you care about the world and treat the people well, Erju will be your friend forever. Jin Feng was slightly stunned and murmured. Caring about the world and treating the people well. He looked at Yu Jia. Although the woman in front of him had a dirty face, her eyes were open and honest. Jin Feng will definitely live up to Erju's expectations. Lin Gongxuan saw Yu Jia's bright smile, which was really annoying. So he said impatiently, we need to go back quickly. The military advisor may not be able to hold on. Speaking of this, Yu Jia reacted. Master Jin Feng, Erju wants to invite you to go to Jiezi City for a cup of hot tea. Do you think Is it convenient? Yu Jia was really embarrassed. If it weren't for the blood on her face, you could see that her face was already red. She helped once, and she had done her best. She was so shameless to ask her to help a second time, which was really too much. Okay. I also want to try whether the hot tea of Dajo tastes good. Yu Jia didn't expect that Jin Feng actually agreed. Lin Gongxuan was speechless. It was fine to ask someone to help, but he also found such a lame excuse. It's so hot that Lin Erju thought of asking people to drink hot tea. Yu Jia was a little impatient. After all, if they delayed here for a moment, Jin Peng'an would be in more danger. There is no need to elaborate on the hardships on the road. When they arrived, Mu Xiaoling was leading the reinforcements and preparing to attack. Mu Xiaoling was furious. He saw that he could take back the Mustard Seed City. But who knew that Jin Feng would come out at this juncture? You are such a traitor. Yu Jia was speechless for a while. Mu Shirha at least knew how to reason. You called him a traitor right away. Are you crazy? Mu Xiaoling wanted to bite off his tongue. He was so angry that he lost his mind and said this. But he had already signed a military order in front of the king. If he could take back the Mustard Seed City this time, he could attack again. This is good? He was stopped before he took the city. Master Jin Feng. Muzzling quickly adjusted his tone. What do you mean? Are you going to collude with the Great Zhou and make enemies with the southern barbarians? Jin Feng seemed not to have heard Muzzling's previous words, and said as usual, if I don't make friends with the Great Zhou, can you help Jin Feng attack that old man? Muzzling was choked and almost couldn't breathe. You? He pointed at Jin Feng and looked at Lin Gongxuan, who was intact. Lin Gongxuan, you are lucky this time. If I want to see you on the battlefield next time, I will definitely sacrifice you. After making such a boast, Muzzling led his army to retreat. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Jin Feng also wanted to say goodbye. Didn't we agree to have tea? Yu Jia was a little surprised. After all the hard work, how could he not serve the meal? The Xia people value hospitality and cannot be so rude. Jin Feng laughed. Erju, let's drink together next time. Jin Feng has to rush to the next stop. Jin Feng. Yu Jia stopped him. I have something to discuss with you. Jin Feng glanced at Lin Gongxuan, who looked unhappy, and finally followed Yu Jia's wishes. Seeing Yu Jia taking Jin Feng to the corner of the city wall, Lin Gongxuan could no longer suppress his jealousy. I don't know what Yu Jia said to Jin Feng. The latter looked enlightened, while Yu Jia was very satisfied. After Jin Feng led the soldiers away, Lin Gongxuan asked sinisterly, what did you say to them? Did you make them happy? Yu Jia crossed his arms and looked very proud. Of course, it's a good strategy to kill two birds with one stone. Kill two birds with one stone? Lin Gongxuan frowned. What do you mean by killing two birds with one stone? Who are you going to kill? Who is he going to kill? Yu Jia snorted coldly. Am I such a vicious person in your eyes? You're always solving this or that all day long. This is a good thing for Jin Feng. That should be called the best of both worlds. Lin Gongxuan gave Yu Jia a brain slap. Learn to write well in the future. Yu Jia was not convinced. Even if I don't learn, I'm still very talented and well-read. And you're still very talented and well-read? Lin Gongxuan stopped. White moonlight in front of the window. You're treating people to a cup of hot tea on a hot day? Or your scribbled handwriting? Yu Jia was annoyed. Lin Gongxuan, why are you exposing my past? There are so many people watching. And this guy is acting out of character. What's going on? Lin Gongxuan was expressionless at this moment. Oh, you grin when you talk to Jin Feng. And I'm exposing your past when you talk to me? What? Grinning? Yu Jia's face was full of black lines. Okay. You're well-read and talented. And people are smiling. And you say they're grinning? Chapter 236 Medicine is bitter. The news that Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan had a big fight in front of the gate of Mustard Seed City spread like wildfire. And soon, people came to watch the joke. Ingtian Dog was peeking at the door stealthily. Yu Jia was upset and threw a book outside, hitting the target. Ouch! Ingtian covered his head and walked out. Captain, you are so cruel. Yu Jia was too lazy to pay attention to him. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, fart quickly. Ingtian sighed when he saw Yu Jia's bad expression. Captain, I heard that you had a big fight with your superiors. Hey, this superior is really too much. Yu Jia looked up and glanced at him. What? You want to find a place for me? Oh, I dare not. Eng Tian waved his hands quickly. Well, Captain. Look. Yu Jia looked impatient. What do you want to say? Seeing that the situation was not right, Eng Tian said quickly. This time, the superiors were too much. How could I quarrel with you like this? He carefully observed Yu Jia's face and continued. If the superiors come to you to ask for peace, you must not easily agree to him. Unless, Yu Jia raised an eyebrow. Unless what? Unless, he can give us fat and brave war horses. So Eng Tian's purpose is here. Yu Jia was speechless. Just ask. Which camp didn't suffer any losses after a war? He was a good abacus. And he wanted to take advantage of the situation to ask Yu Jia to ask for a war horse. I say, Eng Tian, I never saw you as such a calculating person before. You should go to the reserve camp, not the cavalry camp. Isn't this a waste of talent? Eng Tian looked terrified. But his words were higher than the 40-degree temperature. Look at what you said. Who in our Yunnan military camp doesn't know that the superiors treat you differently? It was too late for him to think of a way out. Yu Jia stood up and came to Eng Tian. She took a step forward, and Eng Tian took a step back. You said that the superiors treat me differently? Yu Jia gritted her teeth and looked at Eng Tian, licking her back teeth. Eng Tian suddenly felt that the 40-degree weather was not that hot, and a chill had already appeared on his back. It is because you have made great achievements. The superiors treat you differently. Oh! Yu Jia stretched out her voice, and saw people gathering outside the door. More than one. She snorted coldly. Really? Did you misunderstand? Not to serve people with beauty? Bang! With a sound, someone fell to the ground outside the door. Eng Tian's forehead was covered with cold sweat. What? How can it be? Who dares to say that to the captain? I will be the first to disagree. Yu Jia's clenched hands made a creaking sound. She had to let out a sigh of relief today. Not only did she suffer from Lin Gongxuan's humiliation, but she also had to listen to the subordinates' weird words when she came back. They all took her as a punching bag? Or has her mood stabilized recently? And everyone thinks she is easy to talk to? Stop talking nonsense and get started. When Yu Jia's emotionless fist landed on Eng Tian, he was stunned. At this moment, he felt extremely sympathetic to Du Davin. It turned out that the captain's fist hurt so much. Most people really can't bear it. Scream. The soldiers of the cavalry battalion are outside the door. Shut up. It really hurts. Today, I was actually defeated by a ruthless person. And the key is that I can't resist. After finally letting out her anger, Yu Jia felt refreshed. Looking at Eng Tian curled up on the ground, Yu Jia was particularly pleased. Eng Tian was aggrieved like a young wife. But she still did not forget the purpose of her visit. The captain is very happy. What the subordinate just said. Yu Jia's anger rose again. You still say? Eng Tian was so scared that he ran out of the door in a hurry. Captain, don't forget. Yu Jia was furious and turned around in the room. She wanted to find Lin Gongxuan, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. But today, she was really puzzled. In the past, when the two had a quarrel, Lin Gongxuan always found various reasons to make peace. What happened today? Why is there no sign of him yet? Actually, Lin Gongxuan regretted what he said to Yu Jia. He shouldn't have damaged Yu Jia's face in front of everyone. He wanted to come to Yu Jia to make peace. But he was powerless. The previous abdominal injury was infected again. The movements on the battlefield today were too big. And the wound was a little torn. This time, Mr. Wu did not come to Mustard Seed City with him. It was Fang Dashan who found a doctor in Mustard Seed City. Lin Gongxuan was a little worried, afraid that the doctor would do something. After all, he was an enemy general. Who would be willing to treat an enemy general after the city was occupied? Helplessly, he asked Fang Dashan to tie up the doctor's family. There were people kneeling on the floor in the room, and the doctor's hands were shaking. Don't be nervous. Just treat normally. Lin Gongxuan really couldn't bear to watch it. If there were other doctors in the city, Lin Gongxuan would definitely replace him. I am really afraid of the general's heroic appearance. Lin Gongxuan interrupted him impatiently. Don't care about these empty formalities. Just do your best. The wound was seriously festering. In addition to removing the stinky meat, the new meat had to be cut off. Be careful. Don't hurt the superior. Fang Dashan really felt sorry for Lin Gongxuan. He looked at the scene in front of him and felt a little bit sorry. Be gentle. Lin Gongxuan gritted his teeth and waved his hands weakly. Dashin. It's okay. Suddenly, he thought of Yu Jia. After the two had a big fight, this heartless person didn't even come to find him. When Yu Jia heard that Lin Gongxuan's old injury had recurred, she rushed over. Shengfeng, how are you? Seeing Yu Jia coming, Fang Dashin handed her the medicine in his hand. Leave it to you. Yu Jia took the medicine and walked towards Lin Gongxuan. Although Lin Gongxuan looked weak on the bed, his eyes were bright, like the night pearl that suddenly bloomed with dazzling colors at night. Why are you here? The tone was full of grievances, and he looked pitiful. Yu Jia stirred the medicine with a spoon. Why can't I come? Do you think I'm annoying? If you think so, I'll leave now. After that, he turned around. Hey, look at you. Lin Gongxuan was panicking. Don't. Yu Jia laughed, walked forward and sat on the wooden block. How do you feel? It hurts. It hurts so much. Although he knew that Lin Gongxuan was exaggerating, Yu Jia's heart couldn't stop trembling. Sick people are more fragile than usual. You still feel pain, but you don't even know your own injuries? Why doesn't it hurt you to death? Although he said so, Yu Jia still scooped up a spoonful of medicine and handed it over. Ah! Open your mouth. Lin Gongxuan obediently took a sip of the medicine. His face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. Why is it so bitter? After saying that, he fanned his mouth with his hand, fearing that Yu Jia would not believe him. Yu Jia leaned over unhappily, slurped a mouthful. Is it still bitter? Lin Gongxuan touched his lips, as if he was savoring the taste. Bitter. Chapter 237. A reliable person. It took half an hour to feed the medicine. After finally pacifying Lin Gongxuan, the two began to analyze the war. The Nanman didn't get any advantage this time, and they will definitely not give up. Lin Gongxuan snorted coldly. If we rely on the troops of the Yunnan military camp, it will be a piece of cake to take them down. But why didn't the prince let the Nantung military camp send troops? Lin Gongxuan remained silent. He had followed Li Yanzhao for such a long time, and he knew Li Yanzhao very well. Prince, you have to worry about the future. Coward! Yu Jia cursed loudly, ignoring Lin Gongxuan's condemning eyes, and angrily scolded Li Yanzhao with his hands on his waist. I'm afraid of this and that. If all the generals in the Great Zhou are like this, it will be dangerous. She suddenly remembered Ian's plan. If it were an ordinary person, they would have rebelled long ago. Unlike Li Yanzhao, he is still hiding in this bitter cold place, and continues to be a turtle. Do you think everyone is like you? One person eats enough, and the whole family is not hungry. Lin Gongxuan sighed unhappily. The prince has his own concerns. Yu Jia didn't want to talk about this topic. If we reach an agreement with Jin Feng, the pressure of the Nanman on the Great Zhou will be much less in the future. What did you say to Jin Feng today? Lin Gongxuan still couldn't help but inquire about the news. Nothing. Yu Jia smiled evilly. Wait. When Jin Feng takes the position smoothly, I can solve a big problem for you. No matter how much Lin Gongxuan asked Yu Jia, she kept silent about the matter. Since the reinforcements had been evacuated, the people in Yu Jia's camp had completed their mission and returned to Jiezi City. Yu Jia first checked the casualties. Only 2 people were slightly injured, and the others were normal. This battle was very hard, and 1/3 of the Yunnan military camp was lost. But fortunately, the result was good. When the news reached the Yunnan base camp, Li Yanzhao applauded again and again. Gongxuan is really great. He will definitely be the pillar of the Great Zhou in the future. Li Yanzhao looked at the secret letter in his hand again, and his heart was excited. Before this, after the prince's power in the court was frustrated, no one dared to trouble him for a long time. This victory undoubtedly established his position. He immediately wrote a letter to convey the good news to the court. At the same time, the Tatars in the northern desert had already taken action. Jizhou city suffered greatly, and asked the court for reinforcements and supplies. In contrast, Li Yansheng was scolded again. Prince, tell me yourself. How can I be assured of handing this beautiful country to you? Li Guoli was so angry that he cursed Li Yansheng. Li Yansheng knelt on the ground. Veins on his hands bulged, and he tried his best to endure. Father scolded me for being useless. Useless? You should learn from Zhaoer. When has he ever made me worry? Li Yanzhao. Li Yanzhao again. Li Yanzhao's name lingered around Li Yansheng like a nightmare. Father compared the two of them. Mother compared the two of them. and even the Grand Master compared the two of them. Li Yansheng was always suffocating under his pressure. I will follow my father's teachings and learn more from my brother. Li Guoli's expression eased. He walked down the steps and walked towards Li Yansheng step by step. Sheng, do you know how much my father expects of you? You don't let your father down. Don't let your father lose this bet. The rain trickled down the glazed tiles, and the weather did not get any less dry because of the rain. The eldest princess lay on the couch, eating grapes leisurely. Her eyes looked at the smoky blue rain curtain, and then at the camellia that was knocked down by the rain. The rain crushed it into mud. What a pity for such a beautiful flower. The Nani beside her followed the eldest princess's line of sight and laughed. How can petals not fail? It's just that this rain ended their flowering period early. The eldest princess didn't know if it was okay, so she turned around and put the crystal clear grapes in her mouth. Well, these Tibetan grapes are really sweet. That's right. This is a snack that the emperor specially found for the princess. How could it be a bad thing? The Nani was the princess's wet nurse, so she naturally spoke more intimately than others. Our emperor remembers your kindness, and he is a thoughtful person. The princess raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this, and her expression was a little impatient. Sure enough, the Nani led the topic over again. That Qiu Qinzi came to ask about your well-being again today. The princess was taking a nap at the time, so I dared to make the decision and let him go back. Before the princess could react, she spoke to herself. I think Qiu Qinzi is a good person. He passed the imperial examinations, has a prominent family background, and is now in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. There are so many people who want to curry favor with him, and his disciples are all over the world. He is a reliable person. She looked at the princess, and seemed to have finally seen some clues, and sighed. Okay. She continued helplessly. I won't say more. If I say too much, people will bother me. It's just that I hope to see the eldest princess find support in my lifetime. She wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeves. In this way, I can stand up straight when I see the young lady again. Mammy is not only the eldest princess's wet nurse, but also the eldest princess's mother, the personal maid of Empress Dowager Xiaoyi. After the death of the Empress Dowager, she has been serving the eldest princess. Every once in a while, the Nani would come like this, and the maidservant serving beside her had long been accustomed to it. The eldest princess sat up and took the Nani's hand. Her hands were covered with scars, and even though she had been pampered for so many years, they still didn't heal. The eldest princess felt distressed. Mammy, what are you talking about? How could the Queen Mother blame you? It's all Wanshan's fault. When she is in the underworld, Wanshan will apologize to the Queen Mother. The maid tightly held her hand back and said earnestly, I think Qiu Qinzi is honest and dutiful, even if he minds. The eldest princess's face changed drastically. The maid knew she had said something wrong, but she still gritted her teeth and continued, with the emperor backing the princess. I don't think he would dare to treat you badly. The eldest princess let go of the maid's hand and returned to the wooden couch with a faint expression. Mammy, I have my own decision, so don't worry about it. This was annoying. So the nanny stopped talking. The emperor built an ice palace in the other palace. I heard from the people that it is very cool. As if you were in the ice and snow. Why don't you go and experience it? Princess? The eldest princess raised her green fingers and lazily twisted a piece of watermelon. No. That's what young people like. I won't join in the fun. At this time, Li Yuanyuan was pulling Li Guoli's arm and acting coquettishly. Father, just let me go to the ice palace. I haven't seen so many ice cubes. Li Guoli shook his body along with Li Yuanyuan's hand. Oh, if you shake it again, you will shake my old bones. What are you talking about? Old bones. It's obviously a strong young man. Li Guoli smiled and scratched Li Yuanyuan's nose lovingly. You are always good at making father happy. Li Yuanyuan struck while the iron was hot. Then father, please let the prince go. Chapter 238, So Arrogant. Li Guoli looked a little surprised. Recently, Tubo presented a beauty, who was beautiful, and had a skin as white as ice and jade. It was no exaggeration to say that she was a fairy descending to the earth, especially her eyes, which were as deep as water, and could always attract Li Guoli's soul. This beauty was passionate, and had only made one request to Li Guoli after being in Dezhou for such a long time. She wanted an ice palace. Compared with the greedy concubines, this seemed so elegant and pure. Li Guoli was in a trance for a moment, as if this young woman in her 20s was really conquered by his charm. I don't want any wealth and glory. I just want to stay with him forever. This is the only request. So Li Guoli naturally has to meet it. It's just that the ice palace is built, and all the royal relatives can enter. The ice palace has been built. And Li Guoli also secretly spread the news. This ice palace was built for the Tibetan beauty. Who dares to get close to it without seeing it? He never thought that he could guard against concubines with other thoughts. But he couldn't guard against his own precious daughter. This father doesn't love the emperor anymore. Right? Li Yuanyuan pretended to be angry and wanted to cry. In the past, when she was like this, her father always met her requests. Okay. Father, I promise you. Li Yuanyuan's eyes flashed with cunning, and then turned into a smile. Thank you. Father, you are so good to me. Li Yuanyuan couldn't wait to return to the palace to pack her bags and go to the ice palace after receiving the imperial edict. Hong Deshun was a little worried. He looked at Li Yuanyuan's cheerful back and said, Your Majesty, do you want me to send someone to watch her? Li Guoli thought for a moment. Okay. Yuan is a little eccentric. Don't lose your sense of proportion. Li Yuanyuan returned to the palace and asked her personal maid to pack her bags. And she went to the imperial concubine's palace. Mother, I'm going to the ice palace. Do you want to go with me? The imperial concubine raised her eyelids. You go to the ice palace? Do you know who this ice palace was built for? Li Yuanyuan looked at her mother and said unhappily, I know. Isn't it just for that little bitch? Li Yuanyuan looked sarcastic. Isn't it just for a good-looking face? There are so many beautiful concubines in the palace. Aren't there only a few who survived? The power behind the Tubo concubine is just a small vassal king. What big waves can she stir up? Besides, she is the emperor's only daughter. The real jewel in the palm. Why should she be afraid of a bitch who serves men with her beauty? The imperial concubine sighed. Yuan, things are different now. Your father is now afraid of us. Let's be careful. The imperial concubine was right. She was talking about not only Li Yanzhao and his sister, but also her in-laws. What's the matter? Besides, my father has already promised me. Li Yuanyuan didn't care. Anyway, I'm going to the ice palace to vent my anger. The imperial concubine turned her head and looked at the nanny beside her. The nanny understood and spoke. The princess is right. Don't worry, madam. Hearing the nanny say this, Li Yuanyuan just looked proud. Mother, do you think I'm right? The imperial concubine nodded. Well, you can go and cool off and relax. It's just that you don't have a close friend around you. So let the nanny follow you. Li Yuanyuan was unwilling at first. It was so annoying to have an old thing around. But she changed her mind and realized that the maidservant beside her was just promoted and was not very satisfactory. If she let the nanny follow her, it would be much better than those maidservants, who were not careful with their hands and feet. So she agreed. In the evening, Li Yuanyuan could not wait to take people to the ice palace. The ice palace was indeed well deserved of its reputation. Before she got close, she felt a slight chill coming. Li Yuanyuan got off the sedan chair and stood at the gate of the palace and closed her eyes. The coolness was refreshing and made her feel happy. In a trance, she felt that this hot summer in June was just like this. Then, she led a large number of servants to enter in a line. Since she was going to live in this ice palace, of course she had to live in the main seat. The eunuch in charge beside her wanted to lead Li Yuanyuan into the side hall. But she refused. You blind thing. You actually want me to live in the side hall? You are blind. Who gave you the courage? The eunuch in charge was so scared that he knelt on the ground. He was trembling all over and had to force himself to answer. Your Highness, it was the emperor who arranged for us to do this. The eunuch in charge knew Li Yuanyuan's temper, so he had to put the blame on the emperor. Humph. Father arranged it? Li Yuanyuan kicked the eunuch in charge. His face was ferocious, and he shouted loudly. Did my father tell you to arrange for me to live in the side hall? This? The eunuch in charge was kicked to the side and immediately straightened up. The emperor didn't say it explicitly, but the person living in the main hall is concubine Jin, the concubine from Tubo. If the princess is allowed to go in, wouldn't it be a mess? Your Highness, the person living in the main hall is concubine Jin. Concubine Jin? Li Yuanyuan grinned. Why? She didn't know I was coming? If she knew, why didn't she come out to see me? The eunuch in charge fell to the ground and dared not speak. According to the palace rules, concubine Jin really had to pay homage to Li Yuanyuan. But he couldn't afford to offend both sides. What should he do? He was like the meat sandwich in the steamer. But he was not the meat in the middle. But he was the chopped green onion mixed in the meat. The nobleman ate Rigiamo, and it tasted good. It was the meat's credit. If it didn't taste good, it was his fault. Why the noise? A clear voice sounded. Lazy. Even a little disdainful. What came into view was a young woman dressed in Tibetan clothes. Li Yuanyuan snorted coldly. She was really a beauty. At this moment, several people were in the hall of the ice palace, surrounded by large and small ice cubes. After staying there for a long time, it seemed that the weather was really like this. Li Yuanyuan raised her head with a proud face. Who are you? Why don't you kneel when you see this princess? Concubine Jin raised her head and glanced at Li Yuanyuan. The emperor has pardoned this palace from kneeling. Why should this palace kneel to you? The eunuch in charge knelt on the ground in agony. This is because he met two stinging masters. I'm afraid he will die today. Ha ha ha. Li Yuanyuan hadn't seen such a rampant person for a long time. She was really a little surprised. How dare you? You are a fourth-rank concubine. And the princess is a third-rank concubine. You should kneel down to the princess. The nanny pointed at concubine Jin and shouted. Who are you? The maid next to concubine Jin also raised her voice. Her appearance also had Tibetan characteristics. No wonder. They all came from Tibet. And they probably didn't know much about Princess Li Yuanyuan. The maid continued, Didn't you hear what our queen said? She doesn't even need to kneel down when she sees the emperor. Ask the world. Who can have a higher status than the emperor? This sharp-tongued maid made Li Yuanyuan look at her differently. Unfortunately, she will not be so arrogant soon. Chapter 239 Conflict. The eunuch in charge saw that the situation was not good. So he asked someone to inform him, hoping that he would be in time. The maid's words aroused Li Yuanyuan's interest. Well, thunder and rain are all grace from the emperor. This great Zhou belongs to my father. So of course my father has the final say. But my father said that you don't have to kneel to him. But he didn't say that you can't kneel to this princess. Come here. Teach this concubine Jin the palace rules. The nanny took the lead and walked towards concubine Jin, raising her hand to hit her in the face. Who do you think you are? The maid rushed to concubine Jin, grabbed the nanny's raised hand, and slapped her back neatly. The nanny touched her dull and painful face, with a look of disbelief. Since the imperial concubine came to power, no one has dared to beat her like this for 20 years. Her blood was clamoring. You bitch. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. You old thing. You dare to be so arrogant without even looking at where you are? The maid took advantage and looked smug. The nanny turned her head and looked at Li Yuanyuan. The latter's violent aura seemed to be able to devour everyone present. You have to look at the owner when beating a dog. And this was a slap in her face. Come on. Take down the little bitch for me. Li Yuanyuan brought a lot of rough servants and maids who knew some boxing skills this time. In an instant, they rushed forward and surrounded concubine Jin and the others. How dare you? Concubine Jin panicked. What do you want to do? The emperor has arrived. The eunuch sang in unison at the door. Everyone knelt down. Your Highness. Your Highness. Father. Li Guoli walked past Li Yuanyuan and walked towards concubine Jin. My beloved. Are you hurt? At this time, concubine Jin leaned in Li Guoli's arms with tears in her eyes, still shaking her head. Your Highness. I am fine. It was the princess who was playing with me. The ending sound hit Li Guoli's heart again and again, and his lumbar vertebrae softened instantly. You always make me feel bad. Empress Jin stretched out her soft index finger and pointed it at Li Guoli's heart. It's my fault that I made the emperor feel bad. When she raised her eyes again, it seemed that thousands of emotions surged out of her black and white pupils, entangled Li Guoli and couldn't move. Father. Li Yuanyuan saw that Li Guoli's soul was hooked away, and she shouted anxiously. Li Guoli's thoughts were interrupted, and he reluctantly let go of concubine Jin. He turned around and looked at Li Yuanyuan, who was still in a state of greeting, with an impatient face. You honor. You should learn to grow up. Li Yuanyuan stood up and retorted loudly. Father, you actually want to be such a vixen and fierce emperor? Being mean to you? I haven't hit you yet. Li Guoli walked towards Li Yuanyuan with pressure. You are not young anymore. I will ask the imperial concubine to choose a suitable husband for you later. The emperor's son will not marry. Father, how can you treat me like this? Li Yuanyuan was extremely flustered. Take your people and leave the ice palace, Li Guoli said in a deep voice, gave Hong Deshan a wink, and then hugged concubine Jin and walked towards the main hall. Father, Li Yuanyuan murmured behind her. She didn't understand why she had lost favor like this. At this time, concubine Jin looked back at her, her eyes full of provocation. Li Yuanyuan's anger surged from her limbs to her forehead. Concubine Jin. Right? This princess will definitely let you know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. Hong Deshan, who was standing by, said respectfully, Princess, please go back. Li Yuanyuan bit her teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Thank you. Eunuch. Back in the imperial concubine's palace, Li Yuanyuan lost her temper in front of the imperial concubine. Mother, you didn't see the face of that vixen. I wish I could tear her apart on the spot. You honor. You are making a fuss. The imperial concubine slapped the table and gritted her teeth. She is in the limelight now. How can you be so reckless? Then, she turned her head to look at the nanny with swollen cheeks, feeling distressed and angry. You too. You are old. And you are making a fuss with you honor. The nanny lowered her eyebrows and said, It's all my fault. I lost my mind when I saw the princess being wronged. Mother, please don't blame the nanny. If you want to blame someone, blame that vixen for being too high level. Li Yuanyuan's face was fierce. But mother, you honor is unwilling to accept this and can't swallow this anger. The imperial concubine remained silent. She must not implicate Li Yanshao, who was far away at the border. Mother, please think of a way. How can we deal with that vixen? Seeing Li Yuanyuan like this, the imperial concubine was a little worried. If she didn't take action, Li Yuanyuan's anger would not be vented, and she might cause trouble again. Forget it. After all, she is an insignificant person, so it doesn't matter if she takes action. At night, the news that concubine Jin relied on her favor and beat the princess up spread throughout the harem. This news is obviously false, although concubine Jin is a little bit arrogant. But who is that princess? She has been arrogant in the palace for so many years. How could she suffer any grievance? This is true. I have a little sister who works in the ice palace. She saw it with her own eyes. It seems that this is true. If the emperor loves concubine Jin so much, it is understandable that she will give birth to a dragon seed soon. That's right. Maybe the position of the crown prince will have to be given up to someone else. Pa. Bitch. What nonsense are you talking about? The two little palace maids walked away, and two figures walked out from behind the rockery. Master, should concubine Jin add more fuel to the fire? Don't rush. Let the prey take the bait slowly. In the palace, the queen broke two of her well-maintained nails when she heard about this. Oh, your majesty, please take care of yourself. The maid beside her hurried forward to check, and the queen pushed her away with an impatient look. Give way to the virtuous? I wonder who has the guts to let the prince give way to the virtuous. She has been patient in the palace for so many years, just for the prince to ascend the throne smoothly. The queen used so many tricks to make the imperial concubine quiet down. And now there is another concubine Jin. If it were in the past, she would naturally not take it to heart. But now it is different from the past. The emperor is no longer happy with the prince. Even if there is a slight possibility, she has to kill it in the cradle. It has been a long time since the palace has had such a lively atmosphere. The clouds stopped and the rain stopped. Concubine Jin nestled in Li Guoli's arms and said softly, Your Majesty, I was reckless today. I didn't know that it was the princess, and I had a conflict with her because of your favor. I will have to apologize to her another day. Li Guoli touched concubine Jin's smooth back casually. What do you want to apologize for? You don't need to apologize to her. I said so. But concubine Jin's eyes were full of worry. But I heard, Princess. The princess has a straightforward temper. I'm afraid she has a grudge against the emperor. Li Guoli felt very relieved, and immediately hugged concubine Jin fiercely in his arms, wishing he could use all his strength. Jenner, you are thinking about me with all your heart and eyes. How can I let you be wronged? Concubine Jin shrank in Li Guoli's arms, and was about to vomit. This old stallion smells really strong. However, she still said in a pinched voice, There is a saying, if you give me a peach, I will return it with a plum. The emperor treats me well, and I will treat him well. Chapter 240 Inexplicable Heartbeat. The next day, Li Yuanyuan was confined to her house. What? Father wants to confine me to my house for 3 months? Li Yuanyuan's voice almost tore the roof off. The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict was terrified. This, princess. Look. This is what the imperial edict says. Li Yuanyuan grabbed the bright yellow imperial edict and read it quickly. Her eyes fell on the word confinement, and she was full of disbelief. Suddenly, it turned into a strong murderous intent. Before Li Yuanyuan could take action, the queen took action. Today, she summoned the concubines in the harem to come to the imperial garden to appreciate the flowers. The concubines dressed up and went to the central palace. As more and more people came into the hall, the voices became more and more mixed. Why didn't I see that Tubo concubine today? What Tubo concubine? She is now concubine Jin. I heard that this Jin is her real name. This caused another round of sighs. Look. Among our sisters. Except for the empress, who used her real name when she was a concubine. Who else has this honor? Sister Mei Fei. How can you compare that vixen with the empress? Oh. I made a mistake. Slap your face. Slap your face. I have never seen these concubines so harmonious on weekdays. Everyone shifted the topic to concubine Jun and united the front. In the harem, there are no eternal enemies or eternal friends. Interests come first. The queen is here. As the singing and chorus sounded, everyone greeted the queen. And the queen was supported by the palace maids to sit in the main seat. Sisters, please don't be polite. Thank you. Queen. After everyone sat down, the queen quickly glanced at everyone and coughed. What's wrong with the queen? Mei Fei asked with a worried look. Your Majesty, you must take care of yourself. You still have to make decisions for us. The queen held a handkerchief to cover her lips. Oh! Who dares to mess with you in the palace? Today, the imperial concubine was ill and did not attend the banquet. Except for the queen. Mei Fei had the highest status. Mei Fei looked aggrieved. Your Majesty, I am so frustrated. Mei Fei exaggerated the behavior of Jin Fei in recent days. And finally she was still not satisfied. So she added one more thing. This Jin Fei is really arrogant because of her favor. She didn't even come to the banquet of the queen. After this, everyone had different expressions. Mei Fei was the queen's confidant. She took the lead in this matter, which also represented the queen's attitude. Sister Mei Fei said that Jin Fei was too much. Ah! The queen sighed. The emperor exempted her from the gift. What can I say? If I say, the queen is too kind, she should be taught a lesson. Mei Fei shouted, as if she was afraid that others could not hear her. Mei Fei, be careful with your words. The queen looked worried. She is in the limelight now. If she makes trouble at this time, wouldn't it be an insult to the emperor? After saying this, everyone understood the queen's thoughts. It's not that she is unwilling to take action against Jin Fei, but she is afraid of offending the emperor. No wonder. The queen has a prince. It is normal for her to have many concerns. But there are many concubines in this hall who have no children. If she shows up in front of the queen at this time, she may be able to get close to the queen. Immediately, some people can't sit still and want to take the lead. The queen looked lazy, and her fingers fiddled with the beads on her bracelet. Sisters, don't act rashly. Having said this, it was considered a way out. Li Guoli was so annoyed by the trivial matters in the harem that he had no time to care about other things. So much so that Li Yanzhao's memorial to send troops to attack the Nanman privately was suppressed by him at the bottom. Since Li Yanzhao gave the order, he was worried that Li Guoli would blame him. However, now that Jiezi City has stabilized, there is still no news from the palace. This made him very puzzled. Could it be that the emperor agreed with his approach? His heart was at peace again, and he got the emperor's approval. But the news from the capital made him feel anxious again. The harem was in chaos, and Li Yuanyuan was even confined to her house. When he learned that the woman who caused the chaos in the harem was only 28 years old, Li Yanzhao was speechless. He thought of his old and frail father, and he held his forehead and fell into deep thought. At this time, Ian put the teacup in front of him, and Li Yanzhao looked up. Ian's beautiful face made his heart beat suddenly. He tried to suppress the strange throbbing and spoke coldly. Why haven't you rested yet? Ian pulled the distance between the two of them, picked up the scissors, and cut a section of the wick in the lamp. Li Yanzhao's heart beat again, with a beating flame. I saw that the kerosene lamp in the prince's tent was still on, so I came to remind the prince. It's getting late. Your Highness should rest early. Li Yanqiao licked his lips and said impatiently, I know. You should leave quickly. A man and a woman are alone in the same room in the middle of the night. What will it look like if it gets out? Ah Yen saw that he looked impatient and thought he was worried about military affairs. Your Highness, is there anything bothering you? Li Yanqiao glanced at her. His eyes were dark and complicated. Isn't she his only concern? When has he ever been moved by a woman since he fought on the battlefield for years? That is, the woman in front of him has been dangling under his nose. Is this love that has grown over time? In terms of appearance, Ah Yen can be considered a beauty. But who is he? Li Yanqiao? The prince of the great Zhou dynasty has seen countless beauties. How could he be fooled by her? If you say he is tough, then he is a little bit. After such a serious injury in the abdomen, which woman can survive? The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. You should leave quickly. Li Yanqiao actually spoke harshly. And Ian felt puzzled. Prince? But what did Ian do wrong? Li Yanqiao suddenly stood up from his seat. It's not you who is wrong. It's me who is wrong. He walked quickly out of the tent. And Li Chong saw him coming out and asked, What do you want? Prince? Li Yanqiao did not say anything, but pulled a horse nearby and galloped out of the military camp. The cool breeze at night hit his face, making his thoughts clear instantly. Isn't she just a woman? If he likes to take her into the mansion, why is he still entangled here? As for Ian's identity, just give her a status casually. What's there to worry about? Although Ian's temperament is a bit stubborn, it is much better than that stubborn Lin Erju. He will marry a wife in the future, so he can't cause trouble for her. Thinking about it this way, he figured it out. Li Yanqiao felt that he was not only a genius in marching and fighting, but also a genius in managing the backyard. He was already 25 years old. At his age, other people's children could recite poems and write couplets. He didn't even have a concubine, which was really a joke. The warhorse under him ran faster and faster, taking him galloping in this world. Li Yanqiao felt so happy in his heart, and he wanted time to stop at this moment.